This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Wake up, people. Rise and shine. It's time for Hour 3 of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack, filling in for Jinx today. And a special salute to our viewers on Stadium. You can catch us there every weekday, and you can follow it on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and any other platform you can probably think of. All right, so over the next hour, here's what's on the menu. We'll start with a betting term we use a lot on the show, and it's called the Circle of Trust. We will talk about this with MLB pitchers because over the last week, some of our founding members of the Circle of Trust have been blowing it for our bets and for these games. We will examine if we should keep these players in the Circle of Trust, or do we excommunicate them and bring somebody else into the Circle of Trust. Maybe we'll expand this conversation to include some of the NFL teams that are in the Circle of Trust that have really high floors. And then at 8:20, we go on to Frank Schwab, NFL and sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. He will give us all the knowledge on maybe some year-long props, some best bets in the NFL, and more. And then finally, we saved our absolute best for last. Our best bets of the entire day come your way at 8:40. All right, Chris Mack. So for the people at home who do not know, you are a Pittsburgh guy. You cover the Steelers. Yes. You cover the Pirates. So one of the top members of the Circle of Trust in baseball is Paul Skeens. Jenks and I both bet on Paul Skeens to keep his ish together by betting first 7 and first 5 unders. But Paul Skeens gave up 4 earned runs yesterday to the Brewers, who I will give to him are the hottest team in all of baseball. But is this a start where you scratch your head and you say, oh my gosh, Paul Skeens is broken, throw him in the trash, there is no future? Or do you say, hey, this is a blip on the radar, there is a reason most pitchers do not end the season with ERAs under 2, and maybe he should remain in the Circle of Trust?
You have to keep Paul Skeens in the Circle of Trust, not just because I'm a massive Paul Skeens fan, but because every time Skeens has an outing like this, and look, they're few and far between. Mm-hmm. I think this is maybe the third one this year where he's given up 4 earned runs or more, and twice that's happened against the Brewers. Every time it happens, though, he immediately bounces back with a quality start the next time out. Gave up 5 earned and 6 to the Cardinals way back in early April. Bounced back in the next start, giving up just 1 earned run and 3 hits through 6 against admitted the lowly Nationals, but still a quality start. And actually, I think got a win in that game. So congratulations. The Pirates gave him some run support in that one. We mentioned the prior one against the Brewers back at the end of June, 4 earned runs in 4 innings. Bounced back with 2 consecutive scoreless outings. Each only 5 innings, but 2 consecutive scoreless outings against the Cardinals and the Mariners. So I would suspect the same the next time Skeens is out there. I think he bounces back in a big way. So I'm begging on Paul Skeens' behalf, please do not excommunicate him from the Circle of Trust, Chelsea.
Yes. And especially since he only gave up 4 earned runs, which, like, the sky's not falling. Like, this wasn't a disastrous inning where he didn't get out of it and didn't, record an out. So, as I was mentioning, he's not the only pitcher that struggled this week that is in the Circle of Trust. Tariq Skubal last Friday gave up 4 runs. Nathan Eovaldi gave up 5 runs on Monday. Nathan Eovaldi had an ERA under 2, and I still believe that he does, despite giving up those 5 runs. Garrett Crochet, who would probably win the Cy Young if it weren't for Tariq Skubal, gave up 5 runs. I think it was on either Monday or Tuesday. And then yesterday, Paul Skeens gave up those 4 earned runs. So I think my point being is that even the best pitchers in Major League Baseball are not going to go the entire season without some of those, I don't want to call them blow-ups, because some of these aren't even blow-ups. Like 4 runs is not a blow-up to me. It is maybe you give up a few pitches that, you wish you could have had back, or somebody just makes good connection on a good pitch. And that's the thing with the Brewers. The fact that Paul Skeens has given up 2 of his worst starts of the year to the Brewers, who are the best offense in baseball right now, have the best run differential by a mile, I feel like is nothing to hang your hat on. I will say this. Paul Skeens far and away is the youngest member of the Circle of Trust. Because usually I reserve the Circle of Trust for guys who are veteran pitchers, where we have a very large sample size. Guys like Nathan Eovaldi, who, it's not a one-year thing. Why do you think we give that credit to Paul Skeens? Like, it's wild that he's only 23, and I feel like I have the reverence for him that I have for somebody who's been in the majors 5 or 6 years.
Probably just because of the utter dominance, right? Like, we only have, 14 months of a track record. So you're right. It's incredibly thin, the body of work, as compared to some of these other guys. But part of it has to do with just the utter dominance that we see at times. And then the other part of it is, like I said, he bounces back. These, like you said, blow-up starts, if you want to call them that, 4 earned runs in 4 innings for Skeens, are so few and far between. And then he does bounce back in such a great way that if you get burned, like you and Jenks did yesterday on the first 5 under on a Skeens start, I think you go back next time and immediately double down on that pitcher. And I would throw Skubal and Eovaldi into that mix as well. Eovaldi, that's the first time all year I think he's given up 5 earned runs in a start. So that's a blip on the radar for him. Skubal, I think, has had a couple of pockets of rough starts, back-to-back rough starts, if you want to call them rough, again, by his standards. But he's always bounced back as well. He hasn't strung together what we would consider 3 poor, I'm making air quotes for those of you watching on Stadium, you can see that, what we would call poor Tarek Skubal starts in a row. 1 or 2, and then he bounces right back, snaps right back. So I think all 3 of those guys are worthy of, like your annoying traffic cop, being roped back in, pulled back into the Circle of Trust.
Oh, that dance move. Not one of the best that, the suburban white folk have put out there. But going back to Paul Skeens, I think the reason that I trust him, like, implicitly is the way that he carries himself. Like, he doesn't carry himself like a 23-year-old kid. Like, I feel like he carries himself like a veteran, and also the way that his peers speak about him. Because I noticed this when he was first drafted, is that usually they're the people who say, hey, it's really hard to make it in the big leagues. He's probably going to have to, like, take his lumps in the minors or whatever. But most people I heard from that, like, played in the big leagues were like, this guy's going to be really good. Like, he has such good stuff. And we have heard that at every level, where everybody is just amazed by, his mentality, his, pitch repertoire, and, the way that he is such a workhorse, and, the way that he bounces back from adversity. He just feels unflappable.
Yeah, I will say that I have multiple friends in Baton Rouge who told me that throughout his run at LSU, who said, yeah, no, this guy could pitch in the majors right now, and he'd be ready to go. And I went, really? Come on. You sure about that? Yeah, come on. But he's paid off on that. Totally. You're right. He has that veteran mentality. Although, again, I'll point out that last night was one of the first times I've seen him not visibly frustrated even, but I think his work was maybe affected just a bit by, even if it was subconsciously, that lack of run support. Maybe 1 or 2 of his pitches weren't quite working the way he wanted them to. You could see the Pirates catcher, Henry Davis, walk out there for a mound visit at one point. I think it was after the Contreras double that scored Sal Frelick in a Pirates game, what amounts to blowing it open, gave them a multiple run lead, Milwaukee, over Pittsburgh. And he walked out there, and you couldn't read lips, but you could kind of tell that Henry Davis was just telling him, hey, just trust your stuff. If pitch A or pitch B isn't working, let's just go with pitch C and pitch D. You've got a deep arsenal. Let's go with what is working. But I think Skeens struggled at times last night to do that, and kind of tried to pick some corners, or maybe left some stuff out over the plate deeper into counts, and they ended up driving it, including that Frelick homer to lead off the game. And that's the first time I've seen him look a little bit, I guess tentative is the best word, not scared by any means, and not visibly frustrated, like I said, on the mound. But yeah, you could see it reflected in his work. Maybe not on his face or in his body language, but in what he was throwing, you could see it reflected that maybe he didn't totally trust his stuff especially against the stacked Brewers lineup that is just obliterating every baseball anywhere near the strike zone.
Right. Yeah, the Brewers are just a tough lineup. So if you miss a pitch, they're going to make you pay. Is there an NFL comp to what Paul Skeens is? I was just thinking about this. Like, who is the youngest member of the Circle of Trust in the NFL? Like, it feels like it has to be Jaden Daniels, right? Like, is he one of those quarterbacks where the sample size is small, but what he has done in that small sample size, do you trust him in his second year? Or do you think the NFL is different? Obviously, it's a team game. You know, some of it matters what's around him. But is Jaden Daniels in the Circle of Trust for you?
He's close. He's outside, creepily peering in through the window, trying to figure out how he gets into the Circle of Trust, I think. Jalen Hurts, I think, would be would already be in the Circle of Trust, because you talk about that unflappable mentality. I never look at Jalen Hurts and see a guy who looks like he's playing scared, even if he's not playing his absolute best game on a given day. And look, it helps when you're insulated by that offensive line and the weapons around him, including Saquon Barkley. But I look at him and go, that guy never really looks like, he just always looks calm and confident and composed. And I never look at Jalen Hurts and go, ooh, that guy's on the precipice of melting down or completely breaking down because things aren't working for him today. And despite the lumps that he took last year at times, I'd probably include CJ Stroud on that list too. Like, I never look at Stroud and see a guy who looks like he's playing scared, even when, like he was at times last year, is being absolutely beaten up and chased around by the opposing front seven.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I feel like CJ Stroud is not on the top of people's minds anymore. Like, I think he's kind of lost that luster. And especially since Jaden Daniels is like the new hot thing. And I think people want to talk about Jaden Daniels a little bit more. But when it comes to the Texans, they're in a very winnable division. And CJ Stroud should get better this year. As you know, you would expect the trajectory to continue going up. And hopefully he doesn't have the injuries this year. Like, who was that receiver that got hurt like really badly during the Chiefs game? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Tank Dell.
I feel like I have to pull this. Who?
Tank Dell.
Tank Dell. Yeah, that was like horrifying to watch. I remember I was at a Mexican restaurant and like CJ Stroud was like crying. So, you know, granted that he hopefully does not have the injury, this luck that he had last year, you know, he'll keep his receivers healthy. I would imagine he goes to the Circle of Trust. Like, who's on the fringe of the Circle of Trust? Like, not for the young guys. Because I think there are guys that in the regular season, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, I think Matt Stafford's probably on that list. Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I missing here in the Circle of Trust? Guys you can really trust to get the job done. Is Jared Goff there?
He might be. I'll be honest, the most recent season of Quarterback on Netflix, which I haven't finished watching, but watched the first couple episodes of, I always do such a bad job of remaining unbiased after I've watched these guys behind the scenes. It's why I have such a soft spot now for Kirk Cousins after both seasons of Quarterback. But something about Jared Goff, like the same thing, never really plays like he's out of control. Like, always calm, cool, collected, confident. Again, look at the weapons around him. If I were him, I'd have a hard time being frightened as well. I'll dump it off to Amon-Ra. I've got plenty of weapons at my disposal. But he's done a good job, I think, of morphing since he came over to Detroit and went through the hard times early on into one of those quarterbacks who you trust that even if he throws a bad pick, you take a step back and go, I understand what he was trying to do there. He wasn't panicky.
Well, I think also because he has been through adversity in his career, and he's been in those spots where he has not been, cheered as loudly as some of these other guys. So I feel like it makes those type of guys not immune to adversity, but they handle it better because they have a better view on life. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's why I usually do not have a lot of young guys in my Circle of Trust, because they haven't been forged by fire and they haven't hit that wall of adversity yet, where I'm wondering if that's going to come for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and it could be this year, right? Like we talked about McLaurin earlier, and I know some people say training camp and preseason is just there to sort of go through the motions in some cases, but if Jaden Daniels doesn't get some sort of reps with Terry McLaurin before the regular season starts, I know they've got the foundation they built together last year in place, but I still feel like you've got to refine that rhythm and timing just a little bit before the season starts. If they don't get that with McLaurin, if he doesn't sign until the day of their first game, do you necessarily feel confident that Daniels is going to hit the ground running week one and not have the league sort of punch back against what he was able to do well last year?
Yeah. Who's in the circle of trust for Frank Schwab? The analyst for Yahoo Sports stops by next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. Off and rolling here in hour 3 of the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jinx today. And in a few minutes, we will tag in Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports to talk all things sports betting. So before we bring him on, quickly, Chris Mack, do you play fantasy football and how many teams do you manage?
Yes, one team. And I've been in the same league with a bunch of guys from the neighborhood for, I think this will be our 14th season this year. We just got the invite for the draft last night. Funny you ask, Chelsea. That was going to be one of the things I was going to whine about today on our Whine About Wednesday is teams that draft before the preseason is over. Don't do that. Don't do that to the guys in your league. Wait till the preseason is over. You got all Labor Day weekend to get together virtually or together, have a few wings, a couple beers, maybe grill, and draft after the preseason is over.
Yeah, your fantasy football team doesn't need to take snaps together. There's not an aspect of they don't need extra time to prepare. Yeah, I'm not a big fantasy football person just because I feel like props are the better iteration of fantasy football. Like if you believe in a player, you bet on his prop and you don't have to commit to him for the entire season. But let's bring him on now. He is Frank Schwab. He is a sports betting and sports analyst for Yahoo Sports. Finished 33rd in the Westgate Super Contest back in 2017 and also has been killing it with his NFL picks. So, Frank, let's start by asking this. Do you find there is a very direct corollary from fantasy football analysis to betting on props?
Oh, 100%, yes. I mean, that's what it's the crossover. The Venn diagram is just a circle. I mean, and I also think that I also think playing fantasy baseball is a direct corollary to betting on baseball props and baseball in general, because you just have to have such a knowledge of the starting pitching base in fantasy baseball that I know. I bet baseball every day, and I play in 10+ fantasy baseball leagues. That I know which pitchers have, been doing well, doing poorly. I know Freddie Peralta wins just about every time he goes out there, and et cetera, et cetera. So I know Spencer Strider's been ups and down and struggling the last few starts. Stuff like that. Yes, absolutely. I think that the more you bet on props, the better you're going to be at fantasy, and the more you play fantasy, the better you're going to bet on props. I definitely agree with that.
Real quick then, Frank, before we pivot to football, because that's why we want to talk to you this morning. We've talked a ton this morning about Paul Skeens getting, by his standards, right, roughed up a bit by the Brewers last night. When you see a dependable starting pitcher who you've been betting on throughout the year, we talked about Nathan Eovaldi getting roughed up last time out, Skubal last time out. Do you necessarily look at that and say, hey, I'm going to back away for a start? Or do you look at that as evidence to go in even deeper on a guy his next time around if he's been dependable and bouncing back from rough outings?
Usually I give him one bad start. It happens. I mean, Eovaldi the other night gave up a few long balls. It just doesn't happen, right? He's been so dependable all year. So generally it's all contextual. I mean, did the guy get babbipped to death? I mean, was it just a bunch of dumb singles and all that kind of stuff? And, how's the bullpen doing? Are they rested? I mean, we know this stuff. It's all there's so much that goes on in it. But I won't give up on a guy if he has one bad start. And I will say, as a Milwaukee-born guy, I'm not betting anybody against my Milwaukee Brewers right now. Let's go. Let's win 12 in a row today.
Yeah, what a season they're having. Best run differential in all of baseball by a lot. So let's pivot to football now. And so I want to ask you this.
I just talk Brewers, I guess.
I'll talk baseball all day, but unfortunately the people love the NFL. So let's give them some NFL.
Yeah.
All right, so who is poised to make the biggest jump from last year to this year in fantasy football? Because, you can look at everybody's list of, the most productive fantasy quarterbacks, running backs, or whatever. But I think why we have people like you on the show is to find those people that people are not talking about. Like, who's somebody under the radar that you think is going to be like a massive jump from last year to this year for some reason or another?
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the biggest categories for that is kind of the second-year receiver. And the guy I really like is Keon Coleman. I think we're going down the list a little bit. I could give you, first and second round picks, but everybody knows those guys. Keon Coleman's a guy I'm really loading up on in fantasy because I think that when you're catching balls from the MVP, when you have a draft pedigree like Keon did, early second, he could have been a first round pick. He was coming along before his wrist injury last year. I thought he was warming up. Khalil Shakir has a high ankle sprain now. That lingers for a while with guys, although he played pretty well through it last year. Keon Coleman is a guy that just sticks out to me as, okay, this guy is going to be pretty darn good this year. Also, I'm like everybody else. George Pickens, everybody loves George Pickens this year in the fantasy community in Dallas because who the heck else is going to throw the ball? And Justin Fields, another guy. Justin Fields is a guy I'm high on in fantasy, and I'm high on the Jets. Higher on the Jets than most people, I think. Higher than the number. Let's put it that way. So there's a trio of guys, I guess, that are going to be on a lot of my teams this year.
Since you started with a guy in Buffalo, let's keep it there for just a second, Frank. And the news that James Cook contract extension out about an hour ago. Just running backs in general, and as it relates to Cook specifically, I mentioned we might be seeing a little bit of a comeback in maybe the valuation of a running back, at least contract-wise. Obviously, after Saquon's year last year, you see a few more teams in spots willing to lean on these three-down running backs. When you tie that back towards fantasy, should people be looking for backs maybe a little bit earlier than they have the last few years? And if they are, who should those backs be?
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the way I play. I like running backs early because there's so many receivers in kind of the fifth, sixth round. Your Calvin Ridleys of the world, based on the first preseason game, Cam Ward is like, okay, I'm a really, really smart guy. I'm a rookie. How am I going to succeed as a rookie? Oh, I'm just going to find Calvin Ridley every play. I mean, that preseason drive they had against Tampa Bay was, you could tell he really, really trusts Calvin. So guys like that, receivers in that range, I really like. So I'm more apt to get, running backs early. I think the one guy, maybe you guys, because I'm supposed to know the answer to this, but I don't. What do you guys think of Christian McCaffrey? Because I can't figure it out. Christian McCaffrey, if he stays healthy and he's Christian McCaffrey, he's great. He's the best running back in football, one of the best running backs of all time, I think. But I just don't know. Thankfully for them, all the health reports have been good. All the people who like the 49ers this year, especially even over 10.5, I have to be happy that Christian McCaffrey's healthy. But I don't know what to make of him. He's the one kind of pivot point in fantasy drafts, in betting overs and in the season in general, to just say the 49ers are a different team with Christian McCaffrey. Can we expect him to just completely bounce back at age 29 and be, Marshall Faulk 2.0 like he's been? Or is this going to be a different Christian McCaffrey who's not quite as good? I think he's one of the more, I guess, mysterious players of the NFL this year.
I think from a betting standpoint, guys like Christian McCaffrey, if you have any doubts about him, like, you don't bet on him just because he is such a big name. Like, you're never getting value on those guys, and it feels like they're usually overvalued just because of their resume. So, like, from a betting standpoint, it's similar to, like, me betting on the Dodgers. I just never bet on the Dodgers because I always feel like they're overvalued. Even if they're a great team, you're just not getting the price that you should be getting on them, to give it to a baseball perspective. But I want to go back to something for a second. So you said you were higher on the Jets than most. I've got to ask about this. How high are you on the Jets, or are you just high?
Yeah, I'm not sitting here and telling you they're gonna win the AFC East or anything like that. But I think that for instance, week one, they're, I think, 3.5 point underdogs at home against Pittsburgh. I'll take the Jets all day. I think it's going to take maybe a little bit of time for Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. Whereas a lot of things, I do these previews over the summer, day-by-day previews, really dig into teams. And I change my mind about teams sometimes when I'm writing about them and really spending a full day just studying them. And the thought I came away when I wrote the Jets was, I'm too low on this team. So many of the reasons I liked them last year, and I was wrong last year about the Jets. Jets were terrible last year. But so many of the reasons are still there. Yeah, they got rid of a lot of guys, but a lot of those guys were veterans at the end of their careers. you look now, and it's, Quinn Williams is still there. Sauce Gardner, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, a good offensive line. I really like Aaron Glenn as a coach. I think he's going to succeed there. I think he's going to be a heck of a coach there. Brings a new energy. I think Justin Fields is never going to be a great NFL passer. It's just not going to happen. But we saw in that preseason game against the Packers, he can give defenses problems. We know that. He can run the ball. And he was pretty good as a passer last year at Pittsburgh with those 3 or 4 starts, whatever he got early in the year. So I think the Jets are going to be one of those teams hovering around 500. They're going to be a tough out every week. I think they're going to play hard. I think they're going to play well on defense. I think the defense really bounces back. Defense fluctuates from year to year more than offense. So I think the defense bounces back. And I think they're going to be a team that has good value on the betting line most weeks. Again, week 1, you can see how low the market is on the Jets. I mean, being 3.5 point underdogs against the Steelers at home. I'll take that. I'll ride the Jets early in the season until the market figures out that, you know what, they're not one of the worst teams in the NFL. I think they're actually going to be. I don't think they're going to finish in last place. Let me put it to you that way. I think Miami finishes last place behind the Jets.
Yeah, at the risk of being too AFC East heavy here for a second, Frank, the other team in the East that we haven't talked about, the Patriots, I've been throughout the offseason very down on them because I think the Vrabel effect is being way overstated, and due in large part to the fact that I don't know if I necessarily trust the skill position players they put around Drake May. Is there something to, though, the fact that if Vrabel's able to lean on the run game on the offensive side of the ball, and I think there's a certain amount of trust in Ramondre Stevenson. We saw what Travion Henderson is capable of big play-wise in the first preseason game, that the Patriots can be that surprise team. And I'll still point out, even if they gained 4 wins over last year, 5 wins over last year, and still end up with a losing record, should I have a little bit more belief and maybe fall in line a little bit more with some of the Vrabel hype?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That was the biggest sticker shock I had when the win totals were released. To see them at 8.5 when they've won 8 combined the last 2 years, I was like, come on, that's ridiculous. And then you start digging into it, and I rank, who had the best free agency class. I had the Patriots number 1. The consensus draft grades this year, the Patriots had the number 1 draft class. They had the number 1 hire. You can argue Ben Johnson, and that's fine. I wouldn't get in the way there. But I thought Mike Vrabel was the best coaching hire of the offseason. So you start to combine these things, and you're like, all right, yeah, that with Drake May, who I really think is going to be good for fantasy too, by the way. You add that, and you say, okay, the talent's there, but that's a long way to go. But the thing I don't want to fade is the schedule. The schedule's so easy. They have the easiest schedule in the NFL this year, or second with 49ers. I know the 49ers and New England have by far the easiest 2 schedules. And you just say, well, maybe I do think they're going to be in a position to maybe get over that 8.5, as crazy as it is to do this about a team that literally has won 4 games each of the last 2 years. I'm not fading them. Let's put it that way. I'm not going on the over, but I do think they're going to be good. I think Travion Henderson is going to be a pretty good back. You are absolutely correct that they didn't do enough at receiver. I don't really bias to Steph Diggs coming off an ACL or anything like that. But I do think the Patriots are going to be a much better football team with a very, very soft schedule, and that goes a long way. And I just don't want to fade a team's over when. Or faded teams under when you have such a soft schedule and you're going to have so many wins to pile up there early in the season.
All right, so we have a minute left, so you got to be quick with this. Who's winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Call your shot.
Oh, Ravens. It's a Ravens for me. That's my shot. I'm taking the Ravens. Maybe I'm buying the narrative, but I thought by the end of last year they were the best team in football. Lamar Jackson got absolutely robbed of an MVP. He is the best quarterback going right now. He's phenomenal. I thought the first-round edition of Starks was great. The second-round pick of Green was great. Like, the Ravens are well coached. Their defense was one of the best in football over the last half of last year, and Lamar Jackson's Lamar Jackson. The Ravens get over the hump this year. They win the Super Bowl. I feel pretty good about that pick, too.
Ooh, they feel like a team that I feel like has like the highest floor, like their regular season juggernauts. I think it's my favorite win total because I feel like you can always count on them if Lamar is healthy to have a great season. But we'll see if they can win it all. It's been tough in the AFC to get the Chiefs out of the window. He is Frank Schwab. He is the NFL and sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. We know it's a busy time of year, so we really appreciate you coming on with us. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. And go Brewers.
Go Brewers.
As
Wasn't
if
sure
they
what he said
needed
for a
the
second.
added help. As if the Brewers need the added help.
Well, it's the Brewers. Like, I can root for a team that hasn't been like the top dog in MLB for quite some time, right? Like, I'm ready for it to be a team other.
Have the Brewers become, stay with me for a second, the new Cardinals, where they shouldn't be there when you look at, hold on, stay with me. They shouldn't be there when you look at all the offseason moves, but then you look up and they're just there every year now. They're there.
Huh. I feel like the Cardinals used to do that. It's been a while since they've had that quality. I feel like the Cardinals are like the Steelers of MLB, but not lately. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip.
PJ Glasser, Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern, we look at all the possibilities for the Aaron Rodgers experiment in Pittsburgh. The NFL previews continue on the next Bet Sweats.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, time to land the plane. A final segment here on the Daily Tip. Thanks for joining us. Hope your Wednesday is going amazing. All right, coming up next, we'll have our best bets in mere moments here on the show. But if you are staying with us here on the network, PJ and Kate preview the Pittsburgh Steelers and give their favorite plays for tonight's MLB games. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. And Chris, looks like you're going to be on the show as well. Doing a lot for the network today. Oh, joy. You're not done
doing
for
a lot today. Yeah, I said, hey, I'm doing the Daily Tip. I'm filling in for Jenks. Why don't I just go grab a coffee and some yogurt for breakfast, and then I'll pop back on and preview the Steelers with Ian's guys.
Wait. What? Okay, so the Steelers is what you were saying.
Steelers, Chelsea. You see a terrible towel back there behind me. I'm going to talk like a Yinzer when I talk about Steelers.
I feel like I don't know that accent very well. Like here in Nashville, there's not many Yinzer accents. It's similar to people who are the people who are super Italian. Like you see this in the Northeast states, but like we don't have that here. So like when you see the Jersey Shore, you're like, what? Is this the same country as us? It's so wild.
Are you claiming people in Nashville don't have accents?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we don't have those accents. Like it's something that I was not raised around. So when you hear it, you're like, what did they just say? It's wild how many accents I feel like there are on the East Coast. I didn't know there was a Baltimore accent. Did you know that?
Yeah. No, it's a Pittsburgh accent is kind of like you take that East Coast, Philly, Delaware, Baltimore vibe, and you kind of mesh it with a little bit of a rednecky hillbilly. I mean this in the most flattering way possible. West Virginia, Appalachian vibe, and you just drop and smash a lot of syllables together.
See, that means nothing to me. Like, if I don't have, like, a celebrity endorser of an accent, like, I can't visualize or, like, whatever the audio version of that is.
Pat McAfee? Yes.
I thought he was
That's
from
a
Indiana.
Yinzer accent. No, he's not. He's from Pittsburgh. He lives in Indiana now.
Okay, what does Don mean? D-A-H-N. What does that mean?
Down, not up. We're not going up. We're going down.
They say that all the time, and I'm like, what? Am I missing something? Is this an acronym? Because they put it on, like, the little ticker. So use it in a sentence for me.
Okay. Hey, Skeens is starting tonight. You just want to go down a ball game.
I feel like I have to, like, lean in and make sure. I feel like I need the subtitles on. It's like when you watch like a British show and you're like, this is the same language, but I still don't know what they're saying.
There's also
that was tough.
which is out, you know, like, hey, what are you doing tonight? You want to go out, get a few beers?
Oh my God. Here I thought the Southern accent made you sound the stupidest. I think that might take the cake. Like, I think that sounds more uneducated than a Southern accent.
You know what it does? It catches people by surprise. You think we're stupid when we talk like that. But it's all still going up here. We're thinking just the same speed as you, if not faster. It's just to catch you by surprise. It's all an elaborate ruse.
Oh, because that's the thing with Southern people is like we speak so slowly. So I lived in the Dominican Republic for a while, and then you hear them speak Spanish. You're like, why are you talking so fast? I can't understand you because you're looking at your like Spanish words, and you're like, I know some Spanish. And then they start speaking. You're like, I don't know any Spanish.
We were just in the Dominican a week ago for vacation. And look, I got up to a certain level in Spanish in high school and college. If I see the words, I know how to say them. Like, I was able to walk back to the restaurant at our resort and ask the hostess if my wife had left her purse at the table. But when she started talking back to me, it was, whoa. slow it down. I can't keep up with this. It's like the scene in Billy Madison where he's learning all the different things and he's learning Spanish, and the guy says something to him in Spanish, and he just stands there and looks at him with his mouth open. Like, huh? If you wrote the words down and I could read them, my brain could process it. You're just saying it way too fast.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner. Like, when people say stuff to me, which is not great since I work in radio, probably need to be the other way around.
The irony.
But here we stand, somebody who is not a morning person and not an audio-based, learner. But here we are. It's fine. I've made it this far, right? All right, yeah. Chris, so enough banter about accents. How about we give the people some winner? It's time to hear who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right. My nose can't stop running, so I'm going to have to wipe it. So you get to bat lead off here, Chris Mack, since you were the guest. What's your best bet of the day?
You're suffering from the back-to-school sickness. Isn't it wonderful? So I will start by, I am going to take a step back. You talked me off the ledge with my wild 4-game MLB money line parlay, and I will whittle it back to the 2 games that I think I end up liking the most today, rather than expanding it out to the 4 that we talked about. I am going to stick with the Brewers. Frank Schwab would be happy with me about that. Brandon Woodruff has yet in 6 starts to give up more than 2 earned runs in any of those outings against that putrid Pirates lineup. So give me Milwaukee on the run line, -1.5, -105. And the Padres as well, with Nick Pivetta going against the Giants. Got dinged for 5 against the Red Sox last week, but other than that, his last 8 starts have been stellar, a sub-2 ERA. So give me the Padres as well on the run line at +110. And just for funsies, I will parlay those 2 on the money line to get +130. And since we're betting Brewers, why not Yelich over 1.5 total bases? He's 7 for 18 lifetime against Mitch Keller, so that's +120. And we didn't get to talk about the Astros and Sox today, but Christian Walker, 3 home runs and 29 plate appearances against Walker Buehler. So we'll sprinkle a little on a Christian Walker home run at +450 at BetMGM.
Christian Walker owns the Dodgers, and it feels like everybody who pitched for the Dodgers, including Walker Buehler. It's a great handicap there. All right, so for me, I'm going to go with the Brewers on the run line as well at -110. Best team in baseball, best run differential, and a great pitcher on the mound of Brandon Woodruff going against the Pirates. And also, we're going to add the Mariners and the Orioles. First 5 under 4 for -105. We've got a great pitching matchup in this one, and 2 offenses that can be a little hit or miss. So the best offense in this equation is the Mariners, but they're going as Trevor Rogers, who has a 1 ERA this year and has been fantastic. I know the Orioles have not been, the best team to talk about, but if we're talking about starting pitchers, Trevor Rogers is right up there with some of the best ones. I know it's a smaller sample size, a 1.44 ERA this year, and each of his last 3 starts, he's allowed 1 run or fewer into some good offenses, the Cubs and the Phillies. So I'm expecting Trevor Rogers to keep things tight in the first 5. And then Logan Gilbert has a 3.35 ERA and faces an Orioles lineup that's been very pedestrian this year. Bottom half of the majors in just about every statistical metric. So we'll go first 5 under 4 between the Orioles and the Mariners. All right. So usually we have the Donkster step in here, but Jinx is on vacation. And I have too much pride and shame to attempt to do a Donkster voice, so there's no Donkster today. But we do have Kate Constable, who's checking in, who is hosting Bet Sweats after us. Kate, I feel like this is a utility roundtable of people who, either are guests on the Daily Tip or fill-ins. It feels like we're all friends here, so it's nice to see a familiar face.
Top 2 utility players at the network, right, Chris? Nowhere better to be.
Yeah, we're all friends, and Chelsea only called me stupid once today. So
wow,
I must be doing something right.
That is pretty good.
That
I'm going to call you stupid at 9:20 when you join us on Bet Sweats.
I feel like I'm also a professional fun ruiner. Like, Chris was like, Chelsea, I got this parlay that I love. I'm like, no, you don't. That parlay's stupid. But this is what you learn as a veteran wife of somebody who's been married for 11 years, like, you learn to ruin men's fun. Like, that's what you do. I'm a fun ruiner. So, Chris, you got to be on the receiving end of that. And Kate, maybe one day soon, you can be a fun ruiner in your marriage.
Well, Chelsea, I just hit 2 years yesterday, had a little anniversary. So what, I have 9 to go before I'm a fun ruiner.
Yeah, you're still a fun wife. Must be nice.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
What's coming up on the show?
What's coming up on the show? Chris Mack is coming up on the show. He's going to join us. Yeah, you, Chris. You. Really pulling double duty today. To talk Steelers. Lots going on with the Steelers this year. We'll get his thoughts on Cam Hayward, all that good situation. And talk MLB. Talk. We have power rankings today. I'm blanking all of a sudden on.
Are you power ranking the definitive list of best Big Ten tailgates today, Kate?
No, but
is that today's show?
I would really like to, because I have a lot of thoughts on Big Ten tailgates or tailgates in general. As you heard yesterday, Chelsea, Iowa State's tailgate, the parking lot that they tailgate in is just, it's nothing special. Iowa City, you also get a couple parking lots you tailgate in, but you also, they shut down all the streets around around Kinnick. You have like the cute little side streets that wind, and there's trees and stuff. So yesterday on the show, I was arguing that there are better parking lots to tailgate in than others.
Okay, so that's your rival, right? Iowa State?
Yeah.
Like, I think that it is a great thing where you can find any way to dunk on your rival. So, like, that
Right?
feels like that's what you're doing there.
You're
like,
tiny.
Kate, nobody asked you about Iowa State, but she's going to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. The tailgate food is bad. I don't even remember what it is.
In case anybody was wondering or thinking about championing Iowa State, don't do it in front of Kate. She's next on Bet Sweats. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. For me, for Chris Mack, for the entire crew, go out and have a fantastic Wednesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today coming up on this Wednesday. We continue our college football previews in the ACC. We look at Georgia Tech. Chad Bishop, going to talk to him here in moments, get his thoughts on the Yellow Jackets for the upcoming season. Also going to continue looking at the AFC West. We look at the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. We're going to look at the Denver Broncos and the upcoming season for Bo Nix and company. We got the BMW Championship teeing off tomorrow in Baltimore. We'll give out some picks for that. Chase Kitty going to join us middle of the show like he always does each and every Wednesday. Get some college football and NFL thoughts from Chase as well. And then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Chime in with any questions, comments, best bets that you have. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X as well. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, if you've missed any of our college football previews, NFL previews, it's all right there for you. The Send It In podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. Go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with Chad Bishop, who joins us. Give Chad a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop. Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Kind enough to join us here on Send It In. And Chad, we were talking before, man, a lot of excitement around this Georgia Tech team going into year 4 under Brent Key already. What's Georgia Tech have to do to kind of take that next step now that they're probably not going to take anybody for granted to be one of those contenders in the ACC?
Yeah, I mean, even Brent Key has said it recently. It's time for Georgia Tech to take that jump. You know, they've been a 7-6 team the past 2 seasons, 5-7 before that. They've kind of been hovering in that 500 range. Made some national headlines with wins over Florida State and Miami and playing Georgia 8 overtimes. But it's been sort of those middle-of-the-road games, right? Those 50-50 games that Georgia Tech hasn't been able to consistently win. So that's the next step, right? Like, they're going to get up for Clemson. They're going to get up for Colorado on the road to open the year. They're going to get up for Georgia. You know, can they go on the road in November and beat Boston College? Can they go win at Duke? Can they beat Syracuse at home? It's some of these, you know, I like to call them 50-50 games because of the evenly matched teams. Like, can they win those time and time again? Can they put together a winning streak in the middle of the season to get to 9 wins, 10 wins, and and sniff an ACC title game. To me, that's what it comes down to. It sounds broad and kind of generic, right? But it's sort of a mindset thing with this team because they've increased their talent and depth across the board. So they should be able to compete with anybody they play.
You watch Haynes King at quarterback, Chad, and anybody who watches him play, you just kind of fall in love with him because of how tough he is, how hard-nosed he is. You think of that game against Georgia and how he just left it all out there. I think the big question for Haynes King is if he's developed as a passer this season. What's that going to look like? Do they believe that he has going into his senior year?
Yeah, no doubt. Part of that was in 24 was dealing with that shoulder injury, got hurt in the game at North Carolina and missed a couple games and came back at the end of the year, but it was never really truly 100%. So, he told me at ACC football kickoff, a lot of his offseason work was getting his body in shape and prepared to sort of take some of those blows when he runs the ball to really guard against some of those injuries to his shoulder and to his upper body so he could throw the ball better. I mean, he wants to play in the NFL. I mean, he told me that, like, that's his dream, and why wouldn't it be, right? So he knows he's got to develop as a passer, and as good as he was in 24 and as good as he's been through his career, he needs to take his game to the next level. He's got a bevy of wide receivers this year to throw the ball around to all over the yard, a bunch of, some tall guys, some short guys, some really fast guys, some slot guys. So he has no shortage of weapons to do that as well. So if he's going to have a breakout year passing, this could certainly be the season for Haynes King.
Who are some of those wide receivers that you think can emerge? Because King's back, the running back Haynes is back as well. They do lose some guys in the receiver room, but as you said, they're happy with some of the people that they brought in. Who are some guys that we should keep an eye on?
Sorry, guys. I think I lost you. I think I got a bad connection.
All good, Chad. Yeah, I think we got you now. Yeah, go ahead. Receiving room for Georgia Tech. Anybody that you like this year there?
There we go. Sorry, you said the wide receiver room, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So first of all, you start with Malik Rutherford, one of the veterans on the offense, has been around for a long time. Actually hopped in the transfer portal in December, hopped back to Georgia Tech, and he's going to be one of the leaders for that group. He's going to be sort of the security blanket for this offense when it comes to the passing game. But outside of him, there's Eric Rivers, who came in for Florida International, Dean Patterson for Florida International, a tandem there to watch. Isaiah Cannon and Bailey Stockton, two young guys who Georgia Tech really, really, really likes, who can make some big plays. I really like Isaiah Cannon, his height, his physicality, and what he can do in the receiving game. So, again, they have lots of options in that passing game, whereas the past couple of years it may have been one guy, it may have been two guys. So this year there's just a lot more options for this Georgia Tech offense to throw the ball around to, and that includes some tight ends, right? Brett Seither's back off of his injury. Hart Breen is back as a young kid, and they brought in a kid from Cal and JT Byrne to help in that passing game as well. So, again, lots of options, and don't count out Jamal Haynes out of the backfield to catch some balls as well.
We're talking Georgia Tech here with Chad Bishop, kind enough to join us on Send It In. Chad, what about the defensive side of the ball for Georgia Tech? They have a new defensive coordinator that's coming over. What have been the early impressions of Blake Gideon so far?
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest question mark. I don't doubt that Georgia Tech's defense will be good, but how good? Can they be dominant? Can they lift this team to that next level like we talked about earlier? Blake Gideon came from Texas. He's never been a defensive coordinator before. That doesn't discount him, but it's an unknown, right? And then along the defensive front, they brought in a ton of transfers to help the pass rush, to help get some turnovers and some quarterback pressures. So that's an unknown. A linebacker crew is very, very strong with Kyle Eford leading the way and E.J. Lightsey right next to him. That's going to be a strength of this team. But then the same thing with the secondary. A lot of transfers coming in, a lot of youth. Again, I don't doubt their talent, but how much, will they be able to dominate the opposition? So there's a lot of question marks over there. Can this team come together sooner rather than later and make some big-time plays for Blake Gideon, or will there be sort of struggles early on, and will that dictate how the rest of the season goes?
Looking at the schedule, Chad, we have so many great Week 1 matchups. We have those 3 top 10 matchups, which everybody is locked into. But there are some under-the-radar games that I'm really excited for, and one of those games is Georgia Tech at Colorado to kick off the season. Obviously, Dion's trying to replace Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Georgia Tech has a lot of expectations. That's going to be a Friday night game in Boulder, going to be a great atmosphere. What do you expect out of that game? What are your early thoughts on Georgia Tech at Colorado?
I think why a lot of folks are really high on Georgia Tech has to do with continuity. Brent Key going into year, 3.5 if you count his interim stint. Buster Faulkner's been there. Chris Winke's been there. Offensive line coach Jeep Way. We've talked about Haynes King, his third year as a starter. Jamal Haynes is a veteran running back. Malik Rutherford is a veteran wide receiver. You know what you're getting with Georgia Tech. Brent Key said as much. Like this, there's no secrets with this team. In Colorado, there's lots of question marks, right? Like who's going to take over at quarterback? Who are some of these transfers that they brought in going to step up into major roles and perform at a really, really high level? So I think to me, that's what gives Georgia Tech the edge, at least on paper, right? Is like they have a veteran team with veteran coaches who have been together for quite some time. And there's a little bit of unknown with Colorado. Now, that being said, going out to Boulder, a sellout crowd, all eyeballs always on Deion Sanders and Coach Prime and the atmosphere that those guys bring. It's going to be tough. I look back at last year when Georgia Tech went out to Dublin. Probably not a lot of folks thought they could knock off Florida State, who was top 10 at the time. And the way they handled that trip and the way they handled their business about that matchup gives me hope they'll probably do about the same thing going out to Boulder, and the way they go out there a little bit early, get themselves acclimated, get themselves focused, ready to go win a football game in week 1.
That's a really good call. Georgia Tech handling their business last year against FSU. ACC schedule, Chad, I mean, you look at it pretty favorable, right? They do have to play Clemson at home, but no SMU, no Miami, no Louisville. All those teams pretty much thought of to be those teams maybe under Clemson along with Georgia Tech. So, I mean, when you look at the schedule, it's definitely right there for Georgia Tech, right? Everything they could want trying to get to Charlotte.
It's really interesting because when you look at the ACC, the scheduling is a huge component because, like you said, Georgia Tech doesn't have to play Miami, Louisville, SMU, Florida State. Yeah, they get Syracuse. Yeah, they got to go to Duke. Yeah, they play NC State. But again, after Clemson, to your point, it's going to be a pretty wide open race in the ACC, at least in my opinion. So from Georgia Tech's standpoint, it definitely lines up well. But again, they have to prove it to me. They have to go out and win some of these toss-up games, some of these games that they maybe dropped in the past couple years. They have to go on a pretty substantial winning streak in September and October to put themselves in position to make that ACC title game. But again, on paper, it looks like they have a really, really good shot this year to do some damage against some teams who maybe aren't expected to be at the top of half of the ACC standings.
Chad, before we let you go, my friend, need a prediction. What are your thoughts for Georgia Tech? The win total right now is about 8 wins for the Yellow Jackets. Odds makers seeing about an 8-4 season. Some nice odds for them to make the ACC title game is plus 650. For them to win the ACC is 12-1. What would be your prediction on Georgia Tech this year?
I actually love the record 8-4, and I think that'd probably be disappointing for most Georgia Tech fans to hear me say. But again, until they can prove they can go out and win consistently and win some of those games in the middle of the schedule, you look at Clemson, they'll be an underdog. You look at Georgia, they'll be an underdog, and so there'll probably be a couple more games in there that are going to be really tough for them. Like I said, at Boston College in November, on the road at Duke. So I think this team has a ton of talent and a ton of potential. I wouldn't be surprised if they went 10-2, but again, until they can prove it to me, I kind of like that 8-4 mark for this Georgia Tech team.
Very good. Chad Bishop, give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Chad, great meeting you, man. Appreciate the time. Enjoy the season. Hope to talk again soon.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Yep, great stuff there from Chad. Let's continue talking Georgia Tech here on Send It In as Sean will throw up that schedule for the Yellow Jackets, which is a really interesting one, right? Especially for a lot of these ACC teams, bookended by that Colorado game and that Georgia game, the road trip to Colorado. And then Chad gave us a great nugget before he hopped on the air. First time ever Georgia Tech and Georgia is going to be a neutral site game played at the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. So Georgia Tech's going to be the home team in that game, not going to be played on campus, going to be played at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, which obviously for Georgia Tech you don't really love. You wish that was a true road game for Georgia, but it's going to be a neutral site game after taking them to 8 overtimes last year in Athens. Should be a fun one. That road trip to Colorado is going to be a difficult one. Georgia Tech, though, because they have all that returning production coming back, including their quarterback, Haynes King, and I like what Chad said, man, that taking care of business last year against Florida State, going on the road, taking care of business in Dublin. The fact that they did that, I would put me good confidence in them taking care of business against Colorado. So I think they should win that game. And then look, ACC schedule sets up really good for them. Not only do they avoid a lot of the top teams, no SMU, no Miami, Louisville, Florida State, but how many of these ACC schedules have we looked at? And the bye weeks have been really bizarre, right? Miami's got 2 bye weeks in a 3-week span. Louisville has to play a game where they play, or has a stretch where they play 7 straight games before they get a bye week. Georgia Tech's bye week, right where you want it. They play 5 games, then they get a bye week before taking on Virginia Tech, and then you get a bye week with 3 games after that to finish the season. So overall, schedule looks really good. Every road game in conference is never going to be easy, but on paper, could you really ask for a much better road schedule if you're Georgia Tech? At Wake, at Duke, at NC State, and at Boston College, probably going to be favored in all those games. It is interesting that on BetMGM, Georgia Tech's win total is at 7.5, but it's highly juiced to -155. That's why I told Chad the win total is pretty much 8 games. He thinks they're going to go 8-4. I think 8-4 is probably the right number as well for Georgia Tech. They kind of give me a little bit of Illinois vibes out of the Big Ten, where I think Georgia Tech might be that trendy team out of the ACC that a lot of people like. They have the quarterback back. They got some returning guys on offense. They're going to be a fun team to watch. A lot of people like Brent Key, but it just feels like one of those trappy teams that I wouldn't get too invested in. If you like Georgia Tech, maybe you take a shot on them to make it to the ACC title game at +650. I think that could be a good bet. Or you bet them to make it to the college football playoff at +750. Betting the win total, though, especially having to lay the juice at -155, don't think that's all that great of a bet. Schedule on paper does look pretty easy, right? I mean, outside of the Clemson game, the Georgia game, maybe the Colorado game, really not all that difficult of an ACC schedule. In fact, the win total's only at 7.5 with how they've played the last couple years, and certainly building towards this year with the senior quarterback who's been in that system for 3 years now. Would be a little careful of getting highly invested in Georgia Tech. I do like this team a lot, though. I'm a big fan of Brett Key. I think they could be a good underdog bet against Clemson or against Georgia potentially, but they're going to be a favorite in a lot of games this year, and a program and a team that's not used to being the favorite a ton, when they get thrown into that role, when they have expectations, always makes me a little worrisome on Georgia Tech. Real quick, I see we have a question in the chats. Jim Lucas, what's your favorite college football win total? That's going to be Oregon, under 10.5 wins, Jim. Absolutely love that one. You got to pay some juice, but I totally think it's worth it. Oregon is going to lose to Penn State in week 4. It's just a terrible spot for the Ducks. They have to play a rivalry game in the Civil War against Oregon State and then travel across the country and take on Penn State, who's coming off of a bye and plays nobody in the non-conference. If Oregon loses that game, which I think they will, all we need is one more loss the rest of the way. And I certainly think playing at Iowa could be difficult. Playing at Washington could be difficult. So there's some games on that schedule where I think they get tripped up. But the key is that Penn State game. Because I feel so strongly they're going to lose that, I think they trip up somewhere else. So I like Oregon under 10.5 wins. And then Penn State to make the playoff at -300. Big juice, but the odds seem light. They do. I agree. I think they make the playoff. Jim, I just think the better bet, to be honest with you, is Penn State to win the Big Ten. I really like them this year. I think they're going to beat Oregon, like I said. I think this is finally the year they beat Ohio State, too. They beat both of those teams. They're definitely in Indianapolis, and then we'll take our shots at +240, +290, whatever the number is now. But I would just bet Penn State to win the Big Ten. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Dive into the Denver Broncos here on Send It In. Team that a whole lot of people like this year in the AFC West. Sean Payton said he felt like he has had in his coaching career about 7 teams that he thought could win the Super Bowl. He says this team is number 8. Defensively, I agree with him. I think the Broncos defense, absolutely good enough to win a Super Bowl. Probably a top 2, 3 defense in all of football. Did nothing but improve in the offseason. They get the safety from San Francisco, Yafunga, to help out. In the secondary, they get Drake Greenlaw, the linebacker from the Niners as well. They're going to be terrific on defense. They have the reigning Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain as well. Offensively, though, are we really sure that Bo Nix is that guy? I know he had a good season last year. I know he's the kind of quarterback that Sean Payton wanted. But are we really convinced that Bo Nix is that good? Are we really convinced that he's good enough to beat Lamar, to beat Josh Allen, to beat Patrick Mahomes? Like, I'm not convinced that Bo Nix is that guy yet. So all these people that are betting the Broncos to win the AFC, that are betting the Broncos to win the Super Bowl, I wouldn't be doing all of that. Now, the win total at 9.5, I think that is a different conversation. Sean, if you want to pull up the schedule again, Denver feasted last year on an easy schedule. You go back and look, all the teams that they lost to were some of the top teams in the league. All the teams that they beat were some of the worst teams in the NFL. It was very much like what the Chargers did. Beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. Can't beat any of the big boys in the NFL. Well, you look at their schedule again, a lot of favorable matchups for Denver on the schedule this season, right? I mean, they get the Giants, they get the Jets, they get the Colts, they get the Titans, they get the Jags. So, they get the Raiders. They're obviously going to be favored in both of those games, even though we do like the Raiders this season. But they are going to have some games where they're certainly going to be favored. They have some favorable matchups. They should win all those games. I'm just not as high on Bo Nix as everybody else is. And this offense, the offensive line's very good. I don't think Cortland Sutton's a number one. I think he's a very good number two. Don't think he's a number one. J.K. Dobbins, love him. Terrific running back. But at this point, you're just waiting for him to get hurt. And I know a lot of people like R.J. Harvey too, and he could turn into a really good running back. But I just think we're overrating this Denver offense just a little bit too much. The defense is fantastic. Sean Payton is fantastic. Offense, I think, is a little overrated. And for people that like Denver to win this division, I got to give credit to our guy Nick Kenyon, who hopped on yesterday, because he made a terrific point. Obviously, if you like Denver to win the AFC West, they're going to have to beat Kansas City this year. They're probably going to beat them twice, but they certainly are going to have to beat them at least one time. And the schedule that Denver got playing Kansas City is not kind. The two times that they have to play them, the first time they get them at home, but they get Kansas City off a bye. I think we all know Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes' track record off a bye, and that they never lose those games. And then the second time that they get them is a short week on the road on Christmas night in Kansas City. So obviously the team that you're striving to beat in that division, who has been the standard, you get two brutal spots against them to try and beat them. So a lot of people like this Denver team. A lot of people think they could surprise, maybe win the AFC, win the division, win the Super Bowl. I am nowhere there on the Denver Broncos. Can they go over their win total, make the playoffs, win 10 games? Absolutely they can. Would I bet them to win this division? Would I bet them to do big things in the AFC? No chance. Not a believer yet in Bo Nix. Got to see more out of that Broncos offense. All right, BetMGM promo, MLB Parlay Boost Token. Swing big on your next MLB Parlay. Use this Parlay Boost Token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Brought to you by the Sportsbook Born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, let's check in with our guy Chase Kitty. It is a Wednesday. We wrapped up our ACC previews today looking at Georgia Tech. So Chase, talk to us about the ACC, my friend. Who are some teams that you like in the Atlantic Coast Conference this season?
PJ, if their name isn't Clemson, I don't want them. It's a slanted market, man. Go look at the four power conferences, right? There's nobody who's a favorite to win at an odds-on price. So that's how one-sided this ACC market is right now. So I get that there are some nice prices out there. I am not interested in anybody dethroning Clemson. I think Klubnik's really good. I think it's taken them some years to rebuild after they had like the great coordinator losses of 3, 4, 5 years ago. But I think they're kind of back as close to they've ever been when they were really at their peak under Dabo. And I just think you're going to see a really good Clemson team that walks pretty easily through an ACC that is very concentrated in sort of the second quintile. Like there's a lot of average to below average at this conference, and I think nobody's really going to touch Clemson. So there's not, I mean, you would have to show me incredible value for me to want to have any exposure there outside of Clemson, South Carolina.
Chase, if I gave you over under 1.5 ACC teams to make the college football playoff, would you go over or under?
I mean, I would probably I'll give you a technical answer. It probably depends on the price that I'm getting, but I think I'd go over because what we saw last year was kind of like I was just talking about, that middle in the ACC is very weak and very winnable. And so you can see somebody with a favorable schedule rack up a big gaudy number with 12 playoff spots available. Somebody sneaks in there as a number 2 ACC playoff team that maybe isn't as good as some of the other at-large candidates. And SMU, I mean, I wrote about this all last summer. I saw it coming from a mile away. The schedule's really soft. They're going to have a gaudy number. Take them to win the ACC, not because they're not going to win the ACC, but you're going to have great CLV, and then you can buy the other side. It's exactly what I did. I think you will probably see a similar situation this year. I know some people believe in Virginia Tech. I think the Georgia Tech schedule stuff that you guys were talking about earlier is pretty interesting. So
yeah.
I don't know who's it necessarily going to be. I don't think it's as obvious as SMU was last year, but somebody's going to get in there.
Can I get a quick thought from you, Chase, on Belichick? What do you think that's going to look like? Do you have a strong opinion? Are you like the rest of us where you just want to kind of see how it plays out? Like, where are you on UNC?
I do have a strong opinion, actually. I wrote about this yesterday for the BetMGM blog. I think the market hate has actually gone too far against North Carolina. When you see what the schedule is and then you see what the number is, it's, I think, 7.5 juiced under. They can get to 8 wins. I mean, somebody's going to win games in the ACC, probably multiple somebodies. They have kind of a funky bye situation like you were talking about. They're one of those teams that have a bye, and then they play one game, which I believe is Clemson, and then they have another bye, so that's a little weird. But, I mean, they can win 8 games against that schedule, and at a plus 140 over 7.5. Yeah, I think that's a bye.
Chase, want to talk some NFL with you. We just talked Denver Broncos on the show today. Fascinating team. I feel like most shows I've done on here, the people that have come on have been pro Broncos, like this team a lot. I mean, I don't know how you don't like the defense. They're really, really good. Right. I'm just not there with Bo Nix in the offense. What are your thoughts on Denver?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same place. I'm pro Broncos. I think they're going to be good. It was a much more interesting conversation kind of during OTA season where we hadn't ramped all of this hype up than it is right now where everybody thinks they're going to be a sleeper Super Bowl contender. I'm the same place as you are. Like, I'm not buying the Broncos to win the Super Bowl. I think that's a bit much. But, you know, if you want to look at laddering their win totals, you can get 9.5 at a pretty straight price. 10.5 plus 150 right now at BetMGM. 11.5 plus 240. I think that's an interesting approach. I totally agree with the point you made and the point Nick made about the divisional odds. But if you're going to give me plus 310, I'm going to throw a dart at it. That's a pretty juicy price for a team with a defense this good. I'll tell you for sure I'm playing Denver week 1 in Survivor. Like, that's the thing I am most confident about is week 1 has been a mess in Survivor contests the last few years. You're giving me Denver's defense at home against a rookie in Cam Ward making his first start. Tennessee doesn't have a lot of talent. That is the number 1 utilization of Denver I can see on the board right now.
I think that's a great call. Chase, before we let you go, 3 AFC West teams made it to the playoffs last year. Do you think they get 3 back into the playoffs this year?
Yes, if the Chargers can stay healthy, and so far we haven't had great news on that front. So no. I don't know.
We have not. Losing the big fella, Rashawn Slater. Not a good start for Jim Harbaugh and company. He's Chase Kitty. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. BetMGM staff writer always joins us each and every Wednesday here on Send It In. Chase, next time we see you, we're going to have college football games on that Saturday, my friend. Looking forward to it.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Pal. All right, guys, let's talk some golf here on Send It In. And our guy Reed Phillips has got a golf question. PJ, since there's a golf tournament in your backyard, is there going to be a Bros Day out with Tyler? Reed, unfortunately not. Tyler and I had our Bro Day out at Oakmont. Just going to be me and some of my other buddies down at Caves Valley this weekend. I'll be there on Saturday, so I am looking forward to that. And here are some of the guys that I'll be betting at the BMW Championship this week out in Baltimore. Let's go with Rory at plus 750, right? I know it sucks to take Rory and Scotty. It's not a lot of fun, but this really is a perfect course for Rory. It's a long course, not a par 72 like it was 3 years ago. It's down to a par 70. The fairways are more narrow. The rough is more nasty. This is all about driving. It's all about who can hit it the farthest and the straightest. And that would be Rory. So plus 750. Took the week off last week in Memphis to kind of reboot, set himself up for these final 2 weeks and get ready for the Ryder Cup. I like Rory plus 750. And I like Victor Hovland as well. I like that price at 35-1. This is a great course for Victor. And not a lot of people are on him this week like they have been, it feels like, on these kind of comp courses. So watch Victor Hovland contend. I think he's a good bet at 35-1. Patrick Cantlay won here 3 years ago. I think he's got a great chance to contend again, and I like his top 10 price at plus 150. And let's go back to the well with J.J. Spawn at plus 188. These kind of courses where you need to be a good ball striker, you need to hit it long, you need to hit it straight. Man, J.J.'s been awesome. Obviously shown that he can play golf on these kind of golf courses in this part of the area, winning the U.S. Open at Oakmont. So give me J.J. Spawn top 10 at plus 188. And then top 20, Victor Hovland again, but then Chris Gotterup and Kurt Kitayama, two guys that are terrific strokes gained off the tee, which is a very key metric this week. Gotterup was a top 10 finish here 3 years ago, and Kurt Kitayama obviously had that win at the 3M Open not too long ago. So those are a couple guys that I'm looking up to finish in the top 20 as well. All right, you guys, wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. My play for going streaking is going to be Freddie Freeman to get a base hit today against Kyle Hendricks. Freeman is 6 for 13 in his career against Kyle Hendricks, so a great batting average, great history against Hendricks. Ohtani going up against the Angels today. That should be a lot of fun. I like Freddie to get a base hit. My prop block is going to be Rory plus 210 head-to-head against Scotty this week. Terrifying, right? Betting against Scotty Scheffler. Rory's probably going to have to win for me to win this at plus 210. The reason I like it, though, Ted Scott is dealing with the family matter, who is Scotty's caddy. That's a big deal, that Scotty's not going to have Ted Scott on the bag this week. That's kind of his calming influence when he's out there on the course. That's his right-hand man. Not having that for all 4 days, I think could prove to be a big factor. So I like Rory at plus 210 during the BMW Championship against Scotty. Dog of the day, give me the Orioles at plus 110 against the Mariners. Best kept secret in Major League Baseball right now is Trevor Rogers for the Orioles, putting up terrific pitching numbers. He's got a .42 ERA at home this season, going up against Logan Gilbert and the Mariners. Second hottest team in baseball, only to Milwaukee. Gilbert has struggled on the road this season. Give me the O's, my dog of the day. And then my best bet, Rory, to win the BMW Championship. He's my play, plus 750. Thanks again to Chad Bishop, Chase Kitty for joining us today on the show. Make sure you guys go check out the pod for today's episode. We're going to be off tomorrow, and we're going to be off on Friday. We'll see you guys on Monday as we get ready for the college football season. We'll see you then. Happy Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a great show for you guys today coming up on this Wednesday. We continue our college football previews in the ACC. We look at Georgia Tech. Chad Bishop, going to talk to him here in moments, get his thoughts on the Yellow Jackets for the upcoming season. Also going to continue looking at the AFC West. We look at the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. We're going to look at the Denver Broncos and the upcoming season for Bo Nix and company. We got the BMW Championship teeing off tomorrow in Baltimore. We'll give out some picks for that. Chase Kitty going to join us middle of the show like he always does each and every Wednesday. Get some college football and NFL thoughts from Chase as well. And then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, love to hear from you guys throughout the show. Chime in with any questions, comments, best bets that you have. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, or on X as well. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, if you've missed any of our college football previews, NFL previews, it's all right there for you. The Send It In podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. Go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with Chad Bishop, who joins us. Give Chad a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop. Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Kind enough to join us here on Send It In. And Chad, we were talking before, man, a lot of excitement around this Georgia Tech team going into year 4 under Brent Key already. What's Georgia Tech have to do to kind of take that next step now that they're probably not going to take anybody for granted to be one of those contenders in the ACC?
Yeah, I mean, even Brent Key has said it recently. It's time for Georgia Tech to take that jump. You know, they've been a 7-6 team the past 2 seasons, 5-7 before that. They've kind of been hovering in that 500 range. Made some national headlines with wins over Florida State and Miami and playing Georgia 8 overtimes. But it's been sort of those middle-of-the-road games, right? Those 50-50 games that Georgia Tech hasn't been able to consistently win So that's the next step, right? Like they're going to get up for Clemson. They're going to get up for Colorado on the road to open the year. They're going to get up for Georgia. Can they go on the road in November and beat Boston College? Can they go win at Duke? Can they beat Syracuse at home? It's some of these, I like to call them 50-50 games because of the evenly matched teams. Like, can they win those time and time again? Can they put together a winning streak in the middle of the season to get to 9 wins, 10 wins, and sniff an ACC title game? To me, that's what it comes down to. It sounds broad and kind of generic, right? But it's sort of a mindset thing with this team because they've increased their talent and depth across the board. So they should be able to compete with anybody they play.
You watch Haynes King at quarterback, Chad, and anybody who watches him play, you just kind of fall in love with him because of how tough he is, how hard-nosed he is. You think of that game against Georgia and how he just left it all out there. I think the big question for Haynes King is if he's developed as a passer this season. What's that going to look like? Do they believe that he has going into his senior year?
Yeah, no doubt. Part of that was in 24 was dealing with that shoulder injury, got hurt in the game at North Carolina and missed a couple games and came back at the end of the year, but it was never really truly 100%. So, he told me at ACC football kickoff, a lot of his offseason work was getting his body in shape and prepared to sort of take some of those blows when he runs the ball to really guard against some of those injuries to his shoulder and to his upper body so he could throw the ball better. He wants to play in the NFL. He told me that, like, that's his dream, and why wouldn't it be, right? So he knows he's got to develop as a passer, and as good as he was in 24 and as good as he's been through his career, he needs to take his game to the next level. He's got a bevy of wide receivers this year to throw the ball around to all over the yard, a bunch of, some tall guys, some short guys, some really fast guys, some slot guys. So he has no shortage of weapons to do that as well. So if he's going to have a breakout year passing, this could certainly be the season for Haynes King.
Who are some of those wide receivers that you think can emerge? Because King's back, the running back Haynes is back as well. They do lose some guys in the receiver room, but as you said, they're happy with some of the people that they brought in. Who are some guys that we should keep an eye on?
Sorry, guys. I think I lost you. I think I got a bad connection.
All good, Chad. Yeah, I think we got you now. Yeah, go ahead. Receiving room for Georgia Tech. Anybody that you like this year there?
There we go. Sorry, you said the wide receiver room, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So first of all, you start with Malik Rutherford, one of the veterans on the offense, has been around for a long time. Actually hopped in the transfer portal in December, hopped back to Georgia Tech, and he's going to be one of the leaders for that group. He's going to be sort of the security blanket for this offense when it comes to the passing game. But outside of him, there's Eric Rivers, who came in for Florida International, Dean Patterson for Florida International, a tandem there to watch. Isaiah Cannon and Bailey Stockton, two young guys who Georgia Tech really, really, really likes, who can make some big plays. I really like Isaiah Cannon, his height, his physicality, and what he can do in the receiving game. So, again, they have lots of options in that passing game, whereas the past couple of years it may have been one guy, it may have been two guys. So this year there's just a lot more options for this Georgia Tech offense to throw the ball around to, and that includes some tight ends, right? Brett Seither's back off of his injury. Harpering is back as a young kid, and they brought in a kid from Cal and JT Byrne to help in that passing game as well. So, again, lots of options, and don't count out Jamal Haynes out of the backfield to catch some balls as well.
We're talking Georgia Tech here with Chad Bishop, kind enough to join us on Send It In. Chad, what about the defensive side of the ball for Georgia Tech? They have a new defensive coordinator that's coming over. What have been the early impressions of Blake Gideon so far?
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest question mark. I don't doubt that Georgia Tech's defense will be good. But how good? Can they be dominant? Can they lift this team to that next level like we talked about earlier? Blake Gideon came from Texas. He's never been a defensive coordinator before. That doesn't discount him, but it's an unknown, right? And then along the defensive front, they brought in a ton of transfers to help the pass rush, to help get some turnovers and some quarterback pressures. So that's an unknown. A linebacker crew is very, very strong with Kyle Eford leading the way and E.J. Lightsey right next to him. That's going to be a strength of this team. But then the same thing with the secondary. A lot of transfers coming in, a lot of youth. Again, I don't doubt their talent, but how much, will they be able to dominate the opposition? So there's a lot of question marks over there. Can this team come together sooner rather than later and make some big-time plays for Blake Gideon, or will there be sort of struggles early on, and will that dictate how the rest of the season goes?
Looking at the schedule, Chad, we have so many great week 1 matchups. We have those 3 top 10 matchups, which everybody is locked into. But there are some under-the-radar games that I'm really excited for. And one of those games is Georgia Tech at Colorado to kick off the season. Obviously, Deion's trying to replace Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Georgia Tech has a lot of expectations. That's going to be a Friday night game in Boulder. Going to be a great atmosphere. What do you expect out of that game? What are your early thoughts on Georgia Tech at Colorado?
I think why a lot of folks are really high on Georgia Tech has to do with continuity. Brent Key going into year, 3.5 if you count his interim stint. Buster Faulkner's been there. Chris Winke's been there. Offensive line coach Jeep Way. We've talked about Haynes King, his 3rd year as a starter. Jamal Haynes is a veteran running back. Malik Rutherford is a veteran wide receiver. You know what you're getting with Georgia Tech. Brent Key said as much. Like this, there's no secrets with this team. In Colorado, there's lots of question marks, right? Like who's going to take over at quarterback? Who are some of these transfers that they brought in going to step up into major roles and perform at a really, really high level? So I think to me, that's what gives Georgia Tech the edge, at least on paper, right? Is like they have a veteran team with veteran coaches who have been together for quite some time. And there's a little bit of unknown with Colorado. Now, that being said, going out to Boulder, a sellout crowd, all eyeballs always on Deion Sanders and Coach Prime and the atmosphere that those guys bring. It's going to be tough. I look back at last year when Georgia Tech went out to Dublin. Probably not a lot of folks thought they could knock off Florida State, who was top 10 at the time. And the way they handled that trip and the way they handled their business about that matchup gives me hope they'll probably do about the same thing going out to Boulder, and the way they go out there a little bit early, get themselves acclimated, get themselves focused, ready to go win a football game in week 1.
That's a really good call. Georgia Tech handling their business last year against FSU. ACC schedule, Chad, I mean, you look at it pretty favorable, right? They do have to play Clemson at home, but no SMU, no Miami, no Louisville. All those teams pretty much thought of to be those teams maybe under Clemson along with Georgia Tech. So, I mean, when you look at the schedule, it's definitely right there for Georgia Tech, right? Everything they could want trying to get to Charlotte.
It's really interesting because when you look at the ACC, the scheduling is a huge component because, like you said, Georgia Tech doesn't have to play Miami, Louisville, SMU, Florida State. Yeah, they get Syracuse. Yeah, they got to go to Duke. Yeah, they play NC State. But again, after Clemson, to your point, it's going to be a pretty wide open race in the ACC, at least in my opinion. So from Georgia Tech's standpoint, it definitely lines up well. But again, they have to prove it to me. They have to go out and win some of these toss-up games, some of these games that they maybe dropped in the past couple years. They have to go on a pretty substantial winning streak in September and October to put themselves in position to make that ACC title game. But again, on paper, it looks like they have a really, really good shot this year to do some damage against some teams who maybe aren't expected to be at the top of half of the ACC standings.
Chad, before we let you go, my friend, need a prediction. What are your thoughts for Georgia Tech? The win total right now is about 8 wins for the Yellow Jackets. Odds makers seeing about an 8-4 season. Some nice odds for them to make the ACC title game is plus 650. For them to win the ACC is 12-1. What would be your prediction on Georgia Tech this year?
I actually love the record 8-4, and I think that'd probably be disappointing for most Georgia Tech fans to hear me say. But again, until they can prove they can go out and win consistently and win some of those games in the middle of the schedule, you look at Clemson, they'll be an underdog. You look at Georgia, they'll be an underdog. And so there'll probably be a couple more games in there that are going to be really tough for them. Like I said, at Boston College in November, on the road at Duke. So I think this team has a ton of talent and a ton of potential. I wouldn't be surprised if they went 10-2, but again, until they can prove it to me, I kind of like that 8-4 mark for this Georgia Tech team.
Very good. Chad Bishop, give him a follow on X at Mr. Chad Bishop, Georgia Tech beat writer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Kind enough to join us here on Send It In. Chad, great meeting you, man. Appreciate the time. Enjoy the season. Hope to talk again soon.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Yep, great stuff there from Chad. Let's continue talking Georgia Tech here on Send It In, as Sean will throw up that schedule for the Yellow Jackets, which is a really interesting one, right? Especially for a lot of these ACC teams, bookended by that Colorado game and that Georgia game, the road trip to Colorado. And then Chad gave us a great nugget before he hopped on the air. First time ever Georgia Tech and Georgia is going to be a neutral site game played at the Mercedes-Benz Superdome. So Georgia Tech's going to be the home team in that game, not going to be played on campus, going to be played at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, which obviously for Georgia Tech you don't really love. You wish that was a true road game for Georgia, but it's going to be a neutral site game after taking them to 8 overtimes last year in Athens. Should be a fun one. That road trip to Colorado is going to be a difficult one. Georgia Tech, though, because they have all that returning production coming back, including their quarterback, Haynes King, and I like what Chad said, man, that taking care of business last year against Florida State, going on the road, taking care of business in Dublin, the fact that they did that, I would put me good confidence in them taking care of business against Colorado. So I think they should win that game. And then look, ACC schedule sets up really good for them. Not only do they avoid a lot of the top teams, no SMU, no Miami, Louisville, Florida State, but how many of these ACC schedules have we looked at? And the bye weeks have been really bizarre, right? Miami's got 2 bye weeks in a 3-week span. Louisville has to play a game where they play, or has a stretch where they play 7 straight games before they get a bye week. Georgia Tech's bye week, right where you want it. They play 5 games, then they get a bye week before taking on Virginia Tech, and then you get a bye week with 3 games after that to finish the season. So overall, schedule looks really good. Every road game in conference is never going to be easy, but on paper, could you really ask for a much better road schedule if you're Georgia Tech? At Wake, at Duke, at NC State, and at Boston College, probably going to be favored in all those games. It is interesting that on BetMGM, Georgia Tech's win total is at 7.5, but it's highly juiced to -155. That's why I told Chad the win total is pretty much 8 games. He thinks they're going to go 8-4. I think 8-4 is probably the right number as well for Georgia Tech. They kind of give me a little bit of Illinois vibes out of the Big Ten, where I think Georgia Tech might be that trendy team out of the ACC that a lot of people like. They have the quarterback back. They got some returning guys on offense. They're going to be a fun team to watch. A lot of people like Brent Key, but it just feels like one of those trappy teams that I wouldn't get too invested in. If you like Georgia Tech, maybe you take a shot on them to make it to the ACC title game at +650. I think that could be a good bet. Or you bet them to make it to the college football playoff at +750. Betting the win total, though, especially having to lay the juice at -155, don't think that's all that great of a bet. Schedule on paper does look pretty easy, right? I mean, outside of the Clemson game, the Georgia game, maybe the Colorado game, really not all that difficult of an ACC schedule. In fact, the win total's only at 7.5 with how they've played the last couple years, and certainly building towards this year with the senior quarterback who's been in that system for 3 years now. Would be a little careful of getting highly invested in Georgia Tech. I do like this team a lot, though. I'm a big fan of Brett Key. I think they could be a good underdog bet against Clemson or against Georgia potentially, but they're going to be a favorite in a lot of games this year, and a program and a team that's not used to being the favorite a ton, when they get thrown into that role, when they have expectations, always makes me a little worrisome on Georgia Tech. Real quick, I see we have a question in the chats. Jim Lucas, what's your favorite college football win total? That's going to be Oregon, under 10.5 wins, Jim. Absolutely love that one. You got to pay some juice, but I totally think it's worth it. Oregon is going to lose to Penn State in week 4. It's just a terrible spot for the Ducks. They have to play a rivalry game in the Civil War against Oregon State and then travel across the country and take on Penn State, who's coming off of a bye and plays nobody in the non-conference. If Oregon loses that game, which I think they will, all we need is one more loss the rest of the way. And I certainly think playing at Iowa could be difficult. Playing at Washington could be difficult. So there's some games on that schedule where I think they get tripped up. But the key is that Penn State game. Because I feel so strongly they're going to lose that, I think they trip up somewhere else. So I like Oregon under 10.5 wins. And then Penn State to make the playoff at -300. Big juice, but the odds seem light. They do. I agree. I think they make the playoff. Jim, I just think the better bet, to be honest with you, is Penn State to win the Big Ten. I really like them this year. I think they're going to beat Oregon, like I said. I think this is finally the year they beat Ohio State, too. They beat both of those teams. They're definitely in Indianapolis. And then we'll take our shots at +240, +290, whatever the number is now. But I would just bet Penn State to win the Big Ten. All right, let's talk a little NFL. Dive into the Denver Broncos here on Send It In. Team that a whole lot of people like this year in the AFC West. Sean Payton said he felt like he has had in his coaching career about 7 teams that he thought could win the Super Bowl. He says this team is number 8. Defensively, I agree with him. I think the Broncos defense, absolutely good enough to win a Super Bowl. probably a top 2-3 defense in all of football, did nothing but improve in the offseason. They get the safety from San Francisco, Yafunga, to help out. In the secondary, they get Drake Greenlaw, the linebacker from the Niners as well. They're going to be terrific on defense. They have the reigning Defensive Player of the Year in Pat Surtain as well. Offensively, though, are we really sure that Bo Nix is that guy? I know he had a good season last year. I know he's the kind of quarterback that Sean Payton wanted. But are we really convinced that Bo Nix is that good? Are we really convinced that he's good enough to beat Lamar, to beat Josh Allen, to beat Patrick Mahomes? Like, I'm not convinced that Bo Nix is that guy yet. So all these people that are betting the Broncos to win the AFC, that are betting the Broncos to win the Super Bowl, I wouldn't be doing all that. Now, the win total at 9.5, I think that is a different conversation. Sean, if you want to pull up the schedule again, Denver feasted last year on an easy schedule. You go back and look, all the teams that they lost to were some of the top teams in the league. All the teams that they beat were some of the worst teams in the NFL. It was very much like what the Chargers did. Beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. Can't beat any of the big boys in the NFL. Well, you look at their schedule again, a lot of favorable matchups for Denver on the schedule this season, right? I mean, they get the Giants, they get the Jets, they get the Colts, they get the Titans, they get the Jags. So, they get the Raiders. They're obviously going to be favored in both of those games, even though we do like the Raiders this season. But they are going to have some games where they're certainly going to be favored. They have some favorable matchups. They should win all those games. I'm just not as high on Bo Nix as everybody else is. And this offense, the offensive line's very good. I don't think Cortland Sutton's a number one. Think he's a very good number two. Don't think he's a number one. J.K. Dobbins, love him. Terrific running back. But at this point, you're just waiting for him to get hurt. And I know a lot of people like R.J. Harvey too, and he could turn into a really good running back. But I just think we're overrating this Denver offense just a little bit too much. The defense is fantastic. Sean Payton is fantastic. Offense, I think, is a little overrated. And for people that like Denver to win this division, I got to give credit to our guy Nick Kenyon, who hopped on yesterday, because he made a terrific point. Obviously, if you like Denver to win the AFC West, they're going to have to beat Kansas City this year. They're probably going to beat them twice, but they certainly are going to have to beat them at least one time. And the schedule that Denver got playing Kansas City is not kind. The two times that they have to play them, the first time they get them at home, but they get Kansas City off a bye. I think we all know Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes' track record off a bye, and that they never lose those games. And then the second time that they get them is a short week on the road on Christmas night in Kansas City. So obviously the team that you're striving to beat in that division, who has been the standard, you get two brutal spots against them to try and beat them. So a lot of people like this Denver team. A lot of people think they could surprise, maybe win the AFC, win the division, win the Super Bowl. I am nowhere there on the Denver Broncos. Can they go over their win total, make the playoffs, win 10 games? Absolutely they can. Would I bet them to win this division? Would I bet them to do big things in the AFC? No chance. Not a believer yet in Bo Nix. Got to see more out of that Broncos offense. All right, BetMGM promo, MLB Parlay Boost Token. Swing big on your next MLB Parlay. Use this Parlay Boost Token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Brought to you by the Sportsbook born in Vegas, BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, let's check in with our guy, Chase Kitty. It is a Wednesday. We wrapped up our ACC previews today looking at Georgia Tech. So, Chase, talk to us about the ACC, my friend. Who are some teams that you like in the Atlantic Coast Conference this season?
PJ, if their name isn't Clemson, I don't want them. It's a slanted market, man. Go look at the four power conferences, right? There's nobody who's a favorite to win at an odds-on price. So that's how one-sided this ACC market is right now. So I get that there are some nice prices out there. I am not interested in anybody dethroning Clemson. I think Klubnik's really good. I think it's taken them some years to rebuild after they had like the great coordinator losses of 3, 4, 5 years ago. But I think they're kind of back as close to they've ever been when they were really at their peak under Dabo. And I just think you're going to see a really good Clemson team that walks pretty easily through an ACC that is very concentrated in sort of the second quintile. Like there's a lot of average to below average at this conference, and I think nobody's really going to touch Clemson. So there's not, I mean, you would have to show me incredible value for me to want to have any exposure there outside of Clemson, South Carolina.
Chase, if I gave you over under 1.5 ACC teams to make the college football playoff, would you go over or under?
I mean, I would probably I'll give you a technical answer. It probably depends on the price that I'm getting, but I think I'd go over because what we saw last year was kind of like I was just talking about. That middle in the ACC is very weak and very winnable, and so you can see somebody with a favorable schedule rack up a big gaudy number with 12 playoff spots available. Somebody sneaks in there as a number 2 ACC playoff team that maybe isn't as good as some of the other at-large candidates. And SMU, I mean, I wrote about this all last summer. I saw it coming from a mile away. The schedule's really soft. They're going to have a gaudy number. Take them to win the ACC, not because they're not going to win the ACC, but you're going to have great CLV, and then you can buy the other side. It's exactly what I did. I think you will probably see a similar situation this year. I know some people believe in Virginia Tech. I think the Georgia Tech schedule stuff that you guys were talking about earlier is pretty interesting. So yeah. I don't know who's it necessarily going to be. I don't think it's as obvious as SMU was last year, but somebody's going to get in there.
Can I get a quick thought from you, Chase, on Belichick? What do you think that's going to look like? Do you have a strong opinion? Are you like the rest of us where you just want to kind of see how it plays out? Like, where are you on UNC?
I do have a strong opinion, actually. I wrote about this yesterday for the BetMGM blog. I think the market hate has actually gone too far against North Carolina. When you see what the schedule is and then you see what the number is, it's, I think, 7.5 juiced under. They can get to 8 wins. I mean, it's somebody's going to win games in the ACC, probably multiple somebodies. They have kind of a funky bye situation like you were talking about. They're one of those teams that have a bye, and then they play one game, which I believe is Clemson, and then they have another bye, so that's a little weird. But, I mean, they can win 8 games against that schedule, and at a plus 140 over 7.5. Yeah, I think that's a bye.
Chase, want to talk some NFL with you. We just talked Denver Broncos on the show today. Fascinating team. I feel like most shows I've done on here, the people that have come on have been pro Broncos, like this team a lot. I mean, I don't know how you don't like the defense. They're really, really good. Right. I'm just not there with Bo Nix in the offense. What are your thoughts on Denver?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same place. I'm pro Broncos. I think they're going to be good. It was a much more interesting conversation kind of during OTA season where we hadn't ramped all of this hype up than it is right now where everybody thinks they're going to be a sleeper Super Bowl contender. I'm the same place as you are. Like, I'm not buying the Broncos to win the Super Bowl. I think that's a bit much. But, you know, if you want to look at laddering their win totals, you can get 9.5 at a pretty straight price. 10.5 plus 150 right now at BetMGM. 11.5 plus 240. I think that's an interesting approach. I totally agree with the point you made and the point Nick made about the divisional odds. But if you're going to give me plus 310, I'm going to throw a dart at it. That's a pretty juicy price for a team with a defense this good. I'll tell you for sure I'm playing Denver week 1 in Survivor. Like, that's the thing I am most confident about is week 1 has been a mess in Survivor contests the last few years. And you're giving me Denver's defense at home against a rookie in Cam Ward making his first start. Tennessee doesn't have a lot of talent. That is the number 1 utilization of Denver I can see on the board right now.
I think that's a great call. Chase, before we let you go, 3 AFC West teams made it to the playoffs last year. Do you think they get 3 back into the playoffs this year?
Yes, if the Chargers can stay healthy, and so far we haven't had great news on that front. So no. I don't know.
We have not. Losing the big fella, Rashawn Slater. Not a good start for Jim Harbaugh and company. He's Chase Kitty. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. BetMGM staff writer always joins us each and every Wednesday here on Send It In. Chase, next time we see you, we're going to have college football games on that Saturday, my friend. Looking forward to it.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
Pal. All right, guys, let's talk some golf here on Send It In. And our guy Reed Phillips has got a golf question. PJ, since there's a golf tournament in your backyard, is there going to be a Bros Day out with Tyler? Reed, unfortunately not. Tyler and I had our Bro Day out at Oakmont. Just going to be me and some of my other buddies down at Caves Valley this weekend. I'll be there on Saturday, so I am looking forward to that. And here are some of the guys that I'll be betting at the BMW Championship this week out in Baltimore. Let's go with Rory at plus 750, right? I know it sucks to take Rory and Scotty. It's not a lot of fun, but this really is a perfect course for Rory. It's a long course, not a par 72 like it was 3 years ago. It's down to a par 70. The fairways are more narrow. The rough is more nasty. This is all about driving. It's all about who can hit it the farthest and the straightest. and that would be Rory. So plus 750. Took the week off last week in Memphis to kind of reboot, set himself up for these final 2 weeks and get ready for the Ryder Cup. I like Rory plus 750. And I like Victor Hovland as well. I like that price at 35-1. This is a great course for Victor, and not a lot of people are on him this week like they have been, it feels like, on these kind of comp courses. So watch Victor Hovland contend. I think he's a good bet at 35-1. Patrick Cantlay won here 3 years ago. I think he's got a great chance to contend again, and I like his top 10 price at plus 150. And let's go back to the well with JJ Spawn at plus 188. These kind of courses where you need to be a good ball striker, you need to hit it long, you need to hit it straight. Man, JJ's been awesome. Obviously shown that he can play golf on these kind of golf courses in this part of the area, winning the U.S. Open at Oakmont. So give me JJ Spawn top 10 at plus 188. And then top 20, Victor Hovland again, but then Chris Gotterup and Kurt Kitayama, two guys that are terrific strokes gained off the tee, which is a very key metric this week. Gotterup was a top 10 finish here 3 years ago, and Kurt Kitayama obviously had that win at the 3M Open not too long ago. So those are a couple guys that I'm looking up to finish in the top 20 as well. All right, you guys, wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. My play for going streaking is going to be Freddie Freeman to get a base hit today against Kyle Hendricks. Freeman is 6 for 13 in his career against Kyle Hendricks, so a great batting average, great history against Hendricks. Ohtani going up against the Angels today. That should be a lot of fun. I like Freddie to get a base hit. My prop block is going to be Rory plus 210 head-to-head against Scotty this week. Terrifying, right? Betting against Scotty Scheffler. Rory's probably going to have to win for me to win this at plus 210. The reason I like it, though, Ted Scott is dealing with the family matter, who is Scotty's caddy. That's a big deal, that Scotty's not going to have Ted Scott on the bag this week. That's kind of his calming influence when he's out there on the course. That's his right-hand man. Not having that for all 4 days, I think could prove to be a big factor. So I like Rory at plus 210 during the BMW Championship against Scotty. Dog of the day, give me the Orioles at plus 110 against the Mariners. Best kept secret in Major League Baseball right now is Trevor Rogers for the Orioles, putting up terrific pitching numbers. He's got a .42 ERA at home this season, going up against Logan Gilbert and the Mariners. Second hottest team in baseball, only to Milwaukee. Gilbert has struggled on the road this season. Give me the O's, my dog of the day. And then my best bet, Rory, to win the BMW Championship. He's my play, plus 750. Thanks again to Chad Bishop, Chase Kitty for joining us today on the show. Make sure you guys go check out the pod for today's episode. We're going to be off tomorrow, and we're going to be off on Friday. We'll see you guys on Monday as we get ready for the college football season. We'll see you then.
BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats, filling in for Sam and Joe, who are off this week. About 20 minutes from now, we haven't touched on much college football today, and we're going to need to do that in some capacity because the season's right around the corner. Week 0 coming up, already next weekend, next Saturday. It is coming fast and furious. So getting those Heisman bets in, it's about time to do that. So we'll go over some insights for Heisman betting coming up in about 20 minutes and then wrap up the show 40 minutes from now with our lightning bets, tell you where we're putting our money today. But in the meantime, we got to talk a little bit more Major League Baseball. And to do so, we bring in Eric Kratz from Foul Territory. Eric, appreciate you joining us as always. The place we have to start today is the hottest team in baseball right now, which is the Milwaukee Brewers. I mean, they just can't lose. What in the world is going on in Milwaukee right now?
They're scoring a lot of points. That's what's going on, and they don't give up any. They just, like last night, you go into the game and you're like, all right, Paul Skeens, it's going to be a tough match. See you later after 4, Paul Skeens. And they've always had good at-bats against them, so you know you're sitting there going, okay, this is going to be a tough matchup. I thought they'd win the game. Not the way they won it, though. This team is the ultimate spit-in-your-face, to all the big markets and every other small market that whines and complains, we don't have enough money, we can't win, wah, wah, wah. They're the best team in baseball right now by far, and I think they're 5 or 6 games up for the best record right now in the game.
Would you bet them to win the National League, though, Eric? Because even though I think all of us would agree at this point, they're the best team in baseball. They're on an 11-game win streak. They have the best record. Still in the odds market, Dodgers are favored over them. The Phillies are favored over them. Do you think the Brewers would be your pick to win the NL if the playoffs started today?
No. I say it with a question mark because there's a lot of baseball to be played yet. And I don't really know what they could show me that would say, all right, I'm not going to pick them. It comes down to the end for me. How does Big Woo hold up? How does Quintana hold up? Quintana's been on the IL for a little bit. Obviously, Freddie Peralta has just been steady Freddie for, ever since 2018 when we played together and he got called up to the big leagues. The thing I said yesterday on our show, I said, this is the exact same team. Every year, they have 3 really good starting pitchers. Mizorowski, how does he come back? So Quintana might be the 4th guy in that rotation. And then they have another closer. Trevor McGill is like he's doing ridiculous. And before it was Devin Williams. Before that, it was Josh Hader. It's the exact same MO. The difference is Jim Bowden was on our show the other day, and he said he feels like this offense is different. And that is where I'm leaning towards. Yes, I would pick them in the National League, especially I think it's at plus 400. Oh, you even have it on the screen there for me. Plus 400. I feel like the National League is going to be so tough that to say, oh, I know who the winner's going to be, you're wrong. It's going to be a rock'em sock'em, knock each other out all the way till the end of the season, and then when you get to the postseason, it's going to be ridiculous.
Okay, you're muted.
I'm not hearing you.
Yep, that would be a problem. I was saying that we talk about in sports all the time, and regardless of sport, that whoever's peaking at the right time, and I mean, that's going into the playoffs, is sometimes the most important thing in order to have a deep playoff run. Is this a peak that's way too early for the Brewers? I mean, from everything you just said, doesn't sound like you're going to be on them in the postseason anyway, but is this probably peaking a little too early and not going to be sustainable for Milwaukee?
I mean, they probably said that in their last 10-game winning streak. They said that in the previous 8-game winning streak. This team knows how to win. Now, some of the guys, and not all of them, and this is where some turnover on teams, in baseball especially, can hurt you in the postseason. Like, Devin Williams isn't there. And obviously how Devin Williams is doing right now, maybe they don't want him there. But you learn from those experiences. You learn from the fact that, hey, you know what? We need to keep tacking on runs, or it's good to be able to get that bunt down in the 7th inning when you're winning by 3 so that you're winning by 4. That kind of stuff. You have experienced the postseason, and they have some experience. Some of these younger guys don't, though. Guys that are really, contributing through this stretch, Caleb Durbin, Isaac Collins, these guys that are just absolutely tearing the cover off the ball. How do they lean on a Christian Yelich? How do they lean on a William Contreras when, hey, I'm feeling these nerves in the playoffs? The difference, I think, for me with the Brewers that would make me lean towards picking the Brewers is they get that first-round bye. That stinking wild card for them sucks. When I was there in 2018 and we beat the Cubs to win the division and not have to play the wild card game, which the Cubs ultimately lost, that enabled us to set our rotation, get guys healthy, get in a routine where you're like, okay, I'm playing a team that has just played in the wild card. We played the Rockies, and their rotation isn't quite as set. So now with a longer wild card round, missing that wild card round will be huge. It will be huge for the Brewers. And I think they have a shot. I just need to see the end of the season.
Eric, I'm curious, the Cubs and the Mets, do either of those teams give you vibes of the Texas Rangers from a couple years ago where they start the season super hot, we get to about this point, and they're really struggling, they're going through it, back their way into the postseason. Obviously, Texas then goes on a crazy run, wins the World Series. We know the Cubs and the Mets both have top-end talent, really good players. Do you think both of those teams are cooked? Do you like either one of those teams? What are your thoughts on Chicago and New York?
I just don't know how I can't have the Mets. I think the Mets is a shorter answer. They're going to get in the playoffs. I think they're a team that is going to need to get into playoffs easily because their bullpen is exhausted. They need to run through a stretch where their offense is scoring, 8 to 10 runs a game, and you're letting your starter go more than 5 innings. David Peterson's the only starter that's gone more than 5 innings, I think, in their last 20 or 25 starts, something crazy like that. And during that time, the offense hasn't been doing anything. So last night's game was huge for the Mets, where they scored a bunch of runs. They were able to keep some of their high leverage guys in the bullpen out of the game. So it's going to be tough for them to really have to scratch and claw to get into the playoffs. If they don't scratch and claw to get into playoffs, I think they're the team that's set up more than the Cubs. The Cubs have so many concerns in the sense of, their Justin Steele would have looked awesome in this starting rotation. He's not there. Did they address it enough? Are the additions that they've made enough? And I don't think they have the bullpen that the Mets have when you're comparing both of those two teams. So I think they're more like the Rangers in the sense that there's a lot of question marks. They have pieces, and they have a lineup that is awesome, night in and night out, fireworks. I get it right now, they're struggling, but teams go through that. I think they're more like the Rangers in the sense that the Rangers needed Leclerc, Spores, and I'm trying to think who else out of the bullpen to really step up. And it was like, well, we didn't know we were going to get 7 innings out of Nathan Eovaldi. Like, we were going to get all these huge performances out of guys that you didn't think or saw necessarily like that during the season. So they're more like the Rangers in the sense that could be a crapshoot of how they do once they get in.
We're talking with Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. Eric, we had this conversation a little bit earlier on the show because one of us, Jake Hassan, our board operator, has a big ticket on Christopher Sanchez to win NL Cy Young. And after Paul Skeens' performance yesterday, not his best outing, all of a sudden Paul Skeens at -275 and Christopher Sanchez at 5-1. That's shortening a little. Obviously, you have Zach Wheeler in between those two. Can Sanchez jump up and beat Paul Skeens for this award, or is it still kind of Paul Skeens to lose?
He can jump up. Absolutely he can. There's nothing. Paul Skeens can't do anything about what Christopher Sanchez is doing. He can't go out there and be like, next time I face Christopher Sanchez, I'm hitting a dinger. And there's no, I'm taking that Cy Young. No, like Paul Skeens is just going to have to, middle his way through the season with a 1.8 to a 2.1 ERA and just be like, yeah, it's just boring. Like, it's boring being so good at this game of baseball. When am I going to get called up to the next league is what Paul Skeens is saying. Obviously, Skeens, by the numbers, he's still the favorite. I do like the Christopher Sanchez pick. I think he's going to end up short. I think he's going to end up short not because his season isn't going to go well. It's because I think if somebody catches Paul Skeens, it's Zach Wheeler. Because you need to tell whoever you said, Jake, I think you said his name was.
Yep.
I picked Zach Wheeler to be the Cy Young Award winner before the year. This was the year he's not going to be the bridesmaid. He's going to be the bride. And hey, maybe Paul Skeens, maybe other teams have found we'll look at what the Brewers did and go, we can do that too. Or Paul Skeens will just continue to do what he's been doing, and you can cash your -275 anytime you want.
Eric, we got 2 divisions right now, the AL West and the NL West, that are both tied at the top. Seattle and Houston in the AL West, and the Dodgers and the Padres in the NL West. Give us your winner that you're more confident wins that division. Do you feel stronger about your pick to win the NL or the AL West, and who would that be?
AL West. Seattle Mariners. What do you build your team on? Pitching and defense. Oh, crap. The Mariners actually added some offense. They got Big Dumper, who will be the MVP of the league, and you have a J.P. Crawford, a Julio Rodriguez, who's supposed to be the MVP every year, and he gets hot in August. Oh, yeah, we're in August. Except this year, he has help to get hot. They got him Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor's running like he stole something right now. 11 stolen bases in his first, I don't know how many games he's been there. But to me, this team has always been on paper looking better. But now the biggest blow for the Astros is that bullpen. Josh Hader's injury. I think I'm not saying the Astros are not going to make the playoffs. I'm saying they're going to have to – Joe Espada is going to really have to earn his paycheck because that bullpen isn't as deep as originally thought. They have some very nice pieces. Josh Hader, I think, will come back and be 100%. But when you are 100%, it takes time. And I think that time will allow the Mariners, who, granted, they've won 8 straight, to be able to get into tied for first place, which normally isn't a recipe for success, because to get hot just to be tied is one thing, but to get hot and be like a 3 or 4 game lead is another thing. So they still have work to do. But I just think without Hader in the back end, you're looking at having a tougher time unless the offense really steps up to win back-to-back games, because you don't have that depth in the bullpen without Hader being out there 100%.
Eric, about 30 seconds to a minute left. I don't know if you've had time to look at the slate today, but do you have any plays, if you have had time, to check it out? I'm really boring, super boring, going to under. I love the under with the Phillies and the under with Phillies and Reds. I like the under there, and I also like the under with because it's Hunter Green and Christopher Sanchez, and I also like the under on the Pirates-Brewers game. Yeah, Pirates without that offense. I think that's probably a pretty safe. You would think a safe bet. We'll find out. Eric, we appreciate you taking the time. Yep. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. Appreciate the time, Eric. Thanks for all the insight as always. We will talk to you again down the road.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
That is Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. I like the Pirates and Brewers under, PJ.
Yeah, feels like a good play. Feels like a good play. Reds, Phillies. I mean, I can't wait to watch that pitching matchup. Yeah, Hunter Green, coming back from the injury, so we'll see what he looks like in his first start back. But as we know on this show, we're going to have a big Christopher Sanchez fan watching that one. So hopefully the under hits for Jake and for Eric tonight. But the Mariners, I mean, Eric's buying in. I hope he's right, even though I like the Astros in the American League. Seattle has been so bad for so long. They have not won a playoff game in like 25 years. It'd be great to see them win that division, host some playoff games, win a playoff game, watch that city fall in love with the team. So, man, they're playing good baseball right now. We'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, they've been a fun team this year. Also, Zach Wheeler not being the bridesmaid this year, being the bride. Jake Hassan, once again, potentially a bridesmaid. Not a great spot to beat, Jake. We'll pray
Happens
for you.
to me too often, Kate.
You're a pro at this point. Heisman talk coming up on the other side. We'll take a look at BetMGM's college football insights for the Heisman Trophy and what that tells us about the upcoming season. Next year on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Kate Constable, PJ Glasser here with you on Bet Sweats. Our lightning bets coming your way 20 minutes from now. We've fared fairly well in lightning bets so far this week, PJ. So we'll tell you where we're putting our money for this afternoon or this evening, which games we are targeting. But for now, we got to touch on a little college football and the Heisman Trophy race already in full effect here. PJ, Arch Manning, he's at the top of the board. Not a massive surprise. We talked about it yesterday with Arch Manning. The tax that you play. If he was Arch Smith, would he be on top of the Heisman odds right now? Maybe not, right? Probably not. It's moved from where this line opened at 9-1. We're already down to 6-1. I would recommend don't bet Arch Manning right now. Like, is that fair? I don't think, it's already moved from down to 6-1 and the season hasn't even started. I don't think that's a great number for the Heisman right now.
No, I agree with you. It's tough, because they have that game against Ohio State in week 1. So obviously if they win and he plays well, those odds are going to be cut in half and he's going to be the clear favorite. But I just don't think you're getting any good value. Texas is the number 1 team in the country. They're arguably the most talented team in the country. But we just don't know what Arch is as a quarterback. Normally the favorites to win the awards are guys that you have seen play before, right? So you look at Garrett Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik, 2 quarterbacks we have seen play multiple years. Like, those are usually the guys that are the favorites. So Arch obviously being Arch Manning and playing at Texas and having all this hype around him, it just feels like, again, you're paying that Duke tax we were talking about yesterday, the Caitlin Clark tax, all that stuff. I just don't think the value is there for Arch Manning. So I don't like his bet at plus 600. Of those three guys, like the top quarterbacks, if I had to bet one, I would probably take Nussmeier. Klubnik hasn't really played good against good competition throughout his Clemson career. He played well against Texas in the college football playoff last year, but that's kind of the only game I think about Cade Klubnik playing in of any significance where he actually played really, really well. Nussmeier's a great quarterback, and LSU's always got good receivers, as we know. And I think coming into the season, the big question mark with LSU is their offensive line. They're going to have to start 4 new guys. So if Nussmeier's able to elevate all those guys around him, and with the schedule that they have, Kate, I mean, they have 7 top 25 AP poll preseason teams on their schedule. They're able to make the playoff, win 9 games with that schedule. I think he's going to be right there. So of those favorites, I definitely look at Nussmeier, especially over Arch.
Nussmeier right now over at BetMGM, third most tickets bet on him. Just about 8% of the tickets bet on Garrett Nussmeier. And then in terms of handle, the second most handle has been bet on him. Just under 11% of all of the money coming in is on Garrett Nussmeier right now. Surprisingly enough, though, he's not one of the bigger liabilities at BetMGM. Arch Manning, the top. You have Jeremiah Love, a running back. You have Jeremiah Smith, then a wide receiver. Like, PJ, this could be a year where we see a non-quarterback win the award.
It could be. I mean, look, Smith is, guys, kid's ridiculous. One of the best college receivers, especially as a freshman, I've probably ever seen. He's terrific. Jeremiah Love's obviously a really good running back as well. And with Notre Dame having a freshman quarterback and CJ Carr starting, they're going to lean on Jeremiah Love. Another thing that you have to love about Love is that early on in the season, Kate, he's got his 2 biggest matchups. He's going up against Miami and Texas A&M. So early on in the year, already with all this preseason hype surrounding him, if they win both of those games, Love goes crazy. I mean, he could be potentially your favorite going into like week 3 or week 4 of the season. So I think of those like non-quarterback guys, I would probably look at Jeremiah Love as the guy that I would bet. Sellers is a terrific quarterback. I think he might be the best quarterback in the country. Their schedule is just too tough, though. And to win the Heisman Trophy, you gotta make the college football playoff. And if you don't do that, you have to put up insane stats like Jaden Daniels did. And I just don't know if we're going to see that out of Sellers this year. Sam Leavitt, he's got a terrific wide receiver as well in Jordan Tyson. He's one of the top quarterback prospects, led ASU to the college football playoff last year. I think they're going to regress this season, though. I really have no interest in Sam Leavitt. So the only guy I kind of like of those liabilities, to be honest with you, Kate, is Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, with Sam Leavitt, too, like, his numbers will probably be a little bit better without Cam Skattebo, just because Skattebo took up a lot of touches, and I would imagine maybe some of those go more towards the passing game just because they're not going to have quite as dynamic of a running back this year. But still, I don't think they make the college football playoff. And to your point of kind of needing to do that in order to win the Heisman, I'm not sure Sam Leavitt is going to have enough. Another quarterback that I like going into the season, but I don't think they're going to win enough games because their schedule is so hard, is John Mateer. I mean, he's way down the list, PJ, 25-1-ish. Just came over from, a couple of years ago, came over from Washington State. No, this year came over from Washington State, and his offensive coordinator is coming with him as well. So There's not like relearning a whole system right now. He's the only quarterback, FBS quarterback that is, to pass for over 3,000 yards and rush for 800 plus. He's a really good quarterback. It's just that this schedule is going to be like nearly impossible for Oklahoma.
So, Kate, I had 2 Heisman Trophy tickets going into the week. I now have 3 going into today. I told you off air I had a nice narrative bet to win the Heisman Trophy, and John Mateer is my narrative bet because obviously he's been in the stories, he's been in the media, right, for all this gambling stuff. He's kind of got this nickname right now, Moneyline Mateer, going on, which is terrific. So couldn't you see this guy winning the Heisman Trophy? with all this like gambling stuff that he's dealing with, having a great year. Also, he's the kind of quarterback, and Oklahoma's the kind of team that I'm looking at because they finished middle of the pack in the SEC last year. You have a coach on the hot seat. He's got the talent to do it, and he's got good weapons around him. Oklahoma last year, just about for the entire year, their top 5 receivers were out for the season. Their offensive line was banged up the entire year. So it was a nightmare from the start. But they get Michigan in week 2. They obviously have to play Texas and Red River. They're at Bama. They have to play LSU. I mean, their schedule's tough. They play a lot of good teams, Ole Miss, Auburn this season as well. So Mateer's going to have plenty of opportunities. And I think at 25-1, he is a good bet. He is the third player I chose to win the Heisman because I love this narrative now around him with this whole thing coming into the season. I think he's going to play really well.
All right, well, Paul has a counterpoint to us, PJ. Paul, let's hear the argument against Mateer.
Or more of a question. I mean, when you talk about voters, so you don't think even the smoke of being possibly associated with sports betting is like disqualifying as of today? Like just being associated with it, even if it's a dumb Venmo thing, for a lot of voters is just like never even going to consider them. If this were baseball voters, say 100% dead, no candidacy, never has a shot. I don't know if it's the same for Heisman, but I don't know. Youth amateur, quote unquote, even though they're not anymore and never really were. Amateur athletics, sports betting, there's still like, as far as places to not be associated with it, I'd say that is my hesitation with that bet. That is where I wonder how many voters have, just with the loose association, the idea that it's a remote possibility that is even discussed, even as a joke, they have crossed them off their list. Do you think that's at all a possibility?
It's actually a really good point. I never even considered that. I think there are probably some voters that have already crossed Mateer off their list. And again, it just depends on the kind of season that he has. You know, if he has an incredible season, and there's obviously a lot of time between what's transpired earlier this week and before the vote. So if bad stuff comes out, then maybe that'll be a lost ticket. But he feels confident he didn't do anything. Oklahoma, I think at this point, probably feels confident he didn't either. I'm sure there are some voters that have probably already crossed him off. But I think if they have a good season and he plays really well, if he wins games and has the stats to go with it, I still think he's got a good shot at winning the award. But Paul, it is a very good point you bring up.
He might have to have like crazy stats though to overcome that. Like if voters feel very strongly about gambling of any sort, and it sounds like he's not actually gambling,
Sure.
but like, do you think he'll have to go even above and beyond what could be a Heisman winning season in order to overcompensate for the betting stuff?
Here's what he needs to do. And there's sort of a precedent for it. He's got to be the rebel Johnny Manziel sort of thing. Like he's got to lean into that narrative and do what Manziel did at A&M. Granted, he was a freshman and like kind of came out of nowhere. It's not exactly the same, but he'd have to like take down, Manziel took down Alabama, in Tuscaloosa, right? Mm-hmm. Like he's got to have multiple Heisman moments.
Agreed.
And then he's got to forget everything else that Johnny Manziel did and don't follow in his paths after.
Right. It's like the loose association. It's just like, you got the little bit of the rebel edgy side. But
I know what you mean.
Not with all that.
PJ, who are your two other Heisman winners? You had Mateer, your two other bets.
So the other one at current price is Austin Simmons of Ole Miss. The comps are going to be Tua. He's a left-handed quarterback, super talented. Kate, I just can't get out of my head the drive that he had last year against Georgia, and maybe people remember it, where it was Ole Miss against Georgia. Jackson Dart gets hurt on the first drive, throws a pick. Georgia goes up 7-0. It's pouring down rain. This lefty comes in that most of us have never, ever heard of, and he just goes and he leads Ole Miss right down the field against Georgia, like 70-plus yards, looks great. He struck me the way that when I first watched Tua come into the game for Bama, and I'm like, oh my God, like Saban's got something here. Like in mop-up time, I mean, we were just all watching Tua, and we were like, and Simmons kind of gave me the same vibe, a lefty with a ton of arm talent, and I think people are afraid to bet a Lane Kiffin quarterback because we do this like every year. We've done it with Chad Kelly and Matt Corral, and we've done it with, Jackson Dart last year and all these guys. But I think Simmons might be the most talented of them all. And there's a reason we like all these Lane Kiffin quarterbacks to win the Heisman, because he's a great offensive coach. They're going to pad the stats. They're going to put up a ton of points. And if Simmons is as good as I think he is, and Ole Miss is as good as I think they could be, they have one of the easier schedules in the SEC. If they make it to Atlanta, the SEC championship game, if they win double-digit games, he's going to be right in the conversation. So I think 40-1 is a good price on Austin Simmons. The other guy that I bet is Ty Simpson. He was at 66-1, Kate, for like the entire summer. Now he's all the way down to 20-1. Obviously don't love it as much. But 66-1 was just an absurd price. And you're seeing that now. He was going to be the starter all along. Like, I was never buying that it was going to be somebody else. It was always going to be Ty. He's one of the few guys in college football nowadays who's waited his turn, sat a couple years, been in that program, and I think he's going to have a good season. DeBoer's done a great job bringing in talent around him. He's going to have one of the best receiving corps in the country, good offensive line. Their coaching staff's really solid. He's got his guy Ryan Grubb back to help him run the offense. And Ty Simpson so far, from everything I've read about, heard about from camp, has looked really, really good. So 20-1, you obviously don't love it as much. But recently, I mean, these Bama quarterbacks, Bryce Young has obviously won the Heisman, has had a ton of success. Mac Jones didn't win it, but put up some insane numbers. So a lot of these quarterbacks have had some good success here as of late. And I think Ty Simpson could be the next guy in line. So love it, obviously, at 66-1. 20-1. I don't know if there's as much value there, but he was the other guy that I placed to win the Heisman.
I was looking at him this morning. I wish I had gotten it at 66-1 like you, PJ. That's a phenomenal number. But I do think that he could have a pretty good season with Ryan Grubb now pairing again with Caleb DeBoer down in Alabama. I'm high on the Tide this year, which I know you likely are as well, or at least will be rooting for them throughout the year because you went to Alabama. Real quick, Carson back over at Miami. He entered last season as one of the Heisman favorites at Georgia. He's led the SEC in passing. He's now playing ACC defenses. I still can't get there with Carson back. Like, I think I'm just out on him despite having a lot of talent around him at Miami. PJ, how are we feeling on Beck at 22-1?
I think I feel the same about Carson Beck at 22-1, the way that Jake feels about the silver bullets in kickball. I'm good. I hate that bet so much. He's not good. And Miami has to replace their entire receiving core. I'm not a fan. I don't like the way that the offseason has transpired for him. I don't even think his teammates really like him all that much. He's got some talent. And Georgia did have a bad receiving core last year. They led the country in drops, so a lot of it wasn't on him. But I'm good on Carson Beck. I would not bet him at all.
Yeah, it is kind of rough when your ex-girlfriend comes out and says nobody likes you, no one wants you around. Yeah. I would hate when that sounds happens. Right? Jake's been there once or twice. We all have. Not a great thing for leading a locker room and being the leader of the team as the quarterback for Carson Beck in Miami this year. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll wrap things up with lightning bets. That is next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats, Kate Constable, PJ Glasser. Got lightning bets coming up in just a few moments. We'll tell you where we're putting our money tonight. But first, PJ, did you see another clip that has surfaced from the New Heights episode with Taylor Swift, where Jason Kelce is hyping her up, just screaming on the podcast? Like, that's a good brother. Well, I guess he's not a brother-in-law quite yet. A good boyfriend's brother right there, with all the accolades he read off to hype up T Swift making her first pod appearance.
That is, and I gotta say, some impressive accolades as well, as expected. But like, you hear all of them like back to back, and you're like, wow, there's a reason that she is popular, and she is the Taylor Swift. So yeah, that episode drops tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be the biggest podcast ever. Episode ever. I couldn't believe it was the first time that Taylor's ever done a pod, right? Because like, you've seen her do like the late night TV shows, you've seen her do some interviews, but I was shocked to find out that this is her first podcast, and obviously doing it with like her boyfriend, where she feels comfortable. In that same clip, Kate, she took a jab at like all the people who are tired of seeing her and everything. So I think it's going to be pretty good. So excited to watch it.
Yeah, she said something along the lines of, I know a lot of you guys that are all about football, you want to listen to this podcast or watch the NFL and have it be all about football, but surprise, here I am. So she knows the narrative around it too, or around her and Travis Kelce. And I guess, PJ, Travis did come out and say that maybe his attention or his production may have slipped a little recently, with more of his focus on opportunities in entertainment. So, everything that those two do together is calculated. Like, maybe she kind of threw that little jab after this article that Kelce's not quite as focused hit the internet.
It's another reason, too, why I like Mahomes to win MVP this year, why I like the Chiefs to win the AFC West, is because the receivers. You got a full year of Hollywood now, year 2 of Worthy. Rashee Rice is coming back. But even though Kelce is past his prime, I think he's going to be much better this year in the regular season. He had that one playoff game against the Texans where he was really good, but really not a factor much against Buffalo or in the Super Bowl, certainly against the Eagles. I think that loss for the Chiefs, Kate, it was a real reflection for a lot of those Kansas City players to be that close to history and the three-peat and just come up completely short. I think they're motivated in a new way this year, with everybody counting them out, with the division being improved, and Kelce knowing that maybe this is his last year, maybe he's got one more after this, we'll see. But I think he's going to have a much better season.
All right, so you are very tapped into when this podcast is dropping, PJ. I didn't realize it was 7 p.m. tonight. Are you listening? Are you going to listen at 7:01?
Don't know if I'll be listening at 7:01, but I probably will tune in tonight, I would say. It depends on how long these interviews are. You said you've watched a New Heights episode before. It was probably a long time ago, right? Are these 30-minute interviews normally? Do they go an hour?
Usually the interview portion, if they have one, is about 30 minutes. The podcast altogether, I would say it's at least an hour 15-ish, maybe. This will probably be a little bit longer one, I would imagine. They give the people some of what they want, especially with, it's not every day. I guess not every day you date Taylor Swift, but not every day you get her on your podcast, and they've waited quite a long time to do anything publicly like this. I would imagine it's a fairly good interview. I'll be tuning in. Not at 7:01 tonight, but tomorrow I'll probably go work out and throw that in the AirPods.
Is there a question that you would love for them to ask Taylor that you would like to know the
that's
answer
a really good question.
I would think mine would be something about the podcast. When did you know that you wanted to do this? Because you've obviously never done it before. So when did you approach Travis and Jason and be yeah, I would come on with you guys, something like that?
Or when did you know that you and Jason, or you and Travis were for real? I think I would like to know, because of all the stuff at the beginning that started thinking it was a publicity stunt. I want to know how long they were together before they hard launched their relationship, because I would imagine it's a long time. Paul would like to know
It's not still a publicity stunt. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah,
Paul. Well, it's not anymore. It's not anymore. You still think it might be, Paul?
We talked about this Kate, we talked about this yesterday. You announced the engagement on the show. You know, it goes even further to the moon, past the moon. And then they break up. She gets a breakup album out of it. And then, you get to catch the drift from all that. It's...
Paul's so far into this rabbit hole that he can't ever come out. Is the problem?
I can't get
Paul's
out
been digging this hole. Paul's been digging this hole since last year. It's too late. I get the double down, Paul.
If it happens, though, the victory lap that Paul gets to take would be iconic. He gets the Bartolo Colon slow trot. I mean, he truly gets to just absolutely bask in that. So we'll see.
The Braves World Series victory lap will look like a walk around the park compared to this victory lap.
Man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That was
for the record.
Day. That was a week.
For the record, Paul showed up to the show the next morning with a bottle of champagne and sunglasses on. So just so everyone has an idea.
That's fantastic.
And the shirt that made it look like I was shirtless. So it was.
Paul, I hate to say this. That's most of your shirts, my king.
Thank you. Thanks, Jake. Love you. Nothing wrong with Deep V.
No. Deep V's every once in a while, they're the way to go. I don't know how to transition to lightning bets. Let's throw out a few bets here. PJ, what do you have?
We'll start with golf. BMW Championship. Going to be out there on Saturday. Looking forward to it. And I'm hoping that Rory is in contention and that he has the lead because he's my play this week. Nothing flashy, plus 750, but this course really does set up well for him. You want guys that can hit it far and can hit it straight this week. He took the week off last week in Memphis. I don't think Rory would do that unless he wanted to reset and make sure that he's good for these final 2 weeks, try and win that 20 mil in the Tour Championship, and then obviously get himself ready to go for the Ryder Cup. But so this course sets up well for Rory. Finished fourth here 3 years ago. I think he's going to win it this year, so I like that. And then I like the Orioles tonight, plus 115 against the Mariners. Jake and I were talking about it. Trevor Rogers has been awesome this year for the O's. He's got a .42 ERA at home. As good as Seattle is and as great as Logan Gilbert has been, not as good on the road. So Trevor Rogers has been a dog this year. He's normally pitched pretty well, and the Orioles have won some of those games. So I like him tonight at plus 115.
I'm debating taking the Cubs tonight. I faded them yesterday. Cade Horton's been fairly good in his last, 5 starts or so. I feel like at some point, as bad as the Cubs offense has been, it's got to come alive eventually. I'm not going to make that an official lightning bet, but I'm going to keep an eye on that number throughout the day and maybe bet that a little bit later. I do like the Eric Kratz mentioned the under in Pirates and Brewers. I do kind of like that with Mitch Keller. I don't think the Brewers are putting up double-digit runs back to back, although I guess Brewers are doing crazy things right now. But still, afternoon game, I'll put a couple dollars on the under in the Pirates and Brewers at under 7.5. And then I got to go over to the W. Marina Mabrey going for the Sun tonight. Sun hosting Chicago, who is really not good right now. Their defense is not great at all. And Marina Mabrey is coming off her worst performance of the season. She was 1 for 7 from the field, 0 for 6 from deep, only 3 points in 25 minutes. She's been scoring well into the high teens, low 20s over the previous games. So I think she has a good bounce back game, over 15.5. That number is just a little bit too low. So I will take the over for Marina Mabrey. Paul, what do you have for us?
I'm going to get PJ's take on this too when we talk about the BMW. So there's like a couple of guys that can qualify for the Tour Championship if they finish at a certain spot, finishing place in the BMW this week. Hey, do you buy this narrative at all? And the people that I'm looking at are Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick. Fitz, by the way, has been playing some great golf over the past month and a half, 2 months. They both have to finish T21 or better. Schauffele's minus 250, Fitz minus 145. Hook them together, plus 136 for them both to finish top 20.
Yeah, I do kind of like that. I think the narrative works for certain players. Obviously, everybody's trying to finish as high as they can because these events, you can get a ton of points, and it can help you next week for the Tour Championship. It also pays out really well, these 3 events. But these two guys, I mean, the course does fit them well. Like you said, Fitz has been playing great. Xander's been playing good as well. That's the way I would go, Paul, honestly, if you're going to bet top 20s, because there are only 49 guys in the field. If you're going to bet top 20, top 30 market, I'd probably just parlay like two guys together to get a plus money price that you like and attack it that way. So I like your Fitz and Xander play. I think it's a good look.
All right, lock it in.
There you go.
And over at BetMGM, if you want to do a little parlay, right now, any sport odds boost token today, that is live no matter where the action is. Supercharge your odds of your next bet. Use this odds boost token for a potential payout on a winning bet. Jake Hassan, what winning bets do you have for us today?
Hello. I am the world's biggest Christopher Sanchez fan tonight. I don't ask for much. So let's go. Would love a great start. Okay. Also, I will also be on the Marlins first five because Gavin Williams fade spot. I'm going to throw a couple Marlins to hit a home run too. This kid Jacob Marcy, the rookie for them, he's got 5 doubles, a triple, and 2 homers in 12 games. So I'll go with him against Gavin Williams. I'll also go Kyle Stowers, who, like PJ said early in the show, has been awesome. And so far in Miami, I'll go a couple long prices with them, both better than 4-1. And I'll ride with my guy PJ, but I don't want to deal with the Orioles bullpen, so I'll just go Orioles first five in that one too.
Totally fair. Bullpen
All right,
stinks.
let's get one last update on the status of the leg going into Thursday's playoffs.
Elevation.
Jake?
Oh, my quad looks good right there. Hell yeah. Anyway, that notwithstanding, far be it for me to make things about myself. But, yeah, we're out here. We're feeling better. Mobility is definitely better. Pain management is the pain's definitely down. I'm feeling confident. I am not going all the way back to the burbs tonight. I'm going to my best friend's tonight. He's going to ice it up, too. Wow, that sounded weird, but you know how it is. It's going to be great. More care, more injury, more therapy tonight. It's going to be good. I'm upgrading myself to probable.
That's huge. That's huge.
That is.
Point spread
doubtful
is smooth. Yeah. Jake, I mean, just, a little pregame and numb it up. You'll be good to go.
Oh, Mom, stop listening to this. Yes, there will be whiskey involved before that game.
Hello, Mrs. Hassan. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thanks to Eric Kratz and Chris Mack for joining us. PJ, fun hosting with you this week. I'll be back tomorrow with Sean Little, same time. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us? You can watch us at YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And to listen to us live, go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. I'm on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. Pretty simple. On Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Getting a little creative. I know I've talked about this before. For some reason, like at Femi Abebefe was taken. I don't know if I had created an account prior, like my old Instagram was not Femi Abebefe. I don't know. It said it was taken, so I couldn't do Femi Abebefe. I had to put an underscore in there, but whatever. So Femi_Abebefe over on Instagram. You can check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, at BetMGM Network is where you can check them out. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Wednesday, Hump Day. We got Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on the AFC East challengers to the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo's been dominating that division for quite some time now. It's almost like they just took the reins from the New England Patriots. Brady goes to Tampa, and ever since then, it's been the Buffalo Bills destroying everyone with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. But who could challenge Buffalo this year? Nick will answer that question coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern time. And as always, want to remind folks, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. We're going to continue our NFL awards discussion, get into some English Premier League as well. The EPL back on Friday, talking all things NFL, get a little preseason discussion going on. Any part of it, if you miss it, once again, at You Better You Bet, or search You Better You Bet, I should say, wherever you get your podcast. And because we put it out there for you guys to consume in on-demand fashion, you might as well subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment. But we have two guests who will be joining us throughout the program here, starting at 5:20 Eastern. Senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, returns to You Better You Bet. Mike Sando, of course, been covering the National Football League for quite some time, Pro Football Hall of Fame voter, AP Awards voter. But every year, it's a real treat for football fans when his annual QB Tiers column comes out. It came out this week, and we will ask Mike Sando about it and apply it to the betting markets as well as hitting some other big topics. We'll be joined for Mike Sando, not just one segment, 2 segments to tackle all things National Football League with our guy Mike Sando of The Athletic. Then at 6:20 Eastern during the Power Hour, betting analyst over at The Ringer, Anthony DeBundo, checks in with us later on in the show, co-host of The Ringer Soccer Show. Once again, EPL kicks off on Friday. Guess what we're talking? EPL, and maybe mixing a little bit of football. Anthony is a Colts fan, so maybe we'll ask him a Colts question, but mainly EPL breakdown, who you should be betting to win the EPL, to get relegated, to be top 4 and make the Champions League. We'll get into all of that at 6:20 Eastern later on in the program. Let's go ahead and start off with last night's betting recap before we talk about the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation, which, I mean, might start to resemble a mass unit with all the injuries coming out of Browns training camp. But last night in the betting sphere, just kind of a meh night, like small loser. Thankfully, to Ketel Marte, like it ended up like saving us from being a disaster. He was the one guy that did hit a home run. Bet PCA, Luis Robert Jr., Bobby Witt Jr., and Ketel Marte. Marte's the only one who homered last night. So shout out to the second baseman of the Arizona Diamondbacks for meeting the moment, reading the room, and leaving the yard. Ketel Marte plus 330 that got there. The Sparks, they could never get inside the number. Like, I was keeping tabs of the score a little bit. I didn't even watch the game. Just kind of like looking at the score app and be like, all right, like, let's see if LA can kind of hang with the Liberty at home, frisky underdog. They end up losing by 8. Like, last time I checked, they were down by 6 or so, and I was just sitting there praying, hoping that they could fall in the number. We took plus 4.5 yesterday. That did not get home. So a little bit of a small loser last night in the betting world. We have a couple of plays in Major League Baseball. No home run bets, first 5 bets. I do got some home run bets for the day games, but that's already started. So that's what I'm sweating and watching in the office right now. So let's see if Bobby Witt Jr. can hit a home run today, huh? How about that? Let's see if we can do that. Or James Wood, for that matter. Can you hit a home run? Or how about Willie Adames? That's about to start at the bottom of the hour. Maybe if you want to tail that bet, you can go ahead and do so. I do like Willie Adames to hit a home run. Found plus 500 for Willie Adames of the Giants against the San Diego Padres. But we'll be sweating out some baseball later on this evening, which we'll detail during the 640 segment with our Power Hour plays. But let's talk about what's happening right now at Cleveland Browns training camp. The Browns are actually doing joint practices with the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. The two teams will face off later on this weekend in the Week 2 preseason showdown. Of course, everyone very interested in the Cleveland Browns quarterback rotation, in particular with Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders, who was in his rookie year as a 5th-round pick. Now, before we get into the injuries, just to refresh people on where we sit right now in Week 2 of the preseason with the Cleveland Browns, the quarterback depth chart released earlier this week is as follows. Joe Flacco, QB1. Kenny Pickett, QB2. Dylan Gabriel, QB3. Shedeur Sanders, QB4. Now, I don't know where Tyler Huntley fits into all of this. Deshaun Watson's obviously not on the roster right now. I believe he's on like IR or whatever. So like there's all these quarterbacks that are out there at Browns camp, but that's how we sit even after Shedeur Sanders' performance last Friday night against the Carolina Panthers. Now, there's been so much momentum for Shedeur Sanders off of that performance. Everyone wants to see more reps, and he earned the opportunity to potentially get more reps until today when he suffered an oblique injury early during practice. Unfortunately for Shedeur, he was held out for the rest of the practice. I don't know the severity of the injury. That has not been reported recently or earlier this afternoon, so we'll have to kind of wait to get the diagnosis for Shedeur. But we know it's an oblique injury that kept him out of practice, which is, it's a setback. It's like when you're a 5th-round pick, you're already kind of scratching, clawing, fighting tooth and nail for more reps to try to show the coaching staff that you are worthy. Like, this is undoubtedly a setback. You can't have these kind of injuries. So a little bit of a bummer there for Shedeur Sanders, but he's not the only quarterback that's injured at Cleveland Browns training camp. Dylan Gabriel has been battling a hamstring injury. That's why Shedeur started last Friday, because Gabriel and Pickett were hurt. And Flacco, the guy that's probably going to be the starter, they don't want to put him out there and risk him getting injured. So Shedeur got his opportunity via injury, and it sounds like the inverse might happen this week in the preseason. But Dylan Gabriel, who is dealing with a hamstring, he did practice during the 11-on-11 session today. So Gabriel making some strides in recovering from the hamstring. He was asked if that hamstring feels 100%, and he said, quote, "We'll know here soon." Dylan Gabriel, a man of few words. He says, we'll know here soon on the hamstring injury. I'm assuming he's alluding to the game coming up on Saturday if he's able to play in that one. But Gabriel, he was able to practice a little bit with the ones. Sound like he was kind of mixing in Flacco and Pickett with getting the number 1 reps there, as there's only 3 guys that were participating with Shedeur Sanders dealing with the oblique injury. Kenny Pickett also has a hamstring like Dylan Gabriel. He's a little bit further behind in the rehab process, though. Did not practice in the 11-on-11 stuff Did some 7-on-7 drills, but that's all Kenny Pickett did. I don't know if they're just being cautious with him, or maybe Pickett had a more severe hamstring injury. I've never seen quarterbacks injure their hamstrings to this rate on one team before. Like usually like oblique, maybe a shoulder soreness, something with the elbow, a back injury in the case of Matthew Stafford. Hamstring injury, it usually doesn't happen for quarterbacks. So I'm curious to see what the hell was going on at Browns training camp. But that's where we sit right now with all the injuries. And because of these injuries, to me, and I already felt this way prior to the injuries, but it really just hammers the point home when you kind of take 2 seconds to think about how things might unfold here in a couple of weeks. But all signs just point to Joe Flacco being your week 1 starter for the Cleveland Browns. And I think all signs point to that because, one, the injuries. The other 3 guys are battling stuff in addition to like just trying to get more reps amongst the quarterback competition. And then also, 2, Joe Flacco is clearly the most experienced quarterback on this roster. Like Joe Flacco won a Super Bowl MVP more than a decade ago. I mean, that just tells you Joe Flacco is old, but also he has experience. And for the Cleveland Browns, their experience with Joe Flacco has been positive. We all remember a couple years ago, comeback player of the year, Wacko for Flacco, as they kind of marched down the second half of the season, making the wild card game, but getting their doors blown off by the Houston Texans. But the experience for the Cleveland Browns with Joe Flacco has been rather positive. And right now, I think it's pretty clear he's going to be the starter for, like, let's say the first 6-7 games of the season. But where it gets interesting, I think, is who's going to start after Joe Flacco. Because Flacco, like, let's be honest, he's not playing all 17 games. Like, unless he goes out there and absolutely wows, like, he's not playing all 17 games. And the owner, Jimmy Haslam, has already been on record at a press conference about a week ago, might have been 2 weeks ago, saying that, hey, I want to see the young players. They need to play. Like, there's a clear objective here from ownership on what general manager Andrew Berry and the head coach Kevin Stefanski need to do in 2025 once we get to the regular season. Now, the discussion is who's going to be second in command, who's going to take over for Joe Flacco when he's inevitably benched once the Cleveland Browns are like 2-5 or 1-6 after 7 games. Oddly enough, for me right now, as we sit here on August 13th, I think that person is Dylan Gabriel. And should it be Dylan Gabriel? I've never seen him play in the NFL. I've only seen him in college. I've always come away rather unimpressed. But I think right now, as we sit here on August 13th, the second in command for the Cleveland Browns will be 3rd-round draft pick Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel right now, I think, because of the draft capital invested in Dylan Gabriel, the Cleveland Browns do not want the embarrassment of having a 3rd-round pick buried underneath the depth chart. Now, I know everybody on the daytime TV shows or on Twitter, everyone who wants to see Shedeur Sanders play, and I'll put myself in that group as well. I'd like to see Shedeur Sanders get a fair opportunity to play and get like a legit opportunity, which he did get on Friday, and he played well. Let's see if he can get some more chances. Like, I would like to see Shedeur Sanders play because I think just straight up, Shedeur Sanders in college, I thought was better than Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel just played on a more talented team, whether at Oklahoma or at Oregon. Like, watching both those guys, I'm not like some like film junkie. I just watch college football on Saturdays. I thought Shedeur was a better player. But hey, Gabriel went 3rd. Shedeur Sanders went in the 5th. Like, that's just the reality of the matter. I do think because of that, though, like, Dylan Gabriel has to have the inside track. I'm operating under the premise that Kenny Pickett doesn't exist. Like, he doesn't exist for the Cleveland Browns. I know he's technically on the roster, but I don't think he exists. I think Flacco's going to beat him out in the veteran battle. I think Pickett will be on another team come September 1st. But right now, if we're going to talk about the rookies, the Browns are going to give Dylan Gabriel every opportunity for them to show them that he is not the guy. Like, if Dylan Gabriel continues to just kind of be like ho-hum and just play it down the fairway and don't do anything to embarrass himself, like, I think he's squarely going to be QB2. So I think that Dylan Gabriel right now is second in command, and it's not going to be until, my guess, late November that you see Shedeur Sanders, which right now does not jibe with the price to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's completely off. So I think for the Cleveland Browns, it's pretty simple. It's Flacco, it's Gabriel, and it's Shedeur, given the fact that we've seen all these injuries happen all throughout training camp. But now how do we spin that, though, going to the betting markets? Because right now, it's pretty simple. The Cleveland Browns are seen as the worst team in the AFC North. I think if you polled any football fan, anyone who bets on the sport, we all come to the same conclusion. Cleveland's not good. Their win total suggests that. It's sitting at 5.5. I mean, 8 buckets, the exercise that we did a while ago. I mean, 8 buckets is even worse odds for the Cleveland Browns. It's supposed to be like 3 wins or something like that for Cleveland coming up this season. So how do we take this to the betting market if everybody already assumes this team is going to be bad? Well, I think the way to attack this is actually through the exact outcome market via division. Over at BetMGM, there is an AFC North exact outcome. We're operating under the premise that we believe Cleveland is going to stink. So Cleveland, you put them in the 4 spot. And I think, barring health, we can operate under the premise that Baltimore is going to be really, really good. Maybe best team in the league in the regular season. That's their outcome. It's a range of outcomes for the Baltimore Ravens. Let's put Baltimore at number 1. So now the whole discussion coming off of Cleveland being bad turns into, if you want to make a little bit of money, how do you see 2 and 3 working itself out between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Pittsburgh Steelers? You know how I feel about Cincinnati. Well documented that I think that defense absolutely stinks to high heaven. So the way I will be betting this, Ravens first, Steelers second, Bengals third, Browns in last place. AFC North exact outcome, plus 300. Is that something you might be interested in? I'm definitely interested in that one, and it's a bet that I will be placing before the start of the regular season. All right, we're just getting warmed up here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, the top stories on the day from the world of sports coming at you here next on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let's continue talking Tar Heels here on Send It In. And again, that week 1 opener against TCU, going to be a fun one on Monday night. Right now, TCU about a 3-point favorite in that game at Chapel Hill. But look at the schedule. We had Joe Giglio on to preview NC State a couple weeks ago, and he talked about North Carolina being one of his dark horses in the ACC, and it was because of the schedule that North Carolina has. And you can see why he thinks maybe they could be a dark horse, because look at the schedule that North Carolina has. All they really play is Clemson. There's no Miami. There's no Louisville. There's no Georgia Tech. There's no Florida State on that schedule. They pretty much play all of the bottom teams in the conference, and then the one good team they do play is Clemson, and they play them at home. So really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year 1. I think Andrew's right. There are probably going to be some games that they lose that they'll probably be favored in that people maybe don't expect them to lose in. But that's a really favorable schedule for Bill Belichick and company in year 1. I totally agree with Andrew, though. Betting like the win total on North Carolina at 7.5 right now at BetMGM. The over is plus 140. The under is minus 165. Like, there's just no bet to be made at those prices and at that win total. For them to make the ACC title game is 10-1. maybe that's worth a bet, like betting North Carolina to make the ACC, because again, Belichick's arguably the greatest NFL coach of all time. The schedule is very doable. Like, if they go on a great run in a pretty weak ACC, avoiding just about all the top teams, maybe they do get to Charlotte and play for the ACC title game. So I think that would be the one bet in the futures market maybe I would take a look at.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys on a Wednesday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the AFC East challengers to the reigning division champion Buffalo Bills. Bills featured on Hard Knocks. I didn't catch last night's episode. I watched episode 1, the debut, last week, just because I'm looking to consume any football content. Was it riveting? No, but it's football on the TV, so I'll watch it. But based on the tweets that I saw last night as I was going to sleep and then early this morning, sounds like people hated episode 2. Like, it sounds like it was terrible. Like I don't know what happened in it, but like, it's not, everyone's just like, we get it. Josh Allen's great. Like, move on. Like, it just doesn't sound great. So I'll give it a spin. Maybe because I have a flight on Friday because I'm going to a wedding this week and I won't be doing the show. Jake Hassan and Jared Smith will hold things down for you on a Friday. So maybe on the flight, I'll watch episode 2. Since it's going to San Francisco, it's a quick flight, so not like I can binge something, anything like that. But yeah, I'll save that for the flight. But yeah, so far what I've heard from episode 2, it's no bueno. But we'll give it the honest try. Yes, we'll go ahead and give it the honest try for sure. But joining me right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on? What are your thoughts on Hard Knocks, and have you got caught up on the Buffalo Bills version of it this year?
I have not gotten caught up on the Buffalo Bills version, Femi, and I will not get caught up on the Buffalo Bills version. I have not watched Hard Knocks in ages. I did watch the Bears last year and honestly did it more for work, for my Bears coverage stuff. And that's
Bears
the thing.
banter.
Yeah, exactly. Even as a team that I thoroughly enjoy watching, well, not enjoy, but, I'm a fan of, and, and follow professionally, I still didn't find it that compelling. I haven't been a Hard Knocks guy for years. I don't know. There's just something missing from it, and people knocking the Buffalo Bills one, that doesn't surprise me. So will I get caught up? No, I will not.
Honestly, last year's one, I was just watching it to see if they would show places that I went to on vacation when I went to Chicago last summer. Like, that was like what was the most interesting to me. Like, the football stuff was like, whatever, I don't care. Like, it was like, Eberflus was very boring. Like, it was not a fun season. But I was like, oh, like, cool, they're at Wrigley. Like, they're there, great. I was there. Like, that's what I was watching Hard Knocks for. I don't have that relationship with Western New York. I've never been to Rochester, where the Bills have their training camp. So, episode 1 last week, it wasn't great, but it's football, so like I watched it. So I'll give episode 2 a chance, and hopefully it's a little bit better. But according to the reviews, it doesn't sound like it.
I went to Syracuse, so I went to Rochester for a taping of SmackDown. You're not missing much.
Oh yeah. Hey, I missed out on SmackDown though. That at least is entertaining. All right, let's try to wagertain here in this 320 segment while we got some time. Bill, what's the number one story we need to know this afternoon?
All right, Femi, let's start with the Miami Dolphins because they had a rough joint practice today. All reports were that the Detroit Lions absolutely dominated Miami on both sides of the ball. But not only did Miami play poorly, they also had quite a scare when defensive end Chop Robinson was carted off the field with an injury. There had been no early reports from the team exactly what was going on there, but Chop did reply to an Adam Schefter Instagram post, said that he was fine and that the injury was nothing serious. So looks like, Femi, the Dolphins may have avoided a potential big blow to their defense, but there are still a lot of issues bubbling in South Florida.
Yeah, this was, first of all, the Chop Robinson one, since it's a minor injury, I want to address that off the top. Like, this would have been disastrous for the Miami Dolphins. Chop Robinson was really promising last year, especially in the second half of the season, getting to the quarterback, making plays. He's got the cool, like, Chop celebration that he does. Like, it's awesome. I love to watch Chop Robinson. He's a really good player. If he had been hurt for a significant time, that would have been terrible, because the one part of the roster where you can point to with the Miami Dolphins to where it's like, okay, if they're going to be good, what's going to be the unit that carries them? It's the pass rush. It's the defensive front with Chop Robinson and Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, and then Zach Seiler on the interior, Kenny Grant, the first-round pick out of Michigan. Like, that's the front. Like, that's the pathway to the Dolphins having success. And if you take Chop Robinson out of that equation, you just go right back to square one of being like, all right, now we have another edge rusher injured. So luckily for Miami, that did not happen. But even with all these guys being healthy, the Dolphins are who we thought they were here on You Better You Bet. All off season long, I've been saying it. Nick has been saying it. We've all been saying it. This team is soft, and this team is going to be bad this year. And I don't want to read too much into a joint practice because, once again, it's August 13th, and it's a freaking joint practice. And you guys know how I feel about joint practices. I despise them. But based on the reporting, either the Lions are going to go 16-0 or the Miami Dolphins are just like the worst team in the league. Like, people were talking about it. Multiple people at this joint practice saying, quote, most lopsided joint practice I've ever seen. That's the reporting coming out of the joint practice between the Dolphins and the Lions. Now, probably some of that may be a little bit of hyperbole, maybe, but also, like, just think about how these two teams kind of go about their business. What's Detroit built on? It's grit. It's toughness. It's Dan Campbell's culture. It's like, we go 100%. Everyone that reports on the Detroit Lions is on that beat. They're always telling you how physical training camp practices are. And Dan Campbell says, I want to make this hard so that the hard stuff in the season is not a shock to the system. What's the perception about the Miami Dolphins? It's Coach Capri. As Mark Schlereth put it here on You Better You Bet. It's, oh, we're all just like hunky-dory having a great time. It's, we can't get 1 yard on 4th and 1. Our short yardage system is just terrible. It's soft. That's the perception. So when you put up hard-nosed grit against soft nonsense that the Miami Dolphins are doing, this is the result. This is what happens. And this is why I'm way out on this team. I think this team has disaster potential written all over it. And I think Mike McDaniel might be first coach fired if things go how I think they might go at the start of the season. It does not surprise me one bit. Great that Chop Robinson's healthy, but the macro is as bad as we all thought it was going to be earlier this offseason. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, we were following hold-ins and holdouts throughout NFL training camp, and we can cross one off the list because running back James Cook reached an agreement with the Buffalo Bills on a contract extension. The contract is reportedly 4 years, $48 million, with $30 million of that guaranteed. So while we still look for results here with Washington and Terry McLaurin, Hayward and the Steelers, obviously Parsons and Hendrickson with the Cowboys and Bengals, Buffalo looks like they have their ducks in a row as they head into the regular season.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time with this one, right? And I even talked about it yesterday during the show. I was like, hey, I guess James Cook is kind of holding himself out because maybe they're closer than we all think they are. And we woke up this morning and found out they were much closer than we all thought. And they came to an agreement rather quickly here on a Wednesday morning. And good for him. I mean, he's one of the better running backs in the NFL. The contract doesn't seem to be too crazy. This isn't a massive deal. It's kind of in line with what Kyren Williams got. And I think James Cook has earned this through his first 3 years in the NFL. But I think most importantly for the Buffalo Bills, it eliminates the distractions. It eliminates the noise. And it just gets them focused on trying to finally get over the hump and get to a Super Bowl, because that's what's most important. And if Buffalo can go into this season healthy with all the ducks in a line and everybody pushing in the same direction, this team has the potential to be 14-3, 15-2. That's how manageable this schedule sets up. All of their hard games are at home, Ravens, Chiefs, Eagles, all at home. For those of you who want to put the Bengals in that conversation, I don't, but some people like to. Even the Bengals game is at home. All their hard games are at home. If they can protect home field advantage, and let's say in those 4 games go 3-1, or if they ever went 4-0, you could just put them in stone as the 1 seed. But if they go 3-1, hey, this team is good. 14-3, 15-2. This is a really, really prime opportunity for the Bills to get back to the Super Bowl, something they haven't done since 1993. And I think this is actually the year that they could potentially do it. If they can just avoid Kansas City, I think Buffalo will get to the Super Bowl. But if Kansas City is there, then all bets are off, because we know how they feel about Mahomes and the Chiefs. They soil themselves when they play those guys. But anyone else, I would like Buffalo in a matchup in the postseason. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Let's move over to the NBA, Femi, because one of the newest members of the Brooklyn Nets, Michael Porter Jr., was on a podcast and actually discussed something near and dear to this show, sports gambling. Now, Porter says that he thinks the impact of sports gambling is, quote, only going to get worse. Talked about how it's bad for the fans because he thinks fans are looking at sports as a way to try and make money rather than just enjoy watching the sport itself. Of course, we know Porter's tie with his younger brother, Jonte, being banned from the association because of his role in a gambling scheme. But one of the things that Porter said, which is interesting, is that he says he understands that some of the players will get tempted by the sports gambling. Femi, here's the quote. Now, you think about it. If you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo, bet $10,000 on my under this one game, I'm going to act like I've got an injury and I'm going to sit out. I'm going to come out after 3 minutes, Porter said, and then all of you can get a little bag because you did it in just one game. So, and Femi, that's exactly what we've seen with some of these gambling, controversies in sports. So Porter's talking about how he doesn't like the impact, but at the same time, he gets it when some of these guys decide to do this.
I mean, this is this is ridiculous for Michael Porter Jr. Are there harms of sports betting? Yes, they are with a lot of things in life. There are some cons that go along with the pros. But the example that he provided, that he outlined of, hey, look at this cockamamie scheme that we can put together. That's what his brother did. And that's what got him busted and got him banned from the NBA for life. Dude, the sports books are put in place as checks and balances. You think that, oh, yeah, I'm just going to go out there and play for 3 minutes. Bro, that's what gets all these things flagged. Why do you think Terry Rozier's caught in a scandal? Malik Beasley's caught in a scandal. They're investigating. Your brother, Jonte Porter, who obviously you are very much aware of what happened there. It's the whole purpose of saying, you know what? I'm going to play, but bet all my unders and get your bag, and I'm going to go out of the game 3 minutes in. There's a compilation of Jonte Porter trying to brick threes worse than somebody who's blind shooting. It's come on, man. Irregular betting gets flagged. And that's one of the benefits of this whole thing being legalized. You want to talk about checks and balances? If this goes back to pre-PASPA days, nobody cares about any of this. Maybe here in Las Vegas where I live, they might care about it. But nationwide, nobody would give a damn. Oh, this person just left the game 3 minutes in. Who cares? Whatever. Meanwhile, betting is still taking place nationwide because, hint, hint, everyone, prior to legalization, it was still happening. Guys, this is now out of the shadows. I know these stories come up every now and then, and we all freak out, and we all have the existential crisis of, oh my goodness, what is sports betting doing to society? No, this is just the natural part of something becoming legal. I think we're going to be fine. And the fact that Michael Porter Jr. thought that scheme might be able to work just shows how dumb he is, because literally his brother tried it, and now his brother has a lifetime ban from the NBA. Get out of here, buddy. Quit talking to the microphones. In fact, we need to ban podcast equipment so these guys quit sounding like idiots out there and putting it for all of us to know. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, let's switch over to Major League Baseball because the Milwaukee
we
Brewers...
need to make the podcast equipment expensive or something, man. Like, we got to stop.
That's got to be really expensive for NBA players, Femi. Really expensive.
That's right. Michael Porter Jr. could just buy all of it. But whatever. You know what I'm saying.
I hear you. Let's switch over to baseball, Femi. The Milwaukee Brewers have won 11 straight, and they've basically been stealing all of the Major League Baseball headlines. But how about the Seattle Mariners? They've won 8 straight and have charged to the top of the AL West standings. And with their hot play, Femi, your Seattle Mariners are now the co-favorites to represent the American League in the World Series.
I mean, what a time to be alive, right? What a time. What's the LeBron meme? I can't believe this is my life. like this is where we're at, man. This is where we're at with the Seattle Mariners. It's great. I got a smile on my face because anytime I think about this team recently, it's brought a smile to my face. Now, they got to do it in October. I mean, hell, they got to get to October. Like, I'm a Mariners fan. We're not going to count the chickens before they hatch. But, like, this is a really, really positive sign. And, you know, not to pat our backs here on the show. We would never, ever do that. But during the trade deadline, I said, all right, like, I know that the dust is settled. The Mariners are the team that you want to be buying. So far, that has aged very nicely. Bet some 10-1 the night they traded for Eugenio Suarez. Now down to that plus 375 price. Tied in the AL West with the Houston Astros. Now, the tricky thing for Seattle is that Houston's going to get Yordan Alvarez back, we think, at some point. So, like, Houston's not going anywhere anytime soon. Like, that team is going to be still in this race very much so. It's just going to kind of come down to those two teams and how this thing sort of sorts itself out. The good thing for the Mariners, though, is that they have a pretty easy schedule down the stretch. If they can just take advantage of that and potentially win the West, like, they are set up very, very well to make a run in October and win the pennant. The pitching staff is starting to look like how they do. Shout out to George Kirby last night, pitching some shutout ball, 7 innings. Like, the lineup is cooking. Last night it wasn't, but, like, it has been cooking recently. The Mariners have all the ingredients of an American League winner, and I'm glad that we backed them prior to this big-time run. Bill, hit me with the last one before we had to break.
Femi, last night, New York Mets crushed the Atlanta Braves 13-5. Pete Alonso in the game homers twice, giving him 254 career home runs, which passes Darryl Strawberry, and that means Alonso has hit the most home runs all time in a New York Mets uniform.
That's fantastic. Great. Now let's stop losing games, Mets. Let's just stop. Last night was a step in the right direction. They finally beat the Braves. Let's keep stacking wins on top of each other because as much as I love the Mariners, like, the New York Mets are the team that I think can win the World Series. That's the team that I bet to win the World Series. Ever since I made that bet, they went on a 7-game losing streak. So let's get back on the right track here, Mets. But kudos to Pete Alonso for getting it done. I didn't think the number would be that low, but I guess that's the New York Mets. But congratulations to Pete Alonso as you're now Mr. Homers for the New York Mets. All right, on the other side, we'll hit some other training camp news and get to the marquee games tonight in the world of sports. It's You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Boise State's going to win double-digit games, which right now is why you're seeing that win total over 9.5, greater than minus 200. They have to replace Ashton Genty, huge loss, obviously, but they have 13 starters back, and seven of them are on the offensive side of the ball. Last year, they averaged 37.3 points per game, and their starting quarterback's back. Maddox Madsen last year threw for over 3,000 yards, so it wasn't just the ground game. He also had 23 touchdowns, protects the football, only 6 picks. They have a Fresno State transfer, Malik Sherrod, coming in to replace Genty. They have their tight end, Matt Louderback. He had 7 touchdown receptions last year, 47 grabs. They have Caples, one of their top receivers, coming back. He had 38 receptions last year, over 400 yards, 5 touchdowns. So they're still going to be solid on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to average over 30 points per game, but it's going to be tough to replace 2,000 yards in your backfield and Ashton Genty. The defensive side of the ball is, I think, why they win double-digit games, though, man. Jaden Virgin Morgan had 10 sacks last year. As a team, they led the country with 55. He had 15.5 tackles for loss. They did have a huge loss right after the spring. Andrew Simpson, who had 11 tackles for loss, decided to transfer out, but their secondary is loaded. I mean, the schedule, October 4th, a road game against Notre Dame in the non-con, that's going to be a loss. But other than that, I don't see a for sure loss here for Boise State. So I think they win 10, 11 games, and I think that the over is the play.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. It's Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the AFC East challengers to the Buffalo Bills, where they stack up, and what to think of them heading into this 2025 regular season. I got 3 interesting teams. Miami, I just got done crushing them in the segment prior to this one after the break. The last segment, another way to say that. Crushed the Miami Dolphins because I just am way out on that team. New England, I think, is interesting. The problem for me with the Patriots is that I feel like the cat's out the bag. Early in the offseason, we were definitely on Front Street with New England saying, hey, Vrabel and Drake May year 2, this is a team that you want to bet. And everyone bet it. And those 7.5s now became 8.5s, and that plus 180 to make the playoffs, plus 200 is now plus 110, even money. The cat seems to be out the bag on New England. I think a lot of people are expecting big things for them since they now have a really good head coach in Mike Vrabel. And then there's the New York Jets, who on a day-to-day basis, I don't know what to feel about this team. Some days I like them. Some days I hate them. Some days I think they're going to make the playoffs. Some days I think they're going to have the number 1 overall pick. It keeps going back and forth with the New York Jets based on the reporting out of training camp and the most recent joint practice with the New York Giants. So Nick will go ahead and outline all those teams in the AFC East and how they stack up against the Buffalo Bills. But speaking of the team the Jets faced in their joint practice, that being the New York Giants, I wanted to start here with the NFL training camp news because this has been a continuing storyline over the last few weeks here now at a Giants camp, and that is the Giants defensive line. Look, on paper, that D-line is nasty. Like, it's really, really strong. Dexter Lawrence is one of the best defensive players in football. He kind of just gets a little bit overshadowed based on the fact that his team sucks. But, like, he is an awesome, awesome defensive tackle. Brian Burns is a pretty good pass rusher. Like, Kayvon Thibodeau was at least a high draft pick, has shown moments of being pretty solid. Consistency is probably an issue there, but, like, Kayvon Thibodeau, like, that's nothing to sneeze at. He's a pretty good player. And now you drop in the third overall pick, in Abdul Carter. Like, that is a very, very strong defensive front. And all the videos that I've seen from Abdul Carter and that Giants pass rush, folks, it's scary. Like, that defensive line is really, really talented. And I think if this defensive line can stay healthy and they can just kind of be the unit that the Giants lean on, maybe this team is competitive this year. Like, everyone that's gone to Giants camp cannot stop talking about Abdul Carter. And we talked about Carter yesterday when we were breaking down Defensive Rookie of the Year in our awards conversation. And my whole thought process was, hey guys, like, let's not bet this market right now because we might have a guy that, like, an argument could be made that plus 250 should maybe be plus 150. And also, let's see what these other guys do as well. Like, I would not be rushing to try to beat Abdul Carter because we've seen nothing so far this offseason that suggests that he's not going to be the guy that wins the award. Like, he's been that good. And, like, let's see what it looks like when they actually play some real games. But, like, it wouldn't shock me if he has, like, the Micah Parsons season from a few years ago where he just takes the league by storm and, like, ends up getting Defensive Player of the Year votes like Parsons did that year. Like, Abdul Carter, everyone is speaking glowingly about this dude. And it's even something I said a couple weeks ago to where I think the best player in this draft was Abdul Carter. Like, I'm excited as all get out to see Travis Hunter. I'm excited about Cam Ward, even though he's the least talked about number 1 overall pick in the history of the sport. But, like, Abdul Carter, pound for pound, when it comes down to it, like, I think he's just the best player in this draft. And it changes the calculus for the Giants when you have that guy. Like, the math changes completely. Because if that pass rush can keep them in games, maybe Russell Wilson protects the football. A team that we're thinking about as like 4-13 or 3-14 when you look at their schedule, maybe they finish like 7-10. Now, 7-10, you're not hanging the banner. I'm not saying the New York Giants are a team that, like, you need to get all your Giants stock. But from a win total perspective and also from a week-to-week perspective, man, these unders are going to look really, really good. And when the Giants are a big underdog, I think I might find myself on the New York Giants quite a bit, maybe as early as week 1 when they take on the Washington Commanders, where right now I believe they're a 6.5-point underdog. That has come off of 7. So yeah, I see 6.5 right now, pretty much everywhere in the market. That's a bet that I want to make because this pass rush I think is going to be lethal. And if you don't come correct with an offensive line that day, you're going to be in for a world of hurt against this Giants defensive line. Those guys are that good. And Carter kind of tips the scale in their favor of being a team that, like, it's not going to be an easy day at the office. You might win, but it ain't going to be an easy day at the office when you play Big Blue. Let's stay with some of these young guys, though, in the NFL draft. In Tennessee, Titans quarterback Cam Ward, once again, least talked about number 1 overall pick in the history of the sport. But that doesn't mean that I'm not excited to watch Cam Ward. And doesn't mean that Cam Ward isn't excited for this upcoming season. Earlier this afternoon, after saying that the Titans offense and the operation was mid the whole offseason, Cam Ward has now since changed his tune. Earlier today, Cam Ward said he believes the Titans have a top-notch offense, including a top 5 wide receiver core in the NFL. Now, I want to do this in real time just to list off with the guys that they have in that wide receiver room because he says that, and I'm like, all right, like, it's great that you're really confident, but also that doesn't pass the laugh test. So let's go ahead and pull this up. I have the Titans depth chart up right now. The wide receivers, Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, Van Jefferson, Alec Iomanor, Shamir Dike, and Mason Kinsey. Top 5 wide receiver core. Like, I can't even say that without laughing. Like, I get it. Cam Ward is somebody who is as confident as all get out. And I love that about him. Like, you have to be confident to go from Incarnate Word to Washington State, then to Miami to be the number 1 overall pick. Like, you got to have that swagger to you. But that's just a ridiculous statement to make. But what's really cool about this, though, is that kind of confidence is what changes an organization. Like, that kind of confidence is what maybe leads you to believe that the Tennessee Titans can be frisky and finish in second place in the AFC South. That's the kind of confidence to where, like, I think straight up, Tennessee is better than Jacksonville and better than Indianapolis. Like, I like Cam Ward quite a bit. He's a little bit delusional with that comment, but, like, I like the fact that he is that confident in his team. And a defense last year, like, I know I was talking about it quite a bit during last NFL regular season. Like, that defense was much better than people thought. They were just put in bad situations because they had horrendous quarterback play, whether it was from Will Levis or from Mason Rudolph. If Cam Ward steps onto the scene as, like, average or above average, this is a team that could win some games, especially in a very, very weak division. Will they be better than Houston? No, they won't be. Houston's much better. But they can be better than Jacksonville with no offensive line and no defense. They can be better than Indianapolis, who has a quarterback situation that's horrendous. Like, I think Tennessee is going to be the second place team in the South. That's how I would be looking to bet them, or there's win total over, or maybe some AFC South exact outcomes, because I think Tennessee has a culture changer at QB, which is the hardest thing to find in the NFL. And then finally, before we get to the marquee games and bring on Jake and Tyler, the last piece of news from NFL training camp. And this one is exciting because I'm excited to see what this looks like. Bears head coach Ben Johnson said that everyone is going to play in Sunday's preseason game against the Buffalo Bills, including Caleb Williams and the starters who sat out last week. Let's go. Like, let's see what it looks like right now. Like, it's the experiment that everyone's curious to see. How does this look? Because we've all seen the tweets, the videos, the reporting. Sounds like it's been a rocky start at Bears training camp. But, like, the only way to truly know is facing the live bullets and actually putting it out there. And I was disappointed last week that they sat Caleb Williams and the rest of the starters, because clearly, based on the reporting, they need to get in as many reps as humanly possible. And you can't pass up game reps, especially when the opposition, that being the case the Miami Dolphins, was playing their ones. So I'm glad that we're going to see the Chicago Bears ones out there. Hopefully Buffalo puts their ones and we get good on good. Let's get ones on ones and get an honest evaluation, at least in the month of August, of what this might look like early on this season for the Chicago Bears. I'm on record saying that this is going to be an adjustment period. It's going to be rocky in the first couple of months, and there's going to be a lot of noise about this team because everyone expects big things. But by the time we get to the second half of the season, I think we're going to see it all click and all come together, and then there'll be a very promising feeling, a feeling of optimism about the Chicago Bears in the second half of the season, and especially when you project forward into 2026. I know that's not what Bears fans want to hear right now. You don't want to hear about 2026. You want to hear about 2025, but, like, let's just deal in reality. Caleb Williams, this is rookie year 2.0 after the disaster situation that he had a season ago. Let's go ahead and get to tonight's marquee games here real quick before we bring on Jake and Tyler to talk about their best bets from the world of sports this evening. But tonight we got 4 baseball games that are really intriguing to me. The first one in the Bronx, Twins at the Yankees. You have Joe Ryan on the mound against Cam Schlittler. New York right now minus 150 on the money line. Get the Twins plus 125. That total sitting at 8.5. Joe Ryan, I thought about it. I didn't make the bet, but I thought about backing Joe Ryan in the first 5. I just feel like the Yankees have like a psychological edge over the Minnesota Twins. So maybe just bet the Yankees, to be quite honest, as Nick has been doing and has been profiting with. Cubs and the Blue Jays. I do have a bet on this game, which I'll reveal later on during our Power Hour plays at 6:40. But Toronto minus 135, Cubs plus 115. That total sitting at 8.5. We have Cade Horton versus Kevin Gossman. Chicago has somehow fallen to 7.5 games behind Milwaukee. Like, this is kind of crazy. 6 weeks ago, I thought Chicago was going to run away with the division. And now they're 7.5 games back of the red-hot Milwaukee Brewers, who just will never lose ever again. And then finally, we have the Braves and the Mets. Cookie Carrasco versus David Peterson, our pitching matchup. Mets minus 210. That total sitting at 9. Very much rooting for the New York Mets in that game. But let's go ahead and bring on Jake Hassan and Tyler Morales for their best bets. Jake, what do you like tonight in the world of sports and why?
Trevor Rogers is a huge dog against Logan Gilbert on the road where he has a 5 ERA. I don't want anything to do with Baltimore's bullpen, though, so I'll take the Orioles on the first 5. And I'm going to take some shots against Gavin Williams in a regression spot after he threw 8 1/3 no-hit innings in his last start. So I'm going to go Kyle Stowers and somebody named Jacob Marcy at plus 950 to hit a home run.
Jacob Marcy. Let's see if he can go ahead and meet the moment and read the room and leave the yard. Love it. Tyler, what do you like in sports?
I've been the Phillies Reds whisperer this week. I'm going to go to the Phillies money line here. I'm going to take, I don't even know if Hunter Green's going to pitch that long.
Please.
But yeah, we need Sanchez to get the win. If Green leaves the game early, the Phillies have been dominating bullpens all season. They've been struggling to hit starting pitcher. So if Hunter Green's out early, I like the Phillies' chances. So Phillies money line. Let's go Sanchez.
I would do unholy things for Christopher Sanchez masterclass.
Let's do it.
Hey, especially after Skeens last night, maybe the door slightly ajar for the NL Cy Young. Want to issue this piece of news that just came down before we get to Nick coming up in the next segment. Shedeur Sanders of the Cleveland Browns suffered an oblique strain, will not practice Thursday, unlikely to play in Saturday's preseason game against the Eagles. I'm sure Nick will have more on that and the AFC East begin the 4 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Pop-Tarts are headed to the freezer aisle with ice cream pints and sandwiches coming to Walmart's late May 2025. So the pints are brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, and s'mores. The sandwiches will be available in brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. And apparently only at the Walmarts. I quoted the tweet and wrote, "Diet starts in June." Because I'm witty like that. And Brian Gertch on our show has apparently made several trips to the Walmart, and they're all sold out, which is very funny.
Many?
Like
I need Gertch. How many Walmarts did you go to?
I think he said 3. He said, "LOL, just 2." Okay, sorry.
Just 2. Oh, okay.
I want this though. I love Pop-Tarts. I love ice cream. I mean, we all would eat that. I don't.
Which one you getting?
I don't.
I'm chocolate fudge. Where are you going?
Yeah, you are. I'd probably get the brown.
Yes. No strawberry.
I'm chocolate fudge will be on my tombstone when I die. That's classic. I'd probably go brown sugar cinnamon.
All right, but not the pints, right? You're going for the sandwich over the pint.
I want the sandwich. Yes.
Yes,
I get the sandwich. So supposedly they are at Walmart. I can only imagine somebody walking into Walmart like, "I'm here for the Pop-Tarts ice cream."
You run into some whack jobs at Walmart. That's the other thing. And then you got to look for someone with the bright blue vest. Like, hey, can you look him back? You got a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich for me.
I haven't laughed as hard as I did during the break, and then I thought I was over my giggle spree, and then you came out and said, I'm chocolate fudge. Oh, I don't know why that's so funny. I'm just a 12-year-old boy sometimes. It's a problem.
Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
This show kicks ass. Oh, hell yeah.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
What would Jerry Jones do if he were 22 instead of 82? Shirtless selfies by the pool on Instagram with Drake quotes as the caption. He's addicted to engagement. My issues with the Green Bay Packers, I don't think they have that many great players. Not good, top-end talent on either side of the ball. I'm skeptical of the overall talent on this team.
This is You Better You Bet. Brought to you by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. On the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful Football Wednesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, awards talk continues. Femi Abebefe is here, our awards expert, co-host on the show. Femi has got advice locked and loaded for 2 award markets in the National Football League for today's edition of the show. We will talk Coach of the Year. Maybe the most fun NFL awards market to discuss. When you can make a case for legitimately 30 of the 32 coaches. Can't wait to discuss Coach of the Year with Femi. I know he likes Aaron Glenn a little bit. We'll find out who else Femi likes to win Coach of the Year this year in the NFL. So the most fun awards market in the NFL, Coach of the Year, and probably the one that's now the least fun to discuss because all of you morons had to bitch and moan and whine and complain a couple years ago when DeMar Hamlin did not win Comeback Player of the Year and Joe Flacco won, and now we've got this neutered market for Comeback Player of the Year where like 6 guys can realistically win. Won't stop us from talking about it. Betting advice for Comeback Player of the Year and Coach of the Year today on You Better You Bet. We've also got injury updates across the National Football League, and I'm going to tell you, dear listener and dear viewer, why the injury update out of Minnesota is way more impactful than the one that's currently making the rounds out of Cleveland surrounding Shedeur Sanders. I've got a list, and the list is the things that I'm watching for week 2 of the NFL preseason, and I'm excited to share that with you. We will go through fantasy nuggets, betting nuggets from just about every game, and one of them will feature the running back situation for the New York Jets. Kind of underreported right now. I think what's happening with the Jets backfield is supremely interesting, and all our bets for tonight will close the show in the power hour, the final hour, today on this Wednesday. But we officially start the wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Bet or You Bet with something that we touched on yesterday in the interview with my buddy Greg Rosenthal, the host of NFL Daily, an NFL media podcast. Loved the conversation with Greg. I think Greg is one of the best in the business. I love his insightful takes on the NFL, the way he thinks about the league, how deeply he thinks about the league. And he and I are in lockstep on a lot of things as it concerns the 2025 NFL season. But he said something yesterday that I actually couldn't believe coming from him. He's a big Patriots fan. I couldn't believe when Greg Rosenthal said the New York Jets will be the surprise team in the AFC East, and that he thinks the gap between the Jets and the Patriots is not as wide as the betting market would have you believe. And I spent time thinking about that last night. I spent time thinking about the AFC East this morning because over the course of the last few months, not necessarily on this show where we have been anti one of the three teams that I'm going to discuss, and we'll get into all of them, I have read and heard and seen people in both betting media and traditional sports media make a case that the Miami Dolphins could be the second best team in the AFC East. I've seen people make the case that the Jets could be the second best team in the AFC East. And I've seen people make the case that the New England Patriots could be the second best team in the AFC East. You'll notice that I keep saying second best team because the Buffalo Bills are going to win this division. As long as Josh Allen stays healthy, Buffalo should be, at the very least, a regular season juggernaut this season. And then we'll see what happens, in January, if and when they have to go up against Patrick Mahomes, who beats them like a drum basically every single January. But in the regular season, Buffalo's going to be awesome. And if Josh Allen plays 16, 17 games, the Buffalo Bills are winning the AFC East. So the conversation in this division starts with who's coming in second, because we know that Buffalo is going to win the division. At BetMGM right now, the way that the market has the rest of the division priced, to finish top two in the division, so basically this isn't said, but alongside Buffalo, right? New England, minus 140, Miami, plus 150, and the New York Jets, plus 400. The win totals in the division are as follows. The Patriots right now at BetMGM, 8.5. Juice to the under. The Miami Dolphins, 7.5. Even money, minus 110 both ways. And the New York Jets are 6.5 now, and that is juiced to the under. So these three teams are grouped pretty closely together. Yeah, there's like a little bit of a gap between the Patriots and the Jets, but we're not talking like the gap between like Buffalo and the Jets. It's a couple wins, give or take, and point spreads when these teams play each other are not going to be especially large. So I think that this is a pretty fun exercise to think about, right? How's the rest of the division going to shake out behind the Buffalo Bills? Greg likes the New York Jets. Femi's high on Aaron Glenn and the New York Jets. I can't say I agree with them on the New York Jets. So let's talk about the three teams in this division, and let's try and determine the finishing order here and how it's going to go behind the Buffalo Bills. And I want to start with the Miami Dolphins. I hate the Miami Dolphins. I don't respect the Miami Dolphins. I find this construction, this iteration of the Miami Dolphins to be a disgrace and an affront to professional football. Can't play physical. Can't convert short yardage. Can't play in the cold. Can't beat good teams. Absolute losers. Coach Capri Pants, Mike McDaniel, running another Club Med training camp just for bleeps and giggles. I would like for everybody, not right now, because you're listening to the show and you're watching the show. And if you're driving, especially, please don't do this. But when you get a free moment, go on Twitter or X or whatever they're calling it today and do a Twitter search. Lions, Dolphins. Lions, Dolphins. Because those two teams are involved right now in a joint practice ahead of the preseason game coming up this weekend. And according to these reports, this is basically like Super Bowl 24 Niners Broncos. 55-10. Maybe even worse than that. Bears Redskins from 1940, 73-0. The reports would have you believe that like the Lions and the Dolphins are not playing the same sport. Like the Lions are playing professional football and the Miami Dolphins are playing Calvin ball. Shout out to Bill Watterson. A couple of Calvin and Hobbes references the last couple of days on the show. You got to love that. The Miami Dolphins don't even belong on the same field as the Detroit Lions, per these reports. Don't believe me? Consider this quote from Detroit Lions linebacker Grant Stewart. I don't know who that is. He probably shouldn't be saying things like this, but it doesn't matter. He did, and it's great bulletin board fodder, and it's great for sports radio. Quote, I don't know if they, the Miami Dolphins, I don't know if they're ready. I'm going to keep it a stack, which I guess is like the evolved term now of like, I'm going to keep it 100. Like, I'm just going to like, I'm going to tell the truth. So we've evolved past keep it 100 or 100, HUNNID. Then it was keep it a buck. Now we've evolved to keep it a stack. Keep it a stack is Charizard here. Charmander was, I'm going to keep it 100. So we've evolved a couple times here. So Grant Stewart is going to keep it a stack. I don't know if the Miami Dolphins practice how we practice. I mean, you might as well have just called them soft. SAWFT, soft. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. They're getting clowned. It's still August. They're getting clowned on August 13th. We're not even in September yet, and the Dolphins are getting clowned by other teams. Let's consider some other factors with the 2025 Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill's crazy. Now, you might be out there listening and watching and saying, well, we've known that basically since he came into the league, drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. Yes, that is true. But for whatever the reason, and I don't claim to know the answer to this, it feels like Tyreek generally has been able to have his head screwed on straight enough to at least perform on the field and not alienate all his teammates. That is not a commentary on the man he is off the field. Just like on the field, he's been able to keep it together. And in the locker room, he's been able to keep it together. That is slipping away. That, his hold on reality here, feels pretty tenuous. Starting with the quotes after the team's loss in Week 18. I don't know if I don't want to be here anymore. Backtracking after that. Weird comments constantly. Tua Tagovailoa clearly fed up with Tyreek's bleep. And good for Tua. I would be too if I were Tua Tagovailoa. But still, to quote Joe Girardi, it's not what you want. And I'll just throw this out there, and I have no inside information. Would anyone be surprised if Tyreek Hill got traded this season? If this is a lost season for the Miami Dolphins, and Tyreek is a malcontent, and Jalen Waddle's on the other, ready to be the number one, they're paying him like a one, why can't the Miami Dolphins trade Tyreek Hill? I'll tell you who could use him. Since Hollywood Brown can't stay healthy and Rashee Rice is going to be suspended. A team you might have heard of, with a quarterback you might have heard of, the tight end dates Taylor Swift. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't be shocked if that happened at some point this season. The offensive line is going to be a train wreck again. Slated to be a bottom five offensive line. Teron Armstead retiring, and they are depending on young players, and maybe they hit. But I mean, best case scenario is that this line is below average. Not even average. Below average. How about the defense? Worst secondary in the NFL, and it's not even close. Not even close. And this secondary was bad before Artie Burns tore his ACL, lost for the year. Before Kader Kohu, their slot corner, the best corner on the team, before he was lost for the year. The Dolphins signed Jack Jones. Who? 281-330-8004. And Mike Hilton. Mike Hilton. Off the scrap heap. They're going to start in week 1. Does anyone think any of this is good? Storm Duck might be the best corner on this team now. You think I'm making that name up? Sounds like a Magic the Gathering character. Storm Duck. You know, Darkwing's brother. Donald's nephew. It's just going to be terror. Storm Duck. The quarterback has missed games basically every year for a while now. And obviously no one wants to see Tua Tagovailoa get concussed. If Tua misses time this year, did you know, dear listener and dear viewer, that the backup quarterback is Zach Wilson? And he's wearing number 0, which might be the greatest ever example of life imitating art. And it's perfect. It's right on the nose. It would be like if your favorite porn star decided to play professional football and wore number 69. You can't do better. Zach Wilson wearing 0. Oh, but Tua's going to miss a couple games. Here's Zach Wilson. They watched him in the division and they said, you know what? That's who we want. One play away. Jobs on the line. Feels like this could be a bad year, that things could unravel. Don't worry, everybody. Our break glass in case of emergency. He wears number 0, and his name's Zach Wilson. Good luck with that. Good luck. There is a way that the Miami Dolphins could exceed expectations this year. I don't think it's going to happen, but I want to be fair. On the other side, we'll tell you how that could happen and the bets I want to make on the Dolphins. Then we will talk Femi's New York Jets and Mike Vrabel, Drake May, and the New England Patriots. We are just getting started here on a Wednesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
This is an interesting one because obviously it's a very narrative driven award, but what type of numbers does he have to put up as a receiver and as a defensive player in order to get this award? Because I do think you have to be able to hang your hat on like something, whether it's interceptions, whether it's receiving yards. And I'm not sure if Travis Hunter can put those up. Like, he's a really talented player.
Yeah.
But do you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be like, oh, he plays both ways. Let's just give him the award.
I think he's going to have to make some dynamic plays on offense. I think that's the real challenge. Like, defensively, he doesn't necessarily, He doesn't necessarily have to make a bunch of big plays, even though I think that's his more natural position. Even the Jags earlier in camp are playing him on offense more just because it's harder to learn an offense, right? Have to learn a new system and have to learn how he's going to fit into that system, whereas defensively, it's a lot easier to turn him loose. But you can be a great cornerback and not have amazing stats because you can shut down a side of the field, right? Like some of the best corners in the game, they may not have a lot of interceptions, and you say, oh, where are the picks? It's like, yeah, they're not throwing to that side of the field because nobody wants to challenge him. So in that respect, he could have a very good defensive year. I think to win it just playing primarily defense, he would have to be otherworldly. I don't think that's going to happen unless offensively he goes out there and he makes some plays on offense, which highlights not only what he can do offensively, but then people pay even more attention to what he's done on the other side of the ball. I will say at 10-1, I think there's some value on Travis Hunter. I think the Jags are absolutely going to take advantage of his athleticism and how dynamic he is, and only played 19 snaps against the Steelers. That's not a lot, but you have to think they're not going to wear him out in the preseason. So at 10-1, he's so different than any other player on the board. I like the odds.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to awards talk coming up in a little bit, but want to finish my thoughts on the AFC East behind the Buffalo Bills. So detailed in the opening segment, all the reasons why I dislike the Miami Dolphins this year, and I think I'm way right on this, not liking the Miami Dolphins. But I want to be fair. The same way I felt like I was fair yesterday when I said I don't see the Packers going to the Super Bowl this year or winning the NFC North, but I certainly acknowledge the upside case, that it could happen. So I have to acknowledge that there is an upside case for the Miami Dolphins this year. I don't think they're going to reach it. I don't think that. But there is a path. There is a bull case to be made that the Dolphins could exceed expectations this season. And the way that happens is if the defensive front absolutely balls out. That's like the only way it happens, is if the defensive front dominates games and makes it so that the secondary doesn't get exposed, because that's what I think is going to happen all season long. They've got really good players on the defensive line. Like Kenneth Grant looks like a keeper, the first-round defensive lineman. He looks really good thus far in preseason and training camp. Zach Sealer is really good. Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips. It looks like the Dolphins avoided disaster today with Trop Robinson. He was carted out of practice. He posted an Instagram story saying it's not serious. So we'll see. Like maybe he may be back in practice tomorrow. He could miss week 1. I have no idea. There's been no firm reporting yet on Trop Robinson. But if you, based on what he said he's fine. So I'll take him at his word. That is great news for the Miami Dolphins. So that's the case for Miami, is that the defensive line is so good that secondary doesn't get exposed, and the offense can kind of do its thing and at least try and stay balanced without having to throw the ball a million times every game behind a terrible offensive line and a papier-mâché quarterback. Which sounds like I'm taking like a personal shot at Tua. It's not personal. I like Tua. I think he's fun to watch. I don't want him to get hurt. I want him to play. The league is more fun when the best players are playing. He's the best quarterback on the team. But I don't know how you can be honest and not worry about Tua behind this offensive line with that secondary. Where if the defense is getting shredded and they're going to have to pass to keep up, how's this going to go? Spoiler alert. Poorly. Dolphins are going to have a new head coach and general manager next year and are going to regret not pulling the plug on Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer this past offseason. As for the New York Jets, I really, really, sincerely like and respect what Aaron Glenn, the new head coach, and I want to go with Moogie as the pronunciation. No one knows. I was on with WFAN with Sal Licata last week in New York, and I asked him on the air, is it Moogie or Moogie? He didn't know. No one knows. It's one of the great mysteries of life. Who shot JFK? What happened at Area 51? When's the meteor going to hit? How do you pronounce the Jets GM's last name? I want to go with Moogie. Moog. Because I think it's funnier. I love what Aaron Glenn and Darren Moogie have done thus far since they took over as the power brokers of the Jets from a team-building perspective. And I said it at the time. The most important thing that they did was letting Aaron Rodgers walk. And I'm an Aaron Rodgers guy. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to have a good season with the Steelers. I think he's going to take the Steelers to the playoffs. I love Aaron Rodgers. I actually think among national sports personalities, who likes Aaron Rodgers more than I do? Seriously. I'm an Aaron Rodgers fan. I like Aaron Rodgers. But if you're trying to build a culture from the ground up the way the Jets are, you can't have the diva 40-plus-year-old quarterback there to cut you off at the knees, to completely destroy what you're trying to build. He can go to Pittsburgh and be absorbed into the culture that's already there. Mike Tomlin can make sure that train stays on track. With Aaron Glenn, who's new, you can't have Aaron Rodgers in the building. I thought that was a great first sign, letting Aaron Rodgers walk. I love the Armand Membu pick. I think it's like they're doing what the Lions did, obviously, right? And I'm not saying he's going to be Penei Sewell, but they obviously want to build this inside out. I think it's smart. And I don't mind, even though I don't think he's good, I don't mind taking a one-year shot at Justin Fields at the quarterback position. So I don't know if this is going to lead to wins and losses this year or even next year or the year after that. That I have no idea. I have no idea if he's a good coach, if they're going to pick the right players. But I like the process thus far for Aaron Glenn, Darren Moogie, and the New York Jets. Let's talk about some other things I like for the Jets. I like the top-end talent on this roster. I think you can legitimately look at the Jets roster and say they've got a bunch of really good players on the roster. Sauce Gardner, obviously, is a stud. Bit of a down year last year. If anyone can fix him, it's one of the best cornerbacks in Jets history in Aaron Glenn. I also think Aaron Glenn can maybe do wonders with Brandon Stevens, who comes over from Baltimore. But Brandon Stevens is obviously not at the Sauce Gardner level. Sauce Gardner is a big-time player. Quinnen Williams is a big-time player. Will McDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. He's got the potential to be a big-time player. Jamie Sherwood is someone who gets no buzz. Was one of the best linebackers in the league last season. I think he's a really good player. Garrett Wilson's a stud. You've got studs along the offensive line. And while Breece Hall could find himself embroiled in a three-man running back committee, I'll get to that a little later in the show, Breece Hall is still a damn good player. And we'll see if I think he'll be on the week one roster, but he is entering the final year of his deal. Kyron Williams and James Cook just got paid, and Breece is wondering, where's my money? And there are teams out there that need a running back. So we'll see. I think Breece will open the season with the Jets, but I think that's a situation to watch. And we'll see what happens in the Jets preseason game coming up this weekend. So I like a lot about the 2025 New York Jets. My problem, as I've said from day one, as I've said literally for years with this guy, it's not personal. I love him for fantasy football this year. I love him for fantasy football this year. Not like, love. In the Scott Fish industry-wide fantasy football draft, I took Justin Fields in the 4th round. It was my second Superflex league. You can start 2 quarterbacks. I took Justin Fields ahead of Patrick Mahomes and others. I love Justin Fields for fantasy this year. But for real life, man, he stinks. He can't throw. It's a problem. And even if he could, which he can't, but if he could, the wide receiving and pass catching talent leaves quite a bit to be desired. Here's Josh Reynolds, WR2 in the year of our Lord, 2025. Is Alan Lazard going to make this team without his buddy Aaron Rodgers there? He's not healthy right now. I wouldn't be shocked if Alan Lazard didn't make the team. Malachi Corley looks like a draft bust. Maybe Arian Smith can get home. I've got him in some dynasty leagues. The speedster, mid-round pick, maybe. I don't know if Justin Fields is the quarterback to unlock him. And yeah, I'm excited about Mason Taylor. You know, Lawrence's nephew. Just kidding, he is Jason Taylor's son. That was a joke. I'm excited about Mason Taylor, second-round pick. He's got a high ankle sprain right now. So I don't know like how fast a start to the season it's going to be for Mason Taylor. And it's all well and good to say, well, the formula is going to be you run the football and you play great defense. Great. If you're able to execute that and your defense is awesome and you're able to run the ball effectively, then sure, you can make the case that the Jets can be decent this year. What happens if they get down 2 scores and Justin Fields has to throw? And outside of Garrett Wilson, it's me, Femi, Tyler, Bill, Jake, Mike Brown, and you. Doesn't sound great. And to paraphrase Randy Jackson from American Idol, well, I guess he's not the one that says that. What does he say? I'm out, dog? That's a no for me, dog? It's Shark Tank, right, where they go, and for those reasons, I'm out? Yeah. Randy Jackson says that's a no for me, dog, is a legendary line. The guys on Shark Tank will destroy you to your face. Here's why you're going to lose your shirt and declare bankruptcy and not be able to feed your children. Here are all the reasons, and that's why I'm out. Justin Fields can't throw, and that's why I'm out. You bet on this Wednesday. And that brings us to the New England Patriots. I think the Patriots are fascinating entering the year. Let's start on the offensive line for New England, which was an unmitigated disaster last season. Just the disaster of all disasters. The type of disaster that one disaster looks at and says to another disaster, wow, that son of a bitch right there, that's a big-ass disaster. A big-aster. Let that hang for a second. There is some uncertainty on the offensive line for the Patriots entering this year. The left side of the line is going to be 2 rookies. Will Campbell, 4th overall pick at left tackle, and then a mid-round pick, Jared Wilson, looks like he's won the starting job at guard. So yeah, like you can look at that and say, well, this could be a potential disaster here. Here's what I would say, and I think I'm way right on this. While acknowledging that the Patriots' offensive line might just be average this year, average would be million times better than it was last year. I love the run game for the Patriots. Travion Henderson looks like an absolute stud already. Had a highlight touchdown run today on Wednesday in the joint practice for the Patriots. 100-yard kickoff return touchdown in the preseason game. He just looks like he's playing with a different speed. Like he's a big-time player. Just like you watch these guys in the preseason, like you watch him at Ohio State, he looks like a monster, of course. But then you look at him in the NFL, and he looks like a beast. He's just moving at a different speed. And Rondre Stevenson, I don't think has the ceiling of Travion Henderson, but he's a damn good running back. I love that 1-2 punch, and I think their offense is going to run through the 2 running backs. Let's talk about the defense for the Patriots. Bit of a disaster last year. Opposite Christian Gonzalez this year at corner, Carlton Davis. That's a badass 1-2 punch at cornerback for the Patriots. Christian Barmore going to play this year. Feels like a big deal after the blood clots last year for the Patriots. I love the Milton Williams signing. from the Philadelphia Eagles on the defensive line. I love, and we called for it when the Tennessee Titans let Harold Landry walk away, when Harold Landry was not going to return to Tennessee. We told you on the show at that moment, as soon as it happened, he's going to go sign with Mike Vrabel, his old coach in Tennessee. He's going to go sign with the Patriots. Love that signing. Harold Landry, back with his old head coach, Mike Vrabel. And the presence of Barmore and Milton Williams and Harold Landry are going to help out Keon White quite a bit. It's a good defensive front. I love Robert Spillane at the linebacker position. Good player. The secondary depth, the safety depth is good enough that Kyle Duggar might not even make the team. Like Mike Reese and others, like respected Patriots beat reporters, are questioning Kyle Duggar's roster status this year. And maybe he doesn't fit the scheme, which means they've got other players that they like. I like this Patriots defense entering the year. And of course, no conversation around an NFL team is complete without the two most central pillars, building blocks, if you will. Coach and quarterback. Multi-time Coach of the Year winner, Mike Vrabel. And he started from the bottom. Now he's here. Drake May. He's not like us because he's a professional athlete and we're not. Drake May was awesome last season in the absolute worst situation you could possibly imagine. With Gerard Mayo completely clueless, Alex Van Pelt, absolute slappy clown, a terrible offensive line running for his life. No leadership, no structure, no chance, no hope. And despite that, like a rose through the concrete, Drake May managed to flash and play pretty well. And I am not suggesting the Patriots are going to win the AFC East. They won't. Go to the Super Bowl? No chance. But now, he's got a chance to really do something here. Because there's an adult in the room. How much of an adult is he? So much so that he gets into training camp fracasses himself and gets bloodied. Take that, Dan Campbell. You think you're the alpha male NFL head coach? Mike Vrabel would say otherwise. You need one of the wide receivers, young receivers to pop. I think it's going to be Kyle Williams. Stephon Diggs looking good thus far. I like the Patriots this year. The Dolphins have train wreck potential. And I think it's more likely than not things go off the rails in Miami. I like the steps the Jets have taken. But the quarterback is the albatross slung around their collective neck. In New England, you've got an ascending offense, an ascending defense, a proven head coach, and an absolute monster young quarterback. The second best team in this division is the New England Patriots. Bills Patriots plus 130, straight forecast at BetMGM. And I like the over 8.5 wins for the New England Patriots. On the other side, Femi joins me, and we will start breaking down Coach of the Year in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
his ego is holding them back again. And if you look at what they've done, we've talked about this now for a month, and we hit it again on Monday. When Dak and Micah are on the field, this team is very, very efficient on both ends of the field. Dak has become a very good quarterback, and Micah is one of the best pass rushers in the league. That run from 21, 22, 23. They go 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. That's because you had Prescott and Parsons for the majority of those seasons. When you don't, trash. 7-10, 6-10, 8-8. That's the reality. So knowing all that, the owner does not want to compensate or make one of the best players in the conference, in the league, happy. He's under contract. I get it. But he's not playing without a deal, a new one. He's not going to play. Like, I've been told that multiple times. If he does not get what he wants, he's not going to play. And you look at these books, you look at the betting market, we try to always bring it back to betting. Books are starting to float this number back out, not only on the division market, 6-1 at BetMGM, 7-1 at one book, but they're bashing them all the way out to 30-1 to win the conference. The books want you to bet the Cowboys now. They want to take your money. They want you to bet a little to win a lot because they know the truth. They know that if this is reality and that Mike is not there, this team has no chance.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
No matter where the action is, we're going to supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use today's BetMGM odds boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly. And again, you're out there listening and watching. Like, you're going to bet on sports because you're watching the show and listening to the show. Why wouldn't you use the BetMGM odds boost token to boost your potential payout if you're going to win your bet? So make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. And as always, please gamble responsibly. A couple quick pieces of NFL news to get to before we start talking Coach of the Year in the NFL, both injury related. We'll begin in Cleveland, where I was actually really bummed to see this because I really enjoyed watching Shedeur Sanders play last week. So all the insiders have tweeted. Shedeur Sanders suffered an oblique strain in practice today. Shedeur will not practice tomorrow on Thursday. And Schefter said unlikely to play on Saturday against the Eagles. Other insiders have said, like, he's not going to play. So it feels like this is trending towards, is Joe Flacco going to have to play because Dylan Gabriel's not healthy? And Kenny Pickett's still in the, maybe Tyler Huntley plays the whole game. That'll be an interesting game to handicap, obviously, the Browns preseason game against the Eagles this weekend. And this sucks because we all wanted to see Shedeur Sanders play. I bet you the Browns are pretty happy about this. They just like to be bad in peace this year and be a normal type of bad without the Shedeur Sanders circus. I don't know what this is going to mean for Shedeur moving forward. The fact that he played as well as he did last week in the preseason and was 4th on the depth chart kind of told you that the Browns at the very least don't want him to start early in the year. So it feels really unlikely, and it was unlikely anyway that Shedeur was going to start early in the year. I am going to hold to the take that I gave the Monday after the NFL draft and that I've held consistent to throughout the last couple months, which is that Shedeur is going to start the most games of any Browns quarterback this year. So he won't play in the preseason game this weekend, but hopefully we'll get Shedeur Sanders in the final preseason game, week 3 of the exhibition slate. And that's obviously the news. If you turn on TV, if you go on social media, that's going to be the piece of NFL injury news that gets the most buzz and the most headlines today. But there's a piece of news that's way more important and way more impactful to a million different betting markets and who could potentially win the Super Bowl this year. That broke earlier today. And that comes courtesy of Minnesota Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell, who says that all-world wide receiver Justin Jefferson, probably the best wide receiver in the league. Remember, Justin Jefferson had what was called a mild hamstring strain and wasn't going to practice and was going to be day-to-day and would be back at some point soon. He's still not back as we approach week 2 of the preseason. Kevin O'Connell saying today that Jefferson is, quote, progressing and that he'll be reassessed next week. I'm not ready to sound the alarms yet on Justin Jefferson and this hamstring injury. But the longer this goes, the worse you have to feel. Because remember, Jordan Addison is suspended for the first 3 games. He ain't playing week 1, Monday night, September 8th, on the road at the Chicago Bears. If for whatever reason Justin Jefferson can't go either, you are throwing J.J. McCarthy to the Bears. Literally and figuratively. We got to watch the situation with Justin Jefferson. My guess is he'll be good to go. But the longer this goes without him on the practice field or in a preseason game, the more worried you have to get, both from a betting perspective and if you're drafting him in the top 10 of your fantasy football league. And last note, I don't know if it's been officially announced yet because it's a little early on the West Coast. I'm sure it has. I don't think Matthew Stafford's practicing again for the Rams today. It's August 13th. He's 37. His back is bad. Femi Abebefe with me now. Femi, what's going on, buddy?
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. If we had to play a game on Sunday, Matthew would be out there. He's going to be all good. Nothing to see here, right? I mean, just the message out of Rams camp is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But, hey, they can say what they want to say. We'll put our money where our mouth is. I'll be looking to fade the Rams early and often in the regular season. And, it's my guy, knock on wood. I want him to stay healthy. I want to see him because they're a really contending team when he's out there. But, I just don't see it for 2025. I think the end of the line is here, and we should look at other teams in the NFC West.
Now, be honest. You've been pretty firm on the Jets' love this offseason, and we'll talk about Coach of the Year in a second. I think you think the Jets are going to come in second in that division. With my brilliant analysis earlier this hour on the show, was I able to convince you and bring you over to my side that the Patriots will actually be the second best team in this division, the AFC East?
No, you are not. You are not. I love the Patriots too. We started this offseason in January, I believe, is when they hired Mike Vrabel, and I was obsessed with.
It was
hire.
a wild
this
card
is
Sunday.
Great. Yeah, it was a fantastic hire. But the problem, and this is where it gets into betting content versus just talking about the teams. New England on paper should be better. And that's why the betting market has them. The cat's out of the bag. This is no longer a win total of 7.5. It's now a win total of 8.5. Everyone expects the Patriots to be better because everyone woke up one day and just said, oh, wow, Mike Vrabel's the coach. This team should probably be pretty competitive. And that's where we sit here right now. Aaron Glenn, with me with the New York Jets, a little bit of a leap of faith, and obviously factoring in the price. But on paper, when you do factor in Aaron Glenn with that Jets talent, there actually is an argument to be made there where they can actually surpass the New England Patriots. Now, you better not look at the quarterback. That's you want to steer clear of that. But the other 52 players on the roster, band for band, I think New York's roster might be more talented than New England's. It's just that New York is very deficient in the most important
more top end talent
roster spot. Yeah, like top end. Like, we want to talk about receivers. Obviously, Garrett Wilson's better than anyone the Patriots have. Like corners, you can debate Christian Gonzalez and Sauce. Like,
I'd take
Gonzalez
Sauce, but Christian Gonzalez is good. But your point is valid.
Yeah.
Quentin Williams is the best defensive lineman on either team.
Like the offensive line for the Jets, I think, is better as well. Although the reports
There's no
about
question.
Our guy out of LSU, like, he's been really, really strong. Will Campbell, like, everyone's saying that he's been awesome and holding down at left tackle. But like the 52 other players are very good.
Run blocker. I worry about Will Campbell pass blocking for the Patriots. Run blocking, I think he's going to be a stud. Pass blocking, I think might be an issue in year one.
Ground and pound, baby. That's what we got to do if you're the New England Patriots. Ground and pound. Travion Henderson, he seems to be pretty good. But I just think talent for talent at the other positions, I would take the Jets. And if you have a head coach who can elevate those guys and give them some leadership and accountability, something that they did not have with their previous head coach and Robert Saleh, I think the Jets can have a season where we're all looking in January and saying, wow, how did that happen? It happened because the head coach is a culture changer. And it looks like Aaron Glenn is that guy based on all the words from the veterans.
Do you think Jeff Ulbrich held the team accountable after Saleh was fired?
I think he was just trying to hold his son accountable. I think he was telling Jack.
He didn't. Like he didn't hold his son accountable. Like his son prank called. Who did he prank called more than Shedeur Sanders, right? It was a couple other guys as well.
I think there was other prospects. Yeah, I think there was other prospects. I'm not saying that he succeeded in trying to hold him accountable, but he was trying. All right, like we were saying yesterday, he's doing his best. That was Jeff Ulbrich all throughout the offseason with his son, and probably throughout last regular season as well. Maybe that's why he was so bad. He had to look after Jax. Couldn't focus on the team. But yeah, I think the Jets are pointing in the right direction. It might just be me projecting the overall future outlook on the team and maybe thinking that it might happen a little bit earlier than it does. But I'm willing to go down sinking with a coach that I think is very, very capable in Aaron Glenn.
Mike Sando is going to join us next hour from The Athletic. He released his quarterback tiers earlier this week. Can't wait to talk with Mike Sando. 2 segments with the great Mike Sando coming up today on the show. Anthony DeBundo, our pal from The Ringer, will join us for an EPL preview. English Premier League back in action this weekend. DeBundo, one of the best in the business. So DeBundo and Sando coming up later on the program. Let's get into award talk here, Femi. Coach of the Year. I think it's important to give you the odds for all 32. I think all 32 are interesting, and probably like 29 or 30 can actually win. But before I give all the odds here, give us the breakdown of Coach of the Year, like why you like it so much, and like the compass that you use to try to identify a winner.
Yeah, this is quite literally my favorite betting market in any sport, in any form of betting. Like, I absolutely love NFL Coach of the Year. Like, sides, totals, over-unders. Like, no, NFL Coach of the Year is my number one in the power ratings. It's incredibly fun because there's multiple ways to win the award, which makes it a little bit trickier for the odds makers and for the betting market to get it right. Like, they definitely do get it right eventually, but it's a little bit trickier than some of the other words like MVP, DPOI, et cetera, et cetera. So the 3 ways to win are pretty simple. There's the improvement way, which is the most conventional way. That's the way that you see consistently win. The improvement coach. There's the elite coach that has the gaudy record, like 2 losses or fewer. There's the circumstance coach, which that's the one that you have to recognize in season and probably in December that that's about to happen in the cases of like Kevin Stefanski and others that we can outline here shortly. But improvement, what do we mean by improvement? How do we quantify that? It's pretty simple. Like, you want your average improvement to be around like 5 to 6 wins year over year. Like, that's the kind of improvement we're talking about. Like, think about last year, Kevin O'Connell in 2023, Vikings 7-10, 2024, they're 14-3. Like Brian Dable for the New York Giants, they improved by 5 wins from 4-13 to 9-7-1. Kevin Stefanski in 2020, 6 wins to 11. Like, you see kind of how this is going. Sean McVay, 4-12 to 11-5. Like, that's the kind of improvement that we're talking about. That's the most traditional way to winning it. Of the last 23 winners dating back to 2002 when the league expanded to 32 teams, 15 of those guys have fallen under the improvement umbrella. The elite coaches, self-explanatory. Coaches, once again, who lose fewer than 3 games. That's Harbaugh in 2019, 14-2. Most famously, Bill Belichick in 2007, 16-0, where like you can improve to high heavens. You're not beating a coach that wins literally every single game in the regular season. The circumstance guys, These are the ones are the guys who overcome the adversity in real time, and it really shocks everybody in thinking of, wow, how did this team do this? Most famously, I would say, is Mike Vrabel in 2021, where the Titans were the #1 seed in the AFC despite a litany of injuries. And I remember there being a lot of injuries that season, but I went back and did the research on it, like how many guys were actually hurt. Like A.J. Brown missed 4 games. Derrick Henry missed 9 games. Like, you had Bud Dupree missed 6 games. Like, Julio Jones, who was maybe a little bit washed, he missed 7 games. David Long, their linebacker, missed 7 games. It was a ton of marquee players that missed a bunch of games. They were still the 1 seed, and that's how Vrabel was able to beat out guys like Zach Taylor, who came on with that Cincinnati Bengals team. So those are the paths to victory. That's what makes it incredibly fun and incredibly tricky to price, and it's why I love this award, and we can get into some of the other criteria and also the names as we begin the next hour. But Coach of the Year is the absolute nuts, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, when you talk about Vrabel and Zach Taylor and that Titans team, I just think that I bet Titans -2.5 in that divisional round game against the Bengals. It closed 3.5. They sacked Joe Burrow 9 times and lost. Good times. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Coach of the Year starts the hour next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
You know, people who were getting excited over Justin Fields, because I don't know if you saw the one play that people were, recirculating of Justin Fields with this great scrambling play. We've seen this from Justin Fields before. The problem has never been his legs. He's always been a dynamic runner. It just, in order to be a quarterback in the NFL, you have to be able to complete passes as well. Yeah. You have to be able to throw the football accurately. And that's been a trouble for Justin Fields. Part of the reason is sometimes he hangs on to the ball a little bit too long. So I feel like a lot of the questions we had about Justin Fields still aren't answered. Like, I feel like I keep thinking that it's like his second year in the NFL, and it's not. Like, don't you always think of him as a young guy? You're like, he's got plenty of time to get things together. He's been to several teams now. Yeah. And he's had some serviceable years, but it's not one of those things where you look at him and you're like, oh, there's MVP potential in this quarterback. So I don't know, especially on a bad team, because that's the thing with Justin Fields as well, is that we've seen him on a bad team and we've seen him on a pretty good team. He's good on the good team, but when he's bad, or when he's on a bad team with not a lot of talent around him, he didn't put up great numbers. So I think that's probably going to be the case when you're in a New York Jets system that's been pretty bad over the last few years.
Biggest names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Let's get right into it. Award talk on this Wednesday as we talk Coach of the Year in the National Football League. Femi, to end hour one, you were going over the criteria that you use to try and determine a winner. Anything else you want to add, or you want to get to the names and the odds?
Yeah, a couple other things I'll add here, because we outlined the different ways to winning the award. Here are some things you want to keep in mind. 18 of the 23 winners since 2002, win totals of 8.5 or fewer. You're looking for teams that are sort of seen as mediocre or even bad for your winners, especially for the improvement teams to win these awards. The exceptions are the circumstance coaches or the coaches that had the elite seasons. In terms of your regular season output, it needs to be around 10, 11 wins. Sometimes you can get away with 9 in the case of Brian Daboll, but usually you want to be 10-7 or 11-6. You also want to make the playoffs. All 23 winners since 2002 have made the playoffs. It goes back even further. I believe Jimmy Johnson was the last coach who did not make the playoffs and won Coach of the Year back in 1990 for the Dallas Cowboys. And also, the sneaky one that I think a lot of people always forget, QB reputation matters. You want to make sure your coach is going to get the credit. That's why Andy Reid, who goes 15-2 last year with an elite gaudy record, does not get any of the credit to be the coach of the year, because everyone's saying, well, he's got Patrick Mahomes. It's why Sean McDermott doesn't get votes for coach of the year. Well, he's got Josh Allen. It's tough to win this award when you have a quarterback who is seen as an elite quarterback. So guys who've made the All-Pro, 21 of the 23 coaches to win the award, they have coached quarterbacks who have never been All-Pros. Belichick is the only exception. Those are the 2 Belichick years with 2007 and 2010 when he had Tom Brady, who of course had been an MVP. 18 of the 23 coaches had never coached a QB who had received an MVP vote. You want to make sure that the reputation of the quarterback is meh, okay, or in some instances, last year, the reputation of the QB is terrible, so there's no way that the credit's not going to all go to the head coach as it did with Kevin O'Connell last season. So those are things to keep in mind when you're betting this, and we can get into the guys. But those are the things that you want to make sure that you know before placing your money on this award market.
And in case anyone out there, and I'm guessing a lot of people are like this now because people are young and no one cares about history, and I've become that old man now. 1990, when Jimmy Johnson won Coach of the Year, the Cowboys went 8-8. And the reason why he won is because in 1989, his first year as coach, they were 1-15 and one of the biggest train wrecks in the history of the league. And he got them turned around so fast. The Herschel Walker trade obviously really helped. But great drafting. Obviously, Troy Aikman was a smash. Emmitt Smith was a smash. Michael Irvin was a smash. 8-8 in 1990. Playoffs in 91, losing the divisional round to the Lions, who then got killed by the then Redskins, who won the Super Bowl. And then back-to-back championships in 92 and 93. A title game appearance in 94, and then another Super Bowl in 95. They haven't been back to the championship game since. And that was just me just showing
the final dagger there.
Yeah, just needed to do that. Just me showing off my NFL historical knowledge. All right, here are the odds for Coach of the Year at BetMGM. And I'm going to read every coach because I think it's all interesting and all noteworthy. Yep. Ben Johnson is your favorite at plus 650. Keep in mind what Femi was saying about the quarterback, and maybe, Caleb Williams is highly regarded, but also was bad last year. Mike Vrabel, second choice, is at 7. Jonathan Gannon, calamity, 12. Liam Cohen, 14. Aaron Glenn, Pete Carroll, Sean Payton, 15. Dave Canales, 16. Jim Harbaugh, 17. Kyle Shanahan, Dan Campbell, Mike McDonald, Matt LaFleur, all 20. Kellen Moore, Sean McVay, Bill Callahan, 25. Raheem Morris, Brian Schottenheimer, D'Amico Ryans, Brian Dable, Shane Steichen at 30. Dan Quinn and Mike Tomlin, 35. Kevin O'Connell, Zach Taylor, Mike McDaniel, Todd Bowles, 40. John Harbaugh, Sean McDermott, Kevin Stefanski at 50. Andy Reid, 80. And Nick Sirianni, 100-1. And just in case, I was like, how could Nick Sirianni just won the Super Bowl? He's 100-1. Like, where would you like him to go from there? Have to go undefeated if Sirianni's going to win. That's how he wins.
Win 2 Super Bowls in the same season.
Eagles go 17-0. So Femi, that's the odds board. Who stands out to you and why?
Yeah, let's get to the real deal contenders, which in my opinion, there's about 6 of them this year for the coach of the year. And I'm going to focus on the guys who are the improvement guys, because the elite season, there's no point in betting that before the season starts. The circumstance, you're not going to know that until it actually happens in real time. So let's just focus with the improvement coaches, the guys who win this more frequently than the other 2 paths. Ben Johnson definitely is a real deal contender. I actually think, like, with the Chicago Bears, like, all the reporting about Caleb Williams and the struggles, that adds to the lure of Ben Johnson. If this thing works this year, he's going to get every single ounce of credit that, like, oh, Ben Johnson fixed Caleb Williams and got him on the right track. Last year, the Bears go 5-12. You improved to 10-7, 11-6. He can definitely win. He's the favorite. That's not the guy that I would like to bet, but he makes sense. Mike Vrabel also makes sense as well, as now the adult in the room in New England off a Patriots season where they just went 4-13. Liam Cohen also makes a lot of sense. Terrible year in Jacksonville last year, 4-13. If he can fix Trevor Lawrence or get him back on track to similar to what he was 2 years ago, I think Liam Cohen would get a decent amount of credit. Aaron Glenn makes a lot of sense in New York. The team went 5-12 last year. Justin Fields, terrible quarterback. If they go 9-8, 10-7, or 11-6, which would be pie in the sky, if that ever happened, Aaron Glenn would be a guy that would be in the mix to win the award. Pete Carroll, he's there. I'm not sure if I am in love with Pete Carroll, but I do have to acknowledge 4-13 a year ago. They go 10-7, a 6-win improvement. It's the Raiders, a marquee franchise in NFL history. I think Pete Carroll would get some love. And then the last one is Dave Canales at 16-1, who is a contender. His team went 5-12 last year. I think he's already starting to get some of the credit for helping nurture Bryce Young. And now what is year 3 for Bryce Young after what we saw in year 1, and then at the back half of last year where he started to look a little bit better. So for me, the guy that I would bet right now for Coach of the Year, it's a guy that I want to preface this by saying this. It's not going to sound fun. It's going to sound terrible, exactly. Like, I think what you need to know with Coach of the Year is that it's got to feel uncomfortable. If it's not uncomfortable before the season starts, you're not going about this the right way. Last year, Kevin O'Connell, I'm talking about him at 25-1. Betting on Sam Darnold, that was uncomfortable. This year, we're going to get uncomfortable with Gang Green and the New York Jets and Aaron Glenn at 15-1. I think that this is a rock star kind of setup for a potential Coach of the Year. Now, you need the team to win games. That is very difficult with Justin Fields. He has been a perennial loser in his NFL career. But with the talent on that roster and the way people talk about Aaron Glenn, the respect that he has within the media and the New York media market behind him, like we just talked about Brian Dable winning this award at 9-7-1. If Aaron Glenn goes 9-8 after being 5-12 last year, he's probably a finalist. If he goes 10-7, I think he waxes anyone outside of a team going 16-0 or 17-0 or 16-1. Like, I think he absolutely wins this award if he sniffs double digits. And the fact that they play in a weaker division than some other guys, like a Pete Carroll who's in the AFC West, I think there is an actual viable opportunity for Aaron Glenn. So I like Aaron Glenn 15-1. It's uncomfortable. It sounds gross coming out of my mouth, but that's how you have to go about betting this award prior to the start of the season, and then you can reassess once we start to play the games.
All right, Aaron Glenn is 15-1 right now, Coach of the Year at BetMGM. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Any long shots, Femi, make sense to you?
Yeah, there's a couple of long shots. Now, I have it listed as fun long shots. I don't know how fun this is, but they are long shots nonetheless.
Let's find out.
You got to put Kellen Moore on the long shots list.
I'll how many are there?
There's 2. There's 2 long shots.
All right, I'll grade these. Let's see how fun they are. Go ahead.
So let's go down to the Bayou with Kellen Moore, 25-1, head coach of the New Orleans Saints, year 1.
Not fun.
It's not very fun here. But like,
I think the first thing that comes to mind that would be more fun than betting Kellen Moore is when I get my daughter ready for the bath and like I'm holding her and she's naked about to go in the water and she pisses all over me. That's more fun, I would say, than betting Kellen Moore.
Some might say that's how Spencer Rattler played on Sunday in the preseason game. but Kellen Moore at 25-1. It's an easy narrative. The team was 5-12 last year. The quarterbacks, I think everyone thinks that they stink. Hayner, we know, stinks. Rattler, I think we're starting to learn he really does stink, which is to my chagrin as somebody who said he was once better than Bo Nix. Tyler Shuck, we don't know anything about him. He has not played in the NFL, but the perception is that he's not a good quarterback. I mean, I watched college football. I never thought he was good, but that's the perception around Tyler Shuck. So if this team were to win 9-10 games in a division, mind you, where it's possible, I don't think it's going to happen, but it's actually possible. I think he's a long shot if you really want to get crazy with it. And then another guy that's a long shot, which I don't see this happening given the schedule and given the fact that he's already won the award, but I do think Brian Dable would not, I don't think the fact that he's won disqualifies him now. It's been a couple of years since he won. The team was 3-14 last year. He's squarely on the hot seat. If they ever went 10-7 and improved by 7 games, you mean to tell me that everyone's going to just ignore that? Especially in the New York media market. So Brian Dable's at 30-1 behind an awesome defensive line. Maybe they can be more competitive than we think. Those are 2 long shots. I'm not betting them, but if you want to go long shot hunting, those are 2 guys that I think that you would want to go ahead and look at here. We can get into the other guys that I'm skeptical of, but those are 2 long shots that would actually make sense.
Yeah, just quickly here, give me and Brian, I mean, look, Dable's a little more fun because I'm a Giants fan and I would love to see it happen. I wouldn't bet it, but I do think that there's I like the path for Dable way more than I like it for Kellen Moore, even though the division's better. The NFC East is better and the Giants' schedule is way tougher. Who are some guys you're skeptical of? And then I'll give you some of my thoughts.
Yeah, there's a few that I've highlighted that I know have been being talked about throughout the offseason. I think a lot of people are interested in betting. I just find there to be some red flags here. Jonathan Gannon, right now at 12-1. Last year, the Arizona Cardinals, I don't know if people were paying attention. They went 8-9. So as an improvement coach, which is what we've been talking about as the best pathway to win, we got to go 5 wins improve, 13-4 for the Cardinals. Now, maybe with Stafford's injuries, the Rams or the Niners injuries that they have, the Seahawks, let's see what that looks like. Maybe it's possible. I don't see 13-4 in the outcomes for the Arizona Cardinals. 12-5, I don't even see that either. That's what would be for him to qualify as an improvement coach. I'm skeptical, especially at price at 12-1. Kyle Shanahan, another guy, 20-1. Because you look at right now the record for the 49ers from last year, they went 6-11. They can easily improve. They have a win total of 10.5. Well, one thing is the win total is rather high. Those kind of guys don't win. And unfortunately, I think he's just missed his window to win this award. He had 2 very worthy seasons. One in 2019 when they improved from 4-12 to 13-3. One in 2022 where he had a really awesome circumstance case when they went 13-4 with 3 different quarterbacks. Remember, that was the year they played Lance, Jimmy G, and Purdy toward the end there, and it got ignored. He didn't win either award. I think he's missed his window to win Coach of the Year. Another guy, Brian Callahan, I wanted to bet him going into the year. The team went 3-14 last season. It looks all great on paper. The problem with Callahan is that there's a chance I think the quarterback just gets all the credit. The number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward. And this is what we call the Dan Quinn dilemma, which last year, Dan Quinn fell victim to all the credit going to Jaden Daniels after the Commanders 4-13. They hire Dan Quinn. They get a rookie quarterback. They go 12-5. That's an 8-win improvement. If before the season somebody told you the Commanders would improve by 8 wins, you would have bet all your money on Dan Quinn. He got 1 first-place vote because all the credit went to the quarterback. And then finally, the last guy I want to highlight here before, Nick, you kind of bounce some guys off me, Shane Steichen at 30-1. Once again, he suffers the Jonathan Gannon issue. Team went 8-9 last year. You need to be 12-13 wins to really qualify as an improvement, or just hope that everybody gets hurt and they somehow still win and he can qualify as a circumstance coach. Doesn't sound like something that I would want to bet before the season starts. So just a handful of guys I know have been kind of bandied about amongst a lot of people that talk about awards. Those are guys I'd be skeptical of at least before the season starts.
So no love, or not a lot of love, for Liam Cohen.
So he's on the real deal contenders list. So he makes sense. I just like the pathway more for the Jets, and I don't believe in Jacksonville. So that's where it's you got to also have your own opinion involved as well. If somebody said they're betting Liam Cohen, I got nothing to say. Makes sense.
Yeah,
he could definitely win.
I like Liam Cohen. I think he would be my top 12. The guys at the top of the board, I think Liam Cohen would be my favorite. I do like Ben Johnson as a candidate. I don't love the price at plus 650.
Yeah, it's hard to justify.
It's not. Yeah, maybe you'll get a better price at some point as obviously as the season rolls on. I like the Bucks in the NFC South, but Femi, we talk about that parlay cashing, right? Where if all these things happen, Atlanta could be awesome. What about Raheem at 30?
8-9 last year. He kind of falls victim to like you need to be 12-5, 13-4. Now, if Penix is awesome and they are that, maybe he can get into the mix. I know a lot of people do like Raheem Morris, but my only worry would be that Penix would get a lot of the credit just because he's only played 3 games, and it might be seen as like, oh, like the big difference that changed from last year to this year is that Penix played all 17.
Good stuff, breaking down Coach of the Year. Liam Cohen's my guy. Maybe we have a couple other guys that I like a little later in the show. We'll get to Comeback Player of the Year next hour. Look forward to that. And I'll give some thoughts of that I have what I'm watching for Week 2 in the NFL preseason. But we got a treat coming up for everybody because on the other side, for the next 2 segments, Mike Sando from The Athletic just released his quarterback tiers that everybody loves. We got 2 segments with Mike Sando talking quarterbacks in the NFL this season here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
People who were getting excited over Justin Fields, because I don't know if you saw the one play that people were
one in Green Bay. Jordan Love's talking him up. All the reporters, my buddy Andy Herman, who covers the team, been talking him up. So I think there's a reason for the first time in 2 decades they used the first-round draft pick on a skill position player in the first round in Green Bay. So I'm really high on Matthew Golden, man. Not just being a homer. I think he's got a legit shot to win Rookie of the Year if it goes to a wide receiver. He could have just as big of a year as Tet McMillan.
Yeah, I mean, this draft class was not, very highly rated at the wide receiver position.
No.
There was a lot of question marks. McMillan was kind of like the surefire WR1 potential guy. Golden didn't get a ton of buzz, but he wins whether we're line up inside, outside, elite speed, evidenced by his 4.29 40-yard dash, and he has 0 drops. Most importantly, too, he's got the 4th easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. He was number 13 in total contested catches last season, and he played at the University of Texas, and that was among all FBS wide receivers. Put me on record right now. Matthew Golden, at a minimum, let me repeat that, at a minimum, is going to have 1,000 yards receiving in year 1. Steal the deal, wide receiver 45, nearly pick 100 overall. Let's go to Joe Mixon, who is fixing to do damage to his reputation because that foot injury. We have no idea how long he's going to be out. RB30, 92.66 is the ADP. So, guy, it's now slipping to the back half of round 8. Would you be a willing investor at that price, or are you still a little bit apprehensive?
Apprehensive. I'm staying away from Joe Mixon, man, right? Like a risky RB2, RB3, territory right now. I mean, last year, running back 8, 14th in snap share, 5th in opportunity share, 6th in red zone touches. But anytime a running back, at 30 years old is dealing with a frustrating foot injury, man. I just feel like that's something that's going to linger. Now they bring in Nick Chubb, who I don't know what you're going to get from Nick Chubb in the year 2025. They also have Woody Marks, who might help them out on early downs and in the passing game a little bit. So running back 2, running back 3, but I'm avoiding Joe Mixon.
I am not touching him like the plague. I will say that right now. Though the strength of schedule, the 12th easiest among fantasy running backs. But you look at some of the secondary analytics, they were just okay last year. Number 28, Andiak per attempt, not extraordinary there. Number 26, yards created per touch. Obviously, the opportunity share is going to shrink. Nick Chubb was in concussion protocol.
Second down and 8. Mahomes with time. Nearly tripped. Mahomes, first down. Mahomes, touchdown. What bum ankle? 15 yards for number 15.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Oh, Nick, you're muted. That was
Yeah, okay. I got
No Way
you.
Eagle on the
Sorry.
call. You got me?
I was eating, my wife made pesto pasta for my daughter, and I was like shoving it in my mouth, and I muted myself. Now I am back. My apologies. That was the voice of Noah
okay.
Eagle last year on NBC. Patrick Mahomes, good at football. How good at football is he? Well, good enough that he is tied for number 1 in the critically acclaimed and hotly anticipated every year quarterback tiers column, courtesy of our friend, our guest at this time. We had him on in person at the Super Bowl. We've had him on a bunch since. We love our guy, Mike Sando, who does an unbelievable job covering the NFL for our friends at The Athletic, on Twitter at Sando NFL. And again, people can check it out at The Athletic, the quarterback tiers, which, man, I'm sure you know this, Mike. It's great to have you back on the show. This is like feeding frenzy, man. Like chum in the water for sports. Like you basically create content for everyone for an entire week as we get set for the NFL season. So thank you for your service, my man. Great job. We're going to talk about all of it. How's the offseason treated you?
It's been great. You know, we were talking off air there about the process for doing this. I usually start after the draft, and then I want to get the whole thing done basically before I go on vacation in early July, end of June, early July. So it's a little bit of a lift, but we get it done. And then I love this week because we get to talk about it, you know, and I love the feedback too. It makes me sharper. Like I love when someone makes a good point that I didn't think of. Then I look at stuff up and I get a little bit smarter, and it just adds to the whole thing. I guess me ready for the season.
What is the best point that someone's made since the tiers were released on Monday that's made you go, oh, okay, like maybe I didn't think about that, and that's a really good point. It's going to change the way you think about something heading into the year.
Well, I mean, so there's been a lot of pushback on Jalen Hurts being tied for 9th after being Super Bowl MVP, 2 Super Bowls, you know, for him playing in, and so. You know, there was a note in there about how he only threw the ball he threw the ball 30 or more times, you know, maybe in the first 4 games, and then only once the rest of the year. They kind of took the ball out of his hands. And so I was explaining that, you know, for somebody like Lamar Jackson, he had a bad defense, special teams was struggling. He had to really struggle to win these games throwing the ball a lot. And so it was pointed out to me that, hey, Lamar Jackson, though, he had a 3-5 record in those games when he threw 30 or more passes. And so I just pulled up. I could do this quickly. I did it while we were on the air. And I was like, let's just look at everyone's stats in the games when you threw 30 or more passes. And Lamar was like 17 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in those 8 games. And Jalen Hurts was 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and 5. And I think that sort of speaks to the volume of passing that other quarterbacks that are higher than Jalen Hurts generally had, and a feeling among the voters that, well, Jalen Hurts is good and he's very good, that there's a dosage key for him in terms of how much he throws the ball, and you don't want to lean into that too much. Whereas some of these other guys ahead of him, maybe if you put him in that type of an offense, they would shine a little more. Like people are wondering with Justin Herbert, hey, he's in this Harbaugh offense now where you're handing off all the time. What if he was with, Andy Reid or somebody who really wants to throw the ball? Maybe he would take off. And so that was just, a layer to it. It's not some amazing thing, but it's just a little thing that goes in my head now.
Well, and if you're out there listening and watching and you love football like we do, like Femi and I do, like Mike does, like you love this stuff. And Mike's kind enough to join us for a couple segments, so we can get into a bunch of stuff here as we head into the NFL season. And Mike, what I'd like to do is take a couple interesting rankings and interesting players and kind of use them as jump-off points to talk about their upcoming season, the teams they play on. And I want to start with Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. Without spoiling it, it's been out for a couple days. People can check it out on The Athletic. Joe Burrow is tied with Patrick Mahomes in the quarterback tier, so they inhabit a tier unto themselves, tied for first, Mahomes and Burrow. I think a lot of people believe that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be really good again this year. Will they go back to the Super Bowl? Maybe, maybe not, but I think the expectation is they'll be back in the playoffs, probably win the AFC West. I can tell you, Mike, that Femi and I, who are as into the NFL as anybody, both of us think the Bengals are going to fall short of making the playoffs again this year, while acknowledging that Burrow is sensational and plays at an MVP level, and the offense could be top 3, top 2, maybe even number 1 in the league this year. We just got big-time questions about what I think is going to be another bad defense this year. Where do you come down right now on Joe Burrow and the balance of the entire team this year in Cincinnati?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I'm fine with him being, 50 votes in tier 1. I kind of think it would be nice if Mahomes was the only one, and that maybe there was 1 or 2 stragglers on Burrow, and same with Allen and Lamar, just to create a little bit of a space for Mahomes. But I'm with you there that I think he's sensational, and I have questions about the rest of their team. But I sort of enjoy that. I'm not a Bengals fan, obviously, but I love the way Burrow tries to hold the team accountable. He says different things. I think it's going to be a fascinating thing to play out. There was times last year I did a graphic in one of my Pick 6 columns showing like Carson Palmer's entire career, like the game by game all the way through, and then I showed where Burrow was, like where he's at, because remember at a certain point Palmer had it and he wanted out of there. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Joe Burrow, but he certainly raised some of his objections to how things are done around there. And what happens if you're right and they miss the playoffs this year and he's going to have number 1 offenses every year? He's not going to want to sign up for that for the rest of his career, is he?
Let's keep Kimo von Oelhoffen and Hugh Jackson like really far away from Joe Burrow. Mike, yes or no right now? Will the Cincinnati Bengals make the playoffs this year in a loaded AFC?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would just lean towards no.
Yeah, love that. In fact, Femi and I agree. And that does fly in the face of what a lot of people believe, because that offense is so good. I think the defense is really going to be bad this year, going to struggle in Cincinnati. 3 and 4 on the list, and a lot of people will quibble about the order. I just think this is all right. Like the top 4 is correct, I think, right? Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. So Allen's 3 and Lamar Jackson is 4. The way I want to frame this question,
barely
Mike,
even
because
separated, yeah.
Yeah, they're both awesome. They were 1 and 2 in MVP last year. Allen barely squeaking past Lamar. Lamar won it 2 years ago, right? 2 of the best players in the league. I look at these 2 teams, and I see 2 potential, Mike, regular season juggernauts this year. 2 likely, I think, regular season juggernauts, likely division champions. It's really hard for me, and it's getting almost impossible for me when we get to January to actually pick these teams to win the Super Bowl, to pick Buffalo or Baltimore. If you had to pick one of the 2 this year to potentially slay the dragon in red in Kansas City, to beat Mahomes, get to and maybe win a Super Bowl, would you take Josh Allen and the Bills or Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, and why?
Off the top of my head, I sort of lean towards the Bills, but when I really think about it, I kind of think that the Ravens may be better and just, a little bit better defensively. They came on late last season in that way. I feel like they've got a good record of that. So, and then you have the Derrick Henry factor there too, which I think is big for them. So it might be them. Now, are you not among those who says, hey, look, Kansas City, 17 wins in a row in one-score games, 11-0 in one-score games. That's not going to go on forever. What makes you think?
No, I think it will.
Okay, you're not worried about them
Mahomes.
at all. You think Mahomes just will always forever win the close games?
Can I answer your question with the question?
Yeah.
Do you think that the Chiefs' 53-man roster this year is better or worse than the roster last year that went 15-1 in the regular season in games they actually tried in?
Okay, whatever the answer to that is, it's not like standard deviations better, right? I mean, it could be a little bit better. You think it's way better?
I think Josh Simmons has a chance. Like, you're so much smarter than me. You said deviation, and like my brain started to short circuit. I think that Josh Simmons has got the chance to like be an actual. Let me try and sound really smart here, even though I'm not. To change the calculus for this Chiefs offense, where they couldn't protect Mahomes, he couldn't get the ball down the field, and now if they can actually protect him, and like Jalen Moore, Jawan Taylor, whoever's better can play on the right side, and Simmons can hold down the left. Like now you can actually have a downfield passing attack. Like Rice is going to get suspended, but when he's back now, you need Hollywood Brown to stay healthy, which is a big if. He's already hurt, but man, like with Xavier Worthy, I think we could have a throwback here, and this could be like Mahomes from a couple years ago, throwing 40 touchdowns.
So that's a lot to expect of a rookie. Now, I agree that he's looked good, and he has the potential to do that. It's very interesting because I did a column last year. My Pick Six column one day was comparing Mahomes to Dan Marino, okay? And because they both just lit the league on fire, and then their stats kind of came back to earth. I'm setting aside whether they're winning Super Bowls and all that sort of a thing. Just statistically, these were two guys that came out of the gates throwing, fire, right? Record-setting pace. And then both of them kind of came back to earth. And then Marino had a spike, and it was after they had addressed the offensive line. They got tackle Richmond Webb, who went to 7 straight Pro Bowls. Their offensive line had been a bit of an issue. And so my point was that's the one thing that Kansas City has to do to restore Mahomes as one of those top 4 or 5 passers in terms of the stats every year. And so I buy your premise that if they do that, that's the key to that happening. I guess it's a little early for me to say that that's going to be the case. But if it is, then I think you're right on.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe. We're talking with Mike Sando, senior NFL writer of The Athletic, Pro Football Hall of Fame voter, AP Awards voter, breaking down his annual QB tiers, which you can check out over at The Athletic. I think one of the cool things that you do with this QB tiers is that you also chart the guys who are the biggest risers and the biggest fallers year over year. And I'm looking at the number 5 guy right now, Matthew Stafford, who has yet to practice in Rams training camp so far this offseason. We're tracking this thing daily. What's up with the back? Now he's in the immortal chamber. Like, how is this thing going to play out? If you were to had to project a guy that might be the biggest faller heading into 2026, would it be Stafford or would it be someone else that we might not be thinking about?
I think Stafford's a good one because he's near the end, and so when he falls, it's going to fall a lot. So I think he has the potential for that. He actually went up into tier 1, but it was just a couple of votes. He was very close before, and he just sort of crossed the border, but there's a huge gap with the other guys. So I do agree. Yeah, he would be somebody. Let me just look through the rest of these guys. What do we think is going to happen with Goff without Ben Johnson? I thought that some of the voters would bring that up and be like, hey, it's a ticking clock here, and time's going to be up for Goff. And they didn't do that. They actually moved him up, and he got 5 tier 1 votes. So I don't know what you guys think about Detroit. Are we going to see any interruption of service there with Ben Johnson walking away?
I think so, and I don't think it means the offense is going to be like bottom 5 or bottom 10 in the league, but. And I you have to trust Dan Campbell to some degree. Like, he chose John Morton. He doesn't care what anybody thinks. Like, that's his guy. But I mean, Ben Johnson was freaking awesome, and Frank Ragnow's not there anymore, and maybe like Mahogany and Tate Ratledge and Graham Glasgow can be a good interior. I do have some questions about that about the Lions' offensive line this year protecting Jared Goff. Mike, I want to stay on Matthew Stafford, and we only have a couple minutes left in this segment. I find it fascinating, and I disagree. With just my opinion, I think Jaden Daniels is already better than Stafford. Just my opinion. Yeah. I'm curious your opinion here, because there are people who believe that Stafford is like the 5th best quarterback in football right now. There are others who think that Matthew Stafford's play tailed off last year. And going into this year, man, I got big time concern. He hasn't practiced. He's 37. He's got a bad back. I'm 42. When my back hurts, it doesn't get better. I'm worried for this guy here. Do you see Matthew Stafford, your personal opinion, as being that high up, 5th amongst quarterbacks? And what's your level of concern for Stafford this season with the LA Rams? We have about 60 to 90 seconds for this answer before our break.
I don't see any way that I can have him that high knowing now where he's at with the back. I think that because the number one concern for him is, hey, age injury, right? And he takes a bunch of hits. He's courageous in there. So that worries me a little bit. And I agree that that's a tenuous spot for him to be in.
Do you think the Los Angeles Rams, Mike, same question with the Bengals? I think we have to ask this question now. If Stafford's healthy, they're a playoff team. There's no question. They could win the Super Bowl if Stafford's healthy. And maybe he will be healthy. But I have to ask you right now, on Wednesday, August 13th, will the Los Angeles Rams make the playoffs this year? Yes or no? Mike Sando would say what and why?
I'll say yes because of the Sean McVay factor with Stafford probably getting back to play at some point. And by the way, the other guy they got there is Jimmy G. I'm not a huge Jimmy G fan at this standpoint, but I think McVay would relish that challenge and could potentially put together a team that is on the edge of making the playoffs or close to it with a backup quarterback playing some of the way.
I agree with that. Where, if, like, let's just say Stafford were declared out for the season, which, like, no one wants. Let's just say that happened. Yeah. I absolutely think the Rams could go, like, 9-8 and be, like, in the hunt on the graphic heading into Week 18. There's no question about it. McVay's too good of a coach. And I think the rest of the roster is pretty good, but I think if Stafford's obviously, Mike, isn't good to go, I think it's going to remove a lot of ceiling outcomes for the Los Angeles Rams. Yeah. We are one segment down with Mike Sando. The good news is Mike is kind enough to stick around for another segment. So we're going to take a quick break, and on the other side, we will go through more quarterbacks on Mike's quarterback tiers list, which you can find at The Athletic. There's some really interesting stuff here, including a couple quarterbacks ranked towards the bottom that I think could have big years this year. We're back with Mike Sando from The Athletic on the other side on a Wednesday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I don't know that the Patriots win 9 games this season. I'm hoping that they don't, since I bet the under 8.5, but I do think that they're going to be more competitive. So I was looking at some Drake May props, man. For Drake May to go over 4,000 passing yards, that's plus 390. I like the offseason. I don't think Diggs is completely washed, even at 31 coming off a knee injury. And I really like Kyle Williams. I mean, Diggs last year, going back to him really quick, was on pace for his 6th consecutive 1,000-yard season before he got hurt, and he's going to be ready for week 1. And he's got the Cardi B effect going on. But instead of doing that, I looked at the rushing yards. It was 475.5 minus 110. Then I saw Drake May 500 rushing yards plus 125. So I'm going to take a shot with both of those. You know, the 10 full games that he played last season, He's a really underrated athlete, man. And it also helped that he was playing behind a terrible offensive line. I know that they fixed that up this offseason, but he averaged 36.3 rushing yards in those 10 games. Josh McDaniels, you got to remember, like when Cam Newton was there for 1 year, they really used his legs a ton. He scored 12 touchdowns on the ground and averaged just under 40 rushing yards per game. And that was washed up Cam Newton. So I'm going to go Drake May, 500 rushing yards plus 120, and play the regular price at 475.5 minus 110. I think he's going to have a big year this year behind a real offensive line.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Another segment with the brilliant Mike Sando of The Athletic. Quarterback tiers releasing this week on The Athletic. We'll get back to Mike in a second, but first we want to tell our listeners and viewers that you can swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. BetMGM, not only our title sponsor, but also sponsors The Athletic. And all the sports betting information for The Athletic comes courtesy of our friends at BetMGM. The aforementioned Mike Sando with us still on Twitter at SandoNFL. Mike, want to ask you next about Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. So Daniels is 6th on the list. I would put him 5, but the reasonable minds can disagree. Ahead of Matthew Stafford, but obviously needs to be ranked pretty highly after an epic rookie season. Now, Mike, for context, people in the betting space, and Femi and I are very skeptical of the Commanders this season. Look at what Washington did last year and say, okay, that was great. Maybe tough to repeat this year. 20 of 23 on fourth downs last year. All the variants going their way in one-score games, and a roster that outside of Daniels is pretty old. Where do you come down on Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders in year 2 there?
Yeah, I'm high on him. I don't think he's going to be what holds him back. I think the rest of the team around him could be. So super impressive to be in the championship game as a rookie. And by the way, did not have a top 10 defense. He had a bottom 10 defense. I think it's really hard to do. It's probably really hard to do again. So I'm kind of with you there. I also think that, let's just say that Daniels improves 5%. Don't you think that the opposing defenses improve 10% in having a plan for him and them and what they're doing? So I want to see where they take the offense next. With Cliff Kingsbury, I thought one of the real interesting points raised in the quotes with the story was somebody who was very high on Bo Nix and said, basically, this is going to come down to quarterback coaching competition between Sean Payton and Cliff Kingsbury. And when you frame it that way, you could be pretty optimistic for Nix. I don't think it means that Jaden Daniels is going to suddenly fall off. I don't believe that. I think he checks the boxes between his ears too. Really, really sharp. I'm not worried about him, but as a team, I can totally see what you're coming from. And look, he'll be if he's back in the playoffs with this team, I mean, he's going to be tier 1 next year.
No question. And you can make the case that he's close to tier 1 already now, but probably needs another year of success in order to get him there over the finish line. I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Mike, I want to group two quarterbacks together that play in the same division. Caleb Williams comes in at number 23 in quarterback tiers of the Chicago Bears. J.J. McCarthy, who and obviously there's a lot of guesswork here. We haven't seen him take an NFL snap yet in a regular season game. J.J. McCarthy is number 29. And I think there's a case to be made, Mike, and I've made it for both these teams, where if you get upside outcomes for McCarthy with the Vikings roster, an upside outcome for Caleb Williams, year 1 with Ben Johnson with the Bears roster, I think they could win the NFC North when it's all said and done, maybe make some noise in January. If you had to pick one of these quarterbacks and one team that you're more bullish on this season, McCarthy and the Vikings or Caleb Williams and the Bears, who are you taking and why?
It's a great question. I'll probably go with Minnesota just based on their history and their roster of being able to do this. They've won a ton of games. I didn't necessarily expect them to do that. I do have some concerns about J.J. McCarthy's ability to stay healthy through the season, let alone, produce over that long of a season. I bet you internally they had to be conflicted over what to do. I'm sure there's some people there who wanted to keep Sam Darnold. We heard that they had some potential interest in Aaron Rodgers as well. So I'm going to put my faith in kind of what they've got going offensively there. They've been there a number of years. The offensive staff has, but I don't know that I'm overly bold about it. I have some reservations about Caleb Williams that are playing into this.
What are those reservations? Like, just out of curiosity about Caleb Williams.
Well, I thought the discourse around him was way more negative than it was for the other 2024 rookie quarterbacks. There were tons of people that I talked to that were questioning his ability to process the game quickly enough. And some of that you see in just taking 60-some sacks. But that was like multiple people. One person said it was alarming. And so I'm very interested to see how that plays out because Ben Johnson has been with, Jared Goff, who doesn't have a lot of the, the abilities that Caleb Williams has, totally different skill set. But, the processing part of it seemed to be really good at this stage of his career. He's played a long time. So what are the expectations going to be there in Chicago? They're going to be high. Is that realistic? There just wasn't the optimism around Caleb. There was these other guys. J.J. McCarthy, now he just got all 50 votes in tier 4, which is either a veteran we don't think is good enough to start the whole season or we don't have enough information. So his votes in tier 4 were not negative. It's just no one was at all going to put him in tier 3 yet because there's no information. Whereas Caleb got he got 5 tier 3 votes. So that kind of moved him, or 30 tier 3 votes. So that kind of moved him up. People thought, you know what, Caleb is at least a legitimate starter. I think there's big questions with him.
I mean, we've been saying all offseason, like that Monday night game, Vikings at the Bears, most interesting game of week 1. Cannot wait to see how it works with Caleb Williams, with Ben Johnson, and J.J. McCarthy, who it's been sight unseen outside of a couple of preseason games. You mentioned the Vikings. They were in the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes a little bit. They pulled out. They decided to go with their first-round pick from a couple of years ago in McCarthy. Rodgers, your second biggest dropper in the tiers, now dropping to tier 3, coming in at 16. What's left in the tank for Aaron Rodgers in this Pittsburgh Steelers season with Mike Tomlin, where it feels like this team is all in with the older, veteran-laden roster?
Yeah. Well, I think Rodgers is better than what they've had. And so if they've been this team that's 9-8, 10-7 with no hopes in the playoffs, I mean, does Rodgers let them win a playoff game? I mean, maybe he does. But I think there's a lot of questions before they get there. Age 41. Yes, he's maybe a little healthier coming off of, a year removed from the Achilles. I can buy that. But he shows up in June. He has none of the receivers that he's worked with before, and we know he's finicky. He has a very emotional receiver in DK Metcalf who just got a bunch of money. How's that going to look? Is there going to be a level of maturity there in that relationship? And then Arthur Smith, who's was a good enough offensive coordinator to get a head coaching job, but also is kind of a strong personality or somebody who's perceived to be a little bit headstrong in his personality. Now going with Rodgers with no history, so. I think there's a lot of ways this can probably go sideways, but it's still probably a better bet than what they've had the last couple of years at the position.
You bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe. Our guest, Mike Sando from The Athletic, on Twitter at Sando NFL, breaking down his excellent quarterback tiers column that you can find right now at The Athletic. Trevor Lawrence, Mike, comes in at 18 in Tier 3. I think he's so interesting this season. Obviously, I watched him play one game at Clemson. I was like, I want this guy. I'm a Giants fan. I want Trevor Lawrence to be the quarterback of the Giants. And he's flashed this dizzying potential at points. But there could be no questioning the fact that he's been a disappointment, right? Given all the pedigree and first overall pick in the draft. I'm of the opinion that Liam Cohen, Travis Hunter, and Brian Thomas Jr. to get this offense revved up and ramped up. I like the Jaguars a lot this season. Where do you come down, Mike, on the upcoming season for Trevor Lawrence and if he can break through and start realizing some of that potential?
Well, I think he can be a 2 in this survey. I mean, he has been before. I think that's where it is. I think, though, there's not evidence that he's going to be a 1. And some of that, one of the great points I thought raised in the piece this year was what's he great at? Right? He's not especially accurate. He sprays the ball more than people would like. He's a good athlete for his size, but he's not dynamic. He's not a Lamar, Josh Allen, or even a Kyler Murray in that regard. So what does he hang his hat on besides just being, good enough all the way around? I think that's the question for me. Maybe he needs more help than we thought he was going to need coming in.
I'm cherry picking a little bit here. I have compiled a list of quarterbacks that are outside Tier 2. I'm going to give them to you, and I want you to tell me if you had to pick one of these guys that you think could make the leap into Tier 2 or have a big season this year, team could exceed expectations, which quarterback is it and why? The quarterbacks are as follows: Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, Drake May, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Michael Penix Jr.
Bo Nix and then Penix would be my answers. I think Bo Nix will have a good chance to go to Tier 2. Well, you could argue that he was almost Tier 2 last year. And then you have just a really good, Sean Payton's got a guy that he loves, and he's invested in him. I thought it was very interesting that Sean Payton kind of went on a limb and took him that early, but it looks like he's right. So I think Sean Payton's going to make that work. I think they're going to, continue to get weapons around him. And by the way, they have a top 5 defense. So you're going to probably get the results in terms of winning. I think there's a chance they contend for the division title in the AFC West. There's a chance. So I really like where he's headed and would think that he'll make the jump. And, Penix to some degree too. We only saw 3 starts of him. I liked him a lot coming out. I think he has to answer some questions about durability. I think he can be, though, a really good passer. And so I'd be, optimistic on him definitely moving up. He's in Tier 4, so I'd feel very confident saying he'll be at least in Tier 3.
Final question, Mike. We very much appreciate you spending 2 segments with us here on this Wednesday. Every year recently, I think it's been easy to say, well, Mahomes is going to be number 1 on the list next year. You can make a case that it's Allen or Lamar or somebody else next year. Mahomes doesn't have to be number 1 next year. If you had to guess right now, and it's only one guy, it can't be 2, who is going to be the quarterback that's number 1, like a tier above, and Mike Sando's quarterback tiers in 2026 in 30 seconds?
Well, Mahomes will be unanimous again next year. I think the only way that doesn't happen is if they go off the rails and don't win and he has kind of a down year. I think he'll be good enough for them to be in the mix, and I think he's got too many skins on the wall for people to suddenly – he's not going to get a Tier 2 vote. It'd be very surprising to me.
And I think it's very interesting, Mike, that everyone likes Buffalo and everyone likes Baltimore, just ignoring the fact that Mahomes wins every year. I'll be on the side of the Kansas City Chiefs this year. I hope, Mike, that we can get you on at some point again before the season starts, or certainly during the season, because we absolutely love you. We didn't even get a chance to talk the Hall of Fame. I thought you guys did an awesome job at the Hall of Fame this year. We talked about that at the Super Bowl this year. The 4 guys this year, perfection. And I heard some stuff on NFL radio, guys saying the classes are going to be a little smaller now. I think you guys are absolutely crushing it. We appreciate you, my friend. Enjoy the rest of whatever off season's left, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hey, thank you so much. I always enjoy it.
We love Mike Sando on Twitter at SandoNFL. Quarterback tiers can be found at The Athletic. Final Hour, Power Hour, coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
A lot of their key players just not available. Like, it felt like Vita Vea was on the injury list every single week. He ended up playing most games, but the guys in the secondary did not. Antoine Winfield, he missed half the year. I think he played in 9 games last year. Jamel Dean, their starting cornerback, always seems like a guy who's on their injury report. They might have some injury-prone players. And Otten is beat up right now. He missed a few games last year. So now if you look up the average age, they're not going to pop as one of the oldest teams, even though it feels that way. They've gotten younger on the line offensively, but we know that some of the playmakers are old, and that's why they go out and draft Ibuka. Like you were talking about the state of some of these players, the injury status, they might need him to do a whole lot more than they wanted from the outset. And that's going to be a big ask. Like, you may like him as a player, but to step in for a team that just won the division, a team that is expected to make the playoffs, they're minus 144 to be a playoff team. That's a big ask, stepping in, like in an offense that is now changing the offensive coordinator a little bit, but they have continuity because he was there. I don't know. I have a lot of questions, man, about this team. I think it's arrow down for them. And obviously we stated how we feel about Atlanta.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Bring it up, Jake. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. I don't want to put too much pressure on the occasion right now. You're not supposed to talk about a no-hitter when it's in progress, right?
Don't mention it. Don't say
You're not supposed
anything.
to mention the no-hitter? I would say
6 innings.
I would say Jake's through 6 right now.
That's all you say.
Jake's 9 outs away from a no-hitter.
No,
Jake's having a good show.
You can't say
today.
9 outs away. You
I
gotta
said
say
it.
he's through
I
6.
said it.
Yeah.
Now,
there we
do
go.
we want to penalize Jake for playing whatever that open was that started the show today?
I think he just pressed play. I don't think he had any control over that. I mean, he just said, "Hey, here it is."
Yeah. So Dick, do we want to like should Jake have like previewed it in advance and been like, "Hey, this sucks. I don't want to play this," or no? So Jake is abdicating responsibility in our chat, saying, "Man, I just clicked the button, like whatever it is." You could say
Hopefully
like
nobody says anything bad.
sexist, racist, homophobic things, and I'm gonna play it. You just whatever it is you send me, I'm clicking the button and I'm playing it.
Throw it right down the middle. Will do.
Like that's whatever. Say awful things. Like play Kanye West's recent greatest hits. Let's just play that to start the show. Like I'm gonna send Jake. Here's 6 minutes of Kanye West freestyling on whatever the topic du jour is, and we're just gonna click it to start the show.
No.
And let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
All I can do. Hands up.
Jay, the no-hitter is still intact. I don't think we can penalize Jake for
once again,
Russ's disaster.
We don't reference the no. We're through 6. Like
we're through 6.
I don't even want.
We're through 6 innings.
We're through 6. Yeah. Let's finish strong.
We're going to. Anthony DeBundo will join us in 20 minutes, and he'll be in rare form because his favorite English Premier League team, Tottenham Hotspur, just blew a 2-0 lead in the UEFA Super Cup game against PSG. PSG coming back from 2-0 down, tying it 2 in extra time in the 94th minute, and then winning in penalty kicks to win the Super Cup over Tottenham Hotspur. So, I'm sure DeBundo will be very happy. He'll join us in 20 minutes, our pal from The Ringer, getting us set to bet this year's EPL season. 40 minutes from now, bets for tonight, and I will tell you the things I am watching for week 2 of the NFL preseason. But for right now, let's talk comeback player of the year, Femi, to wrap up the awards talk for this week. Next week, we will do assistant coach of the year and protector of the year, which is the new offensive line award that no one knows how to bet yet. But we'll talk about it.
Shout out to
That'll
Deion
be next
Dawkins
week
for
on the
getting
show.
that kick-started. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Honestly, good for Deion Dawkins, who got abused
Getting
by
an award for the
Abdul
big
Carter
boys.
last week. Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there as a Giants fan. So comeback
Rehash
player
that
of the year.
D-Roy conversation.
Yeah, comeback player of the year used to be really fun until a lot of you idiots out there, the idiots who bet DeMar Hamlin for comeback player of the year and lost and couldn't just let it go. You couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. You couldn't accept your defeat. You couldn't believe that DeMar Hamlin almost died on the field and then didn't win comeback player of the year the next year. You know what? The voters were wacko for Flacco, and so were we. And instead of taking the L like a man or a woman, you took to social media. You were a Twitter tough guy. Trigger fingers turned to Twitter fingers. And you bitched and you moaned and you whined and complained. And you bitched and you moaned and you whined and complained so much that the Associated Press and Rob Maddie, I hope the disdain came across there, changed the criteria. And it sucked all the fun out of this award market, where you could build a case for someone like Joe Flacco coming off the couch to lead the Browns to a wild card berth. Now it's who got injured last year or had a disease that could, and I'm not saying that to poke fun at it, but who is injured or sick that could perform well this year. Not as fun now, is it? But yeah, I'm glad everyone got their jollies off bitching about DeMar Hamlin not winning Comeback Player of the Year. And with that, here are the nominees for this year's Comeback Player of the Year. Aiden Hutchinson is the favorite at plus 280. He's the favorite to win 2 awards this year, which is really funny. Aiden Hutchinson plus 280. Dak Prescott plus 325. Christian McCaffrey 4-1. I just want to make sure I have this right in like my hand. Is Trevor Lawrence the next choice? Is that right?
That is correct. Trevor Lawrence is 5-1.
What's he coming back from?
Missed 7 games last year.
Dude, I guess so.
Aziz Al-Shire.
Yeah,
remember that one? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And Aziz and then put out with the greatest like statement ever, basically, like, I'm not a dirty player.
Knocked his block off.
Right. Like almost killed him. J.J. McCarthy's 8-1. He has no chance of winning. He's never played an NFL snap. Nick Chubb is 13. He has no chance of winning because he's bad. Max Crosby, 20. Stephon Diggs, 25. Anthony Richardson, 25. Coming back from being bad. Tua, 35. Played a lot last year. Brandon Ayuk, 40. Not going to be back until week 6. Chris Godwin, 40. We don't know when he's going to be back this season. Not going to play in week 1. Rashee Rice is 50. He's going to get suspended 5 games for drag racing and people getting injured. Do people think he's going to win this award? I actually hate this award market, and I used to love it. Femi, can you make me love this again here, and break down the criteria for everybody, please?
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we used to have multiple ways to win. Now there's one way to win, which is very, very sad. It's the injury or medical hardship is the way to win this award. And over the last 23 years, we've had 24 winners because there was a year where 2 guys won. That was back when Steve Smith and Teddy Bruschi both won Comeback Player of the Year. I think they just tied for the votes, and Steve Smith was coming off the ACL. And I forgot the illness. I think Teddy Bruschi had a stroke, I believe it was, and then he came back and then was able to play, and he won the award. Thing. Yeah, almost the same thing.
Yeah, okay, so a knee injury or brain injury.
Exactly. Co-comeback players of the year. Both guys win.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
working out with your sports book.
I guess when viewed through that prism, DeMar Hamlin definitely should have won Comeback Player of the Year.
That's it. That's what they're trying to make sure happens in the future. Now that it is, once again, injury and medical hardship. But there's no more improvement, guys. So we've actually had 15 guys that fall under the traditional sense of the comeback, the literal sense, coming back from an injury or a medical hardship. And the average number of games that those guys missed in the previous season, it was actually rather high. I didn't realize this until I was doing the work on it a couple of weeks ago. But it's around 11.6 games missed for guys that are coming back from injury or medical hardship. Also from a position standpoint, because this award is open for everybody, but unfortunately, this award is a sneaky quarterback award. Of the 24 winners, 17 of them quarterbacks. 4 of them have been pass catchers, so Steve Smith, Rob Gronkowski, Jordy Nelson, Keenan Allen. 3 of those guys were defenders. Teddy Bruschi, who we mentioned, Greg Ellis, who was the pass rusher for the Cowboys, tore his Achilles and won it in 2007, and then Eric Berry, who was coming back from leukemia. So, those are the 3 defenders that have won it. So not a lot of defensive guys win this award, which makes it interesting, given the fact that right now over at BetMGM and other sportsbooks, Aiden Hutchinson, the Lions edge rusher, happens to be our favorite. So going into this one, team success, I think it matters to an extent. It didn't matter last year because you need to make the playoffs to win this award. We just saw Joe Burrow not make the playoffs, and he won the award. So I think the fact that it's now an injury medical hardship award, maybe the team, the story of redemption, they led them to the playoffs, that might not hold as much anymore. So I don't want to read too much into that. But let's go ahead and get into some of the real deal contenders for this award, which has now been neutered down into an award that's just all about injury and medical hardship. For me, 2 guys really stand out. The first one, DeMar Hamlin, to win this award. Kidding. DeMar Hamlin does not stand out for me. The first one for me is Dak Prescott, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Missed 9 games last year. Once again, he's the second choice right now at BetMGM to lead the league in passing yards. I think he could put up a big statistical output. The Cowboys, maybe they make the playoffs, maybe they don't make the playoffs, but I don't think that really matters a whole lot. I think that Dak Prescott being a 4,000-yard passer will have him in the conversation, and of course he plays for the Dallas Cowboys. Trevor Lawrence, I think, is a real deal contender as well, having missed 7 games. Now, was it like this massive deal that he missed 7 games? The season was already going rather poorly for Jacksonville, but under the criteria, he missed the same amount of games that Joe Burrow missed in 2023, and here comes Burrow winning it in 2024. If that offense takes off under Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence can win. So those are the 2 guys I think for sure can win. The guys that I'm skeptical of here, Nick, before we get to maybe some fun long shots, I am actually very skeptical of Aiden Hutchinson. And this one is not his fault. I just am very curious to see if he can be up for 2 awards. Because last year, Hutchinson, he missed 12 games, well-documented leg injury that he suffered against the Cowboys. But I almost think he's too good to win this award. And what I mean by that is this. I was actually looking at this clip online earlier this morning. And it was from NFL Network, Stacey Dales. She was at Lions training camp about a week ago or so. And she was talking about Aiden Hutchinson. And she said this, quote, "We're not talking about comeback player of the year at this point with Aiden Hutchinson. We're talking about defensive player of the year." That's the quote, a literal quote. Now, Stacey Dales, I don't know if she's a voter or not. I believe she is not a voter, so I know that for a fact. But if that's the conversation right now, and I think everyone has in line that Hutchinson's going to be in contention for Defensive Player of the Year, is he really going to win both of these awards? I don't think so. And in fact, nobody has ever won Comeback Player of the Year while also winning another award. So I don't see a double situation happening here. So Hutchinson, even though he's the favorite, and even though on the surface he makes a lot of sense, I'd actually steer clear of him right now, at least before the season starts. So for me, it's Dak and it's Lawrence. Those are the 2 guys that make sense. And we can get into some of the other guys and why I don't like them, but those are the things that really jumped out to me when I look at this and kind of view it from the lens of a very vanilla medical and injury hardship award.
I think the obvious follow here is why not Christian McCaffrey?
That's a very good question. Christian McCaffrey, for me, I think somewhat makes sense, but I honestly just don't trust the fact that he's a running back at 29 years old and is looking to go out there and have another rock star kind of a season.
So there's nothing wrong with whatever the answer to this question is, but I just want so it's your you don't your opinion is that you don't think he's going to be able to hold up to win the award. But as a candidate, he's a great candidate, no?
He is a great candidate because he's a former All-Pro, won Offensive Player of the Year, elite football player. Missed 13 games last year, so that also checks out. Is on a team where he could put up some big numbers as well. That also checks out. I sneakily like him more. If you want to play the McCaffrey angle, if he's going to be balling out, I like him more for Offensive Player of the Year, as we talked about earlier this week. Comeback Player of the Year at 4-1. We don't see running backs usually win this award. In fact, the last running back to win it was Garrison Hurst in 2001. There's something to be said about running backs who are a little bit older, who suffer these injuries that you just don't really ever get back to what you were. Now, the reporting out of San Francisco 49ers training camp is that he's been awesome. I've seen some of the clips. He looks really, really good. But there's a reason why these running backs don't win it, like a Nick Chubb, who we're going to get into a little bit later as well. When you have that injury that keeps you out for a while, it doesn't really happen for you. So given the price, I don't want McCaffrey. I'm good on that one. If you like McCaffrey this season, I think you're better off just betting him to be the Offensive Player of the Year. Bet the 15, 20-1. Don't bet the 4-1, in my opinion.
I don't think Nick Chubb can, just because you said it, I don't think Nick Chubb can win this award because I think he's bad. I think he's really bad. And there's one guy, Femi, that because, dude, the guys at the top are awesome candidates, right?
Yep.
There's one name in the 50-1 range that I find interesting. Olave. I love me some Chris Olave. And Rashid Shaheed's up there also. I just like Olave better. Mm-hmm. What about Chris Olave potentially in this award market? He's the only guy. It's you could bet Tank Dell 80-1. He's also not going to play this year. Rondale Moore is listed at 200-1. He's out for the season. I love this.
He just got hurt on Saturday. Yeah. What are we talking about? Just ridiculous. But to address Olave, he's a former first-round pick. I don't think he has the name value of the guys that we're talking about here. There's a reason why the quarterbacks win this. Burrow last year, even when we had the improvement, quarterbacks win.
It's the stories that he's got the name value. Yeah. No, of course he definitely has the name value.
He plays on a terrible team. He doesn't have the name value of Trevor Lawrence or Dak Prescott. Like,
okay, but I mean, come on.
But I'm telling you, like, that's what you need for him to win. You need all those guys to suck. What's the chance of that? Like, that's where I'm at with Olave. Like, if all those guys brick, then mid-season we could have the Olave conversation. I just think it'd be lighting money on fire right now before the season starts to bet someone like that.
I hate this market.
It's unfortunate.
You know what? I
mean,
here's a question that needs to be answered. Who does Ben Baby like to win Comeback Player of the Year this year?
Can we run it back with Burrow for a third time? I don't know.
You should have him on the show tomorrow or Friday to ask him. On the other side,
friend of the show.
We'll give you some bets for the English Premier League season with our friend, the great Anthony DeBundo from The Ringer.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Because my only concern with, like, if you're betting Abdul Carter, and great point about Travis Hunter, I don't think the Jags move up to pick 2 to go corner, like a guy that's going to be in defensive team meetings. I think that they're looking to fix up the offensive side of the ball, give Trevor Lawrence a chance, because as crazy as it was, man, like 2-3 months ago, people were talking like he might get moved this offseason. And I'm not the biggest Trevor Lawrence fan, but I like him a lot more than the other 16 quarterbacks that you could have. I would go with Mykel Williams, though, the edge rusher from San Francisco that they drafted out of Georgia, just because I really like Robert Saleh as a defensive coordinator. I really hate Robert Saleh as a head coach, unfortunately. Cost me a ton of money in New York. But I think that defense is going to take a huge step forward once again with him taking over, dude. And I think that was a little bit of a steal. I know, like, they needed some help on the offensive line other than Trent Williams. They could always build up the interior of the offensive line, especially if Brock Purdy's looking to get himself paid. But, yeah, I like Mykel Williams, to be honest with you, man. I think he could have double-digit sacks, especially when you figure you have Nick Bosa on the opposite side, and he doesn't really have a whole lot of help. So I kind of like that one. But I'm with you on Travis Hunter. I think if I'm betting him, like if I have to bet Rookie of the Year market, I'm going offense, man. Who would you say, and also just really quick, what were your thoughts on what the Giants did going Abdul Carter? Because I thought it was genius, man. And I hope that they don't trade Kayvon Thibodeau, because every year they make a run, and I know a lot of people have pointed this out. Any year they've won a Super Bowl, it's been with an elite pass rush, that NASCAR pass rush. So I really like the Abdul Carter and them not overthinking it and taking the best player available.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All our bets for tonight coming up 20 minutes from now. Yankees run line against the Twins. I was watching SportsCenter this morning while I was giving my daughter her bottle, and they put up a graphic. Since 2000, the Yankees' win percentage against the Twins is .695. A sample size of a quarter century. .695. I'll take Yankees run line tonight if and when the game gets played. They're in a rain delay right now. It's storming here in New York. So we'll do that in 20 minutes, all our bets for tonight. And I'll also tell you, dear listener and dear viewer, the things that I'm watching for coming up week 2 of the preseason from a fantasy football and a betting perspective. And as you might imagine, there are a lot of them. But joining us right now, and I'm so pumped for this. I'm pumped because I always love having Anthony DiBundo on the show. He does an awesome job for our friends at The Ringer. And just I'm so happy for his success. He's killing it. Doing stuff with Bill Simmons on Bill's podcast, The Ringer Gambling Show with my buddy John Jastrzemski and our buddy Raheem Palmer. He's the man. And the soccer content is unbelievable for The Ringer also. You got to be following him on Twitter at Anthony DiBundo. I always love having DiBundo on the show, whatever we're talking about. But my friend, the EPL is coming back this weekend. So you'll give us some bets for soccer this season. But we need to start with Tottenham Hotspur, which is your favorite team, just losing the UEFA Super Cup in soul-crushing fashion to PSG. What was your experience like watching that game? Welcome back to the show. It's great to have you on.
I will say, so the first game with the new manager, Thomas Frank, and I was saying this on our preview pod and talking about him in general, there might not be a man on earth that has won me more bets over the years than Thomas Frank at Brentford. And so I love the guy, and you can already see, yes, they lost. They gave up a last-minute goal. They lost the penalty shootout. They went toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the world. They were really difficult to play against. The set pieces were excellent. Everything you would expect to see in a Frank team is already there. So I think it's a good foundation. I'm not going to go over dramatic about what this performance means because PSG literally started their preseason 6 days ago because they're coming off the Club World Cup. So I'm not drawing any meaningful conclusions, but I am excited about this season of Spurs. I think it'll be up and down, but I think there's an identity that's already formed, and you can see it already in how Frank wants to set the team up.
I'll just say, Ange would have won the game. Ange wins trophies. But they might have sack him at the end of the season.
4-1 with Ange.
Maybe. They did win the Euro League last year. The Euro. Okay. I'm going to give the odds for league winner this year, and just, Anthony was telling us in the break that this is going to be a fun title chase this year. I love to hear that. Liverpool ran away with it last year in Arne Slot's first season as manager, replacing Jurgen Klopp. Liverpool, the favorites here, Anthony at plus 175, Mikel Arteta and Arsenal, plus 250, Manchester City with Pep Guardiola still managing the club, plus 350, my Chelsea Blues, who won the Club World Cup in pretty stunning fashion, killed PSG, Chelsea plus 800, United at 22, Newcastle and Spurs at 50, so on and so forth. My friends, how do you handicap the EPL championship race this season?
It's funny, your Blues, they were 18-1 to win the Premier League. You win a couple of games in the Club World Cup this summer in the U.S., and now their odds have been cut in half. I don't agree with that move, but I will say this. The title race is fascinating because the story of last season was that it was going to be City and Arsenal with Liverpool, the team that was supposed to take the step back with the new manager. And it's funny how 1 year changes our perception because what happened to Arsenal last year, they had a historic injury season. Bukayo Saka missed half the season. Martin Odegaard came back, but was not the same player. Looked like he was battling injury for large parts of the season. His production took a step back. Gabriel, their best defender, he was out. Kai Havertz, who was kind of by default their best goal scorer, he missed half the season. And so they had no attacking depth. They had a weak summer, and I was a seller of Arsenal going into last season. But now they've beefed up again. Victor Gyökeres comes in from Sporting Lisbon in Portugal. Noni Madueke comes in from Chelsea. They've done a good job of supplementing their star attackers with better depth, and I think they'll be able to hold up better. If you remove red cards, the early part of last season, it's a small sample, but you can kind of squint at the data and say Arsenal was actually outperforming Liverpool early in that season before all of the injuries hit and they became a disaster, all the red cards that went against them last season. And so I actually think Arsenal is marginally better than Liverpool. That's not taking away from Liverpool. I think Liverpool had an excellent summer. Hugo Ekitike, they bring in the 22-year-old striker from the Bundesliga. They get Florian Wirtz, who might be a top 10 player in the world, to replace the kind of creativity of Trent Alexander-Arnold. I think there's a lot to like about Liverpool, but there's just a lot of new pieces with Liverpool. They could be starting upwards of 5 new players in their starting 11 in the opening game on Friday against Bournemouth. I think there could be some concerns about, one, their defense as a result, and two, just how much continuity there is. And that could be the difference here. So if Arsenal is just healthier this year, I trust their defense more, and I think they have just enough goals to get over the top. I like Arsenal more than I like Liverpool here.
And Florian Wirtz was the best player a couple years ago on the Bayer Leverkusen team with Xabi Alonso that went undefeated the season in the Bundesliga. So that's an exciting signing for Liverpool. All right, so Arsenal plus 250 would be your choice right now to win the Premier League. What about if we go to some other markets, right? And you could take us to relegation if you want. Team to finish top 6. Team to finish top 4 and qualify for the Champions League. What else tickles your fancy here, Anthony, team-wise here, betting the English Premier League season?
Yeah, I put the Prem into 4 buckets this year. So I think more than most years in the recent history, we have a very clear top 4. I think Chelsea, City, Arsenal, Liverpool have spent a ton of money this summer beefing up their squads. It's been a bit of an arms race with kind of who can amass the most talent. I still have concerns about Chelsea's attack. They're turning over a lot of their better attacking players. I have concerns about City's defense, especially while Rodri's out. The second bucket of teams, I think, is where this gets really interesting. Newcastle might lose Alexander Isak. Man United and Tottenham are expected to be better, but how much better, I think, is a real question. And then there's the Aston Villa in that range. And so that's, 5 to 9-ish group, 10 is a little vulnerable. And as a result, I think you look down the table and you say, who are the teams in the bottom half that I think could come up into the top half? Because most books have a top half market. And the team that I've identified and I'm really buying into again is Everton. They're 2-1 to finish in the top half this year. They have rebuilt their squad, new owners, first off, which is good. They were in financial hell for a bit there. They get out of that. Now they have new owners, and they've done some really impressive business so far. They get Kieran Dewsbury-Hall from Chelsea, who was a bit of a cast-off, stuck as like a backup at Chelsea, but he's good enough to start for a mid-table team and be a really effective player in the midfield, great passer. They get Tierno Barry from Villarreal, who had 15 goals last year as a 21-year-old in Spain. I think he's a really effective David Moyes striker. Hoof it up to the big fella. He moves in the box well. He could be a breakout star for them. And they kind of cleared out some of the dead wood, some of the older, less productive players. They still have work to do in terms of finishing out the squad here before the season starts and gets going. But they were top 5 last year in expected goals allowed in the second half of the season. So I think this Everton team has a good foundation. I think they could push for 8th, 9th, and definitely are live to get in the top half. Relegation's also interesting too, which we can get into.
Anthony, I kind of want to back this up a little bit and go back to the league winner market here because, I'm someone who's a novice. I sometimes just have EPL on in the morning because I'm on the West Coast, but I'm not super locked in like someone like you. And I look at the market, and the first question that I have is, what happened to Man City? Why isn't Manchester City the favorite anymore? Because, I see the highlights. Erling Haaland, they got Pep out there. The team is always really good. They're always thought of as one of the best teams in Europe. What happened to Manchester City? Why aren't they the favorite? And why is it Liverpool and Arsenal instead of Man City out there?
My colleague Paul Carr, he picked Man City to win the league. There's certainly a case to be made. What happened to City? They lost their best player. So Rodri won the Ballon d'Or, which is the best player in the world 2 years ago, and then tore his ACL last September. And he was kind of the linchpin of this entire thing. They started to get much older around the edges. They didn't really do any squad refreshing, so they got thinner and older, and their transition defense started to take a hit. Rodri was the one man that was kind of holding it up. And then when he went out, the floodgates opened. For about 2 months, City couldn't beat anybody. They lost, I think it was 5 in a row. They lost 9 out of 11. They hit rock bottom by January. They were sitting, 5th, 6th in the league. They did ultimately spend a lot of money in January and early in the summer to try to patch the holes. But the signings they've made, I like some of the players. Ryan Cherky is a really interesting young kid from the French league. They bring in elite passer. They bring in Tijani Reinders, Dutch kid who scored a lot of goals at Milan last year. But Rodri's going to miss probably the first month of the season now, maybe more. And they haven't really replaced his spot or added any depth there. So I have real questions still about this defense. And I think that's what the market is seeing. And that's what I'm seeing. They might score a lot of goals. Midfield might be really good. They played considerably better in the second half, close to Liverpool's level. But without Rodri, and you even saw this in the summer at the Club World Cup, they played this crazy game with Al Hilal where it ended up being 4-3. They lost. You can look at that game and see all of the same problems that existed last season for City when they played these good teams that can attack them in transition. So I still think there's major questions about their defense that need to be sorted out between now and them making a title charge.
And look, this player is a little long in the tooth now, but Kevin De Bruyne also now in Serie A with the Italian league winner Napoli coming up this season. Anthony DiBundo with us. Speaking of Italy, a good paisan, our friend Anthony DiBundo does a great job for our buddies over at The Ringer. I didn't like how you didn't mention the very handsome Jack Grealish when you were talking about Everton.
Everton, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love Jack Grealish and Everton. Okay, I want to go lightning round here, and then we have 5 minutes left. I want to hit a bunch of different things. You mentioned the relegation market, and now those are teams, obviously, that get sent down to the championship, like the second league in England. Burnley and Sunderland are minus choices to be relegated. Leeds is a small plus, like plus 120 to be relegated. What do you like in this market, Anthony, if anything, teams to get sent down to the championship, finish bottom three?
So the story here is that Leeds were a historically good championship team. And there's two teams in the last 10 years that had expected goal differences in the second division as good as Leeds last year. And it was Leeds under Marcelo Bielsa when they finished in the top half of the Premier League their first year, and Fulham under Marco Silva when they also finished in the top half. I don't think Leeds are top half good, but I do think they'll stay up. And so the way to bet this is you can bet who will be the highest newly promoted team. Burnley, Sunderland, and Leeds are the three newly promoted teams. Leeds' numbers last year were well ahead of Burnley and Sunderland. I like the business they've done to improve their defense in the summer. I think Leeds minus 120, 125 top promoted team is a great bet. And then if you do think Leeds are staying up, because really the story of the Prem, the last two seasons, the gap between the first division and the second division has grown. The last 2 years, the three teams who came up into the top division all got immediately relegated back to the second division. I think Burnley and Sunderland are kind of cannon fodder, but you can do relegation exacta bets that some books have. Burnley, Sunderland, and Wolves are 11-1, all three of them to go down. Burnley, Sunderland, and West Ham is a little bit of a dark horse at 20-1. All three of those, I think West Ham and Wolves, those are two teams that have not had good summers. They were the two worst teams from last year that did not get relegated. And Wolves lost their I think, their two best players. Matheus Cunha goes to Man United, and Ryan Nori goes to Man City. So they lose their two best creators, two best goal scorers, or goal creators. That's a big loss for them. And West Ham loses Mo Kudus to Tottenham, who was probably their second best player last year.
30 seconds for this one. Mo Salah scored the most goals in the Premier League last year. He is plus 500, the second choice in the market this year. Top goal scorer Erling Haaland of Man City is the favorite. Any bets in this market? 30 seconds. Top goal scorer, Premier League.
What's your number on Palmer? You
20.
have a number in front of you? Yeah, I think 20-1 or better on Palmer's good. He is so vital to everything that Chelsea does. If Chelsea figure out their low block problem, when they play teams who are more defensive, he could have a peak season where we're talking about him as the best player in the Premier League at the end of the season. He's also on penalties. You pretty much can't win Golden Boot unless you're the penalty taker for your team. So that takes out a lot of the guys. Like Victor Gyökeres is the second favorite. I don't think he's taking pens for Arsenal. I think it'll be Saka. It's like no interest there. Haaland's, of course, the rightful favorite. Injury concern with him. So I think Palmer's the only long shot that's interesting in the market.
A final question here. Have about a minute for the answer. Any of the other big European leagues, La Liga, Serie A, Ligue 1, whatever, any of them, give us a bet that you like in any of the other leagues in Europe.
Yeah, let's go to La Liga. The market still says Real Madrid is better than Barcelona. I will pay to find out. I'm taking Barcelona to win La Liga. Anything plus money, there's plus money out there in the market. It ends up kind of being a two-team race most years. There's just this belief in Real Madrid that they're just going to figure these things out, and they have so much talent that eventually it has to sort itself out. I don't know. The problems feel pretty structural to me. The Mbappe-Vinicius thing has never really worked. They have a new manager, new right back, a couple new midfielders. It could be great, but I know Barca's great, and they're young, and they're the best attack in the world. I'll take my chances with Lamine Yamal winning La Liga, and they're 7-1 Champions League too. It's a good shot. I think they're still easily top two team in the world.
Who is more handsome, Xabi Alonso or Jack Grealish?
I'll go Xabi.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just like you
Better
see
hair.
like Yeah, just like I want to like punch him in the face. Like
That's
you
fair.
shouldn't get to
Me
be
too.
like that handsome and that successful. Like it's not fair to the rest of us. And like
There's a little bit of an
one
English
legendary
tax.
athlete.
You got to dock Grealish a little bit for the English thing. I think it takes away. No offense to my English friends out there.
Hey, and listen, buddy. We didn't talk about Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones in this interview. Big Indianapolis Colts fan Anthony DeBundo. Next time we have you on, we'll talk some American football, my friend. We love you. We appreciate you. Ringer soccer content with our old friends Cerruti and Paul Carr and DeBundo, and the NFL stuff as well with John Jutrimski and Raheem Palmer. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Our pal Anthony DeBundo joining us on the show. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports and what I am watching for week 2 of the NFL preseason.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The number on Olave for touchdowns is 3.5. That's it. Is he not catching 4 touchdowns with Kellen Moore running the offense?
He should. And if you're a rookie quarterback, what are you going to do? You're going to look to the one. You're going to look for the most talented receiver on the field. Maybe he can come save me. If it's not the outlet guy, if it's not going to be Kamara, I would think he would be looking to Olave. But Olave's injury history, like that's something. I think the season-long props on this team are very interesting because in the receiver room, not only are you projecting on a quarterback, a rookie quarterback, and what he's going to be able to do his first time through the league, but you're also looking at guys that missed a lot of time last year. Olave missed half the season, so he had about 400 receiving yards. And where do they put the number? 825. Rashid Shaheed, he played in only 6 games, 349 yards. So they bump it up to 700. Okay, let's double it. Rookie quarterback, numbers won't be the same. Probably closer to when the backup was in, not Derek Carr. So these numbers, maybe you can find some value in Olave and Shaheed because they're not quite sure where to place them because they don't know what they're getting with the quarterback. And we haven't seen these guys play a full season in a while.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
All right, so thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Two tremendous guests joined us on the show today. How about two segments from our friend Mike Sando of The Athletic, who released his quarterback tiers column, critically acclaimed, and just a absolute content factory. Manna from content heaven. Courtesy of our friend Mike Sando. Two segments with the great Mike Sando breaking down the upcoming NFL season. And then we just had our buddy Anthony DeBundo from The Ringer. Does great work with our friend Bill Simmons and the soccer podcast there and the betting podcast. We love our friend Anthony DeBundo. So thanks to DeBundo and thanks to Mike Sando. And just a shout out to anyone whose last name ends in O. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman. That's a consonant. Our technical director is Tyler Morales. Our engineer, don't look now, but we're 8 2/3 through. Our technical director is Jake the Snake Hassan, and our video producer is God's Perfect Creation, downtown, Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the one, the only. He's bald, he's freaky, the great Brad Evans. Brad, hola amigo, happy Wednesday.
Hola, amigos! Indeed, let's get freaky deaky.
Yeah, we're gonna. So we made like a. Jake, go ahead and play it. Jake, play it for Brad, and let's get his reaction.
The bald freak.
So we had Russ create that. I think it sucks. I think we can do way better with it. What's your thought? Would you like to hear it again?
I'm totally down with it. It's a little bit grainy, which is outstanding to me. So it's got kind of a garage feel to it with that echo chamber sound in the background there. And then some like spicy music to the background. Of course, none that's going to violate any kind of copyright restriction that we may have here on the network. But something that I might dance to wrapped around a brass pole.
All right. So just the sounder itself. How do you want it to sound? Because it's not going to be like an open. It's just like the bald freak. How do you, like, if you were saying it, like, how would you say it? Like, where would the emphasis go? Like, what would be elongated? Like, how, I can't guarantee we're gonna do what you say, but I'm just curious what you think.
Yeah, if I'm just shooting from the hip, I would do something like this. The bald freak.
Okay, so emphasis on freak. I'm more of like the bald freak. Like a little Vince McMahon. Or like the way Russ normally does it, it would just be like the bald freak. I don't know why. Like he
I gotta have an emphasis somewhere. Gotta have an emphasis somewhere.
You don't suck. Your bets don't suck. What's the best bet for tonight, Brad, in the world of sports?
Oh, let's get down with some Hunter Brown tonight, guys. I think it's a W for the Houston Astros taking on the Boston Red Sox and Walker Buehler, who's been a bit of a misadventure this season there representing Boston. He's got a 6.52 road ERA on the year. You look at Hunter Brown, a guy that, has been a little bit up and down here of late, but still 2.37 ERA. At home this season, where he has 4 wins in just 10 games started, but he's got a 2.95 ERA over the last 30 days. That's a range of 5 starts. I know Boston is white hot offensively right now, top 5 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. But Houston at number 6 in that identical category. So hopefully he's going to get the run support. Hopefully he'll have the lead, and I think he's going to go 6 strong innings exit. Hopefully the bullpen won't screw it up, much like the Cardinals did today against the Colorado Pebbles. So hopefully the gambling gods will shine kindly upon thee as Hunter Brown gets a victory at plus 140.
Yeah, Tyler and Jake are writing in our chat, like there's a great Vince McMahon soundbite from back in the day. And I think like it doesn't say bald. Also, he's like kind of like persona non grata. Maybe I'll just do it. And what it should be is, come on out here, you freak. You bald freak. Do you like that?
Yeah, I love all of it. It's great. I love it.
Clip it. I gotta tell you, man.
Clip it. Do it.
I love you. You're the best. BetMGM Tonight is sensational. It follows us 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern every day on the BetMGM network. My friend, have an awesome show, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
Asia Wilson, 12 or more rebounds at plus 130 against the Liberty. I'm out.
That's the best, man.
I love it.
Brad Evans joining us here. I kind of want to do like the rest of the segment in the Vince McMahon voice.
Will it last? I mean, don't kill your voice here.
It really hurts my voice. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Yeah. We're going to drop the dope-ass beat momentarily. I'm going to very quickly here, I'm going to roll through. Jake, give me like some music underneath, like something fast. And I'm going to roll through about 15 things in the next like 2 minutes for week 2 of the NFL preseason. We can call it the 2-minute drill. We're playing the Mario music. It's like not what I asked for. By the way, no hitters gone. Yeah, that was Mike Mussina. Carl Everett just stepped up and hit hit a double with 2 outs in the 9th. That's rough, Jake. That's rough. Okay, here's what we're watching for. Torrey Horton, Seattle against Kansas City. 3 catches, 31 yards, and a touchdown last week. Can Torrey Horton keep it going? I think if he does, he locks down Seattle's number 3 wide receiver's job. Obviously, we'll be watching Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones for the Colts against the Packers. I can't read my handwriting here. Oh, okay. It's the Packers against the Colts. The flip side of that game. The 2 rookie receivers, not just Matthew Golden, but Savion Williams is expected to make his preseason debut. Remember, Jaden Reed hobbled, Christian Watson on PUP. I think Savion Williams could play an early season role for the Green Bay Packers. I want to watch the Vikings wide receivers against the Patriots. Can Ty Felton step up, the rookie 3rd rounder, and take that number 3 receiving job behind Jalen Naylor while Jordan Addison is suspended? Or will it be XFL cast off Lucky Jackson? I want to see the Raiders rookie receivers against the Niners. We'll be watching for Dante Thornton and Jack Besh. Can Jack Besh take a step forward? Does Dante Thornton have the X position slot locked up? X gonna give it to you for Dante Thornton for the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's watch the Cowboys running backs against the Baltimore Ravens. Phil Maffa looked good last week. Had a couple big runs called back due to penalties. I want to see Phil Maffa light up the Baltimore Ravens defense. I would like to feel Phil. Let's see Jackson Dart perform well against the Jets. Send a thrill up my leg. And Braylon Allen in the Jets backfield, where I think there's a chance this is going to be like 1A and 1B this year. Breece Hall, the 1A, Braylon Allen, the 1B, and Isaiah Davis, the pass-catching back. Do not sleep on Braylon Allen if you have fantasy drafts coming up this weekend. I'd like to see for the Steelers, Caleb Johnson look better than he did last week against the Jaguars. He looked terrible, like he was running in quicksand. I want to see Broncos running back and wide receiver usage. Marvin Mims, 16 of 19 snaps with Bo Nix last week. R.J. Harvey started. Is Harvey going to start, or will J.K. Dobbins start? Will Pat Bryant play more with the first team? Sean Payton loves to yo-yo his guys in and out of the lineup and mess with fantasy owners. Keep an eye on Denver Broncos usage this weekend. We're watching the Saints quarterbacks, obviously. Can Tyler Shuck take a step towards starting week number 1? Caleb Williams and the Bears' first-team offense will play against the Bills. How will Caleb Williams look in his first game action with Ben Johnson as the head coach? And let's check out Jermaine Burton for the Cincinnati Bengals, who's expected to play. Didn't play last week for Cincy against Philly. I think Jermaine Burton could have a big bounce-back year after a lost rookie year. And in that same game, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill Merritt, running for the Washington Commanders. He started last week with Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson, both nursing injuries. And that's what I'm watching for coming up. Week 2 of the NFL preseason. All right, let's get to the bets. And Jake, let's drop the dope-ass beat. All right. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Screw you. You're fired. And if you don't like it, you can join the Vincent Kennedy McMahon Kiss My Ass Club. Major League Baseball tonight, Femi. How are you betting MLB? Will you be joining me with the Yankees today against the Minnesota Twins if that game gets played?
I'm surprised your voice has something after legendary, man. I was worried there for a second after that legendary. But no, I'll not be joining you. I don't like money, apparently, so I'm not going to be betting the Yankees tonight. I'm actually going to back the Blue Jays in the first 5 with Kevin Gausman on the mound. Cubs have been awesome, but Gausman, especially at home, has been really, really strong, especially going up against Ben Brown for the Chicago Cubs. Not Ben Brown, Cade Horton for the Chicago Cubs. I'm going to go ahead and rock with the Toronto Blue Jays in the first 5 at -135. And then in LA, I believe they call it the Freeway Series or the whatever the hell it is out there in Los Angeles. Dodgers and the Angels, first 5 under 5. Ohtani getting the party started early. He's been really good on the mound this season. And Kyle Hendricks, a touch unlucky so far this year. So I'm going to go ahead and go under 5 in the first 5 between the Dodgers and the Angels.
I will take Yankees run line. I hope this game gets played because I would like to win more money on the New York. And I screwed around last night with the Braves. I'm just like, I just want to win tonight. Just give me the New York Yankees. And we'll see what happens, Femi, when you have to face your brother. When you have to face your brother, Kane. WNBA action tonight. We have the Sky at the Sun in Connecticut and the Valkyries at the Mystics in D.C. And how about a little late night action? Liberty and the Aces in Vegas. That should be an awesome game. And then last game, Dream in the Storm in Seattle.
Sounds like that's what you guys have over in the Northeast, the little Dream in the Storm. Nothing for me in the WNBA tonight. I'm going to go ahead and sit this one out. I'm still a little bit upset about the Sparks last night. Although I watched none of the game, I just woke up and I found out I had left some money in my pocket. So nothing for me.
Yeah, the Liberty slammed them, right?
They won by 8. Just Sparks couldn't get within the number. It's unfortunate.
All right.
Need them to cover 4.5.
Last thing, Jake, can you bring the music down for a second? A sincere note to close the show. So I am moving. My wife and I will buy a house next year, but we're moving in with family for through football season, basically. We have to leave the house that we're in right now, and we don't want to buy it, so it's not like the worst thing of all time. But this house has been home to the best 5 years of my life. Since 2020, we lived here. Basically, the duration of the time on You Better You Bet. I got engaged in this house. I got married in this house. I had my daughter in this house. So a little bittersweet for yours truly. The next time I am on the air, which will be Tuesday, because we're moving my studio on Monday, I will be from a new location. So listen, the show's going to be the same, but a different location for yours truly. So I want to give a shout out to this house because I really liked it. Femi, I will be off moving for the next however many days. Have a great show tomorrow, my friend, and I will talk to you next week.
Yeah, good luck with the move, man. It's the memories that are made that count. So awesome. Happy for you, man. We'll see everybody tomorrow, though.
And you took too much time. I was going to do Vince McMahon to close the show, but you butchered it.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So I'll start things off. OKC is going to be my NBA champion for next year. They're plus 240. I like the Thunder to go back-to-back for all the reasons that I just said. Major League Baseball right now, I think the team, especially at the price, I'm going with the San Diego Padres at 29-1. I love the Padres. I liked them last year. I thought the Padres and the Dodgers were the two best teams in baseball last year. And again, from a talent standpoint, I still think San Diego is a top 3 talented team in all of baseball, especially when they're healthy. Right now, their starting pitching is a little banged up. No Michael Kim, no Yu Darvish. Jackson Merrill is banged up as well. But man, when they're healthy with that lineup and that pitching staff, and what I love about San Diego is their general manager, A.J. Preller. He's the kind of guy you want to bet on when you have a futures ticket because he's not looking long term. He's looking to win right now, and he always makes moves at the deadline to try and improve his team. If King can come back healthy and Darvish, you get those two to go along with Cease, and then that lineup that San Diego can put out there. We know that they don't fear the Dodgers, and they hate the Dodgers, and they want to beat them. Love the price on San Diego at 20-9. The reason the price is so good is because they're fighting for the NL wild card, but I'll take the Padres. Give me the Dallas Stars in the NHL at plus 850. The Stars are the kind of team that I'm always looking to bet on in the NHL market because usually the Stanley Cup kind of goes in waves. I know we've had some years where it was a different winner every other year, but you think back to the past 15, 20 years, right? Penguins went on their run, then the Kings went on their run, and the Blackhawks went on their run, then Tampa Bay was in the finals just about every year, and now here comes Florida, right? All these teams kind of have their mini little dynasty runs where they dominate for 2 or 3 years, but there's always a team that kind of sneaks in there and win it, whether it's the Caps, whether it was the Blues a couple years ago, and Dallas has been knocking on the door for years, and they finally got rid of their head coach this offseason, Peter DeBoer. Got rid of him, a guy who's been great in the regular season but can't figure it out in the postseason. We'll see who they end up hiring, but I like Dallas plus 850. That team's good enough to win it all. Just need to get the right head coach. And then in the NFL, I think this is going to be the years that the Buffalo Bills finally do it. I really don't like anybody in the NFC. The Eagles, you could argue, are still the most talented team in the NFL, no question. We know how hard it is to repeat, though, in the NFL. Don't know if they're going to do that. The Lions, I expect to take a step back. I'm not quite there with San Francisco yet. Green Bay, I don't think is going to be there. Maybe the Rams, but man, they're just like a couple injuries away from really falling apart. I really think it's kind of the Eagles or nobody else in the NFC. In the AFC, it feels like it's the same 3 as it always is, right? It's either Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. I mean, Kansas City's been to the Super Bowl 3 straight times. I don't know if they can get back there for a 4th. The Ravens, you guys know how I feel about them. So I'm just going with the Bills at plus 700. I think this is finally the year that the Bills get it done. So give me Thunder, Padres, Stars, Bills as my 4-leg championship parlay.
Show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the Sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No! You never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family. Do it for my kids. Do it for my boy.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise on another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans. Joining me is my guy on this hump day edition of the show, the one, the only, the ever so handsome Ryan Horvat. And boy, we got an action-packed program for you on this Wednesday. Of course, going to be leading things off with our It's our top 3 plays in the sports betting world of the night. A lot of baseball action, of course. Maybe working some WNBA picks as well. Stick around and find out who and what we are going to be talking about. We're also going to be doing another Choose Your Own Adventure. Some hot button topics in the NFL that have been flying around fast and furious, to say the least. Some injury related, some contract related. So Ryan and I are going to pick our poison and dive in on a specific subject here momentarily. Hey, you want more bets? We'll give you more bets. Parlay Pete then is going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day out to the masses. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time action as well. Then we're going to give you some inside information on the Arizona Cardinals from the one and the outstanding Tyler Drake, who covers that team locally for A to C Sports. I can't wait to pick his brain about a squad that Horvath and I are rather high on this upcoming NFL season. Then after him, the outstanding Matt Fortuna is going to be dropping by, talking all things college football, or my Fighting Illini for real, like for real. Ranked number 12 overall, not only in the coaches poll, but also in the AP poll, the highest ranking for that fine institution since 2008. I think the third highest ranking in school history in the preseason. We'll be picking Fortuna's brain about the world of college football. Then college cash. We're going to be squaring away and talking 4 more teams tonight, sticking in the Mountain West and putting a cherry on top of the Sunday in that conference tonight. Over-under leans on San Jose State, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Utah State. So stick around for that. That is especially run Ryan Horvath and batter up in Major League Baseball. Only a pair of games out on the left coast, but we got another crew to cash hot hit parlay. Hopefully we're going to hope comes through tonight. It is not, made any contact so far this week, but tonight is a brand new night, and we're going to work in some more bets in those 2 under the midnight light games out west. And then fade or follow. And tonight, the theme is quarterback rush props available at BetMGM. So over under on the likes of Kyler Murray, Jaden Daniels, or Josh Allen, whether on rush yards or touchdowns. We're going to be breaking it down in that segment. And then also as well, you spin me round, round, baby, round, round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. Our ADP breakdown, we're in round 9, part 2 of fantasy football drafts. So we're going to have some hot and spicy opinions on the likes of Zach Charbonnet, David Njoku, Keon Coleman, and more. Again, coming up in Say Gate. And also, too, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to talk sports betting in the futures market, whether tie the NFL, college football, you want to talk bets tonight in Major League Baseball or the WNBA, you absolutely can. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the following, which quarterback rush yards pop would you bet the over? Again, the over on. Your options are, and these odds pull from BetMGM: Kyler Murray at 500.5 rush yards at a -110. Josh Allen, 10.5 rush TDs at a -105. Lamar Jackson, 775.5 rush yards at -115. Or Jaden Daniels, 725.5 rush yards at an even Steven plus 100 juice. So far, over 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show, so bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let me bring in my smarty pants colleague, the outstanding Ryan Horvath. And Orby, we'll do another choose your adventure of NFL topics that you would like to dig in on. Your options are James Cook signs on the dotted line on a 4-year, $48 million extension for the Buffalo Bills. Your second option is Shedeur Sanders missed practice today due to an oblique injury and is unlikely he's not going to play in the next preseason game against Fly Eagles Fly. Or you got to go with your Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson announcing the starters are going to see action, and mercifully so, in the second preseason game. So between Cook, Shedeur Sanders, or Bear Down Chicago Bears, which topic would you like to discuss?
You know, oddly for me, the big story here, I figured James Cook would get a deal done in Buffalo, double-digit touchdowns last year, so no big surprise there. You know, the Shedeur Sanders situation, Cleveland's goal should be very simple. Finish with the worst record in the National Football League, which makes the draft, the end of the draft, a little odd because you take Dylan Gabriel for whatever reason, and then you take Shedeur Sanders. Next year, there's like 5 or 6 quarterbacks that I like. So I think their goal should be simple. Try to get a top 5 pick. But I'm really interested in seeing what Caleb Williams in the first team offense are going to look like under Ben Johnson. I went over 8.5 wins, obviously. I bet a ton of Caleb props. Haven't loved all the reports out of training camp. I try not to overblow those things. But like, you know, some of them where he can't hit the target and he waves his hands in the air. That's a little concerning, but I'm really excited to see some live game action, even in the preseason, for Caleb Williams and the Bears, because there's a lot of people coming out of nowhere now that are saying they're done with Caleb Williams already. And I'm still a buyer, still a believer that he could be a top 10 quarterback in this league. So for me, that's what I'm excited to see, man. Granted, it's the preseason. I want to see what Caleb looks like with that first team offense and with Ben Johnson calling the plays in Chicago.
And I'm trying to bury my Bears bias, but I absolutely concur with you, Captain, on that point of view. The Bears starters got to get reps. I mean, Ben Johnson's like, hey, they're not going to play in the first preseason game. We'll see if they play in the second preseason game. Ben Johnson has been kind of erratic in his reasoning, much like the offense and its execution and practice in some of these inter-squad games that we're hearing reports on. So Caleb Williams got to get out there and get some meaningful reps under center. Hopefully Luther Burden is going to see some meaningful action as well. Colson Loveland, DJ Moore, I'm less concerned about. We know what he can do. Roma Dunze has been a star, had an outstanding showing according to local reports today. But yeah, the Bears have got to get their guys out there, kind of knock off the cobwebs, try to streamline this offense the best that they can so they can fire on all cylinders starting in week 1 against interdivisional rival in the Minnesota Vikings. So yeah, I'll definitely be glued. Probably the first quarter and a half of the Bears preseason game coming up here in the second week of action in the exhibition season. All right, let's go ahead and move on with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays in the world of sports betting. Mi amigo, what you got at numero uno?
All right, you can't lose them all. We're going back to the Cubs, plus 115. This offensive slump continues. Last night, I bet them, and they scored 1 run, 4 hits, 7 walks. PCA continues to struggle, man. 0 for 4 at the dish last night, 3 for 37 at the plate in the month of August. So some serious concerns there. I do think there's going to, hopefully, fingers crossed, don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, positive regressions coming from the Cubs since the All-Star break. They have a WRC plus of 79 with runners in scoring position, which is the 4th lowest mark in Major League Baseball. So hopefully they could turn it around. They got Horton on the mound. He's actually been a decent surprise for a rookie this year, a 3.18 ERA through 15 appearances. And Gossman's been pretty solid this year, especially on the road. On the road, he's got a 3.48 ERA and a 0.95 whip. But at home, he actually has a 4.26 ERA. So hopefully, man, the Cubs could break out of this slump. I thought about maybe going over on the runs tonight, over 4.5 runs, but I'm just going to take them to win this game, plus 115. So give me the Cubs, and if they lose, I'm done with them at least for the rest of the week.
All right, numero uno on my card. Let's double down on this game, shall we? I'm going to bet the under, and I took it this morning at BetMGM in Cubs and Blue Jays at 8.5, and I am hopeful this is going to come through, though maybe a little reverse psychology jinx. Maybe the Cubs bats will finally exit cold storage and resemble the collective that we saw in the first half of the Major League Baseball season, which is one of the best offenses in the game. But you look at the matchup tonight, Cade Horton Hears a Who has been outstanding on the mound. He hasn't allowed an earned run in 4 consecutive starts. Now, he may give up a couple tonight, but Kevin Gossman's been equally good in his own right. Now, he's got a 4.26 home ERA this season, does Gossman, but a 2.42 ERA in his last 4 starts. And you look at the offenses, Toronto numero uno with WRC plus the last 14 days of the Cubs, riding the struggle bus at number 23 in that category. The Cubs have also cashed the under in 8 of their last 10 games. The Cubs Jays under 8.5 at a -110. My top play on the board tonight. And 2 men up and 2 men down. And oh, Canada, the struggles continue for the Northsiders. Numero dos on your card. Horvat, please share.
All right, I'll throw this one out there because you can still get it. The game's just getting underway, top of the first. If you do want to tail, Walker Buehler under 4.5 strikeouts. Right now, you could actually get it -135 if you shop around. 5.40 ERA. He is coming off his best outing of the season last week on Friday. Gave up 4 hits, 6 shutout innings against the Padres, and they were hot at the time. He finished that game 4 Ks, though. So it was the 9th consecutive start that he has failed to go over 4.5, which is kind of scary. It might be a market indicator. Watch him strike out 7 tonight. But I'm going to continue to ride the train of Walker Buehler under. So Walker Buehler under 4.5 Ks. You can get that right now, -135 live.
All right, speaking of Buehler. My next play, I'm going to fade living daylights out of Buehler. Give me Hunter Brown. Let's get down. And hopefully he records the win against Boston. If he does do that, it's +140. And I am locked in on this one. Yeah, the Red Sox are number 5 at WRC plus the last 2 weeks, but Houston only 1 tick below that at number 6 over the same span. Brown's been pretty damn good this season, especially at home. 2.37 ERA, 2.95 ERA his last 5 starts. And meanwhile, Walker Buehler has gotten blasted. 6.52 road ERA this season. Hopefully Brown will get some run support and score the victory. If he does that, again, +140 there against the Red Sox. Numero Trace on your card this evening. Horvat, bring it home.
Usually I don't do this because it's hard enough winning a bet on the money line for me these days, but I'm going to go Dodgers run line right now, -130. Good spot, I feel. They've lost the first 2 games of this series, and it's Ohtani revenge game. So the Dodgers going against Kyle Hendricks tonight. World Series hero. I'll always love him, but he's struggled. 4.63 ERA. He's given up 3 or more runs in 4 of his last 6 starts, and he's going against the Dodgers, who 77 career at-bats in this lineup, batting .338. Let's go with the Dodgers to get off the schneid tonight on the run line, -130.
Numero Trace for me, going to the WNBA same game parlay. Give me Sanaya Citron at 12 or more points, and give me Golden State and Washington and Living Land down under. They all total 154.5, +100 on that juice. Citron has done this in 7 straight games. She split right down the middle of the 2 earlier season games against the Valkyries at 16-1, 10 in the other. Meanwhile, the first 2 matches between these 2 teams well south of the 154.5 total. One game was 138, the other at 150. So to recap, Central 12 or more points, and Golden State and Washington under 154.5 at +100. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Parlay Pete's dropping by to get his bet in. We're going to say hello to our little friend and roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. Don't you go anywhere, fools. We're just getting warmed up. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be getting some more bets on the board. Yes, here momentarily. A lot of those bets coming in the world of Major League Baseball, but Horvat's got to work on some futures and toss out some of those at attractive juice. I'm seeing one at plus 1,200 and another one at plus 1,800. So buckle up, strap in. It could be a fun little ride coming up here in this segment. Parlay Pete's going to be moseying on over here to get his parlay of the day on the board in Major League Baseball. But a friendly reminder, we got our poll question of the day live right now on X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this: among the following, which quarterback rush yards prop would you bet the over? Again, the over on. Your options are these odds pulled from BetMGM. Kyler Murray at 500.5 rush yards at a minus 110. Josh Allen at 10.5 rush TDs at minus 105. Lamar Jackson 775.5 rush yards at minus 115. Or Jaden Daniels 725.5 rush yards at plus 100. So far, over 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. No matter where the action is, BetMGM will supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the Odds Boost token to boost your potential payout on a winning bet, and hopefully will be a winner when you throw that together with a few legs of maybe Major League Baseball or the WNBA. So opt in right now on the Any Sport Odds Boost token only at the King of Sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this jackass at the bar. Hey, guy with the weird eye patch, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is in the house, and he's itching to get some action on the board in Major League Baseball on this two-leg parlay straight from the cold, dead hand of one Parlay Pete. He's going with a simple two-leg money line option. Leg numero uno is going to go with the New York Mets on the money line, and leg numero dos is going to go with the Houston Astros also on the money line. The Astros taking on the Boston Red Sox. I am digging the action in that one because of Hunter Brown. And by the way, Houston already up 1-0 in the bottom of the first in that game. But getting back to the first leg on Parlay Pete's, a parlay of the day. Mets on the money line. We got David Peterson going against Carlos Mr. Ancient Carrasco at 38 years of very old. A guy that's got a 7.64 road ERA. Peterson has been money in the bank at home this season. 2.33 ERA there in the friendly confines. The Mets have dropped their, last several games consecutively. I believe they lost 9 of the last 10. But Peterson has won his last 3. And the Mets have won their last 3 in this series. They are 5-5 in their last 10 at home. Atlanta, by the way, 2-8 in their last 10 games straight up on the road. The Mets at number 13 at WRC Plus the last couple of weeks. And you look at Atlanta, a little bit lower there on the ledger at number 17. So Parlay Pete likes the Mets to score the dub tonight. Leg numero uno. Then meanwhile, leg numero dos, getting down with my guy Hunter Brown on the Astros on the money line, taking on Boston. Again, Walker Buehler just fade living daylights at him, and that 6.52 road ERA this season. You look at Boston as well. Yeah, they're 6-4 in their last 10 straight up. And sure, you see the Houston Astros just 1-4 against Beantown straight up this season, and 3-7 in their last 10 home games. But they got the race on the hill and already up 1-0. Parlay Pete believes the Stros are going to get the victory. So, yeah,
shiver me timbers. To recap. Parlay Pete rolling with a 2-leg moneyline parlay of Major League Baseball. Leg numero uno, the New York Mets. And leg numero dos, the Houston Astros. That shakes out to a cool plus 135 at BetMGM. All right, with that bet on the board, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer. There it is. Woo! There it is. I was going to go with Walker Buehler under 4.5 Ks, but that game already went down, so that made the card, and it's looking good. No strikeouts, and he's already given up an earned run. So nothing for about an hour for me, so let's go with the college football future that I didn't know if I was going to bet this one, but they finally named their starting quarterback, and as we all figured, it is Joey Aguilar, who's going to take over for Nico Imaliava, who supposedly looks great at UCLA camp, of course, because I bet him to win the Heisman last year, and instead he free-falled the last 8 games of the season. But, Tennessee, man, I like Josh Heupel, but the passing offense really hasn't been the same since that Hendon Hooker season. And what happened, I think, is they lost Alex Golish, who was the OC at the time. He's now at South Florida, the head coach. And, even last year, the passing attack really took a step back. And on the defensive side of the ball, last year they were great, but they lose James Pierce Jr., who I'm going to talk about here in a second. He had 50 more pressures than anybody else on the team. And I look at the schedule, there's a couple layups. East Tennessee will be a win, or else there's a disastrous season coming for Tennessee. UAB, New Mexico State. After that, though, Mississippi State and Kentucky should both be wins. And then it's Syracuse on a neutral site, Georgia, Arkansas, on the road against Alabama, Oklahoma, on the road against Florida, and then they play Vandy, who I like a little bit this season as well. So I'm going to go under 8.5 wins on Tennessee. I think they win 8 games. That's why the juice is minus 140 right now to the under. I think Heupel probably bounces back next year, but I think this year's a little bit of a rebuild after a college football playoff appearance last year. So under 8.5 on the Vols for me.
All right, let's go back to the diamond in a game in which Mother Nature is doing bettors a solid. If you didn't get action on this, I'm going to share it right now. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go! Baby, let me go with the gazillion dollar man, and that is Juan Soto, the hook of the New York Mets. Give me the over on 1.5 total bases at plus 115. Taking on the Atlanta Braves and that craptastic starter, the old man, Carlos Carrasco, again, who's got a 7.64 road ERA and a pair of starts away from the ATL this season. Soto's swinging a hot stick right now. He is cashing over on 1.5 total bases in 5 of his last 8 games over the last 7 days, batting .300 with a robust 1,141 OPS. He is also hitting .286 with a 1,108 OPS against the ATL this season, though lifetime just 2 for 10 against Carrasco, but one of those 2 hits was a bomb. He hit a home run. Hopefully we get a duplication of that tonight. So again, my sledgehammer special this evening, Juan Soto over 1.5 total bases at plus 115. Speaking of plus money, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. All plus money all the time. And thank you, bartender, as always, for the healthy pour. Ryan, let's step up to the bar. Let's throw down a couple of shots, catch a buzz, and hopefully cash in. What do you like at plus money tonight or in the near future?
Yeah, let's go with the future here, man. We are almost there. NFL season right around the corner, and I've really been paying attention to Will Anderson this offseason. So he cracked the NFL top 100 list, and I think he was like 46, 45, something like that. And he wasn't really all that happy about it. He said he thinks he's one of the best edge rushers and run defenders in the league. He also has been talking about how he's added more finesse, more bend this season, and edge rushers have won 8 of the last 15 Defensive Player of the Year awards. Now, defensive backs have won 3 of the last 15, and Surtain could win it every year, but I'm going to go with an edge rusher, and I already bet Micah Parsons because he's motivated and pissed off, but I like this price on Will Anderson Jr. a little bit better. Right now, you could get it 12-1, and he had 11 sacks in his second season. He only played 14 games, and he's had 18 sacks through 29 career games, and he's got a 15.3% pressure rate, 9th among qualifying pass rushers the last 2 years. And on the other end, you have Danielle Hunter. So let's go with Will Anderson Jr., 12-1 to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's 23 years old in the prime of his career, looking for a big deal. I like this one quite a bit.
I've been trying to add bend to my workout for years, and I have failed
Me
miserably. I can tell you that right now. It's rough out there. I need to stretch. I'm no gymnast by any stretch of the imagination. All right, I'm going to get seduced by the juice in the WNBA with a player that a lot of people know, former MVP, and Asia Wilson. I think she's going to snag at least 12 rebounds tonight. So 12-plus boards against Liberty Bibberty. Cashes in at plus 130, and I'm in on that. Tremendous matchup. You look at Wilson, she has scored at least a dozen rebounds in 3 of her last 4 games. In fact, the last time she took the court, it was against the Connecticut Sun. She had 20 rebounds in that one. Earlier this season, she had 16 against New York. That was in a game played very early on. I believe it was the first game of the WNBA season for Wilson back in mid-May. And you look at Liberty, a primo matchup. It's a mother of all matchups. Over the last 10 games, no team has allowed more opponent rebounds per game than the Liberty at 37.1. So put all together, Asia Wilson, 12 or more rebounds at plus 130. Certainly getting seduced by the juice on that play. All right, it's bonus time, bonus time. Whether in Major League Baseball, the WNBA, the futures market in the NFL, or college football, all I require is another bet. So give it to me, Ryan. Give it to me.
All right, so this is a pizza money bet for me, man, because I do think that Abdul Carter, if he stays healthy, plays 14 games, wins Defensive Rookie of the Year, but I don't really want to tie up my money for the next 6 months for a plus 250 price. We talked last night with Howard Cross, former Giant. Check out the podcast, obviously, but he had very high praise for Abdul Carter, who's a freak of nature. Yes, but I like this price. And I do like Atlanta this season, man, to win the South. Not that team success always matters, but if they win double-digit games and James Pierce Jr. could find a way to have double-digit sacks, kind of like this price, 18-1. They took him number 26, which was a surprise, then moving up, I should say, into the first round to get him. First game reps in preseason action looked pretty good. Only played 18 snaps, but had 3 quarterback hurries. And I just talked about what he did at Tennessee, man. I mean, 2024, it was one of the better defensive lines in the country. He had 7.5 sacks. His sophomore year, he was even better. He had 14.5 tackles for loss, 10 sacks. I know he's a little undersized, but I like James Pierce Jr., and I like Atlanta this season, and I love an 18-1 price. Defensive Rookie of the Year, James Pierce Jr.
All right, Kenny, get the sounder ready because I got to break out another sledgehammer. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have her doing it again, baby. Let's go. I stumbled across this prop today, and I could not believe my eyes. I thought they were deceiving me. Devon Achane, I love the over on 450.5 receiving yards, and it's just minus 110. That's why I had to say hello to my little friend once again. This is outlandishly good value in my opinion. Why? Miami's got to have a miserable, a lousy, a no-good defense, which is going to thrust them in the middle of a lot of scoreboard chasing situations, and that's music to my ears as an Achane backer on this prop. A guy that had 78 catches for 592 yards in 17 games last season. He was top 7 among all NFL running backs in route participation and as well in target share, which is at 15.6%. He caught 89.7% of his intended looks. I know he only averaged 7.6 yards per reception, but he'll be a nickel and dimer, as Billy Rapp would like to say, getting it done in volume underneath as Miami is trying to play catch up in a lot of games in the second half. So whether it's Tua Tagovailoa or somebody else under center, it doesn't really matter to me. Devon Achane is going to be a busy man as a pass catcher. Love the over at 450.5 receiving yards at a -110. How do you like them apples, Horvey?
Oh, I love them apples, man. Like, that's the one season-long prop with Miami that I would actually bet. I'm all the way out on Tyreek Hill. I actually do like the Waddle prices, man. I do think that he bounces back and has 1,000 receiving yards if he could stay healthy, regardless of who the quarterback is. But I think Miami goes under the win total. I think Mike McDaniel's probably looking for work. But with all the injuries in their secondary, I think they're going to be chasing points. They're going to be in a lot of shootouts. So I love that prop, man, for Achane. I don't know about the rushing yards, but I love the receiving yards.
All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we are turning up the heat. Why? We're going to the Sonoran Desert. We're going to talk to Tyler Drake and all things Arizona Cardinals. Fantasy fans who want the inside scoop, you better stick around right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be talking to Tyler Drake here momentarily about the Arizona Cardinals, get some inside information and some observational takes as well, the likes of Marvin Harrison Jr. on the running back situation. Is it really a co-RB1 backfield between James Conner and Trey Benson? And how is my guy, the Dachshund of the Desert, I have nicknamed him, Kyler Murray, looking so far in training camp? We're going to break it all down with Tyler Drake. Cubs up 1-0. Thank God. Thanks to the heavy lumber of one Michael Bush hitting a towering home run down the right field line. So again, 1-0 Cubs, top of the third against the Toronto Blue Jays. And Hunter Brown is trying to give away the early lead that I was looking forward to him keeping in this game because I am going to win it. Top of the second inning right now, runners on second and third, but 2 out for Boston. They have cut the Houston lead in half. It is 2-1, and we have a number of games right now in a rain delay with some of that inclement weather impacting the Eastern Seaboard. We'll keep tabs on everything in the world of Major League Baseball. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us and you want to talk betting with us, whether in the futures market or the action tonight, simple way to contact Horvey and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off a question or a comment on Twitter or the X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. Let's go out to the phone lines right now and talk to Tyler Drake. He works for A to Z Sports and covers the Arizona Cardinals for that fine site. Follow on Twitter, would you kindly? He's always giving it to you there. At TDrake4Sports. Again, at TDrake4Sports on X. Tyler, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. And first question for me, yours truly was at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio over the weekend for an annual fantasy football industry draft. Many side conversations were had about the Cardinals running backs in the room. What's your take on James Conner and Drake? Again, what kind of split should we expect? We've been hearing it's going to be co-RB1s down there in the desert. Are you buying that idea?
Well, first, thanks for having me. And yeah, I mean, that's been one of the big storylines coming out of training camp out here is the fact that James Conner said, you know, RB1, he's that, and so is Trey Benson. You know, it's a great way to motivate and give him a lot of confidence, but I still very much think it's James Conner's backfield until further notice. That doesn't mean that I don't think Trey's going to get more carries, more touches, maybe more snaps in pass pro or what have you, maybe more as a pass catcher, but they still want to feed James Conner the rock a lot. Trey Benson has been getting a lot of first-team reps through training camp, but to me, that's more of just, hey, let's save James Conner until the games actually count. So there will probably be an uptick in carries and uptick in touches, like I said, but it's still James Conner's backfield, and he's going to be the bell cow that they've seen these last 2 years. He's coming off 2 career years, so, I mean, they're going to keep going with him until something falls off. And obviously injuries are something to watch. I think Trey Benson's probably going to be one of those more valuable handcuffs in fantasy football land, but from just a purely schematic standpoint, I still think it's James Conner leading the way.
So, Tyler, one of my favorite bets this NFL season is the Cardinals to make the playoffs, plus 150 in the win total over 8.5 wins. I think they win double-digit games. And then I have Kyler Murray in my dynasty league, my big money league, is my quarterback. And last year at times he was a little bit of a letdown. You know, even today I see this pop up, a headline, and it's, is Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray making his last stand in Arizona? Preseason game. Hated what I saw in that first drive, that brutal interception, then love what I see on the follow-up. Marvin Harrison enters year 2. McBride's one of the better tight ends in the league. We just talked about the running game. What can we expect from Kyler, man? Is he still going to be, you know, a 500 or more yard rusher? Is he going to try to stay in the pocket more? Could we expect maybe like 25 to 30 touchdown passes? What kind of season are you expecting and projecting from Kyler Murray this year in a big make or break year for him?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where you're going to start. It is definitely a make or break year. Year 7, I mean, he's got one postseason appearance with this franchise. So they've got to not only hit that double-digit mark, they've got to get in the postseason and look like they deserve to be in the postseason. I think that's the big one there. So that from that standpoint, yeah. And then from a running standpoint, I think if you add a little bit more onto his plate, that's going to take him to that next level and make defenses a little more shaky on what he's going to do. I mean, last year was one of his better years on the ground outside of, I think, maybe his second year in the league. So really, if they can continue to do that and get a little bit more of those designed runs in there, I think that would really help just open up the playbook even more. And then from a passing touchdown side, yeah, I think 25-30, I think that's kind of where you want it to be, just because you've heard everything everybody's talking about of not only Marvin Harrison Jr., but Trey McBride looks exactly how he did last year, just coming off that monster year. Zay Jones is coming up and looking like a legit wide receiver 3, maybe even a wide receiver 2 candidate for this team right now. If he can get going, that's just another option for Kyler to exploit defense with. So there's a lot of good there, but yeah, he's got to perform. He's got to take that next step. He's got to be consistent in the second half of the season, because that's been the biggest issue for a lot of people out here, is just not being able to finish strong. You can go out there and throw 12 touchdowns to like 2 or 3 interceptions the first 8 games and then fall off the wagon. So it's just, that's the consistency is really, really the big thing there, but he's definitely got the firepower to really just increase what he did last year and do it, I think, pretty easily if this team is really shaping up like a lot of people think they are.
Yeah, the issue, of course, is if the Rams could stay healthy, man, that offense, right? San Francisco, if they could bounce back, that offense. And, you know, we don't know what Seattle's going to look like, but my main issue is the defensive side of the ball. But I'm a big fan of Jonathan Gannon, and I just don't think he's really had the talent on the defensive side of the ball. They signed Josh Sweat, 4 years, $76 million, but I love what they did in the draft. Walter Nolan, one of the better run defenders, second highest PFF run defense grade. Last year, I believe they were outside the top 25 in EPA allowed per rush. And I thought Will Johnson, round 2, pick 47 out of Michigan. I know there's some injury concerns. I thought that was a steal. Birch, Cody Simon, Denzel Burke. Do you think this defense could finish top 15 or at least be good enough, competitive enough to get them into the playoffs?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think they really went out this offseason, and that was the point of emphasis, is just revamp the defensive line, revamp the pass rushers room, just get as many dudes as you can that know how to play ball defensively, that have some more talent than they've had the last few years. And I think you're really seeing that. I mean, there's going to be some tough decisions when 53-man roster cuts come, because there's going to be some guys that might have started, that might have had some really good snaps with this team the past couple of years, that could be free agents because they've done so well on adding guys like Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson. Walter Nolan's on the PUP list right now, but when he gets going, he should be a contributor. They've got Darius Robinson coming back. I mean, they've got Marv. So they've got, just from the defensive, actually just from the young standpoint, they've got guys that are coming in. But then you look defensively, you know, that was been one of the things. They were a liability the last couple of years, and Nick Rawlis really had to be this kind of like mad scientist genius to get this defense to somewhat be or just not be a liability, and now he's got the talent to where it's really an asset going into this year. And I think top 15 is kind of the starting point there. If they're below that, there's been some big issues going on with that unit, because now they're not only good on the starting side of things, they've got some good depth, especially on the D line. I mean, they've got some guys in LJ Collier and Dante Stills who are going to help round out that line and really give this team a shot at being very, very disruptive on the defensive side. So that's been the emphasis all offseason. Go with the defense, get it better. I think offensively they wanted to just keep the continuity as much as they could, and they did that. So now it's put up or shut up time on that side, and it's, all right, Nick, let's see what you can do defensively with the unit you have now.
We're talking to Tyler Drake right now from A to Z Sports, where he covers the Arizona Cardinals. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at TDrake4Sports. Again, at TDrake4Sports. Tyler, I drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. in a fantasy auction league over the weekend, and those same experts I was telling you about, for $25. People absolutely put me on blast on social media for that buy. Year 2, what are your expectations for the former Ohio State Buckeye? Right now on BetMGM, the over-under is 925.5 receiving yards. What do you say? Over or under? And there's only one answer here because I got to win my league.
Well, I'm not just going to say it so that you can win the league, but I'm thinking over just because of all the work that he's put in. I mean, you could tell that the dude's bulked up. I think he's added 11 pounds. He was 209 as a rookie last year. He's 220 now. And not only that, though, he looks more explosive on the field. He looks a lot more confident and just a lot more comfortable, too. Everything looks like it's slowed down for him, and so that's been the big thing. And on top of it all, his connection with Kyler does look like it has taken a big step forward. They had a huge offseason together where they spent a lot of time. They've got really down to the basics and really, just built chemistry. I had Kyler Murray join my podcast on Cardinals Corner, and he talked about how they've really taken steps, and that was early on in the offseason before training camp. So can only imagine their relationship continues to grow. Hitting that 8-touchdown mark, I think, is very much doable. Obviously, Trey McBride's going to chew into some of those targets, but I do think 8's the baseline, and I think he's got to hit 1,000. I think that's kind of the trajectory a lot of people out here, myself, have for Marvin, because he's got the intangibles, he's got the ability, he's got the bloodline from just Marvin Sr. So there's no reason why he shouldn't be in the 1,000-yard, 10-touchdown kind of echelon this year.
Tyler, real quick, I just need a 30-second answer on this one. Trey McBride only had 2 receiving touchdowns last year. How many does he have this season? He was number 2 in red zone targets among tight ends last year.
I know. It's such a weird stat because he's such a good pass-catching tight end. I think he's going to get 5. That's where I'm going to go with. And, he had 2 last year, but he also had a fumble recovery and a rushing touchdown. So he might find other ways to score, but I'm going to go with 5 this year. I think that's a good jump.
All right, put it on the record right now. 5 touchdowns to the Bridezilla, according to Tyler Drake from A to Z Sports. He covers the Arizona Cardinals. Give him a follow on X at TDrake4Sports. Tyler, we're up against it. We appreciate the time. Please come back and share your thoughts on the Desert Birds as the season goes on. When we come back from break, the outstanding Matt Fortuna is going to be joining us, breaking out on all things college football segment. That is music to one Ryan Horvat's ears. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. odds. We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
it is gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be bringing in the terrific, the sensational, the incomparable man himself, Matt Fortuna, talking college football in a second. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk with us, if you got any pertinent fantasy football questions that are racking your brain right now, maybe you're thinking about your draft. And your draft, maybe you're thinking about a specific player that you are targeting, or possibly some of the keeper options that you have on your team. You want to talk sports betting with us, whether in Major League Baseball and the Cubs are actually winning, whether in the WNBA, college football futures, NFL futures. Hey, man, we cover it all, and we would love to hear from you. Simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off a comment or a question on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's go out to the phone line right now. Bring in my guy, Matt Fortuna, with the best in the game when it comes to covering all things college football. Also an insider in the world of college basketball. Check out his awesome content as founder of the Inside Zone. And follow him on X or the Twitter as well at Matt_Fortuna. Again, on X at Matt_Fortuna. Fortuna, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, my man. You know where this is going. Earning their highest AP ranking since 2008. And I had long, luscious hair, Fortuna, in 2008. You may or may not be aware of that. Illinois is number 12 in the country in the initial AP poll, also number 12 in the country in the coaches poll. The buzz in Champaign-Urbana is deafening right now. Do you think this team is actually going to deliver? What's its ultimate destiny? Currently, Illinois is 5-1 at BetMGM to make the college football playoff. Please tell me this is going to be a special year for this long-suffering fan.
I don't want to make our listeners' heads explode with too crazy claims at the start of this segment, but I also had a full head of hair in 2008, and I am buying the Fighting Illini this season. You win 10 games, you return 16 starters, you've got a proven head coach, Brett Bielema, you've got what by definition is the most clutch quarterback in college football, Luke Altmaier. There's a lot to like about this team. Now, Brett Bielema is a great talker. He has not shied away from pumping his chest up about this team. But he thinks these guys are not getting enough respect, and understandably so. There was a lot of talk last year, or I guess after last year, about should South Carolina have been in the playoff, should Ole Miss have been in the playoff. There wasn't much talk about should Illinois have been in the playoff. And Brett Bielema got up there at the podium at Big Ten Media Days in Vegas a couple weeks ago. When he got asked for his favorite memories of last year, he said, beating South Carolina, who everyone thought was a playoff team, as did I. So I guess that makes us one too. And look, you're a weathered Illini fan. You live in town. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff covering the Big Ten in my day. I don't need to go over the recent history here. This, in some ways, from a karma perspective, has 5-7 written all over it because of all the mojo and hype they've gotten all off season. But look, I can't find a good reason not to think that these guys won't be a 9 or 10 plus win team again. They're going to be favored in every game outside of Ohio State and maybe at Indiana early in the season, at least on paper right now. 5-1, I think, is a very fair market that you should take if you're buying the Illini right now to make the playoffs. Because, again, I'm not saying these guys are going to win the national title this year. I'm saying they're going to be a possibly top 12 team. And if Indiana can do it, Illinois sure as hell can do it too.
Yeah, Matt, sticking in the Big Ten, man. I mean, obviously, I think Penn State, Ohio State, the teams to beat for Penn State. Drew Aller's back, Singleton's back, Allen's back. I like the Jim Knowles hire, and it's year 2 now for Colton Nicky calling plays. Ohio State's the defending champs. Oregon most likely will still, if Dante Moore isn't a complete bust, have a top 10 offense. How many teams do you think get in from the Big Ten into the playoff, and who do you think ultimately does win the conference?
Yeah, I mean, I doubt you'd see more than 4, just when you look at, Notre Dame being another playoff contender again, the guarantee bids elsewhere, the SEC only getting 3 in last season. It would take something really special, I think, to get 5 teams for any conference in the 12-team playoff. But I think Ohio State, Penn State, probably Oregon, and maybe Illinois as a 4th team. There are other candidates out there, certainly, right? I mean, Michigan's a bit of a wild card, right? I'd say Nebraska and USC are wild cards every year, at least in recent years. I don't think either of them are going to be quite to playoff contention yet. But again, Indiana made a lot of us look silly last year with the run they were able to make in year 1 under Kurt Signetti. So I think there are 3 teams, the 3 you mentioned at the top, that are legitimate national title contenders. I would expect all 3 to make the playoff. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 4th that found their way in there as well. And as far as who's going to the conference, on paper, I lean Penn State. I just think the cards kind of line up for them really well here, right? I mean, not just in the Big Ten, but around the country. I can't think of a year where there were so few proven returning starting quarterbacks, right? I mean, if you look at the top 10 and the national title contender list, it's Drew Aller, it's Kate Klubnik, it's Garrett Nussmeier. Is there anybody else? I'm sure I'm missing someone. I mean, Arch is not proven. As high as I and everyone else am on him, the guy has not started a full season yet. So I think that's working in Penn State's favor. And you look at recent history, right? The last 2 national champions have come from the Big Ten. They were 2 teams that basically got all their seniors to come back with NIL money to make one last run at finishing the job after heartbreak in big games the year before. And I think Penn State right now is following a similar recipe. And again, the other 2 contenders we mentioned in the Big Ten, Oregon, Ohio State, have quarterback questions at the moment. So Penn State's the safe pick for sure. Getting Oregon at home early in the season for a whiteout is going to be special as well.
Yeah, completely agree, man. Moving on, you brought up Arch, and I was going to ask you if you're buying into the Texas hype. I'm a Sark guy. I think Arch is going to be good. I think he's properly priced to win the Heisman, not a bet that I would make. Who else do you like in the SEC? I'm kind of buying into LSU, man, because their win total is 8.5, and if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9-10 games and at least make the playoff, like, they might run him out of town. I don't know if it's this year, but they have Nussmeier. They've had really good quarterback play. They just got to figure out the defense. Who other than Texas do you like in the SEC? And who do you think, could win the SEC and make a run in the playoff?
Yeah, that's a really low number for LSU given the talent on that roster. They got arguably the best transfer portal class coming in. Again, a proven starter at quarterback. The recent history in openers is obviously not great. 0-5, right? And you've got another slobber knocker in week 1 at the other Death Valley, Clemson, another national title contender in prime time. That Clemson's a favorite in right now, and probably understandably so, given the proven good they have coming back. But I do think there's a potential for LSU to make a run here, right? Between the talent on that roster. You mentioned Brian Kelly. I don't know if I'd say hot seat, but I'm with you in the sense that there's a lot of pressure on this guy this year. You look at the last 3 LSU head coaches, Orgeron, Miles, Saban, all of them won national titles in year 3 or year 4. And this is year 4 for Brian Kelly. He left Notre Dame because he thought he could have won a national title there, and he thought he could in the SEC. Well, guess what? Notre Dame seems to be doing pretty well without him right now. So there's a lot of pressure on Kelly. I will say this. I've covered the guy long enough. The guy's going to pass first, second, and third more often than not if he has his choice. They need to commit to running the football. This was one of the worst rushing teams in the SEC last year. And, oh, by the way, they lost the top 3 pick in the NFL draft at left tackle. So I need to see them be a little bit more balanced on offense. We'll see if we get a taste of that in week 1 against Clemson, because if they win that one, I mean, they're definitely going over 8.5, and they're probably going to shoot up to being the number 1 or number 2 team in the country in week 2. I think this is a very, very talented team, but I'm not completely sold on them just yet.
We're talking to one of the best in the business covering college football and also an insider in college basketball. That is Matt Fortuna, the founder of the Inside Zone. And make sure you follow him on X or the Twitter at Matt_Fortuna. Again, on X at Matt_Fortuna. Among teams ranked in the initial AP Top 25, give us a squad or two that we're going to look back and say, how in the hell were they ranked before the season began? In other words, is there a Florida State failure in college football this year?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see anything that bad, right? I mean, I've never seen anything like that from going to the brink of the playoffs and falling off the face of the earth. And I'm sure in your world, betting-wise, like, I'm not sure the market could ever properly adjust enough for Florida State, right, with the way they just kept losing and losing and losing. You know, there are candidates in there. I'm not completely sold on Florida at 15 right now. I think we had such low expectations for them last year that the fact they surpassed them has us all aboard the DJ Lagway hype train right now. And I would argue, yes, he's probably as important to any team's success as any one individual is throughout the country. But there are questions about him, right, with the shoulder and whatnot. And, again, it's a tough schedule for the Gators. They got an early one at rival Miami. I don't think that's a top 15 team. Oklahoma at number 18 is very interesting to me because I think on paper I would vote them as a top 25 team. I think on paper that's a team that could be primed for a breakout season in the SEC, bringing aboard John Mateer and Ben Arbuckle from Washington State. That said, that schedule is so daunting that I don't think anyone would be flat out shocked if they went 6-6 again. And you go 6-6, clearly you're going to fall out of the top 25 pretty early. So that's one I definitely have my eye on. And then seeing Indiana ranked, I mean, I think they're going to be a really good football team again this year. I don't think they're going to be anything close to last year, and I think the schedule is going to, even things out a little bit for them as well. I'm thinking about 8 or 9 win team, which is still good by Indiana standards. But it was, kind of refreshing to see them kind of get rewarded for what they did last year and be placed in the top 20 of the AP poll that came out this week.
Fortuna, we'll get you out of here on this. Conversely, give us a school that could be coming out of nowhere, maybe out of left field, similar to what Indiana was last year. A team that's way off the radar that maybe has a shot to shock the world and possibly make the college football playoff. Is there any school that could live up to that kind of expectation?
Well, I mean, whoever the group of 5 is, as long as it's not Boise State, is going to be surprised, right? I mean, Boise State's kind of gotten by as the default pick every year to be the best team from the group of 5, and understandably so. But I think it'll be a special moment for whoever makes it from those other conferences. I don't know if this is a playoff team, but the one over-under I keep looking at and trying to figure out if I'm missing something is Duke at 6.5. They won 10 games last year, and they just paid $4 million for a quarterback in Darian Mensah. Manny Diaz, for my money, is one of the most underrated coaches in the country. He was phenomenal at Penn State DC. He was phenomenal last year leading Duke, and by the way, when he was at Miami, he had the second highest ACC winning percentage during his time there behind just Dabo Swinney. So, the guy got a raw deal down in Coral Gables and is making the most of his second chance. So that's one where I think they could go way over that 6.5 total. I don't know if they're a playoff team. I think that's probably pushing it a little bit. But outside of Clemson, it really does seem wide open in the ACC. Louisville's another popular pick. I don't know if I'm there quite yet with the Cardinals. But I'd say Duke's a team to keep an eye on. Illinois, obviously, is a team to keep an eye on. And then, frankly, throwing darts and pick a team from the Big 12, right? Someone's got to win that league. Last year happened to be the team that was picked to finish dead last out of all 16 teams. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw a similar rise this year. But I will be following Texas Tech closely just because they paid bananas type of money for that transfer portal class. And at some point, you got to deliver, right? I mean, you can't just be going 8-5 every year and saying that's good enough. I think there's some, unspoken pressure on Joey McGuire this year. They were preseason ranked. They've got a lot coming back. They paid, depending on who you read, $40+ million for the roster. That's a winnable league. You got to go out and do it now if you're Joey McGuire and the Red Raiders.
Terrific stuff. And don't forget, folks, Illinois and Duke clash in like the second or third week of the season in Durham. So that could be a tide-shifting early game. Let's find a little bit under the radar. Terrific stuff, as always, from the one, the only Matt Fortuna, founder of the Inside Zone, college football basketball insider. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Matt_Fortuna, and go on X at Matt_Fortuna. Matt, I appreciate the time. As always, we'll be catching up throughout the entire season, and the first dozen or so rounds are going to be on me on Green State when you come and visit in Champaign.
Thanks, man.
Cheers to one time having a full head of hair, just like me.
Amen, my man. All right, we're up against it. We got to get to a little break. When we come back, we're going to stay with the college football theme and do another rousing edition of College Cash, wrapping things up in the Mountain West Conference. Are we going to go over, or are we going to go under on another 4-pack of schools? Stick around and find out right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hump day edition of the program. We're going to be covering more college football, the specialty of my partner, Ryan Horvath. Another edition of College Cash here momentarily. We're still focused on the Mountain West, putting the final touches on that conference. We got another 4-pack of teams. We're discussing over or unders on San Jose State. Hello, Hawaii. The Rainbow Warriors, New Mexico, and Utah State in this segment. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk with us, whether it's about college football features, NFL features, WNBA, MLB bets this evening, or my personal favorite, fantasy football. It's almost peak draft season. We know we got a lot of questions that are racking your brain. Simple way to contact Ryan and I. We're going to give you our honest opinion. All you got to do to get a hold of us is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. So drop your questions or your comments there. We'll grab them and we'll give you our insight straight away. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. And by the way, listen to BetMGM Tonight on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We've already had a couple of awesome interviews on the show today. We just talked to Matt Fortuna from the Inside Zone, getting his inside scoop on the world of college football. And it sounds like he's kind of a believer in my ILL, who open the season number 12 in both the coaches poll and the AP poll. Got his thoughts on the University of Texas. Got his thoughts on teams that could maybe surprise or conversely fail. Maybe not to the harsh lowered expectation of one Florida State, but one that could ultimately fall very short of what a lot of us are forecasting. So go back and listen to that interview. Again, at your leisure, we had Tyler Drake on as well, who talked everything Arizona Cardinals, giving you some inside information on Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyler Murray, the backfield situation with Trey Benson getting a lot of buzz. Is that warranted, or is James Conner going to be the man? Again, go back and listen to those interviews on the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, it's time to get after it once again with another edition of College Cash.
It's time for chaos.
They're back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. All the band is out on the field.
It's time for tradition. It's time to make the college cash.
All right, time to get after it once again. This is the final bow for the Mountain West Conference. Tomorrow, I've already got the teams, Horvey, and we're going to be talking the American. There's some interesting teams, actually, in that league. Some with some surprising over-under totals on the year. So that's another 4-pack that we're going to discuss on the Thursday, #Tequila Thursday edition of BetMGM Tonight. But we got to put the final touches on the Mountain West, which is one of my favorites, again, in the world of college basketball. And football certainly has its moments because there's always the Hawaii game, which I have tailed way many times, too many times, in my college football betting career. Gotta love those games when they start like midnight Eastern time, or even some cases like midnight Central time. So let's go ahead and get after it once again. I am going to give a team. I'm going to give the over-under available at BetMGM. I'm going to give the associated juice on the over or the under for said team. And then I'm going to play numbers nerd and give a little bit of statistical background on some of the advanced data that is out there at each one of these institutions. And then I'm going to turn over to Horvath, and I'm simply asking him a question. Are you going to go over, or are you going to go under? So let's go ahead and do a little hoot hike and get after it. Ryan, are you ready?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's sprint out of the blocks here and go with the San Jose State Spartans. The total right now at BetMGM is 7.5 wins for the Fighting Ron Turners. That's a throwback name for you, former Illinois coach. I went to school there. Plus 115 on the over, minus 140 on the under. Numbers nerd says this: San Jose State, number 93, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Projected win 6.9. Ooh, not so nice in this case. Wins on the season. They are forecasted with a 76.8% chance to win at least 6 games, but we need 8 to cash in on the over. According to the Analyst.com, a pair of 106s is the projection, not only for offensive rating, but also for defensive rating. So what are your thoughts on San Jose State? Will that short sword that they're going to wield be sharpened this year? Over or under 7.5 wins? Again, juice to the under at minus 140.
I'll buy low, actually, on San Jose State, 7.5 wins, plus 115. They got 11 starters back, 5 on the offensive side of the ball. I think, actually, they have the second best shot to win the Mountain West outside of Boise State. They won 7 games last year. It was year 1 for Ken Niedemalo. They run the run and shoot offense rather than the option, the triple option that he ran when he was at Navy. And last year, they actually had the Mountain West top passing offense, 321 yards per game. They bring back their starting quarterback, Walker Eggett. He didn't take over last season until week 6. He was up and down. He threw for 395 yards against Oregon State, 446 yards and 3 touchdowns against Boise State, the best team in the conference, and then 385 and 4 tutties against Stanford. But he loses his stud wide receiver, Nick Nash, who led the FBS with 16 receiving touchdowns, and he was second in yards with over 1,300. The offensive line should be a strength. They got 3 starters back. Floyd Chalk, great name, back at running back, ran for 721 yards and scored 10 touchdowns. It's a rebuilt wide receiver room, but I'm still pretty high on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, they have 5 starters back, 7 who started games last year. They tied with UNLV for the best run defense in the conference. They have 5 starters back on their defensive line, 93 tackles for loss they had last year, which was 3rd in the conference. Jordan Pollard's back at linebacker. He had 14 tackles for loss last season. They have a really good safety in Isaiah Rivas. He had 2 interceptions last year and was all conference. I think, honestly, they could win double-digit games, man. So I'm going over 7.5 wins, plus 115.
All right, taking the plus money on the over with San Jose State. All right, let's go way out west, one of my favorite places on planet Earth. It is purely paradise. It's unquestionable, and that is Hawaii. The University of Hawaii actually made an announcement today. They're building a brand new Aloha Stadium, which is honestly sorely needed. So that'll, the ground's going to break on that in short order. It's probably not going to be up and ready for a number of years, but a major investment the university and the state is making in football. I've loved this institution. Go back to June Jones days, the run and shoot, 5 wide receivers wide, the Chang gang now, Cole Brennan, Devon Bess, a couple of guys that had a cup of coffee there in the NFL. It's 5.5 wins for the Rainbow Warriors, minus 145 on the over, plus 120 on the under. Again, there's always a Hawaii game. We're constantly chasing the last game on the board. Will Hawaii hopefully bring us some sweet rewards this season, or are they going to be a letdown? So over or under 5.5 wins? That is the line, number 102, according to ESPN's Football Power Index. Projected to win 6.1 wins, so barely over. 63.3% chance of winning 6. Number 107 in projected defensive rating, and number 112, shockingly, in projected offensive rating. So what do you say, Horvey? Over or under Hawaii, 5.5 wins. It is juice to the over at minus 145. You want to say aloha?
I got to go under. I would love to go over on Hawaii. I hope that they do win 6 games for Timmy Chang and make a bowl game, man. I've been in love with this program since the Colt Brennan days. Like you said, there's always the Hawaii game, always the Chase game. I feel like every game, every Saturday should be played on the island at midnight Eastern time. But Timmy Chang's just 13-25. It is year 3. We'll see if he could finally get to a bowl game here. 10 starters are back, 5 on the offensive side of the ball. Problem is I didn't really get a good look at their offensive line in spring ball. They had a ton of injuries, both of their starting guards, and that was their issue last year. They gave up 43 sacks in 12 games, so that's a concern. They're changing their offense, more quick passes, more RPO stuff. I do like what they do on the defensive side of the ball. Their defensive coordinator is Dennis Thurman, and he uses a ton of Rex Ryan concepts. But I would lean under, man. Just too many unknowns for me. And not the toughest schedule, but I see about 3 winnable games. So it would be under for me at plus money on Hawaii this year.
No Mai Tais for you, good sir.
No.
At the Royal Hawaiian, where that drink was invented. And trust me, folks, it is the elixir of the gods. I've had it right there in Waikiki Beach. Amazing stuff. But he's going with Hawaii on the under 5.5 wins. Although, nice juice there at plus 120. Let's go to the New Mexico Lobos next. 4.5 wins a total. Juicy over at minus 150. The under at plus 125 there at BetMGM. Numbers there, it says. The Lobos, number 112, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, projected to win exactly 5 games. So just over on the hook there on the 4.5 wins, a 39.6% chance of winning 6. According to the analyst.com, number 70, not too shabby there. Projected rating, but number 130, one of the worst projected defensive ratings in the entire U.S. of A. So with all that background information, over or under New Mexico, 4.5 wins. Again, juicy over at minus 150.
Yeah, I was doing a radio hit and they asked me my weirdest bet so far of the college football season, and I went with this one. I'm going to go New Mexico under 4.5. I did bet this a couple different times. Plus 125 is a great price. Now, they went 5-7 last year, but they're on their 3rd head coach in the last 3 seasons. Only 2 starters back on the offensive side of the ball. They lose their starting quarterback, who I really like, Devin Dampier. He goes to Utah. They lose their top wide receiver to Arizona. And they had to go to the portal, and they hit the FCS market really hard. So they get a stud running back from Montana State, Humphrey, who rushed for 1,300 yards and 16 touchdowns. But let's see if he could do that and duplicate that success when he steps up in class. Quarterback's probably going to be an issue. They bring in an Idaho transfer, Jack Lane, who threw for 14 touchdowns to just 4 picks, but only like 1,000 yards. And he missed the spring game with an elbow injury. So that's never good. You brought up the defense, man. Most of their players that they hit the portal for are all from the FCS. So they run a 4.25 base. I like Keyshawn James Newby. I seen him play at Idaho, had 10 sacks last season. Other than that, like, you're getting excited for a Texas Southern transfer, Brian Booker, who is a beast. He's 6'3", 330. But again, how is he at the next level? So I'm going to go under on New Mexico. I like this bet quite a bit. Plus 125, under 4.5 wins.
All right, back plus money bets for Ryan Horvath here, wrapping things up in the Mountain West. Let's finish it. The Fighting Jordan Loves Utah State, 4.5 wins on this one. The over at plus 135, the under at minus 160. Numbers near, it says. ESPN's Football Power Index says I'm at number 113, projected to win just above this number at 4.7, with a 34.1% chance of winning 6 games. The analyst.com has a projection for 77 in offensive rating, 127 in defensive rating. So what is your shake on Utah State? 4.5 wins. You taking the over, or are you going with the very juiced under at minus 160?
I think they win 5 games. It's going to be a weird year, man. Bronco Mendenhall takes over as head coach. He's 140 and 88 in 18 years as a head coach, but they only have 2 starters back on offense, 3 on defense. Bryson Barnes, if you followed the Cam Rising saga the last decade plus, when I was betting Utah every year to win the Pac-12. So when he got hurt 2 years ago, Bryson Barnes was the quarterback. He's also a pig farmer. Now, had 193 rushing yards against San Diego State last year, but he needs to improve as a passer. And last season at Utah State, he split reps with Spencer Petras, who's the former Iowa quarterback. I think that was the most depressing quarterback room in the country, outside of Florida State with DJU. They bring in Miles Davis, a BYU transfer at running back. Their tight end, Brock Lane, has a couple touchdown receptions. On defense, they have 3 starters back. I think they could win 5-6 games. Nick Howells, the new defensive coordinator. Last year, now this isn't great. Last year, Utah State gave up 37.8 points per game. Nick Howell was the defensive coordinator at New Mexico. They were the only team in the conference to allow more points per game at 38. So it's hard to feel really good about him. is the higher. But I do think Utah State with this schedule and Bronco taking over, I think they win 5 games. I don't know about 6. I don't know if they make a bowl game, but I could see them winning 5, going 5-7. So we'll go over 4.5 at plus 135 for the Fighting Jordan Loves.
All right, to recap, San Jose State over plus 115 on the 7.5 wins. Hawaii under 5.5 wins at plus 120. New Mexico under 4.5 wins at plus 125. And Utah State, another plus money lean for Horvey on the over 4.5 wins at plus 135. There you go. Final act. We take a bow on the Mountain West, and right now we got to exit stage left. When we come back, we're going to go from college football to Major League Baseball. Get some action in Dodgers, Angels, Rays, and A's. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with Ryan Horvat along for the ride on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to take some hacks at the dish momentarily here. Another edition of Batter Up. Only a pair of games out west that have yet to begin. We got Dodgers Angels. We got Rays and A's. We're going to give you some of our favorite pieces of action in every single one of those contests. And as well, put together another crew to cash. Our hot hit parlay of the night. Going to be another 5-legger. And hopefully this one is going to come through. Last night, a couple of guys swung, and they missed multiple times, accumulating the whiffs and not the hits. And we barely missed it earlier in the week on Mondays. Hopefully tonight, we're going to get off the schneid and get a winner on the board for our BetMGM Tonight listening audience. A friendly reminder, folks, we got our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter. And it's asking you this: among the following, which quarterback rush yards prop would you bet the over on? Your options are, and these odds pulled from BetMGM, Kyler Murray at 500.5 rush yards at -110. Josh Allen at 10.5 rush TDs at -105. Lamar Jackson at 775.5 rush yards at -115. Or Jaden Daniels at 725.5 rush yards at +100. So far, 125 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use the Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. So opt in right now on the MLB Parlay Odds Boost token only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. With that business now on the back burner, it's time to get after it with another edition of Batter Up.
Let's cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, again, we got Dodgers, Angels, Rays, and A's. Hell, if you really want to get some action on, like, Atlanta and the Mets, that's in a rain delay. The Twins and the Yankees, that is still in a rain delay as well. So if those games actually get underway, I could log some additional bets. We're going to focus, though, on the pair of games out in the Pacific time zone. So here's how this little exercise works. Ryan Horvat is a speedster and a man that is a slap hitter of sorts. You know, I described, he's kind of like a modern day Xavier Edwards, who is in that catbird seat for the Miami Marlins. A guy doesn't have like prodigious power, but he can rope one in the outfield with a decently high exit velo, get on first base, and maybe steal second, possibly steal third, and hopefully somebody's going to knock him in. I'm looking at you, Kyle Stowers, and he can touch home plate. So he's going to bat leadoff. He's going to give his bet. He's going to give the reasonings behind said bet. And then when he is done, he is going to toss out a baseball phrase. This is going to be Kenny's cue. He's working the board tonight here on BetMGM tonight to drop a baseball reference. It could be a famous baseball call. It could be from a movie, could be from a television show. He'll drop that sounder, and it's going to be my cue then to get my pick on there and out there to the masses. So we're going to squeeze in as many bets as we possibly can in this segment. And then when we are through, we're going to do our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay play of the night, 5-legger. Every single one of us is going to take our pick to click in baseball, and hopefully it can reach the green grass and we cash in. So Ryan, grab a bat. It's time for another edition of Batter Up.
Charge. Oh.
Yeah, apparently we don't have the sounder, so go ahead.
All right. I'm just going to go.
I'm going to go. All right, so Kenny, here's how we're going to do this. We're going to do a little on-air producing here since we got some moving parts. After each bet, I'm going to give the reason of why I placed the bet, and then I'm going to hit you with an under-the-radar steroid user from the 90s in Major League Baseball. All right, so that's how we're going to do this. Let's start with my favorite bet of the evening. We're going to go with a little parlay here. And let's go to the Dodgers game, man. The Dodgers got to get themselves right. So earlier tonight on the card, I went with the run line, -130. I really do like this spot for the Dodgers. They dropped the first 2 games of the series against the Angels. And I would say it's a good buy low spot, but they're -200. So we went with the run line, but that scares me. So let's go Dodgers money line paired with Ohtani to have 5 strikeouts. The only concern with Ohtani, is he going to go 5 innings? Now, they're ramping him up a little bit. He had 6 strikeouts and 4 2/3. So I'm going to go safe here. Ohtani 5 Ks. Dodgers on the money line. They're going against Kyle Hendricks. He struggled this season with a 4.63 ERA. He's given up 3 runs or more in 4 of his last 6 starts. Looking at the current Dodgers lineup tonight against Hendricks, 77 career at-bats. They bat .338 as a team. So let's go with Dodgers money line. Ohtani to have 5 strikeouts. I put that in right now. We could get that +130, and that's a better price than I got this morning. So I like this one quite a bit. Dodgers, Ohtani strikeouts, parlay. Kenny, hit me with a little Brady Anderson.
Swing and a drive to center and deep. Way back. Get up. Get up. Get out of here. It's gone for Ryan Braun.
Oh, the sideburns and steroids of Brady Anderson. I remember that guy vividly back in the day, and he flamed out very quickly. Drugs are bad, okay. All right, I'm going to go with Shohei Ohtani. You might have heard of him, but I don't give a damn about Captain Hook. Yar! Shiver me timbers. I think he's going to sit for him, but I'll take the over on 5.5 Ks on the standard prop at a -130. The Shohei you saw in the last start, I think it's going to be the version of Shohei we're going to see consistently the rest of the season. If you missed it, in his last start against the Lou, he had 8 strikeouts and 54 on 54 pitches. So it could be a little bit higher volume of pitchers. Maybe he's going to crack 60, 65 tonight. And you look at the revenge game factor. That's going to obviously be influential. And you also, too, look at the matchup. The Angels over the last 2 weeks, the 3rd highest K rate at all of Major League Baseball, punching out on 26.8% of their plate appearances. So Shohei, show me the money. Ohtani over 5.5 strikeouts at a -130 juice. Kenny, let's turn to.
You're killing me, Smalls.
All right, let's go with a late addition for me. And there's a couple different ways I feel like you could play this one. So let's go back to that Dodgers game, man. I really like Ohtani tonight. Obviously, not only the strikeouts, but with his bat as well. But let's go with Freddie Freeman. I'm going to go with Freddie Freeman to have 2 hits because that's +130. Or you could go Freddie Freeman over 1.5 total bags, -115. He's went over 1.5 total bases in 6 of his last 10 games. Looking at his career against Kyle Hendricks, decent sample size, 6 for 15, 4 RBI, and a 400 batting average. It's Freddie Freeman. Let's go over 1.5 total bags, -115, and then over 1.5 hits at a plus money price. Get it done, Freddie. And let's do it tonight for Melky Cabrera.
Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
Allegedly.
All right, I'm going to go back to that Dodgers game. I'm going to do a little same-game parlay. Give me Shohei Ohtani to get a hit, which he has done in 11 straight games, batting .350 against the Angels this season. He's 3 for 5 lifetime as well against Kyle Hendricks. And give me the Dodgers -1.5 on the run line. They've dropped the first 2 games in this series. I think the bats are going to come alive against Kyle Hendricks. So he's been pretty good, Hendricks, here of late. 3.48 ERA in his last 4. But the Dodgers number 7 in WRC plus over the last 2 weeks. The Angels middle of the pack at number 16. So to recap, Ohtani hit, Dodgers -1.5 on the run line. That same game parlay +100 at BetMGM. Kenny, swipe a bag.
Ball 4. Ball 8. Boy, how can these guys lay off pitches that close?
How could they? Brent Rooker, let's go over 1.5 total bags right now, +110. Actually, you could get if you shop around. Not a big sample size against Rasmussen, but he is 2 for 4. He's got an RBI, batting .500 in this season. He hasn't let me down once, man. He's hitting .274. He's got 70 RBI on the season, 24 homers. Let's go Brent Rooker over 1.5 total bags at a plus money price. And let's do this one for Ken Caminiti.
Yeah, this ball game is over.
Love steroids.
Houston Astros, great Ken Caminiti. All right, my last one will be Drew Rasmussen of the Rays starting tonight against O-Town, or the artist formerly known as O-Town, now they're part of the SAC. That's the Athletics. I'm going to live and land down under 15.5 outs at a -130 juice. Now, Rasmussen has gone over this prop in 3 consecutive starts. He's got an outstanding 2.85 roadie ERA this season, but earlier on this year in late June against the Athletics, only went 3 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, and the A's have been swinging a smoking hot stick, number 3 in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. All right, it's time for our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay of the night, and I'll bat lead off here. Again, a guy who's done this in 11 straight games. Got to be Shohei Ohtani. I think he gets a hit in that revenge game narrative against the Halos. Ryan, who's your guy?
I'm going to go with Brent Rooker from the A's, the Sacramento A's, the Oakland A's, whatever they are. He has had a hit in 8 of his last 10 games.
Kenny, you're up next.
Junior Caminero, the kid, arguably the best young player in baseball.
All right, no reason. He's just young, and he's a good young player. So Junior Caminero's the guy. Zach, who's your pick to click?
I'm rolling with Freddie Freeman. He's facing Angels pitcher Kyle Hendricks in his career 6 for 15 with a home run and 4 RBIs in 21 plate appearances against him.
All right, yeah, decent history there. And Monty's mic is still busted. So I'm going to give you the reason. He's going to go with Brandon Lowe. Love this selection. Elite matchup according to batters-box.com against JT Jen. Lowe gets a hit in 78% of his games with an elite matchup, and 9 of his last 10 with an elite matchup overall. He's gotten a hit. So Brandon Lowe is Monty working the video board selection. So to recap, Shohei Ohtani, Brent Rooker, Junior Caminero, Freddie Freeman, and Brandon Lowe. That shakes out to a cool plus 294. Split a gap, boys, and make us some cash. All right, we got to take a little break here. When we come back, fade or follow Quarterback Rush Edition right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
We
are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM. Try the big noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat, hand in hand with your boy tonight on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to talk some more football, and it's a bit of a hybrid concept that caters to fantasy football fans and also sports bettors alike. So we're going to be really zeroed in on some player props, and the theme is going to be quarterback rush yards. So we're going to do that fade or follow here momentarily. Just a friendly reminder, if you would have talked fantasy football with us, you would have talked sports betting, whether in college football features, NFL features, MLB, or the WNBA. It's a simple way to contact Horvat and I. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. We want to hear your sleepers. We're here to dispense advice. We are here to be your helping hand, your guide in the world of fantasy football. We want to make this show one of the most interactive around. So, again, join the party. Pick up the phone and dial us. 833-732-3875. Again, let's give you a little scoreboard update before we get into the fade or follow on quarterback rush yards. Cincinnati won tonight 8-0 over Christopher Sanchez and the Philadelphia Phillies. Very convincing W for the Big Red Machine, a team that's really heating up at the right time. 0-0 Seattle and Baltimore entering the bottom of the fourth inning. We've had some weather out east, so some of these games laid just underway. Miami clobbering the Cleveland Guardians on the road 13-4 in the bottom of seventh. Again, Yankees Twins just underway there in the Bronx. Cubbies clinging right now to a 2-1 lead over the Toronto Blue Jays in the top of the eighth inning. And oh, Canada, as Matt Shaw just stole a base, so he's in scoring position. Nobody out here. Again, the top of the eighth. The Cubs sorely need an insurance run. Hunter Brown, my guy, getting down at home ahead of the bottom of the seventh. He and his Astros up 4-1 over the Boston Red Sox. The Mets already up 2-0. That game just got started. Bottom of the first inning. They're still batting against the Atlanta Braves. And again, we got two late night games yet to start between Dodgers, Angels, and Rays and A's. So we discussed all our bets in those pair of contests earlier on in the show. All right, with that business out of the way, it's time to get after it with another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, tonight's theme, overs on quarterback rush yards props. And I'll give you the juice for both sides, just as a reference. I put all these today. Actually, there's one touchdown as well, tied to Josh Allen, that we'll discuss. I pulled the juices and the lines earlier today from BetMGM. So, yes, these are real, and they are quite spectacular. So let's go to start off with a guy that we talked about earlier in the show with Tyler Drake from A to Z Sports, and that is the Dachshund of the Desert, scurrying those little legs at 5'0", and that is one Kyler Murray. The line right now on the over is 500.5 rush yards at a 110 juice. So a standard juice there. So over Kyler Murray, 500.5 rush yards. Horvat, over or under? Or actually not over, under. Over is the actual bet. Fader follows what I meant to say.
I will follow the over on Kyler Murray. As I've talked about, man, I'm really high on Arizona, especially on the offensive side of the ball with Marvin Harrison entering year 2. We both like James Conner and Trey McBride. Hopefully he scores more touchdowns, but he might be the best tight end in the league. Definitely top 3. But Kyler, when all breaks down in the pocket, is always going to use his legs, man, right? He just has to stay healthy. As long as he plays 14, 15 games, I think we get there over 500 rushing yards. As you brought up, we talked with Tyler Drake, who covers the team, said he would take the over. You know, last year he was 4th in rushing yards and 7th in rushing touchdowns among quarterbacks, had 544 yards in a down year. 2 years ago, had 800 rushing yards. So like I said, he'll go over this number as long as he plays 14 games. So I'll follow, man. I'm going over on Kyler Murray, and I really need it for my fantasy team.
And just saw a really nasty injury potentially for Miguel Amaya trying to beat out a hit, which he did. And he is on the ground. They're examining his left leg. It has not looked good. He has not moved a muscle, and that left leg has been stationary. He just got off the IL. This could be another nasty blow for the fading Chicago Cubs. But again, they're up 2-1 right now. And he did gut that sucker out and getting the base hit on the infield single. But, yeah, I'm seeing the replay right now in real time. Oh, gosh. Oh, that's bad. It's at minimum a hyperextension. I'm no doctor, but that looked ugly, and he had a tumble, a pretty scary one. Again, he's not moving that left leg at all. Man, gut-wrenching to see that from Miguel Amaya. Could be a critical player for the Cubs down the stretch, but not looking good, to say the least. Look, I'm going to follow on Kyler Murray and taking the over as well on 500.5 rush yards at a -110. Mike Clay's got him projected for nearly 600. And I think that's about right. He's got him at 597 with 5 scores on the ground. He's projected to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. For strength of schedule for a running back, the Arizona Cardinals had the 3rd easiest in the NFL. He's opportunistic, man, by definition. A guy that reads, reacts, and can take off, can really scurry those little legs quite quickly. He's done this in 3 of 6 seasons. He averaged 4.6 attempts per game last year, 33.6 rush yards per game. So, yeah, comfortably over for Kyler Murray, assuming he stays upright on 500.5 rush yards at -110. What about Jaden Daniels? Is he going to be a sophomore sensation or a sophomore slumper? The over on 725.5 rush yards at +100. So Horvat, fade or follow?
Yeah, at 891 rushing yards his rookie year, averaged 58.2 rushing yards per game, and he played 15 games. You know, he missed 2 games, and he still went way over this number. Would have led all quarterbacks by 4.4 yards per game. So I don't think that he's going to slow down. I do like the under on Washington's win total because of their defense and because of their offensive line, even with the addition of Tunzel. I think they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. And I think there's going to be some games, man, where he's going to be running for his life. Not that he can't beat you in the pocket. He was 14th in yards per attempt, 6th in catchable target rate. Hell of a quarterback. But I think when things break down, he's going to do what he's done since his Arizona State and LSU days, and that's use his legs. I just worry, man, because he is so thin. He's got to get out of bounds. He's got to slide. As long as he gives us, like I said, with Kyler, 14 to 15 games, it's a big number, but I think he goes over. I definitely wouldn't bet an under.
Sorry, man. My attention just really getting sucked in with Amaya.
Brutal.
He's breaking down right now on the cart. Great sportsmanship. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. walked over, gave him some good wishes, slapped him on the back, which is outstanding to see. But, yeah, I mean, the very concerned dugout of the Cubs right now. Oh, man, just horrible turn of events for Miguel Amaya. With that knee, extending, and then him with that hard crash, beating out an infield hit. Look, I'm going to follow Jaden Daniels on the over 725.5 rush yards as well. There could be some regression here, but I don't think it's going to be really harsh. I mean, Clay's got him projected for 811. That's about right. This is all tied to whether or not he's going to stay away from the injury imp's sinister wrath. As long as he plays even 15 games this year, he's going to reach at least 800 yards, and all you need 726 to cash. Again, last season, 8.7 rush attempts per game, 52.4 rush yards per game, and he did a great job protecting himself, sliding away from hard contact. As long as he continues to do that, and again, avoids missing any time, Jane Daniels, like Kyler Murray, I think he's going to coast past 725.5 rush yards in this one at plus money, even sexier. What about Josh Allen? Over 10.5 rush touchdowns at minus 105. Horvat, fade or follow?
Okay, so they give money to James Cook, right? And he had double-digit touchdowns last year. But still, man, I would only bet the over here on Josh Allen, right? Won the MVP last year, had 12 rushing scores, was 5th in rushing yards and 3rd in red zone carries per game. How many times have we heard they want to limit how many times he uses his legs? They don't want him taking unnecessary hits, but he only knows one way and one speed. And this is a big year for the Bills, man, right? Like, they got to win one of these Super Bowls eventually. So I'm going to go over on Josh Allen. The guy's a stud. I think he scores a minimum of 12 touchdowns as long as he stays healthy. And even if he's beat up, he's going to be out there every Sunday. So I think he gets there.
Once again, you and I in lockstep here. I'm with you. Yeah. I have exactly 12 touchdowns for him. And if he hits that threshold, it's plus money. You can bet on that right now at BetMGM in that alt market. And I would take advantage. I think minus 105 is actually a gift, too, on the over 10.5 rushing touchdowns. Clay's kind of projected for 11. But, again, Horvath and I both believe he's going to get to a dozen. He has done this in his last 2 seasons only, but he has totaled a combined 27 rushing touchdowns the last couple of years and has gone over in each of those seasons with ease. Last year, 6 attempts per game on the ground, 1.9 of those came inside the red zone, averaging 31.2 rush yards per game. He is just really hard to contain, and when he lines up in shotgun, and when they're inside the 5-yard line, and he just takes off, he builds up that momentum, and at 6'5" and nearly 240 pounds, he's a wrecking ball, man. He sheds all kinds of tacklers, even dudes that are a heck of a lot bigger than him. So, yeah, I think he's going to score a dozen touchdowns on the ground as well. And, again, you get that at plus money. Even if he gets to 11, it's minus 105, which is attractive juice. All right, let's wrap it up here with Lamar Jackson. The over on 775.5 rush yards is at minus 115. So I ask you again, Horvat, over or under?
Oh, man. So I can only go over on Lamar, right? Although last year, man, really made strides as a passer. A career high, 4,172 passing yards, 41 passing touchdowns. All the metrics were really good. 1st in yards per attempt, 5th in, CPOE, 7th, and a lot of different metrics, actually. I mean, he was a top 10 quarterback in every single throwing metric, but he also ran for 915 rushing yards, and this was with the addition of Derrick Henry. I do worry a little bit just because, Keaton Mitchell's look really good. We got to remember his rookie year, he was averaging 7 yards per carry before he got hurt. But it's Lamar, man, and we're getting a discounted price. Over for me. He had 915. I think he could rush for 1,000 if he wants this year.
This is head scratching. I mean, honestly, the juice on this should be like minus 150. He is the most electric runner in the NFL, regardless of position. I mean, his start and stop abilities are cartoonish in the greatest way possible. He's one of the most fun watches in the entirety of the NFL. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 145 rush attempts this season, 890 on the ground. And again, all we need is 776 to cash. He has done this in 4 of 7 seasons. He's averaged 8.2 rush attempts per game last season and 53.8 rush yards per game. What's going to change? Absolutely nothing. I know he's a year older, but he still has insanely explosive legs, and they're going to be spinning early and often this year. So I'm with you there on the over. 775.5 rush yards at a minus 115. As a Cubs score, another run. Insurance. We needed that. Way to go, Seiya Suzuki. Reese McGuire just came in, who's obviously going to catch for Miguel Amaya, who went out with injury. But that's massive. So the Cubs look like they may actually get back on track for once here, Horvat.
Yeah, we needed it. I did bet the Cubs like a lunatic. Also bet them last night. You know, it's like Field of Dreams, man. If you build it, it will come. If I continue to bet them, they're going to go on another streak here. And like I said, I just want to be excited for that 5-game series against the Brewers. I don't think it's possible right now. I was going to say I don't think it's possible to sweep that team. I don't think it's possible right now to beat that team. But if they could just take 3 from the Brewers, I'll feel really good, man. Hell, 4 and I'll be ecstatic, but time to start playing some better baseball. And I do think some positive regression at the plate is coming. Although, man, that injury was brutal. Like you said, Vladdy, a class act, that's something that you never want to see. I prayers up, man. That did not look good, though. Wow.
Yeah, hearts go wild, and the thoughts obviously there with Miguel Amaya. All right, we got to take a look at CS here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, spin me round, sticking at round 9, part 2. Very interesting, a group of players to discuss for fantasy football purposes. Stick around right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat riding shotgun with your boy on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be talking more spin me round fantasy football ADPs in round 9. Of course, always featuring those in a half-point PPR draft, which has more or less become the industry standard. I mean, some leagues have some wonky scoring that is out there, but traditionally, whether you're playing on Yahoo or ESPN, you're just going to sign up with some random basic-ass league, normally going to be some form of PPR and usually half-point PPR. So we're going to be breaking down some names, give our thoughts if we're buying or selling at their current valuations. But real quick, let me go ahead and give you a little scoreboard update in the world of Major League Baseball. The Cubs, shockingly, are winning. Now, will the bullpen hold up here? We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. We got one out. Cubs up 4-1. That is the $64,000 question, but maybe this is going to springboard them back into positive territory. They're fading and fading fast because Brewers just keep winning. They already won earlier today, and the Reds are hard charging as well in the wild card race. They won already impressively over Christopher Sanchez and the Philadelphia Phillies. That was an 8-0 final. Elsewhere, we got Orioles, Mariners, bottom of the 5th, scoreless in that one. Marlins blasting the Guardians into space. It is 13-4 right now, heading in the bottom of the 9th inning. In C-Town, Twins, Yankees, bottom of the 2nd. That was rain delayed forever. It is 0-0. Astros up 4-1, heading in the top of the 9th over the Boston Red Sox. So looking like they're going to close that one out. The Mets already have raced out to a 3-0 lead. Bottom of the 2nd inning over the Atlanta Braves and Carlos Carrasco. Again, we got 2 games left on the docket yet to begin. We're about 15 minutes away from Angels-Dodgers game 3. The Angels have already taken the first 2 of the series. And we got Rays and A's in the sack at 9:05 p.m. Central, 10:05 Eastern time. By the way, too, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day available right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and it's asking you this: among the following, which quarterback rush yards prop would you bet the over on? We just had a conversation about this in the last segment. So let's get your 2 cents. Again, odds pulled from BetMGM. Would you take the over? Kyler Murray, 500.5 rush yards at -110. Josh Allen over 10.5 rush TDs at -105. Lamar Jackson over 775.5 rush yards at -115. Or Jaden Daniels over 725.5 rush yards at an even Steven plus 100 juice. So far, 125 votes have been cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, it's time for an edition of You Spin Me Round, Round, Baby, Round, Round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. Shout out to Dead or Alive. Of course, a famous song from The Wedding Singer as well, regained popularity. Yep. That song came out in the 80s. Yes, I'm old. Anyway, we're round 9, part 2. So we're looking at the last 6 picks on average in 12-team drafts. Again, the scoring focus here is half-point PPR. Let's start with Charbonnet all day, and Zach Charbonnet certainly had his moments. Quite a valuable guy when he was elevated into the starting lineup with Kenneth Walker III out. Walker already dealing with a mysterious foot ailment. Should be A-okay. I think it's more maintenance right now, making sure he's going to be healthy for week 1 in the Seahawks backfield. But Charbonnet, RB35, ADP of 105.62. So what are your thoughts on the second fiddle expected in Seattle?
You know, I was hoping that he wasn't going to have too big of a season because I'm really high on Kenneth Walker, have him in 2 leagues, but he's one of the more elite handcuffs, right? I mean, whenever he does crack the starting lineup when Kenneth Walker's out, he produces. Last year, 6 starts, and he averaged over 18 touches and over 100 total yards. He was a top 24 back in weekly scoring in 83% of those games. You look at a lot of the numbers, 46 qualifying backs. He's 9th in missed tackles for us per attempt, 26 in yards after contact per attempt. So, especially with this Kenneth Walker situation, that's starting to worry me a little bit because we don't exactly know what's going on, man. They're treating him like he's 34 years old. He's not even 25 yet. I like Charbonnet, right? Especially at the prices, running back 35, anywhere around there. I do think he's one of the more elite handcuffs, like I said, and especially with this Kenneth Walker situation. Could be another big year for Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, I mean, he had impressive advanced analytics in a couple of categories. He was number 10 in yards created per touch. I mean, that jumps off the screen there at playerprofiler.com. Strength of schedule, middle of the pack for Seattle, number 17 in terms of easiest for fantasy running backs. Mike Clay's got projected for RB 46, but it's just entirely tied to Kenneth Walker III. I honestly got a trade offer from a buddy of mine, one of my best friends, actually the best man at my wedding. I had a draft with him a couple of weeks ago here at Casa de Evans. I got a Morgan Hampton in that league for $26, and he's jealous. He's quite envious. So he offered me Kenneth Walker III today. And I love Walker, but I just can't trust him because of that foot injury. We don't know exactly what it is. So I had to stick with Amari Hampton because the price, it is so nice. And he's going to be a centerpiece of that offense. So Najee Harris slowly working his way back there for LAC. And Greg Roman came out yesterday and said that even in week 1, Hampton's going to be in some form of a timeshare. But still, I think he's going to get at least 70% of the opportunity share in the opener. All right, let's go David Njoku, a guy that I had for $5. I bought him in my Kings Classic auction draft over the weekend. He is tight end 9, 107.28. We're both assuming that Joe Flacco is going to be the starter for a large chunk of the season. So does that influence your perspective on Njoku?
Man, I mean, last year he was tight end 4, and it doesn't really matter who the quarterback is, whether it's Shador, whether it ends up being Dylan Gabriel, whether it's Kenny Pickett. Hopefully it is Joe Flacco. Then I feel really good, right? Because last year he was 5th in target share, 7th in receiving yards per game, 6th in first read share. I don't think Cleveland's defense is going to be a complete nightmare. If they would have let Myles Garrett walk, they probably would have been. The only concern is he does miss games. He missed 7 games last year with a hamstring and an ankle issue. But if he's healthy, man, I definitely think he's a top 10 quarterback, regardless of the quarterback situation, or tight end, regardless of the quarterback situation. So I'm still pretty high on Njoku at that price.
Yeah, Clay's got him projected for 107 targets, 72 catches, 719 in yardage, and 5 touchdowns. He's got him a tight end 6. I mean, he could be a borderline top 5 guy at the position, and you're getting him for next to nothing right now. So I like him quite a bit, especially if Flacco is going to be under center for the majority of the season. A guy that really leans on his tight ends, and a guy in Njoku with the end zone stomp. Maybe he scores like 6-7 times. He maybe exceeds the 5 touchdowns on the projection. Remember, he was number 2 at expected fantasy points per game last year among TEs, and usually wins in contested catch situations as well. So don't strike him off your cheat sheet just because he plays for the Browns. He's a guy that could certainly turn a tidy profit this year. What about Keon Coleman in year 2? Wide receiver 50, 107.40. Are you buying a breakout on the young wide receiver for Buffalo?
I am. Betting purposes, I took the over on his yards around the 700 range, and I took him over 4.5 touchdowns. I think he's going to get more red zone looks. He's just got to stay healthy. It was a disappointing rookie season. But he also had a wrist injury. So he missed 4 games, finished as wide receiver 55, I believe. Was outside the top 40 in target share, yards per route run, first read share. But I like the metrics. I like the numbers, man. Among 71 qualifying receivers, he was 37th in separation, 44th in route win rate. I know there's the concern, the worry that Joshua Palmer comes over in the offseason. But I think this could be a breakout year for Keon Coleman. I'm not going to get too crazy, but at wide receiver 50 in that range, I do think that there's some decent value on him. And there's no clear-cut number 1 wide receiver right now in Buffalo, and Shakir is dealing with an injury.
Yeah, he had that bone chip in the wrist, and it was a sapping injury, to say the least, last year. I think he's going to see incredible growth this year. I mean, Clay's kind of projected for 54 catches, 906, and 8 touchdowns. That's a delectable line. Borderline top 40 wideout. I think he could be in the conversation as a back-end WR3 in 12-team leagues. Why? He was number 8 among all eligible wide receivers in average depth of target at 15.2, number 4 in yards per catch at 19.2. He's got to get more separation, but I think the trust is growing between him and Josh Allen. With Shakir out with that high ankle injury, he's getting some valuable reps with the ones there in practice. So, yeah, I'm buying in a Keon Coleman breakout. I think he's an excellent value at WR50. What about Brock? Ain't he so pretty? Quarterback 12, 108.66 is the ADP. I think you and I are both buying that he is going to have quite a bounce-back season.
Yeah, especially at quarterback 12, right? I'll buy low on Purdy. He's QB1 for me. I mean, he was QB10 and QB6 in fantasy points per game over the last 2 years. Last year, he was beat up, missed some time. The team had a ton of injuries. Brandon Ayuk will eventually be back, and McCaffrey should stay healthy, hopefully. You still have George Kittle. You have Ricky Pearsall. You have Juwan Jennings. And even last year, it was a down year for the offense, and he was 3rd in yards per attempt. He was 10th in fantasy points per dropback. So I'm buying in on Brock Purdy and the Niners having one of the better offenses in the National Football League, as long as they can stay healthy and that offensive line can continue to protect them. Also last year, man, how about the rushing upside he showed? 11th in rushing yards and 7th in rushing touchdowns on quarterbacks.
Yeah, he could have like a handful of scores on the ground. He was also number 11 in total air yards, number 8 in deep ball completion percentage, number 10 in red zone completion percentage. I love Brock Purdy. I think he's going to be a top 10 guy. And again, you're getting him at a borderline QB2 price. So wait on a quarterback. That needs to be one of your top targets. What about Tyler Warren? Peppered with targets in the first exhibition game for the Indianapolis Colts against the Baltimore Ravens. Tight end 10, 108.71. His value is rising, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Even with the quarterback situation, man, whether it's Anthony Richardson, whether it's Daniel Jones, whether it's Riley Leonard, it doesn't really matter. I think he's going to see the targets. You know, last year, the Colts had the 3rd lowest passing rate inside the red zone. So, you know, I still think Jonathan Taylor is going to get a ton of looks there and probably score double-digit touchdowns if he could stay healthy. But Warren legitimately might see 150 targets. I don't think he could duplicate what Brock Bowers did his rookie season. I don't know that any tight end ever will. But I definitely think he could be, you know, a tight end 2 that could easily finish as a tight end 1.
I'm going to say this right now. I think it's a minimum of 70 catches for him this year.
Yep.
I mean, that offense is going to be repulsive at times. They obviously want to run early and often with Jonathan Taylor, but Warren can do a little bit of everything. And he can really operate in the short field. He can stretch the field as well. He can run those seam routes across the middle. It's all about the quarterback play. Is it going to be decent? That's all it needs to be, is decent. And he's going to, you know, churn out a TE1 output, even in like 10-team leagues. So, yeah, I'm a buyer of Tyler Warren, still at the more bullish price at 108.71. All right, what about Caleb Williams? We're going to see him in the Bears exhibition game this weekend. Quarterback 13, 110.54 is the ADP. Are you buying or are you selling that he could take maybe a quantum leap forward under Ben Johnson in year 2?
That's the thing, man. I'm so high on the Bears, and I've been hyping up Caleb Williams all offseason, so I have to say I'm buying. But last year he was quarterback 21, now quarterback 13. That's a big leap. He was quarterback 12 in expected fantasy points per game, man, too. But I like the additions, what they did on the offensive line. Ben Johnson is the play caller. Luther Burden and Colston Loveland, even though they're young players, I like both of them. Probably QB2 still, but I'm buying Caleb Williams.
I will too at the more bearish price, pun intended, I guess, of quarterback 13. I think his guy is going to toe the top 10 if everything can fall into place. He will run, and he's a guy that I think could maybe run into the end zone maybe a handful of times like Brock Purdy did last year. We just need to see that ascension, that development as a passer. And you're right, the added weapons in Burden and Loveland to go with more. Roma Dunze has been a breakout sensation in camp. I think that's going to carry over into the regular season. It's all in place for him to advance significantly forward, but he's a Bears quarterback, and the Bears never had a 4,000-yard passer in the season, never had a 30-touchdown passer in the season. Can he break the curse? Can he break the funk? He's certainly capable of doing it. I don't know if he's going to get to that high of a level, but I think he's definitely going to, profit, though it may be a minor profit at quarterback 13, 110.54 overall. But I am anxious to watch him this weekend with the ones and see how he performs. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to review our cards. How do our bets look tonight? Mine actually shaping up pretty damn good at the moment. I don't know about Horvat. We're going to give you the inside scoop and poop on that. Hopefully not overly stinky. So stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Finish him, Cubs!
You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans, Ryan Horvat putting the finishing touches on this hump day edition of the show. Hey, guess what, folks? We're still here to take your fantasy football questions, and the phone lines are wide ass open, and we want to hear from you. So if you have any fantasy football takes, questions, want to pick our brain with our insights, do a little bit of strategizing ahead of your fantasy football draft, a very simple way to contact Horvat and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Let me go and shut this down. Among the following, which quarterback rush yards prop would you bet the over on? Odds pulled from BetMGM is a Kyler Murray. Over 500.5 rush yards at -110 is a Josh Allen. Over 10.5 rush TDs at -105. How about Lamar Jackson? Over 775.5 rush yards at -115. Or Josh Daniels. Oh, no, not Josh Daniels. Excuse me, Jaden Daniels. 725.5 rush yards at +100. Final tally, 127 votes cast. Horvat, who led the way?
Man, I think all those options are good options, but I'll go with Josh Allen because he is the reigning MVP and because, well, yeah, it's Josh Allen, right?
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Yeah, 33.9% said Allen's got to run for at least 11 touchdowns. You and I would be a part of that group because we believe he's got to do one more rushing touchdown. And again, you can get that at plus money right now if you think he's got to cross the chalk a dozen times this year. So Allen led the way. Your silver medalist was Kyler Murray, over 500.5 rush yards at 25.2%. Then Lamar Jackson, over 775.5 rush yards at 22. And then dead last, Jaden Daniels, kind of surprising because that was plus money, plus 100 at 18.9% on the over 725.5 rush yards. If I gave you $100 and it's burned a hole in your pocket, is Allen the bet that you make, or is one of the other ones more attractive? Honestly, the Daniels one at even money is almost too irresistible to pass up.
I was going to say, man, especially just because I still have concerns about their offensive line. Like, is Terry McLaurin going to show up for work? I don't think the defense is going to be as good as they were last year, and they weren't great last year, right? Go back and watch that NFC Championship game. So that one would be tempting, but I got to go with my guy, Kyler Murray, right? We're getting a shorter number. You know, as long as he could stay healthy, and he's been dinged really every year. So this has to be the year he's due for some positive injury regression. As long as he could give us 15 games, man, I think he easily clears this number. And nobody wants to buy in other than us, really, on Arizona. So I'll go with Kyler at a short number for him.
All right, yeah, again, for me, it'd be Jaden Daniels on the over 725.5 rush yards at plus 100. Hey, by the way, again, all these lines pull up from BetMGM, and you can go and use an odds boost token right now, no matter where the action is. BetMGM will supercharge the odds on your next sports bet. Use the odds boost token, maybe on Jaden Daniels, maybe on Josh Allen rush TDs, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray. Boost your potential payout on either of those bets or something else right now at the King of Sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. So opt in any sport odds boost token at the Lions Roar. All right, let's get after it with our cards this evening. These were our top 3 plays of the night. Horvey, your boy's doing all right now. How are your bets looking, my friend?
Yeah, like I think it was Big Sean that said last night we took an L, and we definitely did. Tonight we bounced back. The Cubs, money line, plus 115, does hit. So that's a winner. Walker Buehler, under 4.5 Ks. I don't know why that number continues to be priced where it is. That comes home. He finishes with 3, so a 2-0 start. And then our last one on the card is the Dodgers. They're up right now 3-0 in the top of the first inning, and they have Ohtani on the bump. Ohtani already tripled the right field. Will Smith homered to left, and Mookie Betts had an RBI single to score Ohtani. So Dodgers already up 3-0, so hoping for a 3-0 night on the card. With the sledgehammer, we went with the college football future. Tennessee under 8.5 wins. Nico Imaliava has that weird thing go down where he wanted more money. They weren't willing to give him more money. I take their side, but I still think that they're going to struggle this year. They also lose James Pierce, who had 50 more pressures than anybody else on their roster last year. I went with Seduced by the Juice. Will Anderson, Defensive Player of the Year at 12-1. I think he's going to have double-digit sacks again this year, and I think that you're getting a really good price on one of the better edge rushers in the league. He's only 23 years old. Last year was top 10 in sacks and pressures. And then bonus time, James Pierce Jr., 18-1 Defensive Rookie of the Year. Abdul Carter most likely wins the award, but he's 2-1. I'm not going to tie up my money for 6-7 months for a 2-1 price. Give me James Pierce Jr., his upside. Let's say Atlanta wins 10-11 games and he has double-digit sacks. Maybe he gets the looks that Abdul Carter doesn't because the Giants probably win 5 to 6 games this year.
All right, my card tonight, Hunter Brown, he got down. Got the win against the Boston Red Sox, so that cashed in at plus 140. Cha-ching! The under in Cubs and Blue Jays also hit it. I had an 8.5 at minus 110. Cha-ching! But my luck stopped there because the third play tonight did not come through. Citron hit the 12-plus points threshold in her matchup between the Golden State Valkyries and the Washington Mystics, but the game skied way over 154.5. So that was a loser. Parlay P came through. Mets money line, or at least the Mets are winning right now, so it's trending in the right direction, I should say. Paired with the Astros on the money line. So as long as the Metropolitans take care of business. And again, they're up right now in convincing fashion. Again, we had some nasty weather out east that delayed a number of games. The Mets already up 6-0. It's only the bottom of third. And Carlos Carrasco just getting beat up as expected. So hold on, Mets, and Parlay Pete will be drinking the 30-year rum tonight at the bar at plus 135. A sledgehammer special came through. Juan Soto homered, had the over 1.5 total bags at plus 115 in that matchup. Asia Wilson early in the game against the Liberties already going to pair rebounds. I need 10 more and I'm going to cash in on 12 or more boards at plus 130. My bonus time was Avon Achan. One of my favorite bets of any wager available in the player props market this season, and that is over 450.5 receiving yards. Again, I simply don't understand that. I think he could best that by 150 to 200 yards. I'm on Ohtani as well on strikeout. And that number is at 5.5. And again, you said the Dodgers already have 3-0. They're still hitting right now at the top of the first inning. I also have the Dodgers minus 1.5 the run line with an Ohtani hit. You said he tripled his first at bat, so that's trending in the right direction. That was a plus 100. And I had Drew Rasmussen under 15.5 outs against the A's. That one is yet to begin. That one at minus 125. Again, a lot of the underlying data saying go the opposite way. You should probably fade the noise there. But last time he faced the A's, he got absolutely rocked. 3 innings pitch, 4 earned runs, and the A's have been playing a ton of dudes here of late. Number 3 in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. Horvat, we talked off the top briefly about James Cook signing that extension for $48 million. We saw his value slip a little bit in fantasy drafts. I saw him go as late as like round 4. People a little bit scared, a little bit skittish that he might hold out, though he was a hold in. We got clues yesterday that things were trending in the right direction, straight from the horse's mouth. And today the deal got done. So now with all the concern washed away, where would you feel comfortable drafting James Cook? I got him at RB 15. I really haven't budged him because I wasn't buying he was going to miss any games and surrender paychecks once the season got underway. But is he a top 15 guy for you? A little bit lower, a little bit higher? What are your thoughts on James Cook, a man that just got the end zone practically every week last season?
I think top 15 for sure, right? Strong running back 1 upside. I mean, last year finished as running back 11. And it's because finally he had more than 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, he had the 7th most carries for a running back inside the 10-yard line. And, he produced with 16 rushing touchdowns, 18 total. I know that you have Josh Allen, and we both like his rushing prop number at 10.5 rushing touchdowns. But if you lose Josh Allen, man, season over. Mitchell Trubisky you could survive for like 2 to 3 weeks. You're not surviving an entire season. So, maybe they look to limit those red zone carries. He's still going to scramble. So I still like Cook as a top 15 back. I think you have him properly placed at 15. That's where I'm looking to draft him. I don't know that he could duplicate the success that he had last year running back 11 if he doesn't score the 18 touchdowns, because he was running back 26 and expected fantasy points per game. But I'm high on the Bills and that offensive side of the ball. So top 15 for sure. Right at 15 where you have him, I think is a fair price.
Yeah, the 18 score is just so unsustainable. And what's so odd is you got a running quarterback in Josh Allen, who is so efficient and effective inside the 10-yard line when he calls his own number. I mean, you and I are both high on him, saying he's going to score a dozen touchdowns on the ground. So if he does that, he's going to siphon away some of those opportunities for James Cook. Look, I'm not knocking the Chef Boyardee of running backs. I'm not saying you got to avoid him at all costs. I just think, where he is at right now, based on the discount people are receiving because of the hold in, he's properly valued. Now, if that value really climbs here in the next couple of weeks, and I probably will avoid him because I think they're better running backs in that similar tier. They can get or even wait on a little bit later, like a guy we mentioned earlier with Tyler Drake and James Conner, who just continues to churn out meaningful numbers. Though he is on the wrong side of 30, I think he's got at least one spectacular season left in the tank, and I'm not buying either was Tyler Drake when we talked to him. That is going to be co-RB1s in Arizona this season with Conner and Trey Benson. All right, I got to exit stage left here on BetMGM tonight. Stick around for a bonus hour. Horvat is going to guide you through some additional football talk, a lot of college, which is his specialty. So I'll be back on air with you tomorrow. Until next time, adios, amigos. And once again, let's go stinking A's. Yeah, score everybody.
Do it.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Shirts off. Throw them around your head. Spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm going to zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark, solo hour. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next hour. Earlier tonight, myself and my co-host, Brad Evans, talked with Matt Fortuna. We're going to replay that interview in about 20 minutes because he talks and covers college football. I do the same, and I agreed with pretty much everything that he said on every single conference. So we got that coming up in about 20 minutes. I'm going to talk some Big Ten, and we'll wrap up the show with a little NFL talk, look at the day's headlines, and hit you with some Major League Baseball scores, of course, as well. We're 9 days, 14 hours, 59 minutes, and 15 seconds away from week 0 of the college football season, August 23rd. But then again, who's counting? And we do have some action on that Thursday night. So technically, we do have college football coming up in 8 days, I guess. Major League Baseball, wrapping up some scores from the evening here on a Wednesday. Houston, 4-1 winners over Boston. Also, the Cubs finally win a baseball game. 4-1 winners over the Blue Jays. The Cubs closed at plus 112. Got them earlier. I did bet them at plus 115. Total goes under 8.5. Horton with a career high in strikeouts, and the Cubs, again, finally win a baseball game. 4-1 over Toronto. The only issue with that, the Blue Jays. The Brewers. The Blue Jays lose to the Cubs tonight. The Brewers won't lose a game. And if you're in Milwaukee, you get a free hamburger or cheeseburger because of it. They're 12-5 winners today over the Pirates. I did bet the Pirates at plus 205. I said enough is enough. This team can't win every single game the rest of the season. It's time to fade the Brewers. Instead, they won their 12th straight game. Brandon Woodruff, who is usually good to go for 6 to 7 innings, took the mound today, and he has a perfect record this season. And barely even had to do anything, man. And the Brewers beat the Pirates 12-5. Like I said, their win streak is now 12 games. In the local restaurant out in Milwaukee, the chain George Webb has been promising free hamburgers if the Brewers won 17 consecutive games for decades, going way back to when the Brewers, Milwaukee, they were the Braves at the time. So George Webb changed the promotion to 12 games when the Brewers moved from Seattle in 1970. So it used to be 17 games they had to win in a row. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. They changed it to 12 games. And finally, the people in Milwaukee get those burgers, which is funny because I was doing morning radio, WSSP 1250 AM, and that was always the thing. They would win 7-8 games, and everybody would be calling in about these hamburgers that, let's be honest, they probably didn't even really care about. But I guarantee that line is going to be wrapped around George Webb tomorrow, and I hate the Brewers. I want them to go away. Selfishly, as a Cubs fan, I did say a couple weeks ago at 15-1 or 18-1, they were a good value bet to win the World Series. If they're any other team other than the Milwaukee Brewers and they're doing what they're doing, you're still not getting a 10-1 price, which is what you could find right now on the Brewers to win the World Series if you shop around. BetMGM right now has the Brewers at 9-1. They've won 12 straight games. Let's see. I don't know if they have the talent to compete in a 7-game series with a team like the Dodgers, but they have the pitching, they have the bullpen, and all of a sudden they're hitting home runs. Who saw this season, this resurgence from Christian Yelich? Not quite the MVP season he had a couple years ago, but pretty good year for Yelich. Washington, 8-7 winners earlier over Kansas City, and the Tigers get past the White Sox 1-0. Right now, games in progress. Baltimore up 3-1 on Seattle in the bottom of the 7th. Yankees and Twins tied up at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. The Mets beating the living hell out of the Braves by a touchdown, 6-0 in the top of the 4th. And the Dodgers, with Ohtani on the bump, in a revenge game against his former team, the Angels, already up 3-0. Mookie Betts had an RBI single, and Will Smith had a homer to left field to score Mookie Betts, so a 2-run shot. Ohtani just completed his first inning. He has 2 strikeouts already. That number was 5.5 tonight. We'll see how many innings he goes, most likely 4 to 5. Only threw 16 pitches, though, in the first inning. 2 strikeouts and no hits given up, no walks. And the Dodgers with a 3-0 lead. Let's talk a little Big Ten football. Like I said, college football right around the corner. 9 days, 14 hours, 55 minutes, and now 15 seconds until we hit week 0, August 23rd, 2025. Zach Kroll producing the show. We got Monty running the video tonight. Brandon with the week off. He'll be back with us next week. And Kroll had a great question. Asked me if I bet anything week 0, the Dublin game. Not the best price that you're going to get. And I agree with what Zach said off the air at 3.5. Iowa State probably is the play. What I worry about with Iowa State, like last year, they overexceeded expectations. They won 11 games for the first time in school history. I really do like their head coach, Matt Campbell. Solid at the quarterback position, but I worry about what they lost on the offensive side of the ball in Noel and Higgins. Both receivers now with the Houston Texans, both last year over 1,000 yards receiving. On the defensive side of the ball, wasn't your typical Matt Campbell defense. They struggled against the run. They had to win in a lot of shootouts. And I'm high on Kansas State this year. I bet them to win the Big 12. It wouldn't be my value bet. I do like Utah. Like I bet them every year to win the Pac-12. Rice Eccles, one of the toughest places to play. Last year, even in a 5-win, 4-win season where they lost 7 straight games, they still had a top 25 defense. They just had to move on from the Cam Rising situation. He was like Van Wilder. He was at Utah on campus like since Alex Smith left, like for the last 15 years. Now they finally put that aside. They get Devin Dampier, who balled out last year in the Mountain West. We'll see if that translates now to the Big 12, but I think Utah's a good value pick. I agree with Zach that Baylor's a good value pick. Sawyer Robertson, their quarterback, might be the best quarterback in the conference. They're really good at all the skill positions. The running back room, the wide receiver room has depth. I worry a little bit about the defense, though, which is funny to say because usually I like Baylor and Dave Aranda because of the defense. Last year, for the first time in a long time, Dave Aranda took over defensive play calling, and they had to also win in a lot of shootouts. But they won 7 games last year, and the win total 7.5. I like the over on Baylor. Didn't play them to win the Big 12, but I did play Kansas State, like I was talking about. Also played Avery Johnson, their dual threat quarterback, to win the Heisman at 50-1. And I did take them week 0. I went money line minus 165. If I were to go points, if we got to 4.5, might be a different conversation. Maybe I look to play both sides because I don't think there's a huge edge in that game, right? Like both teams last year in the Big 12, put it this way, Arizona State, year 2, for Kenny Dillingham as head coach, they had the worst odds, the lowest odds to win the Big 12. And, they could have, let's be honest, they could have won and moved on to the semifinals of the college football playoff. They were right in that game. So I think there's good value on a lot of teams in the Big 12, but I did take a stab with Kansas State on the money line, minus 165, coming up week 0. Looking at these Big 10 win totals, let's try to hit on most of these teams. The one I want to start with is Wisconsin, 5.5 wins. If this is 3 years ago, 4 years ago, even with Paul Chryst as head coach, I would smash this number. 5.5 would be a gift with Wisconsin, usually guaranteed to win 8-9 games in the Big 10. They, make the big hire, bring in Luke Fickell, and a lot of people had high expectations because he took Cincinnati to the college football playoff. But man, he's 12-13 now in 2 years at Wisconsin. They had their 22-year bowl streak ended last year. They didn't even make a bowl. And let's look at that schedule. Guaranteed wins for the Badgers to get to 6 wins this season. They have Miami, Ohio, should be a win, or we got big problems in Madison. Middle Tennessee. Maryland, I say, is a coin flip. Iowa's a coin flip. Washington's a coin flip. Probably a loss. I'm really high on Washington this year. And then what I would assume are guaranteed losses to kick off the season on the road against Alabama, on the road against Michigan. They play Ohio State, on the road against Oregon, on the road against Indiana. They play Illinois, and then they're on the road against Minnesota. So I'm all the way out on Wisconsin. And you almost wonder, man, if they don't win 7-8 games, is Luke Fickell back for another year? They had high expectations, and I feel like they need to win 7-8 games, maybe 6, and make a bowl game for him to keep his job. And I don't know that they get there. So for me, out on Wisconsin this season. As far as teams I'm in on, I've talked a lot, I know, about Penn State, but I love them to win the Big 10. I'm a little surprised that they're not the favorite. Right now, you could get them at better than 2-1. Plus 220 is the best price I'm seeing on the board right now. I know people don't trust James Franklin, but last year nobody trusted Ryan Day. And then with Chip Kelly calling plays and Jim Knowles calling the defense, They won a national title with the most talented roster in college football, Ohio State last year. I think this year, on paper, Penn State has the most talented roster, maybe in college football, but definitely in the Big Ten. Speaking of Jim Knowles, he leaves Ohio State. Now he's the defensive coordinator at Penn State. Andy Kotelnicki is now in year 2, calling plays. I really like what he did at Kansas. Look what they've become since he's left. And I like what he did year 1 without any wide receivers last year that could create separation. Tyler Warren was a stud at the tight end position, but they didn't really have great receivers. James Franklin, not a great coach, but I think he's a good coach. He wins the games that he's supposed to. He just never wins the games as an underdog, right? But at plus 220, I like Penn State to win the Big Ten. They have 7 starters back on offense, 6 on defense. On defense, you lose Abdul Carter, but like I said, you steal Jim Knowles from Ohio State to run the defense, and there's still a ton of talent on the defensive side of the ball. Dennis Sutton's back. Zane Durant is back. A.J. Harris is one of the better corners, if not the best corner in the Big Ten. So I think the defense will be just fine. And then on offense, they should be better. I still believe in Drew Aller even after the college football playoff stinker. 3,000 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, not a whole lot of picks. Outside of Tyler Warren, didn't have a lot of help at wide receiver, so this offseason, they spend money. Kyron Hudson comes over from USC, Devontae Ross from Troy, and they bring back both of their running backs. I figured at least one of them would go to the NFL. Instead, they both come back, which makes sense, man. In college football especially, if you're a running back, your career probably goes to, 25, 26, maybe 27 years old. If you can make $3-4 million in college, get your money while you can. And Singleton and Katron Allen, Nicholas Singleton and Katron Allen both went over 1,000 yards on the ground last year. They have up front one of the better offensive lines in the Big Ten. Like I said, 6 starters back on the defensive side of the ball. They get Oregon at home, September 27th. I like them in that game. November 1st is a toss-up because they're on the road against Ohio State. I can see them winning both of those games. Then there's some sneaky games like they play Iowa, but if James Franklin doesn't get Penn State to the college football playoff championship game, the national title game this year, I don't know that it ever happens because this team is super talented. Oregon, I'm also high on. I think they still finished top 5 in total offense this season. I know some people aren't sold because of Dante Moore. Short sample size when he was a 5-star freshman at UCLA. Last season, though, people forget, he sat behind Dylan Gabriel. So he has a full season learning the Will Stein offense. And I thought that there was going to be a little bit of regression when, actually Will Stein took over calling plays because they lost, one of the better coaches in the country to Arizona State, obviously, right? But last year, they were number 1 in the Big Ten in total offense. They averaged 35 points per game. They scored now, since Will Stein has taken over, he's called plays in 28 games. They've scored 31 points in 25 of them. In one of the games where they didn't, they took it easy against Idaho. The receiving room is a question mark, which I haven't said about Oregon in a long time. Tez Johnson's gone. Trayshawn Holden's gone. They're both in the NFL. And then Evan Stewart, who I was high on coming into the season, is out for the year already with off-season knee surgery. So it's going to be a bunch of unknown guys. But I really like their tight end, Terrence Ferguson. He's gone now. I should say I liked him. I like the guy that's replacing him, I should say. Keon Sadiq is his name. 24 catches for 300 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think he could take over for Terrence Ferguson, who I liked, but I think Sadiq could kind of play the same role. And also, man, I think they're going to be really tough up front. They got a future NFL stud at tackle in Isaiah World from Nevada, one of the top players in the portal. I think he's making like $3 or $4 million at the tackle position. Jordan James is gone. He's now with the Niners, but Noah Whittington's back. He finished second in rushing for Oregon last year with 540 yards and 6 touchdowns. And I think the defense is kind of flying under the radar, man. They have some really good pass rushers. So I think Oregon is probably a 10-2 team, but I do think that they go back to the college football playoff. I'm not going over on the win total because I can see them dropping 2 games, but I do think they win double-digit games. And then I'm not out on Ohio State. It's a coin flip game to kick off the season against Texas. They are at home. The big question mark is how good is Julian Sayin? He's a former 5-star quarterback that everybody wanted, but we haven't really seen him. Luckily for him, he has Jeremiah Smith back at wide receiver. He's going to be a top 5 pick in next year's draft. As a freshman, caught 76 balls for over 1,300 yards and 15 touchdowns. He broke my heart with that 56-yard reception to clinch the Natty against Notre Dame. They have Carnell Tate back. Brandon Inniss is back. They have, one of the better receiving tight ends in college football that they bring over from Purdue. And in the running back room, James Peoples played in 8 games last year. They got C.J. Donaldson to transfer over from West Virginia. He scored 30 touchdowns the last couple seasons there. The question is the defensive side of the ball because you replaced Jim Knowles, one of the best to do it, with Matt Patricia. So we'll see how that works out. But he does have Caleb Downs, one of the better safeties in the country, coming back. So I would be over on Ohio State. Tough game week 1, though, and I do like Texas a little bit, catching 3.5. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk some more college football with Matt Fortuna up next, BetMGM Tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be bringing in the terrific, the sensational, the incomparable man himself, Matt Fortuna, talking college football in a second. But a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk with us, if you got any pertinent fantasy football questions that are racking your brain right now, maybe you're thinking about your draft. In your draft, maybe thinking about a specific player that you are targeting, or possibly some of the keeper options that you have on your team. You want to talk sports betting with us, whether in Major League Baseball and the Cubs are actually winning, whether in the WNBA, college football futures, NFL futures. Hey, man, we cover it all, and we would love to hear from you. Simple way to contact Tori and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also drop off a comment or a question on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's go out to the phone line right now. Bring in my guy, Matt Fortuna, one of the best in the game when it comes to covering all things college football. Also an insider in the world of college basketball. Check out his awesome content as founder of the Inside Zone. And follow him on X or the Twitter as well at Matt_Fortuna. Again, on X at Matt_Fortuna. Fortuna, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, my man, you know where this is going. Earning their highest AP ranking since 2008. And I had long, luscious hair, Fortuna, in 2008. You may or may not be aware of that. Illinois is number 12 in the country in the initial AP poll, also number 12 in the country in the coaches poll. The buzz in Champaign-Urbana is deafening right now. Do you think this team is actually going to deliver? What's its ultimate destiny? Currently, Illinois is 5-1 at BetMGM to make the college football playoff. Please tell me this is going to be a special year for this long-suffering fan.
I don't want to make our listeners' heads explode with too crazy claims at the start of this segment, but I also had a full head of hair in 2008, and I am buying the Fighting Illini this season. You win 10 games, you return 16 starters, you've got a proven head coach, Brett Bielema, you've got what by definition is the most clutch quarterback in college football, Luke Altmaier. There's a lot to like about this team. Now, Brett Bielema is a great talker. He has not shied away from pumping his chest up about this team. But he thinks these guys are not getting enough respect, and understandably so. There was a lot of talk last year, or I guess after last year, about should South Carolina have been in the playoff, should Ole Miss have been in the playoff. There wasn't much talk about should Illinois have been in the playoff. And Brett Bielema got up there at the podium at Big Ten Media Days in Vegas a couple weeks ago. When he got asked for his favorite memories of last year, he said, beating South Carolina, who everyone thought was a playoff team, as did I. So I guess that makes us one too. And look, you're a weathered Illini fan. You live in town. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff covering the Big Ten in my day. I don't need to go over the recent history here. This, in some ways, from a karma perspective, has 5-7 written all over it because of all the mojo and hype they've gotten all off season. But look, I can't find a good reason not to think that these guys won't be a 9 or 10 plus win team again. They're going to be favored in every game outside of Ohio State and maybe at Indiana early in the season, at least on paper right now. 5-1, I think, is a very fair market that you should take if you're buying the Illini right now to make the playoffs. Because, again, I'm not saying these guys are going to win the national title this year. I'm saying they're going to be a possibly top 12 team. And if Indiana can do it, Illinois sure as hell can do it too.
Yeah, Matt, sticking in the Big Ten, man. I mean, obviously, I think Penn State, Ohio State, the teams to beat for Penn State. Drew Aller's back, Singleton's back, Allen's back. I like the Jim Knowles hire, and it's year 2 now for Colton Nicky calling plays. Ohio State's the defending champs. Oregon, most likely, will still, if Dante Moore isn't a complete bust, have a top 10 offense. How many teams do you think get in from the Big Ten into the playoff, and who do you think ultimately does win the conference?
Yeah, I mean, I doubt you'd see more than 4. Just when you look at Notre Dame being another playoff contender again, the guarantee bids elsewhere, the SEC only getting 3 in last season. It would take something really special, I think, to get 5 teams for any conference in the 12-team playoff. But I think Ohio State, Penn State, probably Oregon, and maybe Illinois as a 4th team. There are other candidates out there, certainly, right? I mean, Michigan's a bit of a wild card, right? I'd say Nebraska and USC are wild cards every year, at least in recent years. I don't think either of them are going to be quite to playoff contention yet. But again, Indiana made a lot of us look silly last year with the run they were able to make in year 1 under Kurt Cignetti. So I think there are 3 teams, the 3 you mentioned at the top, that are legitimate national title contenders. I would expect all 3 to make the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 4th that found their way in there as well. And as far as who's going to the conference, on paper, I lean Penn State. I just think the cards kind of line up for them really well here, right? I mean, not just in the Big Ten, but around the country. I can't think of a year where there were so few proven returning starting quarterbacks, right? I mean, if you look at the top 10 and the national title contender list, it's Drew Aller, it's Kate Klubnik, it's Garrett Nussmeier. Is there anybody else? I'm sure I'm missing someone. I mean, Arch is not proven. As high as I and everyone else am on him, the guy has not started a full season yet. So I think that's working in Penn State's favor. And you look at recent history, right? The last 2 national champions have come from the Big Ten. They were 2 teams that basically got all their seniors to come back with NIL money to make one last run at finishing the job after heartbreak in big games the year before. And I think Penn State right now is following a similar recipe. And again, the other 2 contenders we mentioned in the Big Ten, Oregon, Ohio State, have quarterback questions at the moment. So Penn State's the safe pick for sure. Getting Oregon at home early in the season for a whiteout is going to be special as well.
Yeah, completely agree, man. Moving on, you brought up Arch, and I was going to ask you if you're buying into the Texas hype. I'm a Sark guy. I think Arch is going to be good. I think he's properly priced to win the Heisman, not a bet that I would make. Who else do you like in the SEC? I'm kind of buying into LSU, man, because their win total is 8.5, and if Brian Kelly doesn't win 9-10 games and at least make the playoff, they might run him out of town. I don't know if it's this year, but they have Nussmeier. They've had really good quarterback play. They just got to figure out the defense. Who other than Texas do you like in the SEC? And who do you think, could win the SEC and make a run in the playoff?
Yeah, that's a really low number for LSU given the talent on that roster. They got arguably the best transfer portal class coming in. Again, a proven starter at quarterback. The recent history in openers is obviously not great. 0-5, right? And you've got another slobber knocker in week 1 at the other Death Valley, Clemson, another national title contender in prime time. That Clemson's a favorite in right now, and probably understandably so, given the proven good they have coming back. But I do think there's a potential for LSU to make a run here, right? Between the talent on that roster. You mentioned Brian Kelly. I don't know if I'd say hot seat, but I'm with you in the sense that there's a lot of pressure on this guy this year. You look at the last 3 LSU head coaches, Orgeron, Miles, Saban, all of them won national titles in year 3 or year 4. And this is year 4 for Brian Kelly. He left Notre Dame because he thought he could have won a national title there, and he thought he could in the SEC. Well, guess what? Notre Dame seems to be doing pretty well without him right now. So there's a lot of pressure on Kelly. I will say this. I've covered the guy long enough. The guy's going to pass first, second, and third more often than not if he has his choice. They need to commit to running the football. This was one of the worst rushing teams in the SEC last year. And, oh, by the way, they lost a top 3 pick in the NFL draft at left tackle. So I need to see them be a little bit more balanced on offense. We'll see if we get a taste of that in week 1 against Clemson, because if they win that one, I mean, they're definitely going over 8.5, and they're probably going to shoot up to being the number 1 or number 2 team in the country in week 2. I think this is a very, very talented team, but I'm not completely sold on them just yet.
We're talking to one of the best in the business covering college football and also an insider in college basketball. That is Matt Fortuna, the founder of the Inside Zone. And make sure you follow him on X or the Twitter at Matt_Fortuna. Again, on X at Matt_Fortuna. Among teams ranked in the initial AP Top 25, give us a squad or 2 that we're going to look back and say, how in the hell were they ranked before the season began? In other words, is there a Florida State failure in college football this year?
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see anything that bad, right? I mean, I've never seen anything like that from going to the brink of the playoffs and falling off the face of the earth. And I'm sure in your world, betting-wise, I'm not sure the market could ever properly adjust enough for Florida State, right, with the way they just kept losing and losing and losing. there are candidates in there. I'm not completely sold on Florida at 15 right now. I think we had such low expectations for them last year that the fact they surpassed them has us all aboard the DJ Lagway hype train right now. And I would argue, yes, he's probably as important to any team's success as any one individual is throughout the country. But there are questions about him, right, with the shoulder and whatnot. And again, it's a tough schedule for the Gators. They got an early one at rival Miami. I don't think that's a top 15 team. Oklahoma at number 18 is very interesting to me because I think on paper I would vote them as a top 25 team. I think on paper that's a team that could be primed for a breakout season in the SEC, bringing aboard John Mateer and Ben Arbuckle from Washington State. That said, that schedule is so daunting that I don't think anyone would be flat out shocked if they went 6-6 again. And you go 6-6, clearly you're going to fall out of the top 25 pretty early. So that's one I definitely have my eye on. And then seeing Indiana ranked, I think they're going to be a really good football team again this year. I don't think they're going to be anything close to last year, and I think the schedule is going to, even things out a little bit for them as well. I'm thinking about 8 or 9 win team, which is still good by Indiana standards. But it was, kind of refreshing to see them kind of get rewarded for what they did last year and be placed in the top 20 of the AP poll that came out this week.
Fortuna, we'll get you out of here on this. Conversely, give us a school that could be coming out of nowhere, maybe out of left field, similar to what Indiana was last year. A team that's way off the radar that maybe has a shot to shock the world and possibly make the college football playoff. Is there any school that could live up to that kind of expectation?
Well, whoever the group of 5 is, as long as it's not Boise State, is going to be surprised, right? Boise State's kind of gotten by as the default pick every year to be the best team from the group of 5, and understandably so. But I think it'll be a special moment for whoever makes it from those other conferences. I don't know if this is a playoff team, but the one over-under I keep looking at and trying to figure out if I'm missing something is Duke at 6.5. They won 10 games last year, and they just paid $4 million for a quarterback in Darian Mensah. Manny Diaz, for my money, is one of the most underrated coaches in the country. He was phenomenal at Penn State DC. He was phenomenal last year leading Duke. And by the way, when he was at Miami, he had the second highest ACC winning percentage during his time there behind just Dabo Swinney. So, the guy got a raw deal down in Coral Gables and is making the most of his second chance. So that's one where I think they could go way over that 6.5 total. I don't know if they're a playoff team. I think that's probably pushing a little bit. But outside of Clemson, it really does seem wide open in the ACC. Louisville's another popular pick. I don't know if I'm there quite yet with the Cardinals, but I'd say Duke's a team to keep an eye on. Illinois, obviously, is a team to keep an eye on. And then, frankly, throwing darts and pick a team from the Big 12, right? Someone's got to win that league. Last year happened to be the team that was picked to finish dead last out of all 16 teams. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw a similar rise this year. But I will be following Texas Tech closely just because they paid bananas type of money for that transfer portal class. And at some point, you got to deliver, right? You can't just be going 8-5 every year and saying that's good enough. I think there's some, unspoken pressure on Joey McGuire this year. They were preseason ranked. They've got a lot coming back. They paid, depending on who you read, $40+ million for the roster. That's a winnable league. You got to go out and do it now if you're Joey McGuire and the Red Raiders.
Terrific stuff. And don't forget, folks, Illinois and Duke clash in like the second or third week of the season in Durham. So that could be a tide shifting early game. That's flying a little bit under the radar. Terrific stuff, as always, from the one, the only Matt Fortuna, founder of the Inside Zone, college football basketball insider. Give him a follow on X, would you kindly, at Matt_Fortuna, and on X at Matt_Fortuna. Matt, I appreciate the time. As always, we'll be catching up throughout the entire season, and the first dozen or so rounds are going to be on me on Green State when you come and visit in Champaign.
Thanks, man. Cheers to one time having a full head of hair, just like me.
Amen, my man. All right, we're up against it. We got to get to a little break. When we come back, we're going to stay with the college football theme and do another rousing edition of College Cash, wrapping things up in the Mountain West Conference. Are we going to go over or are we going to go under on another 4-pack of schools? Stick around and find out right here on BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvath, final segment of the night. We'll be back tomorrow night, Thursday night. Myself, Brad Evans, from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. Random stations. I shouldn't say random stations. Various stations across the globe. It's 10:40 at night. And you can listen to the show live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you find your podcast. Let's wrap up some Big Ten conversation, right? We hit on all the big teams. Spoiler alert, Ohio State's going to be good. Oregon's going to be good. Penn State's going to be good. Who else has a shot, though, of going over their win total and making the college football playoff in the Big Ten? 2 months ago, I was kind of out on Michigan. Now I'm buying in a little bit. I haven't got to the window on their win total or any futures, and I definitely wouldn't place any futures. Although, history tells us most likely they beat Ohio State again this year. But their win total at 8.5, I would only bet the over. I think they're a 9-3 football team, maybe a 10-2 football team. The quarterback room is obviously going to be much improved. I'm just not sold on the coaching staff. But Bryce Underwood is a 5-star freshman. He's 18 years old. We haven't seen him on the field yet, except for in spring ball. But, if he lives up to the potential, to the hype, Michigan could win double-digit games. They have a new offensive coordinator, Chip Lindsey. Like I said, Underwood was the number 1 recruit. He was supposed to go to LSU and then flip to Michigan after they paid him $10 to $12 million for 4 years. I wonder how many years Underwood actually stays. I mean, you got a guaranteed $10 million to $12 million for 4. That's hard to pass up. Most likely 2 to 3. He has to obviously stay a couple here. But, he's a 5-star. The defense brings back 6 starters. The backfield, like usual, should be pretty good. And the schedule's actually not that bad. They get a home game against Ohio State. Ohio State really needs to beat Michigan this year. It's funny because they won the national title, and it's almost like that wasn't even good enough. They have to beat Michigan. They have to win that rivalry game. But they get a home game against Ohio State, and then they don't play Oregon, and they don't play Penn State. In fact, looking at it right now, the other 8 Big Ten opponents that Michigan plays from last year had losing records. So the more I think about this, I kind of want to go over on Michigan. 6 starters back on the defense. The defense wasn't an issue last year. They finished top 10 in the nation in yards allowed, only 307 per game. Justin Haynes is back in the backfield. Jordan Marshall's back in the backfield. And they open up against New Mexico. They do have to play at Oklahoma on September 6th. And Sharon Moore does have a 2-game school-imposed suspension, which we'll see how that plays out. I'm not really sold on the coaching staff, but I do really like their offseason, man. And on the defensive line, Derek Moore was a preseason first-team All-Big Ten selection, had 23 tackles, 4 sacks, and a pass deflection. I think he has an even better year this year. So if I had to bet anything with Michigan, it would probably be the over. I hate to say this because I know my partner, Brad, a big Illinois fan. I'm from Illinois, but I have to go under 8.5 wins, right? Like double-digit wins last season, high expectations, and the win total still sitting there at 8.5. They have to play Ohio State, and you could say, okay, well, they get that game in Champaign, but are you guys betting Illinois even at home against Ohio State? Because I will not be. They don't play Michigan, they don't play Oregon, and they don't play Penn State, but you do get Iowa, Minnesota. No, actually, they don't get Iowa, Minnesota, or Nebraska. They get Purdue, Western Illinois, Western Michigan. Duke's going to be a tough game. I think Duke beats them. On the road against Indiana is definitely tough. Maryland, Northwestern, Rutgers, USC, Washington, Wisconsin, and like I said, Ohio State. Luke Altmaier was awesome last year. He's going to have to be just as good this year. Last year, 35 touchdown passes and didn't really turn the ball over. They have a pretty capable backup if anything were to happen because he does use his legs quite a bit in Ethan Hampton. But I don't know, man. The defense is going to be good. I feel like they're an 8-4 team, though, so I'm under on Illinois. Nebraska, I feel like, is becoming too popular. A couple months ago, I really liked them. They had a strong offseason. They bring in 18 transfers. Usually year 3 or year 2 is when Matt Rule starts to win. He builds culture, turns programs around, and then wins year 3. His first 2 seasons, he's 12-13. What they did last year that I liked is they brought in Dana Holgerson. And then the last 3 games of the season, they let him call plays. He took over for Marcus Satterfield, who I did not like as a play caller. And Dylan Raiola was doing a lot of weird stuff at the time. For one, he was cosplaying, pretending to be Pat Mahomes, which I think is pretty weird. But he was also holding on to the ball too long, taking bad sacks, forcing too many throws. The last 3 games with Dana calling plays, all that changed. He completed 72% of his passes, started getting rid of the ball quicker, threw for 236 yards per game, only 1 interception. And they have some talent for him to throw the ball to. Dane Key caught 126 passes in 3 seasons at Kentucky in the SEC. He comes over. Ja'Cory Barney is back. He caught 55 balls last year. And they get a Cal transfer, Isaiah Hunter, who averaged 14.5 yards per catch on 40 receptions last year. He could have a monster season out of the slot. Running back Emmett Johnson's back. He ran for 598 yards last season and finished with 286 receiving yards. I think those numbers improve. And the offensive line should be a strength. They hit it hard in the portal. Defensive side of the ball, Tony White, the coordinator, leaves for Florida State, but they bring in John Butler, longtime NFL assistant, was the defensive coordinator in the 2015 bowl game win over BC. 4 starters back on defense. So I get the love for Nebraska to win 8 games. I definitely wouldn't take them to win the Big Ten. That's going to be Penn State, maybe Ohio State or Oregon, but I think it's going to be Penn State. But I do think they should get to 8 wins. But man, a minus 140 price is definitely not something that I want to lay right now. USC is definitely interesting because I don't hear a whole lot of people talking about USC. A couple of years ago when Caleb was there and won a Heisman, everybody was in love with that program. Lincoln Riley was the hot face, the hot name on the coaching tree. It's been a little bit of a disappointment, a big disappointment actually at USC. It's a big year for him, man. And their quarterback, Jaden Maeva. I mean, he comes over last year and they were 1-4 on the road. And they have some difficult road trips again this year. They get Oregon on the road, Notre Dame on the road, Illinois on the road, and then Nebraska on the road. Maeva last year was 3-1 when he replaced Miller Moss. There was some good, there was some bad. I do like some of the weapons they got there. They got Mekhi Lemon coming back, 764 receiving yards. Jacoby Lane's back. He had 12 touchdowns. On the defensive side of the ball, that's really been their issue the last couple of years. Even when Caleb was there and Alex Grinch was the defensive coordinator, every game they had to win in shootout fashion because the defense couldn't get stops and was giving up 40 points per game. They've gotten much bigger on the defensive line. Their defensive line for the first time in like 5 years might actually be a strength. They got some studs there. They got Shelby coming back, Anthony Lucas, Devon Tompkins is coming back. The secondary, though, has some serious question marks. And in the Big Ten with some solid quarterback play, that could be an issue. But if I had to do anything with USC, I would go over 7.5 wins. Last one for me tonight, Iowa at 7.5. No bet for me. They could easily win 8-9 games. I would only take the over because it's Kirk, man. And they've won at least 8 games in 9 of the last 10 seasons. The exception was the 2020 season, and that was the shortened season because of COVID, and they still finished 6-2. It all comes down to the quarterback position for Iowa if they're going to take that next step and win double-digit games and compete for the Big Ten. They bring in Mark Gronowski, and in the FCS, he was a stud at South Dakota State. They won 2 FCS national titles when he was there. He was a 4-year starter, so this is his last year. He had shoulder surgery this past winter, so we didn't get to see him in the spring practice or in the spring game, but he's going to be ready for the season, and he's a dual-threat quarterback. Over 12,000 total yards for South Dakota State, a proven winner. Now, does that translate at the Big Ten level, though, coming over from the FCS? They're going to have to replace Caleb Johnson. Fingers crossed he balls out his rookie year because I have him in my fantasy league. But that's a big hole to fill, but it's Iowa, and they usually find pretty good backs. They have Moulton coming over from Florida, Patterson, so they'll be fine there. The offensive line is usually a strength, and they have 3 starters coming back, including their center, Logan Jones, who was all Big Ten last year. The wide receiver room, not really sure what to expect. Jacob Gill last season at Northwestern had 411 receiving yards. We'll see if, he could ball out. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you always expect them to be top 25. Their defensive coordinator, Phil Parker, is one of the best in the business, maybe the best defensive coordinator in the Big Ten. The defensive line should be really good. 3 of their top 4 players from last year are all coming back, including Aaron Graves. And they got a couple 5-star recruits. So Iowa, I would lean over. I think they win 8 games.
all the Gronowski film that I've watched, it's hard to be sold on an FCS quarterback, especially one that's coming back from a shoulder injury. But if he could stay healthy and do what he did, it would be over on Iowa for me. We'll talk more Big Ten coming up next week. Again, the college football season is right around the corner. I like Penn State to win the Big Ten, though, this year. All right, wrapping up some Major League Baseball scores before we get out of here. Like I said, we're back tomorrow night, Thursday night. Not a whole lot of baseball or WNBA action. And no preseason NFL on a Thursday either. We do have 2 preseason games coming up on Friday night. Decent ones, too. Atlanta 5-point favorites against Tennessee. The total right now is sitting at 38. I want to see more Cam Ward for Tennessee, the number 1 overall pick. For Atlanta, I want to see some Michael Penix Jr. He got in a fight today at practice. Like to hear about that. I'm pretty high on Atlanta this year. And then we also have Seattle, 3-point favorites over Kansas City on Friday night as well. Like I said, wrapping up some Major League Baseball scores from the night. Minnesota up 4-1 on the Yankees right now. To live bet Minnesota, though, you would have to lay -743. Huge favorites with a 3-run lead late. Total in the game 7.5. Atlanta's up 9-6 on the Mets. That game's only in the bottom of the 5th. If you took the over, you're looking pretty good because the live total's sitting there right now at 18.5. The Dodgers are up 5-2. Ohtani gave up a couple of runs. We're going into the bottom of the 4th right now. Looking at his numbers on the mound tonight, he's through 44 pitches. He's got 4 strikeouts. The prop was 5.5, so he needs 2 more. We'll see if he comes back out for the 5th. 2 earned runs he's given up on 2 hits. 3 innings pitched, 44 pitches, like I said. And then Tampa Bay beating up on the A's tonight, 6-0 in the top of the 3rd. Live total, the only thing that you could bet currently on the board at 12.5, and probably wouldn't touch that. But the A's are up 6-0 right now on the Rays. We'll be back tomorrow night here on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Again, you can listen live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you find your podcasts. Back tomorrow night with Brad Evans. I'm Ryan Horvath, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.